Yo, and we should be live on Twitch and on YouTube. Big up to the people waiting. TOITN live on Saturday, the 16th of November. Big up to the people who've been waiting. It's been a little longer than normal. The rumours, oh my god. Big up the people on it's the rumour mills, wherever you are. Keep up the good work. Big up to the truth. Saying yeah. Big up Abu Bilal. Big up to Ultra Funky, third in other place. Big up to the 4 people watching. Big up to Mr. Amaz, who was just on trying to give me some early morning dawa. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo se llama truth en español? Verdad, ¿no? ¿Cómo estás? Verdad? No sé. Big up to Analyze Dunya. Oh shit, a little while, man. Been a little while still. Oi, Ultra Funky, get it in. Man said get the Tesco meal deal. Oi, big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. Do you know what? I've already done my Tesco trip of the morning. I got myself a rotisserie chicken. Big up yourself, bro. Man, bro, I ain't even done anything, so I don't know what that was for, but I appreciate it. I bought myself a rotisserie chicken. I got some gnocchi. I need to buy some mushrooms. So, but I'm gonna make like a one pot gnocchi and chicken and mushroom thing. So, I don't know. I'm gonna get it set up nice. Hola a todos. Big up to Dexter Rico. Hi Dan, I asked you to bring James SC for one question. Uncle Omar, I did speak to James SC. I think he said he was going to speak with you at the park. But I've heard since then you've been banned from the park, which is the word I heard quite recently. So I'm not sure, but I suppose we can probably facilitate a discussion if he's available. Big up to James SC. Ultra Funky says chicken plus flame equals yes, it does indeed. Big up to the people deep in their emoji games. Big up. So Saturday. So what's been going on, people? I'm hearing a lot has gone down in the last like little piece of time. So big up to the people with real lives. How am I doing? Analyzed Dunya. Nice one for asking. Yeah, I'm cool, man. I've had some family issues. My mum had an operation on her ankle, so she's been off her feet, and I've been kind of serving as like a sort of stand-in driver slash, I don't know. I do quite a bit. Family stuff, family calls, and family as important as the viewers are. Sorry, my family comes first every time. So big up the family-hearted people. Man. Big up Ultra Funky, man. So do you know what? This is what I'm saying. People just don't get too invested in this whole Hangouts thing. It's all fun and games for a little while. I think people just take it a little bit too seriously. We got to the people taking it seriously. Big up Sid Vicious. Man. Do you know what it is? This might be an interesting topic for discussion, actually. I'm not sure it's in British culture still to kind of look after your parents when they get old. Like a lot of my mates are on this thing of like, they're just gonna put their parents in like a home or something. They've got no plan, no thoughts. But man, it's I think it's a kind of it's a different culture. Wait there, who's that? Who's just jumped on? Big up to
What's
Ahmed.
happening, bro? Yeah, man.
What's going on, man?
What you
Bruv,
saying, bro?
I'm good. I was just I was just starting off this little warm up session thing. I was just talking about looking after your parents when they get old,
Yeah,
and
good
whether or not
topic.
that's like a British kind of British thing or not. Like I went to go see my brethren yesterday,
Mm.
and he's living with his nan, and until recently he was also living with her sister. So great auntie, I think it is. Like his great auntie. She just passed away. And he's sort of he's left sort of semi responsible, like he looks after the house and does little sort of odd jobs and that sort of thing. But long story short, he's gonna have to change, like that dynamic's gonna have to change. They're having to sell the house, and he's sort of thinking about the next step, like how he's gonna, like, because I mean he can't afford to like put her in a care home. It's not like an option. And for a lot
Oh,
of
is she not dead?
no, she's still alive. She's still alive, but
Oh, I
she
thought she
needs
died. Okay.
no. That was her sister. So he was living with the two of them. And I think she was the oldest. But I've only got a couple of my mates whose parents are maybe getting to the age where they need to be kind of looked after. I don't know what the culture is with Somali people. If it's a sort of if you're expected to kind of like look
Look
after your
after your
parents,
elders.
yeah, look after your elders when they get old. I don't know what it's like with your family.
I can give you the propaganda version, or I can give you the real.
Go on, give me the propaganda, man. Give me the propaganda, then the real. I'll take the blue pill, then the red one.
All right, cool. The propaganda is basically people besides white people, put it that way, tend to look after their parents. So the basically the claim is that other cultures, whether it be Islamic cultures,
I can give you
Asian
the
cultures, African
propaganda
cultures,
version.
etc., they tend to look after their parents, whereas Europeans or Westerners do not. That's the propaganda.
That's propaganda.
The reason I say to you is propaganda is because people are not highlighting the economic circumstances of the two examples that they bring. So, for example, in the Eastern world, in the African world, whatever, because of the economics of their economic situation and also their institutional situation, there is no such thing as a care home.
Yeah,
There is,
100%.
yeah. So that
Your extended family is and your I suppose maybe the
yeah, there is no institution. As
yeah
a matter of fact, they intentionally have a couple of children so that in the future they get to basically share responsibility. They intentionally do that. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So when people say culture, yeah, people think culture is divorced from economics. It isn't. As a matter of fact, culture, the word culture is like an economic policy, because it's really policies depending on the circumstances of the people that people call quote unquote culture.
100%. Yeah, there's definitely an economic kind of aspect to culture. Definitely.
Yeah.
I was talking about this
So
actually because I think there's a lot of stuff that's kind of encoded in people's culture, whether it's stuff like how you look after the elderly, how you initiate maybe children or young people into, like, I don't know, into the culture or whatever it is.
yeah,
There's lots of this stuff, and I mean, I suppose the economics is a must as well, because you're dealing with people. You're dealing with people. You're going to be dealing with the resources that they create.
exactly.
Big up to Louis, by the way. That's a couple shout outs. Big up to
No
Kaan,
worries,
Ali
no
Khan as
worries.
well. So economics is always there at the core of it.
Absolutely.
I just
So I think the thing is, people, for example, and another thing people need to pay account to is the availability and time. So, for example, here in the Western world, considering the amount of hours that we've got to work, considering the boxes that we live in, which we call homes, very small, and and considering also, yeah, so considering the time, considering the boxes that we live in, and considering availability. Say for example, you're at work, so who's going to look after your elderly parent while you're at work? So it's because of things like that that institutions such as care homes exist.
Anyway, big up Dan, big up Ahmed.
Yes,
big
Sally.
big up yourself, man. Long time.
Does that
Been a
make any
while.
sense, Dan?
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%, 100%. And I think there's Ali came. It will come to me. I was. That's it. I think in part the reason why moving towards this care home vibe is because the West, anyway, we've got an aging population.
Yeah.
And people. I mean, there's a lot of questions about how you maintain like the quality of life for people as they get into old age, as they retire. And I mean, yeah, all right, it's not necessarily big up to Raspect. Yeah, it's not bare things distracted me, man. Any card job did, I forgot what I was gonna say. Raspect, just super chat. Yeah, the aging population thing. So I kind of feel like West people are creating a system allow them to
Continue working.
well, no, basically have a kind of safety net for them to die. But in the event that their kids don't want to look after them, which is probably on themselves now, that they don't want to look after their parents. So in the future, they imagine a future where they're not going to be looked after by their kids. They're going to be saving up their pension or whatever else, and then putting themselves like some high end like retirement. I don't know. It's a bit. It's kind
But Dan, before, you know what? I can't. Obviously, I won't dismiss the fact that there are some people who don't want to look after their parents. But I would say that there are more who can't, as in, you know, work and children and all of their other commitments make it really difficult. Or not only make
but
it really
Ahmed,
difficult.
with that scandal, aren't
No,
people?
but one minute. Not
Okay,
only
okay.
does it make it really difficult, but sometimes time doesn't allow. Like for example, your parent could require a lot more attention than you can literally physically give them because you're at work. You see what I'm saying? So I wonder what the percentage are. Like if there are more kids who don't want to look after their parents as opposed to more who can't literally look after their parents. And I'm gonna be honest with you, especially like looking at, you know, the amount of hours that I've got at work and stuff like that. I can understand why people could be in that kind of situation. Like we've got to work a lot, Dan. We're at work most of the time.
I think it's I forget what the percentages you're working like or your life. You know, I know people spend a lot of time sleeping. But I'm trying to cheat at that system. Cut a couple corners and snatch a few hours back for myself. Yeah, it doesn't always.
People are scared after that scandal a couple of years ago. People in the care home beating up old people.
Yeah,
I think people might have totally lost their trust in this sort of like I remember I was watching that Panorama and the person who her mum was getting beat up by someone in the hospital because she had dementia. She put a CCTV clock in, so she was spying, and then through her app, and then she recorded everything. There was some woman just beating up her mum, and she had and ended up going down to police prosecution.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way I'd be able. Well, I'd have to. If I was going to say I'm just going to hand off my parents to after my stuff. I don't know. I don't know what part of the. I don't know what part of life that is. If you're going to imagine.
Well, you know what? It's interesting that you said I don't know what part of life that is. I can give you an example of what part of life that is actually.
Go on.
Okay, like when parents send their kids to boarding schools, or even when you send your children to daycare, you do it specifically because you need to go work. You literally don't have the time to spend with them. So it's I hate to say it, but it's kind of the same thing when people feel the need to do so when they get older. I mean, I wouldn't agree with anyone doing so because they simply can't be bothered. I wouldn't agree with it. But if someone's got to pay their bills, then I don't know how do you resolve that?
Maybe pay a family member and do it all in the house.
Oh, fair enough. If you can do that, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that that is an ideal situation, but I can simply picture. Let me give you an example.
Yeah,
In the Western world, they have like 2 kids. Yeah. So say
yeah,
there's 2 of you, and your parents are old. One of your siblings, God forbid, lives God knows where because of their work commitments. Yeah.
yeah.
And you live God knows where because of your work commitments, and your parents got old God knows where. So how do you resolve the whole living situations, your work situation? How do you resolve all of that? Not only that, yeah. Say you got your parents living with you, fine, no problem. Say you got them living with you, but while you're at work, what if they require attention, like nursing attention? I'm talking about when they're really old and frail. Then what do you do?
You could become the carer and get that carer's allowance, so couldn't you?
So that
So
means you give up. That means you give up on your career.
I'm just giving you an option. I'm not saying it's the ideal
No,
one.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
But I'm just
big
saying
up,
these are the
big up
examples.
Ahmed, big up you lot, big up panel.
Big
Big
up
up.
to
Yeah.
Okingo, and big up Uncle Omar on the panel as well.
I need to speak to you in the sec, Dan. Yeah, quickly
Yeah, no
after
worries.
Ahmed and Kaan have had a little.
Yeah, I'll be done in a second, family. So
Yeah,
the point I'm trying to say is basically I'm just trying to be realistic in it. There can be situations when things can get really, really sticky. Like this world is governed by 2 things: money and time, and they will dictate what you do with what you do basically.
I agree with that one, and I mean, yeah, I would say we're governed by time, but money is the unit that kind of measure value. I guess that's what it is. You exchange your time for compensation. You compensated for that exchange. And yeah, I mean, some people, luckily, you know, if they're lucky enough to have put aside enough money, then their retirement is sweet for them. Don't worry about it, there's no issues. But yeah, I mean, I think we're facing there's a crisis in the UK with pension crisis. Like a lot of people aren't paying into pension. There's a lot of people who did pay into pension, the 80s and 90s, and big up to the truth. He just redeemed Raj. Yeah, man, the Streamlabs bot is working if anyone wants to get involved. But yeah, and by the time it came to their retirement in like late 90s, early 2000s or whatever, whichever company it was that they were working for had like robbed their pension, stolen from the pension pot, or like invested it in some mad Ponzi scheme on the stock market.
I was.
Happens all the time.
What were you saying, Ali?
Yeah, I was watching something on by the BBC, and then they said Japan had some sort of like solution for the aging population. They just ended up in Japan because how their culture is. All the old people have ended up being postmen, lollipop men, and just doing like other jobs because they said we can't. It's too boring to retire. We want to work. But then you're 92 and you're being a lollipop man. It's not an ideal situation.
Yeah, so Japan's got I think they're facing a labour shortage, low birth rates. I think just lifestyle choice, population. I think it's about a quarter of people in Japan, about 25%, something like that, of the population, 65. Pretty big. Right in the way. Big up to Miss Gadite, big up Brain Cells, and big up Miss Pink Dunya, long time. Miss Pink Dunya, can I say you should jump on? No, you're not really on these panels like that. Yeah, you made a big.
Look, how many people in his chat now?
Got Ahmed,
Right.
Ali.
Wait, let me just ask you something before it gets mad packed in here. Yeah.
Go on.
You had I'm just looking at your thingy now. Yeah. Is it Titans live again? That's not the. Oh yeah, big up by the way, brother. You've been gone for too long anyway. By the way. Okay. Yeah. Hey, listen, Titan live again. Is that like? Is that another different? Is that another different account?
It's called.
Yeah, I put my. There's Titan live again, and then there's Titan Saturday. What you've named this now is Titan Saturday, 16th of November. So obviously it's a different account. And the thing with that account, I put my email in the back chat when I didn't know anything about back chats in it. So I thought it was like hidden or something. It's not, brother. Like
it's not Titan. It's TOITN. It's not Titan. It's TOITN.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, if you're talking about the Hangout group, group is called the TOITN Saturday. But with I don't know.
You see that other account? You had? I think I don't know if it's the same. Oh, maybe it's the same. Because on the Hangouts, the chats vary, innit? It's like it's the same account though, innit? So because I put my email in the back chat, innit? So I just wanted to know how I could remove that because I don't want any kind of random person getting it. You know what I mean? Obviously,
email's not in the back chat.
You sure? Are you sure, brother? So look, we see it says like the one I'm looking at now. It says join conversation, hangouts. Wait, and it says Velle was posting quite a lot of things in a back chat at that stage. Are you sure you're looking at the same one, G?
Bruv.
So I know this ain't really along the lines of education or just conversation, but I know this is quite important to me because now seeing what's happened with, you know what I mean, over the last couple of days, I'm sure you've been tuned in, locked in and loaded. There's little chitty man fucking doxing people. And there's someone with absolutely no life that's actually trying to take his time to get people's address and all the rest of it. So like, I put my email in the back chat.
I don't know. I'm not sure which one you put it in, but it's not this one. But,
okay, yeah. No, so now if there's another one, is there any way I can delete that or I can get rid of it? Yeah, for fuck's sake, man. All right, no, that's not.
Sorry, let me just. Sorry, Uncle Omar, patiently. Panel. Are you there? Uncle Omar may or may not be there. Yeah, Okingo, that's definitely not. Don't worry about it. You haven't shared it.
Dan, do you think that Japan solution would work in the UK, or do you think our society is too different from Japan?
I don't really know. I don't think. To be fair, I think the Japanese government implements their social policies a lot more efficiently than we do in the UK. I think that they do stuff. I mean, if you just think about the fact, I mean, they rebuilt Hiroshima and Nagasaki after they got nuked within like 15 years or something. Including like.
I don't. Dan, can I ask a question, please, Dan?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, sorry, Uncle Omar. I called you out.
I don't like to be diverting the conversation, but the question is going to take me 1 year to answer. You know, Leon, COE man.
Yes, Leon. Big up to Leon.
I used to like this guy so much, but I don't know what happened to him. He shows me. I was talking to him. I told him, Leon, you had a channel. You got 44,000 people listening to you or tuning to you. Why don't have positive message to your people? And he said, like what? And I said, don't you think you recording same people every week saying blackmailing, why you don't find another group saying education, jobs, knowledge, settle marriage? And he shows the part of black melanin.
Why are you always watching black and melanin? Do you like looking at men's black melanin? You're always talking about black melanin.
I'm asking Dan, man. I'm with all the respect to you.
Let me think. So hold on. So wait. So when was this? Was this the last time that you were at the park?
Yeah, this is the last time. Yeah.
I don't know.
Why is that a conversation?
What's-
No, big up though. He's funny though. You are
So-
funny though, brother.
So wait,
Omar, you're
so
funny, man.
can
You
I
just gotta
ask?
allow your mouth.
So
Watch your
what?
mouth.
What was the reason that you were banned? What was the reason? On a
Some
slightly,
respect. Why you don't have some respect? I'm asking the channel owner, and ask his answer. If I want to ask you, I will ask you by name. This guy I respect, and I think he's fair, and he's gonna give me good answer. Thank you very much.
I don't think I could answer necessarily for Leon. I would imagine, certain people at the park consent to being filmed, and certain people wouldn't. And I suppose you can kind of imagine the conversations that take place with certain people. So as a cameraman, I'd be drawn towards maybe conversations that I could imagine. I don't think Leon controls the way the conversations play out necessarily. So to say he's recording a good or a bad discussion, it depends on who's in front of the camera. So I don't.
Alternatively, if you don't like what he's recording, you don't have to watch it. And if you have ideas of what should be recorded, perhaps you should do it yourself. What a man does with his own camera, how is this a topic of conversation?
Leon portrayed himself as content of everything. So when a man made a statement, you have to make everything, not half of the thing. Because if you make half of it, it's unfair. I'm talking to you, Dan, again. As you are West Indian or Jamaican, or I don't know exactly where you're from, would it be better for your community to start to talk about education, about knowledge, about job, about this, about would it if you start to propagate a positive message? What harm this could call me Ray, call me whatever, but would it help the community or no?
I think it would. I think even better than talking about it. I think action is something that helps, and I think I've seen Leon record quite a lot of different events and different things. I mean, I would probably say the most regular thing that he records is Speaker's Corner because it's every week, and I respect the work that he does going down there and filming. Him and DJ Rizza, big up to DJ Rizza. When it comes to filming the conversations, I think it's Leon's. The reason is, I mean, if he was to do that, would he be objective, or would he just be filming things that he likes? Because if he was to do that, then I think he would lose his balance. He'd lose his objectivity.
Yeah, but you have to have you must be objective in your life, man. Because you are a human. You should care about human. You should care about your family. You should care about and gradually you should be caring. Yes, whatever. Like if you are a movie, like if you are in Hollywood and you're making a movie every day about Satanism and morality and worship the devil, they are objective. They wanted to do this, but what is the problem of I'm being objective, try to save my people? What harm? Call me whatever. I try to save my people, my clothes, and then the neighbors, and then the after, and the country, and the world. What the problem with that?
So do you think what do you think Leon's objective is in the park? Do you think he's there to do the things that you said to save the black community? Because I mean, I understand that may well be his, like, you know, his personal politics, but I'm not sure how political his camera is. You know what I mean? Like I've seen so many interesting conversations in front of those cameras, and I've seen some. I mean, I don't know. Is this because? I mean, I'm not sure.
Is it fair? Is it fair to take? You see, this I'm not gonna see Leon for 1 year. I don't want to think about it for another 2 months. You know. But is it fair to stick half of my statement. Like this guy, the lion face or whatever his name, he said, "You black, black, million, million." You see the effect of the message he put. I am talking serious. I'm not talking racist or humiliation. I said anything have to be idea, and the idea have you talk about it, and when you talk about it, you come to agreement and start participate and make it happen. So Dan, if you talk 5 million years about Adam was black or not black, what is gonna help?
But,
Or Moses black or black? Or Muhammad black or not black? Peace be upon all of them. Who cares? What is gonna help or not help?
but I don't think
Am I wrong in
I don't think Leon speaks about. I mean, I've not heard Leon speak that much about that, to be honest. I mean, do you?
But why are you so worked up about it?
Sorry?
Why are you so worked up about it?
I didn't get you. What's me? What do
You
you mean?
worked up as in like you seem quite stressed about it, quite bothered by it.
Because I don't agree about someone painting me with the color is not mine. I am caring person, inside out. If you show me as a racist person, this is not fair. Because you could relay my speech and get totally different meaning. This you are disfiguring me, man. I'm not like that. I'm not. When I said yes, black people are allowed to speak about the colors. Yes, about but we want to go forward, man. We want to go forward.
Who's we?
Me, and you.
No, but the thing is, if people are talking about something that concerns their own community, then I don't understand what's the protest.
You talking about your own community from your own perspective, and I'm talking. Am I allowed to contribute?
No offense, if you're not from that community, then that would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it?
How you define me from this community or not community?
Well, in this particular context, you said black, melanin. So unless
Yes.
that concerns you,
I am black, man, because nobody in Britain never call me Anglo-Saxon or whatever, or Viking or anything. I am black.
yeah, but those are not the only two differences. There is not just black and Anglo-Saxons. There is others as well, which you would fall in. Would you not?
White, in Britain, they did classify white and ethnic minority. I am minority. Call me any minority. I am minority, whatever my color, and you are minority. So we are in the same boat.
I'm not sure we're on the same boat because in reality, there is communities. All kinds of communities exist. You have Japanese communities. You have some South American communities. You have African communities. Even in Africa, you have your Gambian communities. You have your South American communities. You have your Somali communities. It's just the reality of life. What's the problem?
I mean, from what I know, I mean, I've heard Leon sort of filmed sort of Pan-African sort of stuff. I mean, what are your thoughts on Pan-Africanism as a concept? Bear in mind that I think the majority of there's a fairly large Muslim majority in certain parts of Africa.
As a Muslim, my job is to help the most oppressed people first. This priority, like I supposed to help my family first, and then my second neighbor, and then my third neighbor, and then my fourth neighbor, and then my close community and my bigger community as a Muslim.
Yeah.
And another approach, I have to help the most oppressed people on the earth, in the face of the land. Yes?
Yeah, that
So
makes sense.
this is like
But
Religion,
how do you differentiate, or do you not see any? Do you appreciate that there's kind of I mean, for example, how can I, as a non-Muslim, help the Muslim community? What can I do? Can I help? That's maybe a way of imagining it.
it depends on your qualification. You
Well,
can help according to your morals or your, because if you are penniless, you cannot give. If you have zero knowledge, you cannot help. You must have something to help with this something. So if you can help, like Islamic, you are non-Muslim, not Muslim, you want
I think you're cutting out, Uncle
help
Omar.
Muslim people.
All right.
So it depends.
You know what? Omar brought up something interesting. Yeah,
If you are a doctor
you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Omar.
and you can
Dan, can you hear him?
You're cutting out a little bit, Uncle Omar. Yeah, it's cutting out for me as well. I'll just drop the link in the.
Muslim, desperate Muslim,
Uncle Omar, you're cutting out. If your signal's a little.
not in this country, because
You know
tell
what,
you
Dan?
something, Dan. Thank you very much for allowing me to come.
Nah, no problem at all. No problem at all, Uncle Omar. I mean, we might be able to get Leon or maybe Velle on, possibly. Sorry, Velle or maybe even Leon. Yeah, big up to we got 55 people watching. So I mean, would you be comfortable talking about what it was led to you being banned from the park? Uncle Omar. Uncle Omar, are you there?
Wallah, I don't know, man. Today, Allah, this internet is killing me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Uncle Omar, are you there?
I was banned. This looks like some confusion, man. They banned me forever.
They've banned you forever, you say?
And they gave me 4 different maps. Not
Whoa. Yeah, your signal's very bad. It's very bad, Uncle Omar.
Yo, Dan.
Yo.
He brought up something interesting, actually. You see this thing about
something wrong with
identity.
the
Like, for example,
with the stream.
like, for example, yeah. Like, I've heard this
Yes,
said
and
many
then the later. What day today?
Uncle Omar, you there? Maybe if you can move closer to your internet, your router. I'm not sure if you're using your Wi-Fi or if you're using like data. Maybe switch to your Wi-Fi if you're at home. Yeah, big up to Mr. Architecture in the meantime. Big up to the Heath guy. Big up Reactionary in the chat. Big up to ABC Test. Big up to Ring Me. Ring Me said he got banned because he's Muslim.
Yo, Dan, let me quickly drop this before I forget.
Go on. Sorry, yeah, he said he made a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, about this identity thing. Now, it's one thing what you identify as yourself to yourself, But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you identify yourself as something to another individual. Now, for example, are you a quote unquote Chinese or a Buddhist? Are you a Nigerian or a Muslim? Are you a Brit or a Christian? How does it work? You see this identity thing, which is a valid, I suppose, a political identity.
So do you think people have like a hierarchy? So like number one, they are like English.
Yes, I lost my router is 1 month.
Still can't really hear you. It's coming through really delayed as well, Uncle Omar. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. So saying Dan, how does this identity thing work?
Yeah, you see, I don't know. I mean, I suppose something has to come first, right? But that's the idea anyway. Let's go.
I got kicked out.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to kind of come at the top, I suppose. I guess.
So, which would it be?
Well, this is what I say. In theory, something's got to come, but then in reality, I feel like certain aspects of your identity can maybe change. Maybe when I don't know,
You see, put it this way: I see identity as a political tool. Because I mean, why would you need to address to me that you are a Christian? What is that supposed to convey?
What does it signify? Yeah. I suppose there's a set of values that I guess you would imagine are inbuilt into whatever it is people identify as. So if you identify as a Muslim, I would imagine
that's true.
It comes with that kind of cultural.
That's very true. But here's the thing now. Now, if you was to, yes, all right, fine. If you're trying to highlight what your values are by simply identifying as that label, then couldn't anybody simply identify as the label and not really perform the values? Do you see what I'm saying? The label could be used hypocritically.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Or like ironically, yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, alternatively, you could simply perform those values.
I was going to say there's like the performative aspect of it. Yeah. So, all right.
So you wouldn't need to identify the label if you simply perform the values. Do you see what I mean?
Well, there's two ways. I suppose there's two ways of looking at it. There's people who can pass by performing, and then there's people who can pass by using the label, but they're not. They don't actually perform the. So it's just.
So which is better?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose the authentic.
No, it would have to be the
authentic
performance of the values.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but then it's still.
I mean, isn't that the whole point of having the values? If you're not gonna actually enact them, what's the point of the values?
Yeah, but are values created to be performed? This is the thing.
Maybe not the word perform. Let's say enacted upon.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things when this is maybe one of the arguments for like a more conservative Islam, because once you
I'm not even talking about a particular religion.
Or any religion. Like as soon as it can be easily mimicked and performed, I suppose, then maybe it's a bit too commercial, whatever it is. If it's, I don't know.
You're correct. This is why I say let me retract the word performed, and let's not imagine this as some sort of rituals that you perform. We're talking about values here, are we not? So as long as we're talking about values, the whole point of values is for it to be enacted upon. If you're not enacting upon the values, then how do we know you actually possess those values?
Yeah, I agree.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
So the label itself is really pointless because you're simply trying to almost circumvent actually enacting the values. It's like a smoke screen. Look, I'm a Christian, so I'm just supposed to believe that you actually enact upon those values. I have no evidence of it. You're just supposed to believe it because you claim it.
100%, and the assumptions would get a lot of people. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
So
But
again,
all
back
right.
to the
So
question.
what's the top of the hierarchy? Well, I guess you could say what do people get the most benefit from? So if there's a benefit to being, I don't know, American or being British or being, I don't know, just random pick a Northern European country, then I don't know. I mean, I suppose, for some
Well,
people.
check this out. There's a point of you identifying as American, Brazilian, whatever.
Yeah.
Because when you identify as such, at least it tells me where you're from.
All right. So
It doesn't have to
geographical
tell me more than that.
designation.
Exactly.
All right,
It doesn't have to tell me more than that. That's the whole point of identifying countries. It just notifies people where you are from. That's all.
All right. Old Hickory said the label isn't pointless. Part of being a Christian is sharing the gospel. You're called to be open with others about your Christianity. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. I suppose the label.
But he said about your Christianity. Now he's not talking about labels anymore.
Well, no,
He's talking about values now.
Yeah,
See
but
what I mean?
but he's a real Christian. He's not like a performative Christian. He's not. I don't know.
No, but he's agreeing with me. The moment he talks about a Christian is supposed to talk about his values, then you're agreeing with me. He's in my boat. It's not about the label anymore.
Yeah, no, of course, but I mean, yeah, I suppose it's substance over spectacle, and it's you want to see the
substance,
kind of,
literally.
the substance of the
meat.
faith. Yeah, 100%. But all right, so cool. Let's say in the West, your identity isn't so much driven by your religion anymore. So what are the new tribes that people are forming? What are these? How are people organizing themselves without religion? No, you get all these weird these weird little kind of subcultural movements that pop up. And I mean,
no, I agree with you. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not for not having a religion.
So, for example,
about
all
the
right,
identity aspect.
But look, what people are doing now, so they're stripping away all of that stuff to just be like, okay, how can I?
Dan, wait. Let me clarify myself. Yeah, I'm not talking about the identity aspect as what you have as your values, as your set of values. I agree with that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you identify as a certain label towards other people. What is the intention behind that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I don't see the point. The only point I can see is when you identify as a certain country, because it lets me know where you are from. There's a point to that. But when you identify as quote unquote Buddhist or quote unquote Christian or quote unquote Muslim, I see that as some sort of like mask, like a smoke screen of who you really are. Because I don't know why you need to tell me that. You could just really enact your values, and that will let me know who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't really pay as much attention to the label. I mean, yeah. Sometimes I'm not maybe not the best example. I can put, if you tell me you're something, and I believe your values are X, and you then demonstrate Y, then I'll adjust my my preset. So let's say I only had one preset idea. I'm just thinking, like, I know Muslims who drink, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, all right, cool. Like, yeah, they drink, and I know, like, it's between them and God. Like, if they believe in God, then cool. If they're just performing or practicing, I'll big up to Robert White. If they're just like practicing or mimicking, I don't know what the. Yeah, you know what I mean. Then I suppose a lot of people can still reap the rewards. You can reap the rewards socially without really sincerely. It's kind of what I feel about.
Yeah, exactly. You're just making my point. Thank you. You can reap the rewards by using the label without actually sincerely.
Yeah. But bruv, there's so many of these people out there, man.
There you go.
It's not even just like I used to think it was like that with football. Like there was a point where I asked people what like team they supported, and then I was just like, you don't watch them. Like you ain't got a season ticket. You've never been to the stadium. You just put like a $5 on them every week on. Watch one match of the day.
Support them.
And you're like, that's it. I don't know, man. Big up to Squire in the chat. Big up to Uncle Omar who's back. I'm hoping that. Big up to Emma Young. Big up to Nash. Right. Oh. People. Right, cool. Uncle Omar, are you there? Omar. Uncle Omar may well be back. I'm gonna add Squire into. See how this goes. Big up the.
You know what, Dan? I got an interesting one for you now. Would you think about when people identify as a religion politically? So when they say, for example, as Christians, we demand, etc., etc., this,
like the evangelical church,
huh?
Like a political bloc, like
for example, you've heard of
LGBT
or say as Christians or as Muslims, and it becomes it's a political talk, and you're like, what's your religion's got to do with politics?
Yeah, that pisses me off. That really.
What do you think of that one?
Well, if the separation of church and state has done what it's supposed to do, then yeah, it's.
Do you agree with the separation of church and state?
I don't know anything different.
Good evening. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Squire. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Good afternoon. Good go, man.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad, mate. I'm just listening to this bollocks about religion again. God.
Well, we weren't really talking about. We weren't really.
Why can't you talk about bloke things like football and like page fee girls?
I think I was talking.
We weren't even talking about religion. We were talking about politics.
we can't talking about politics. But we're talking about basically people who just use labels. And like, so for example, someone says I support Man United, and then you check it out, and they've never been to Old Trafford.
Oh, I hate them people.
Like they basically just use the label, and they benefit from like the social. They get the social benefits, reap the social rewards, without ever really being.
Well, I suppose that's just like going into a posh shop and just buying something and walking around with a bag because it's got
It's got a good way of looking at it.
And you still get the same people, right? Who have that same bag but with different things in it. They might have something from Primark, but in a fucking Harrods bag. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's an analogy for you, isn't it?
Big up those people. Yeah, I mean, like any other. All right, let's think about people paid to do undercover police, spies. That's their job. Don't have to be the real deal.
No, not perform. They have to blend in. They have to blend in.
Yeah.
They can't perform. They have to show the performance, but we don't see the performance. They have to blend in. Undercover spies and all that. Anyway, I'm recording all this right for the KGB. So you're all under arrest.
Big up to Vladimir Putin.
Well, you can have any color as long as it's red.
But yeah.
Sorry, Dan. I'm sorry. I'm just taking.
No, it's all right. Now, do you know what? Last time, I think we had one of the best shows I've ever had with one last time.
I normally get sniped. Thanks for that, Dan. Cheers, mate.
To be fair, I don't know how that all panned out. To anyone who witnessed Raj and Squire's little musical ensemble. What you call like a collaboration. I don't know where it's from, really.
Well, if anyone's listening, if I was you, I wouldn't bother because it'd make your ears bleed and it's not good for your health. It was just one of those things that happened. We're over it. We're over it now. We're all right.
Raj, I think that was a high point for Raj, though.
I know. Hey, I know. Bloody, I thought he was gonna. I thought he was. You know. I thought he. I'm not going to say it. I thought he was having an orgasm. You know. Do you hear him squeal? You know what? You know what you should do to Raj? You know what you should do to Raj? Take a guitar, acoustic guitar down the speakers corner. He's sorted then. He'd be kissing your feet and everything.
He actually started calling it Spacker's Corner in your honour, I think. I think you got through to him, Squire. It's the musical.
Yeah, well, music is a universal. Music is a universal language, isn't it? You know, so
Conversation. Yeah, so I don't know what it is, but I always find after these hangouts, my hangouts are a little bit different. You actually put music.
No. You obviously don't know our hangouts, mate. You want to listen to the one last night. Fucking hell.
Right, we'll get. Yeah, it's always. I always find it's nice to like just. Music is.
Of course it is. Well, it makes you feel. It makes you feel happy. It makes you feel sad. Makes you feel positive. Makes you feel negative. You know, it's everything. It's emotions. It's language. It's communication.
Yeah, well, especially if. Like, I mean, having knowledge of the piano or that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's just a little bit of expression. Big up to Ultra Funky on the panel.
Come on. Listen, Dan, I'm actually at work, yeah? But I just jumped on to say, obviously, first of all, big up yourself. Second of all, I literally spoke to my wife this morning and said, babe, listen, when I'm old and fucking over the hill, you fucking stick me in a home. I'll be surrounded by people my same age. I get TV, sponge baths, games. They bring me my medicine. I've got my own bed. It's a fucking happy life, right?
You think this is a winner then? You think the care home life is the one?
All right, listen to what I'm saying. It's like a fucking hotel with really crappy service, right? Right. And the thing is, what I've noticed in care homes, right, the members of staff respond if you've got a personality. If you're just fucking sitting there like 8 minutes away from death all the fucking time, of course they'll cunt you off. But if you say, look, Sandra, time for my sponge bath, and she'll be like, oh, okay, Ultra, you've already had yours today.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like one of them, wasn't it? Time for
man. Just fucking, yeah, bro. Listen, they bring you your medicine. It's safe, it's secure. I mean, when was the last time you heard an old people's home got shot up? Do you know what I mean? Come on.
Can I tell you the true story? I know this, right? In some care homes, there are some unscrupulous little cunts because you take advantage of people. I'm not going to mention any names and stuff like that, where it was, but it's true. Honestly, I swear down. This fucker, his dad owned his care home in Broughton in Salford, right? And he was a fucking big fat fucker. Big fucking fucking horrible. Anyway, what he was doing, he was having the cards away, the cash cards, and somehow he got the pin out of him, and he was using their money, right? Oh, honestly, he's in the Manchester Evening News a few years ago. He was ripping him off. So it's not always secure, yeah, when you got cunts like that hanging around because you think you can trust people. The only people that you can trust is your fucking family. Right?
You're crazy. You can't even trust those cunts.
Well, trust me. Well, you must have a shit family then. Well, we all have a shit family.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But I'm telling you.
Right, listen.
Certain members of my family, as soon as money's involved, everyone becomes a cunt.
Yeah. Money's
and listen, on that note, somebody find me a good care home. I'm ready for it now.
All right, mate. All right, mate. Message you when you're there. I'll fucking I'll take you for a roll in your chair.
God, and he's off.
Honestly, it's true that, Dan. This fucking guy. Let me just get this fucking. Oh, can I be arsed finding it?
We were talking about this earlier. No, you want it if you Drop it in the back chat. I don't know. I don't know what your family's like. If your family is a family that would look after you, like,
yeah.
If no, I don't know if that's. I don't know. If that's a kind of tradition that's saying, because we were talking about how basically this country's going to cope with an aging population.
Well, it always has. There's always going to be an aging population. It's a bit of a fallacy, that, isn't it? I mean, you're always going to get old people, always get young people, always get middle-aged people.
Portion of your society.
Well, yeah, because Dan, there's always going to be places where people go to, you know, and it's
when the governments talk about the proportion of young.
Hang on, mate. I'm not being funny now, but you sound like you're in a box, mate. Can you get close to your mic, please?
Can you hear me now? Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just about.
All right, cool. I was saying, when governments talk about the proportion of old and young, really and truly, all they're talking about the replacement of the economy.
Yes.
That's all they're talking about.
Yes. Agreed. Yeah, too right, mate. Yeah. Because once you pass a certain age, you're not like earning the money. So then this fake sort of thing that was called a pension. That you're getting your money now, but no, you're not asked. We're not asked about you anyway. So you're on the scrap. As soon as you're over 50, you're on the scrap heap. If you're not fit and able or doing your thing, you're on the scrap heap.
Literally.
Yep.
But to be fair though, there's got to be enough young people to look after those old people though.
And this is where this is where the family comes in. You see, you have to teach them values to look after kids. Them values should always be within your family.
No, but the looking after is not only limited to what you do for them at home. It's also to do with the economy. The economy does need to continue.
Listen, I think more about family than I do the economy, because I think my family comes first more than the economy. I would, does
it have to be either or?
No, family first.
No, but I'm saying, does it have to be either or? Like, I would think that, you need a good economy for your family to live a good life.
Well, it's a word in itself. It's, I don't know. I mean, there's certain families that have different, if you want to use the word again, economies or financial situations, you know what I mean? But, you need your family around you, because at the end of the day, it's caring and loving.
All right, let me ask you a question. This just reminded me, I think this is I think Labour's doing it as well. They're promising to increase childcare support. Lib Dems, I think, basically provide
35 hours or something.
Yeah, I think something like that of childcare. State will be. I think it's mad to be.
Yeah, you should. I mean, I always agree that the geezer should always go out, provide for the family. The woman, if she do what she wants, but she's got enough on her hands looking after the kids. Should never rely on fucking anyone, really, like that.
So what if you're in a situation where your wife is?
Well, I'll give you a situation. My fucking my mate's brother. They moved to Australia, right? And he's booked Australia. She just walked into a job. She's a bit clever, like business like and all like that. She's on something like $90,000 a year, and she gets paid weekly, right? And it's like he's on a good number as well. They're not buying new cars. They're in Brisbane, in Australia.
All right, yeah. Well, to be fair, everything in Australia is, I think, like a packet of cigarettes. Madness. It's
madness because we're supposed to be the richest sort of country in the world, or whatever it is, and like your mate's brother. But I mean, they FaceTimed him and everything. Well, on me, mate. Hey up, and they're not after me, are they? Fucking hell. Right, I'm going now. Right, I'm out of there. See you later, boys. But like, honestly, it's like they're just living a different life. It's just if you quite in there, if you qualified and you do what you do, you keep your nose clean, everything's sorted, no issues. No issues. You can have a good life down there, and it fucking out. You know, and even the other fucking it costs $4,000 to take the dog over, right? Even the dog has a napkin and its own knife and fork when it sits at the table. They paid $4,000 for their dog to go over.
Might as well get a nap. I know. Get dogs can travel with you. Random one.
No, not on it. Not when it comes to going to Australia. It's so strict. It's so don't fuck about.
They had to put the dog through some like fucking.
Well, your usual quarantine.
Some quarantine,
even before that, it was all set up through some sort of company that deals with it. It took about 2 or 3 weeks because it worked a case like it had to be in a week down at Manchester Airport Kennels or something. Then it had to fly out, and then it spent a week still in Australia before it could even fucking get back to its owners. I start telling you, it's my mate Lee, his brother. He'll tell you if he's ever on here again. Yeah, honestly, I was like, fucking hell, no way.
Okingo gold. Oh man,
what's going on? Have we got some natty boys down in here, man? What's going on?
He was just on the fucking panel. He jumped off the panel and that fucking trench water. He's got.
Well, hey, yeah, here's a subject. Dan.
Go on.
What do you think about grown men who are addicted to playing computer games?
It says me. I've just installed Civilization 5.
Fuck off.
I just installed it now. Yeah. Grown men who play computer games. I can be one of those men.
But hold on. Yeah, sorry. Continue then. Continue.
No. Go on. So wait, Squire. I don't know how. Well, maybe I'm old enough to not be playing. I don't know. I grew up my whole generation. Most of my mates are still. I don't know.
Do you know what we can do? We can look at it like scientifically, innit? I mean, what is it that happens? Why do people get pleasure out of it? And then you can understand why grown men would continue getting pleasure out of it.
Sorry, you know what, Dan? Yeah, I'm just having a little discussion with one of the chat guys, but as per usual, bruv, I'm getting mad. Like, disrespectful messages from these guys, bruv. First of all, Uncle Omar's in here. You guys are racist.
Uncle Omar's not here.
And then we've got Mr. Architecture in the bottom there.
Right.
Chatting shit about diseased people, brittle bone, dickhead, cunt, and all that.
Right.
So it's like, I'm going to respond to it, especially off the back of me just saying, pointing out that the people in Egypt now are Western Asian. All right. If you look at all the phenotypes of the people in West Asia, which is just below, on the map, is just below Spain, Tunis, Iraq, Italy, around the regions in between Africa and Rome, basically, and Greece, right? They're all West Asian people, right? And I pointed that out every time I do, bruv. Every time you try and point out the fact that Egypt was obviously black, you got these like you still call them Egyptian descendants, bruv. That the first people to try and culture appropriate, but at the same time talk bad about you and actually be borderline racist, innit? So that's all it was, but I'm just responding to this chichi man.
Wait, were you talking about Uncle Omar?
No, I don't like Uncle Omar anyway, but because he's an elder and it seems to me that he likes Egypt. He hasn't ever said it.
Hey mate, you know what, right? Funny you should mention Egypt and Africa, because I was in a chat last week with someone, and they were going on about fucking this, that, and the other. I went, fucking hell. And I mentioned pyramids in Africa, and he went, ha ha, laughing my ass off, pyramids in Africa. So I went, what continent is Egypt in?
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, bro, you just throw away your mouth anyway. No offense to you, brother. You just throw away your mouth anyway. You just chat shit as well. Like, who are you talking about? Who's that chatting shit? And you don't even talk. You don't even look, and you try to start throwing mess. So at least these guys are respectful enough to actually have a proper argument. Because the first time I ever came to Dan, you told me to fuck off, mate, Squire. You and Wendy were rude to me, mate. And I didn't say nothing. Listen, shush. All I said was I want my name out the. All I want is my name out of the heading. And you told me to fuck off like one of them racist people do out of one of them pubs.
Oh yeah.
And fucking and Wendy put her little two pence in as well for absolutely no reason. Nothing to do with them. They just want to just jump on.
Is it still could you not sleep? What happened? I mean, are you still
so what it is Mr. Architecture, mate, if you want to come and see me somewhere in London, we meet up today and I want to see if he's got that same energy. I just want to see if he's got that same energy, innit? I want to see if he's got that same energy, boy. That's what I'm saying, innit? Because if he wants to come up and we can have a debate live.
Hang on, are you talking to me?
Why don't you jump on, Mr. Architecture?
To me, you cunt.
Shut your fucking mouth.
I won't
why don't you jump on?
You fucking bastard.
Open your little fucking tenant's ears, bruv. You got too much bubbles coming up in your ears.
Go away.
I'm talking to Mr. Architecture.
Boy. Go away, boy.
Wait, let's chill out.
Boy.
Bruv, I can hear it in your voice. You're a racist, bruv. If I ever saw you, I'll smash the rest of your teeth out, bruv.
How can you hear anyone's voice at this sound, right?
What can they do? What, put me in a physical disabled prison for 2 months for smashing your last rotten teeth out? Shut your mouth. You're not even involved with this. So yeah, Mr. Architecture, bro. If you want to meet up, we can have a discussion, and I just want to see if you want to start talking about disabled people.
You're all right. Hey, listen, calm down.
Mess.
Listen, do you want
nationalism? What do you want to do about it?
Would you like a bag of crisps or a lolly
or come and meet me, innit? Get me.
Would you like a bag of crisps?
You lot shook. You stand, but you stay behind.
I'm not shook. You don't shook. You're on mouth, you cunt.
Yeah, and then
what's your name? What's your name?
And when it comes
to
it,
your fucking name, cunt. What's your name? What's your name?
Oi, what's your name? Listen.
What's your name?
Listen, you from Wales. Are there any sheep around?
Give me your name. Give me
your little 2-inch
Give me your fucking name. Give me your address.
Do
you want mine? Do you want mine?
Oi.
All right, it's
good.
Mine?
Oi.
Do you want mine? Let's
how many little races I've knocked out? You know how many of your so many of your little races?
Give me your name. Give me your name. What's your real name?
Your little racists. I've knocked their teeth out.
Give me your real name.
A lot of them actually stop there and they can't move.
Shitbag.
They start shaking on the spot.
Shitbag, give me your name.
Little racist batty boys start shaking on the spot. I promise you, no word of a lie. As soon as they know what time it is with me, that's it. They start shaking, fam. They start apologizing.
What is your name?
They're like, Del Boy. Oh, my, I'm really sorry. Little nice cheeky chappy. He turned from fucking Jason Statham to Del Boy in 2 minutes. Shut your mouth, man.
Excuse me. What is your name?
Bro, you sound like, honestly, you got tenants everywhere, bro. Shut your mouth.
No, it's actually Special Brew.
Yeah, exactly, bro. So look, don't ever talk about how
what's your name?
Whatever. Bro, you're sponging.
I don't know who you are. What's your first name?
Brexit was because of you.
What's your first name?
You were sitting down on your ass.
Your first name?
With all the benefits, drinking tenants.
First name? Do you want to know my first
And there's people that want to have family.
You want to fucking pay for healthcare.
And then there's loads of
little give me your first name.
Sitting on your sofa, a little yellow patch on your sofa.
Give me your
yellow patch
name
on your sofa, mate.
Give me your first name if you want to be real, wanker.
Well, listen. I tell you what, if you want to come and meet me somewhere, I'll come and meet you. But listen,
out your ass.
I don't meet tramp.
Out your ass.
Bro, if I was to see you, you'd be in a church somewhere begging for food. I'll be honest with you.
Give me your name, that cunt. What's your call?
I'm sitting in the church begging for food. Oh my God.
Give me your name, you fucking soft ass.
Bro, the first time I came to chat, this guy run me out like it was Black Van Man inside that pub.
But wait,
and I didn't say nothing to him. But every time I come on the panel, he starts talking about me or to me.
Hang on a minute. Dan, I think we've got a Black Ryland here.
Wait, listen, don't ever let that black word leave your mouth whilst you're addressing me, or I will find out who you are, and then your teeth, your smile will be on Facebook, and it go viral because they'll be like, wow, this man's mouth get like this.
Oh, will it?
So don't ever talk about black or any sort of racist remarks around the presence of myself.
I can't say the word black then.
Yeah, so look, Barn imperialism, Mr. Architect, I don't know if you like the Egyptian massive squad from West Asia trying to be all gangster and hard. Yeah, but you know, just watch out, innit? Because look at your counterpart brothers, bro.
Watch out, folks. The black man's coming for you.
They're having bare madness in the park, innit? Because of their mouths, bro. Yeah, and Uncle Omar, the only reason why he's escaped punishment, bro, because he's an elder, innit? Because he's an elder, bro.
Shut up, you fucking idiot.
But
you're a mouthpiece.
You're
a mouthpiece. You're typical of Spackers Corner. You're a mouthpiece.
Because we ain't forgotten about you lot. You can think you look like the Jews, bro. You get me? You look like a Zionist, bro. But at least the Zionists know that they weren't there before. The fall of Egypt was way worse than the fall of Palestine. I can guarantee you.
What does a
Zionist? I guarantee them motherfuckers, they're running around there raping up the women and that. And you lot are trying to talk about you lot.
Wait.
And you look, your forefathers running around there from the desert, goat herders, raping fucking women. Goat herders, mate. Yeah, all you lot could do is cook up a fucking curry, right? A lamb curry. And you're going around raping Egyptian women, black women, and now you try and go on like you are fucking Egyptian. You're not, bro. You've been debunked a billion zillion times, and you're still sitting in chats and culture appropriate, but at the same time you're being rude. You're trying to
shut up, back up.
Yeah, at least the Jews, they're kind of coming with
the corner. Get back in the corner.
Oh, yeah, we
Get
come
back
from
in the corner with a fucking hat that says fucking
but the
letter
thing
D
with
on it.
you lot is like you're too rude, family, yeah?
Absolutely
You're too rude. You're too rude.
Absolute
You're just like Omar. If you're anything like Uncle Omar,
yeah,
and you condone that,
you're a mouthpiece and a fool. You're a mouthpiece and a fool, and you're typical of the idiots that fucking hang around Spackers Corner.
Yeah, I am racist. Come and see me in it, you little pussy old man. Fuck your mamas, you little fucking.
I didn't call you racist.
Come and see me in it. Bar nationalism, Mr. You see my face, bruv. You see my face. London's a small place. Approach me about it, innit? If you don't like it, approach me about it.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okingo.
Yeah, I'm around London. Come to Shepherd's Bush. Come see me, Shepherd's Bush. Now, any of you Egyptians want to come see me, Shepherd's Bush?
I'm not going to fucking Shepherd's Bush. Who are we looking for then?
Yeah, come and see me. Who wants to come and see me?
Me.
Look at this guy. Where you from? Oh, where you from, little man? Oh, little man, where you from?
Name?
Little man, where you from?
What?
I just want to know where you're from. Where you from? Are you from London?
Yeah, man. Does that sound
you
like...
know why? You know why you're not from London? Because the elites of this country were smart. The elites of the country were smart. They wanted workers, not bums that fucking drink tenants. Your whole line's been proven to drink tenants. You've had nothing significant. You don't even support the country. I guarantee you, your line hasn't fought for this country, because if it had, you'd have a bit more venom in you. You'd have a little bit more intelligence in you. Even squaddies have more intelligence than you, Squire. Honestly, bro.
I don't know any squaddies, do you?
Yeah, I know loads of them, mate.
How come?
What do you mean, how come? Because I'm in London. We protect the country. You lot sit on your asses up north and you lot start to try and complain and jump on bandwagons. But at the same time, a lot of you lot are drinking alcohol.
Nah, us Northerners, we do our own thing. We're not like you. We're not like you fucking...
Yeah, it's part of your religion. It's part of your religion to drink alcohol.
No, we don't do religion.
No, that is your religion. That's your religion. When I go into the shop and try and think about maintaining my body and keeping it from dying, so I'll be getting bananas, mangoes, lemongrass, a bit of apple juice. That's natural, not to concentrate. I see some fucking guy, typical guy, looks like Squire with about 20 cans.
Okay, all right then. Right, okay.
And he's paying for them like they're daily shopping.
All right, Mr. fucking Mango fucking Mongo, let's have a fight. You reckon you're fitter than me? You reckon you look after yourself?
I'm gonna keep this on a minute. All right. Wait, wait there. Hold on.
Want us to leave because we have much bigger penises
What
with
you
better.
talking about? I'm on about me and
Your
you.
women would be
What you
so
pussying
upset
out
if
for now?
African-
Oh, big mouth. What are you pussying
what
out
if
for?
minorities were to leave the
Pussying
UK.
out, you big mouth.
You look, you're
Yo,
beta male.
yo.
Funny man.
You're beta male.
You're a fanny.
You're a beta male, you little pussy.
Back to Spackers
If I ever
Kaan,
see
you
you,
fanny.
smash your fucking
You're an
face.
idiot. You're a fool and an idiot. You don't know what you're saying half the time. Shut up.
Yeah, and if you lot can't take me saying you lot are West Asians, don't come on the fucking chat.
You're an idiot.
Don't come on the chat, innit?
You're an idiot.
Get me.
Why? You're an idiot. You're an
Get me.
absolute. You're an
Get
absolute.
me.
fucking
Like,
dog.
you lot talk about your gangsters and this and that. The only gangster I see there, the only real half gangster I see there is Waleed. But the rest of you lot pussies, bro.
What the fuck
Stay
is
in the
that?
chat.
Wait. Right,
Get
hold
me.
on.
What the fuck is
Akingo.
an half?
Waleed's the only
What
half
the fuck is an half?
Right,
What the
hold
fuck
on.
is an
Akingo.
half gangster?
Omar, he just knows that he's disabled. No one's gonna attack him, so we start talking about monkey this, monkey that. But the rest of you lot, come get on your screen, innit? The least people I see out here, the Egyptians, bro. Why are they not showing their faces? They want to sit in chats and start talking about people's mums and talking about disability. The most foul, one of the most foul-mouthed fucking groups of people. Let me tell you that now. Yeah, your whole fucking culture. Yeah, you're fucking idiots.
Why are you
Come
dissing
on, you put your
Egyptians?
face on the fucking camera. If you're so gangster, the only person that's got half balls is Waleed. But the rest of you lot are little
Why-
chitty men.
Why are you dissing all?
You will never ever come and see me, bruv, talking about your disability or
Idiot, why are you coming to see me? You offered me out.
Press,
Oi, big
press
mouth.
one in the chat.
Fucking
If you
big
lot can
mouth.
hear
You offered me
I
out
don't know if
before.
I'm
Let's
whitey
have a
or what.
go.
I don't know if
Listen,
this
bring
is-
your mum. Bring
Let's
your
fight
mum.
out like
Bring
men.
Bring your mum and I'll fucking.
Going on about it.
I'll
Let's
turn
have
her
a
right.
do.
I'll
You
turn her
fucking
right.
mouth, you cunt.
Listen, where's your mum?
Wait,
It
lads.
was a 30th anniversary last
yo,
year,
lads,
yesterday.
Lads, can you hear me? Yes,
Yeah.
you. All right, fuck.
Yeah.
Hold on, right, Okingo and Squire. Now I've got your attention. Oh, just chill out, man.
It's
I don't understand what you're arguing about. You wait.
him, he's funny.
Right.
He's offering me out, Dan, and then he fucking starts fucking saying, come here, come at me. But then he's fucking.
Yo, going after white. I don't know
What,
if
he
you
can
got
give me
against me.
his
Who
fucking
are you? Who are
He's
you?
a
You just
fucking
dissect this
idiot.
fucking idiot.
Fucking
Stand
idiot.
after white. What do you want? What do you want with me, mate?
You're
Why,
a fool.
why don't you address me head
You
on
are
instead of
a
trying to
fool.
talk
I'll
about me?
address you if you give me your first name. What's your
Yeah.
first name?
Listen, my first name is I'm gonna
What's
smash
my
your face
first
in
name?
if I see you.
Listen, do you want my first name?
Listen.
My
Show
first-
me a picture of you. Show me a picture. Get your.
All right, listen. I don't.
Wow.
All right, listen. We're not. Okingo.
We've got our island. We've got our island here, haven't we?
Okingo, listen. One.
Yeah.
All right. And to be honest, look.
Kingdom, is that what?
I
It's a
don't-
debate. It's a
If you
debate.
lot
It's a
have
healthy
actually
debate.
encountered each other before, I don't understand how this is happening. Surely,
Idiot.
Okingo,
Is that a bad
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna ban.
He's coming and hang out. He's had a bad day and starts ranting.
I didn't mean to ransack your shit,
You
bro.
came, we were having a nice time, and you
It's just that I've had this.
we were having a nice time, and
Alright,
you
bruv, look, say what you want to say. Go on.
You started fucking pointing fingers and fucking mouthing off. We're having a nice time. You started gobbing it, you twat.
All right. So have you done?
No, but you can have a fucking go if you want.
All right. So Mr. Architecture, bro, the guy's been trolling me for a long time, innit? I've kind of joined in with the laugh out loud, talking about my nose and it's big and this and that and whatever. I got a big nose. That's cool.
Have you?
Yeah, but now when we're talking about an issue to do with Uncle Omar and a racist,
Right,
you're
if you
trying to
got a
jump
big
on a racist bandwagon, innit?
No wonder you're in there. Are you a bit of
Yourself with racists like
You ain't
Omar, come and see me, bruv. And
Will you give me your name and your fucking address, you daft twat?
Bring your mum and I'll bend her over and I'll put one up her, or bring yourself and I promise you I'll YouTube it, and then we can meet up in it, and then tell me about disabled, and tell me about you support Omar, and then I'll smash your face in.
Go on, twat him. He's a knob. I'm talking to
That's it. That's cool. And you know what? I'm not like
Okingo,
fake
can I
or
ask you a
real.
question?
I'm not like fake or real, bro. I'm a disabled man in my house, in my home. I want to get looked after. I'll smash your teeth out.
What do you mean?
I'll go and get looked after. I'll get my meals done every day. I don't give a fuck, mate.
Why are you
What? If you think I'm going to back down from you, you got.
Why are you asking for trouble then? Why are you asking me
Okingo,
to let it
bro.
disabled?
Yeah, and all you little fucking idiots in the chat, bro.
Why
Go
are
and
you
get a
asking me
life,
to
innit?
trouble if you're disabled, you spastic? I mean, sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
You idiot.
Go and get a life, bro. Yeah. You're sitting in the chat on your sofa, mate, with your little fucking shorts on.
You know what? I
Like you're
feel
some
like
bad
you.
man.
You know what?
Come on to Dan's panel. You never come on. You just sit in a chat, chatting shit, bro. Yeah. I used to do what you used to do. I used to sit in a thingy trying to defend my corner.
You're always going to sit. You're in a wheelchair,
Yeah,
aren't you?
so I tell you what, yeah. Try and take the next step. Come onto the fucking face.
You can't take the next
put your
step.
face on, right? And let's have a
Wait.
real talk about it, innit?
All right, listen. Can
Yeah,
I just,
because
can I
it's
just
easy to be a
ask?
big
Can I
man
just ask? All right,
talking
listen.
about disabled people and their family and all this on the chat, bruv. Don't do it in the chat. If you're really gangster, I will honestly rate you, bruv. You
Listen,
come out
I know how to deal
or
with
you
you.
come out like.
All right, well that went. Yeah. All right, should be back. Big up to people waiting. The only person here at the moment. Fuck it down. Yeah, I've just started. I've left them do it. I think they need to get that out of the system. Mr. Architecture, I don't know what you've done. To be honest, but it's getting a bit much. Do I agree with that on my channel? Nah, that's why I've kind of left them to it. I didn't really understand what the issue was. Okay. It's definitely too early for me. I didn't sleep much, so I'm a little bit what's the word? I haven't really got energy today to be like moderating grown men. But yeah, they're still going at it. I'll jump back in a little while when that's kind of settled itself down. Emotional, says Robert White. Yeah, something like that. Big up to Velle. This is too early, says Mohammed Hamdan. Yeah, probably. I suppose any time of the day is drama time for certain people. Big up to Jat. Big up to Gandalf. Wendy Woo's in the chat. Hello to Wendy, good afternoon. Don't lie, you're enjoying this fitna beef. I don't really understand it, to be honest. Like I thought there was some substance to the issue. He was saying something about West Asians or something, which was intriguing. I've never heard of West Asia, but I was learning something. And then he started calling the Squire. He started saying something about tenants or something. I don't know. He said to you, oh my god. They're still going at it in the other chat. Anyway, yeah, if you're privileged enough to be in that back chat, then people you can tune in and get the exclusive. That's one for the history books. I think not. Big up to Jack who's driving about. Base Welshman in the chat. Spacker's Corner Keck. Big up the Keck crew. Go park on Sunday, would be good to see you debate. You know what I do on Sundays? My Sundays are patterned. Sundays are very my Sundays consist of me making food, of me listening to music, and of me staying basically in my house. That's what I do on Sunday. Going to park on that, nah. Don't know about that. And there's no one I want to debate. I don't think. Maybe who would I debate if I went to the park? Who would I debate? I don't know. There's a couple of people I chat to, but I don't know. And I feel like I'll be talking to them about stuff that I'd already chatted to them about online. I don't know. I'm not sure what's new now. I'd be up for chatting to maybe a flat earther or something. That's what I'd do if I'd do some random shit like that. I'd go and chat to like some mad person. Yeah. Fucking hell, they're still going. They are still going back and forth. Let me just listen in. Yo, are you not still going? All right. Just all right. Hold on. One of you not right. Can I just say one of you not let me know? In one of you, one yeah. No, they can't hear it. They can only hear me. Basically, I was saying if one of you when you lot have finished, let me know and I'll come back into the call. But I'm gonna leave it until you just got it out of your system. Just put a message in the side chat when you're done. Yeah, just both of you press like done, type done or something. That's it. All right, hold on. All right. Squire just said he was done, and then Okingo fight back if you had done until you stop drinking tenants. Oh my days. Okingo God is actually firing some shots today. I'll give him that. Robert White said Ralph. You know I would debate Ralph. Do you know what? Ralph is such an underwhelming opponent once you've actually debated him. He's really not. Ralph is not. He's not all he's cracked up to be. I've seen Jordan M dismantle him. I've seen Mohammed Hijab dismantle him. I've seen him fall apart in front of like a half Indian guy. I've seen him fall apart in front of a genetics guy. I've seen him fall apart on live stream. I don't really know. There's not much to really debate. Some of his little acolytes I would debate. I'd be up for that. But I wouldn't really be drawn to them, to be honest. Like I know roughly what they're about. I'd maybe get involved if there was a big debate going on and there was a few of the heavyweights, then I'd probably try and jump in, but I don't know if I'd really talk much, to be honest, if I went to the park. 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen more than you speak. That's my vibe normally, so yeah, that's what I'd be like. Yeah, so all of you like thinking I'm gonna be some like big presence. I might get 1 or 2 good debates in on camera. I went down there for a bit, but I don't know. I mean, don't get uptight, just ignore it sometimes. Yeah, right. I'm waiting for Squire and these lot to come through with their resolution. Chris Rudd says, "Hello, motherfuckers. What's going on, man? How low did the left go? I don't know. How low? Is that like a new slogan? Has anyone seen the new online wipe video, or any of the new online wipe videos? It's starting to broaden out quite. I thought he's doing a little bit better than he was with just the Speaker's Corner stuff. He did some stuff on the election campaign, and stuff about wait, what's that? TNT Screen. Dan, don't bother, then come to the park. No, I'll come, bruv. Bruv, do you know what I've said? My wardrobe needs a proper overhaul, bruv, before I come to the park. I need to get myself some, like, Burglary, I need to get my clubber game up, man. I'm seeing people fucking step out on Sunday like they're on a catwalk or something. Am I going to the park tomorrow? Nah, I don't think so. Do you know what I'm doing tomorrow? I'm making myself a Sunday roast tomorrow. That's what I'm doing. Big up the people who can cook. What is going on with? No, Velle's there now. All right, it's good. Right, I'm gonna jump back into the call, people. I think I've held you up enough. We'll be getting back to the amazing personalities that are. Ali Kaan, Velle, Squire, and I think Okingo Gold is left. Man said shocking excuse. Yeah. Now no excuses, bruv. Do you know what? Getting to speaker's corner for me is a minor. It's not even that. But bruv, I don't know. Do you know what? I'd have to get a couple of little things patterned up before I'd have to get my meal on the way back from the park planned out, know exactly where I'm going, and get like a little routine. And as soon as I get my routine, I'll be there. But it's just building up that routine, innit? And at the moment, I've got my own routine, so it goes. But big up to TNTS Greek anyway, bruv. Yeah, man. Bruv, listen, I've seen your camera. Your camera's good quality, man. So I can't be... Gotta make sure I look correct when I'm down there, bruv. Please step out proper. Yo, what's going on? Squire, Velle.
Yo.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, man.
Madness.
I fixed the beef still, man. So.
You fixed the beef, thanks, man. Fucking hell, thank you. Oh my gosh. I said beef stopped. I just saw the fucking thing. Fuck you know, man. Ali Kaan, what are you saying? Velle and Ali Kaan just waded in, just separated the fucking.
You know the doner kebab stick. You know the doner kebab stick. The leg was just spinning on the heat, boy. Bare beef in it.
Yo, do you know what I said? I said he's got. He come with some bars though. I can't lie. That the tenant stuff is cracking me up, man.
Go gold is nuts, you know. He's a black shahid.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Dan. It's not. It's special brew. Come on, mate.
Big up.
Big up Okingo, man. But fucking hell, bruv. He came on earlier. And he's like, yeah. Dad, could you check the back chat because I think someone's put my email up and people are trying to dox. I was like, let me check. I said, no, your email's not there, bruv. He's like, you sure? And 20 minutes later, half an hour later, he's like, fuck it, I can meet you in Shepherd's Bush. You know, man, work it out, bruv.
Hey, Dad, you know what? Can I tell you something? I don't think I've ever spoken to him before in my life before today.
Nah, you would have.
Nah, you have spoken to him.
You have spoken to him.
When he's jumped in.
You probably told it to fuck off at the time when you.
That's
just trying to say something, and he's like, fuck off or whatever.
Oh, that's how it started. That's how it started.
Yeah, he said, you told me to fuck off.
You told me to fuck off? Well, yeah, I tell everyone to fuck off. No, I asked. You know, obviously,
he had to give you a G-check for that one.
Obviously, he's took umbrage to it. It's really... He hasn't slept since until now.
Fucking hell, man! Don't say that. Who's that? Shisul.
Hey, Dan, let me pick up my team, man.
Go on, man.
G-Block in this bitch. You know how we do. G-Block, we run this.
Wait there. Have you recruited? Have you recruited Squire? Is Squire in G-Block or what?
The Squire, no. Squire's in Velle McQuown.
No, I've never been to prison in my life. Oh, fucking G-Block. I'm more like H-wing, me.
But G-Block, we run this bitch. Anyone want to debate me? Say something.
Fucking hell. I'll put it out there. Do you know what? You say that, Mr. Amaz will turn up, bruv. You better be careful what you wish for, man.
I've done Peter Mars about 10 times, man. I done crack fear on that motherfucker. You get me? Crack fear.
Nah, but bruv, I'm hearing certain people are reanimating these duppies out here, bruv. These duppies are coming back after they've been
Dumping now. All feel frightening.
Yeah, man.
Fucking hell, thunder and lightning from Velle.
Boy. Yeah, man. So yeah, I've been. Oh yeah, I don't know. So to be fair, Velle was giving me a little bit of a rundown, but there's quite a few things that I've. Hey, what's going on in the background? Quite a few things I've been catching up on. Wait, who's that? Who's just called me? Mr. Yeah, sorry. Someone's trying to jump in. I don't know who that is. We'll drop out the link though, same way.
Stop typing in the YouTube chat and come and have a chat.
Jump in, man. Big up to Shisul Uchihatrill. I don't know how you even say that.
Like Shisul Uchiha.
Shisul Uchihatrill. Shisul Uchihatrill. Alright, big up. Trill. You should be. You should be jumping in. Maybe I feel like this is. I feel like this is someone with a new name.
Jack
Nah,
Jack
cheers,
with a
man.
big pat. I was kidding, mate.
H-Ring is for nonsense. I thought H-Ring was for women, to be honest.
Big
Yo.
up Velle, big up Dan still.
Big up. Who's that?
Shisul, man.
Look,
Shisul. I don't think we've met, bruv. Have we met?
No, we haven't met.
Big up yourself, bruv. Respect, man. Welcome to the panel. Yeah, no, I've seen your name, though. I've seen your name about.
Yeah, I'm not always about.
What
Well,
you
go
say-
on, Velle.
You in G Block, yeah? You're a G Block soldier.
Nah. I ain't part of the whole atheist movement.
You're not on this
man.
atheist thing, nah. All right.
Nah.
Yeah, for those who don't know, G Block is not just before Jupiter or someone starts a rumor. G Block is not some like gang criminal organization that Velle has started on Hangouts.
Velle's top boss.
G Block, yeah, top boss of G Block. Nah, man, G Block is godless block.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Ignore what Dan said. It's the gay block.
Oh shit! Now, don't throw. Now listen. I'm gonna say something, bro. Don't throw shots at Velle, you know. Cause Velle goes below the belt, bro.
come on, man. You better leave it, man, before I send King Gold to your house, man.
Well, who upset King Gold? Who upset King? I heard he was wilding still. What's he wilding about?
King Gold, you get me? You know, hey, bro, Squire, calm down, man. You better behave yourself.
Don't get your knickers in a twist.
I don't know. I think he had an issue with it was
Take
with
off
Uncle
your mic,
Omar.
Velle,
Uncle
get
Omar.
right, mate.
Oh, you had Uncle Omar on your show.
Uncle
right.
Omar was on. Yeah. Uncle Omar was on for a little bit.
Mad thing. I didn't even know Uncle Omar knew what the internet was.
About my brother, you know. I'm like, fam.
Uncle Omar's.
Man, you know,
I didn't know Uncle Omar even knew how to read emails.
He's technically, he's a technically aware uncle. I think you'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, man, big up
Fair
to Uncle
enough.
Omar. But
I was gonna ask you, Daniel. What I was meaning to say, yeah. Like, what do you think of? What did you think of last night? I know Velle's got his opinion.
wait there, what's this? Is this what are you talking about? The because I'll be. Do you
The-
know?
the Lil.
With Wallis.
Yeah. What do you think? Because
You know-
let's say I didn't get to talk yet. So obviously this is a lot quite a panel. I want to ask everyone's opinion. Like, what do you think, Dan? What's your personal opinion?
I thought it was questionable. I mean, I've chatted to Velle about this already. I think there's an element of maybe of gullibility there, where he's not checking certain things that if you were from the UK you'd be checking.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like a freshy mistake kind of thing. No disrespect to Wallis, I would say, because. Yeah, I don't know.
Hang on. This should be for over it. Right, I'm not being funny about Dan, but this should be for over 18s or either that or someone's had helium.
Wait, there, are you talking about?
Baby in the background, you nutter.
No, it's my son, man. He's just singing.
He's a fool, you know.
He's a madman. That's how I know, man.
Right, hang on. I've got a question here for you, Velle. He said, ask Velle, did he find his hat?
I didn't know we lost it.
What's all this hat like about?
Oh, Velle knows. That's some joking, man.
I was getting off the gay as he found the man yet.
She found the man. Oh shit. Gandalf, man. Gandalf's always on some. He's always on some stirring business, man. Asking people to read out questions for him, man. Big up Gandalf.
And he's always begging. He's always begging for pussy in the comment section as well.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, but the thing is though, Velle, he's got a bit of power. He's got a bit of power over you, mate. He's got a blue spanner.
Oh shit! But Velle's not in the comments though, so he's on the panel, so it don't really so relevant if he's got a spanner, innit?
No, Velle's fucked because he's got the spanner. He ain't got the spanner. He's the only one.
Yeah, but if Velle's typing, it's a problem. But he's actually live on the panel, so it's irrelevant.
Who's Velle's got a spanner around there, B?
Velle's got a spanner on most channels, so. Now, what I think, I see what you're saying about the vulnerability, but I think no matter how clear that audio was or how she sounded, people were still going to question it. Because it's better to question it than it is to believe it.
Do you know, I'd be lying if I said I heard the audio. I'd be lying. I've not even heard the audio. I heard round one the day before and then it was the EastEnders like sequel thing, and I didn't catch the sequel.
What a
So
fucking great statement. Who said that then?
no, I don't know if you know about this, Squire. Basically, yeah, someone was accused of being a prostitute, and there was supposed to be some proof that this person was a prostitute.
Okay.
And then the proof that turned up was questionable, I would say. And I'm not
super shaky. Yeah, you mean
shaky. Yeah, I mean,
shaky.
Yeah. So basically it's not proof, not definitive, and it's bullshit.
No, it's not definitive. No. See, this is the thing, Velle. Yeah,
it's not definitely bullshit. It's just shaky proof, innit? By itself. If it was that plus this plus something else plus that,
no.
You might have something. You know what I mean? You might have had a path to go down. But when it was just that by itself,
either it's yes or no. I don't believe in any fucking thing shaky unless you're a fucking.
No. Okay, this is what he said. He said he contacts a certain person. Said they put it out there to find out information about a certain lady. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I don't want to fuck up Dan's channel. You get me? A certain lady. Yeah. So they said, yeah, cool. We know this lady. We dealt with her. We stop it. We paid for sex. Yeah. So basically, he got a phone number of someone that allegedly to work with this lady, innit? And he played a snippet of the first phone conversation. Now everyone wants to play Cluedo. You're not at work. It doesn't sound like you're at work. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, he said he played what he said. He said he had a conversation with the girl, and that's what he played.
But he said, but there's no proof.
Yeah, but that just by itself, yeah, just a conversation with any random stranger talking about.
This is the best thing.
That's like saying,
I'm going to invite.
Wait, hold on. It's like playing a conversation between me and someone called Janine, and then that happens to be your wife.
Janine.
You get me? And then now everyone's saying, yeah, it's definitely Janine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, right,
you know, in our anger, I know.
Sounds a little bit shaky. Need a little bit more evidence before I will say, yeah, boy.
You can go through the stuff.
Things that look sticky upon your dog.
People, we have proof. We'll have screenshots. We'll have voice recordings. We'll have video.
Yeah, but okay, boom. You can have screenshots of voice recordings, but you can't get that all in 24 hours.
No, of course not.
Listen,
you know what I mean? The thing is, what my man, Dan,
do we do that? Dan, do we do that or not?
No, I'm not saying you can't, but what I'm saying is, if I turn around and say to you, boom, I want you to find this woman, I want you to find that information with her, you can say within 24 hours you're going to get back to me.
More than likely, yes.
Nah, man, Squire, listen.
Bullshit. You're lying, man. Come on, man. You're lying. All right, I tell you what. Within 24 hours, get back to me with who Afghan is then.
If you,
yeah, 24 hours, get back to me and find out who Afghan is then.
Right. It all depends on, if they leave, right, if they're sloppy enough to leave a little bit of a trail, right, you can block people and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. But there's I'm not talking about me, right? There's a certain person who always comes up with the goods. And
so how comes no one ain't find out who Afghan is then?
Listen, you only have to listen to Afghan. He's a midget. He's about.
No, that's not what I'm saying to you. I'm not asking you what his size is. I'm saying.
Well, no one
said he's a midget.
No one's bothered about him. He's not. If he was in it, if he was in our ranks and sort of like started pissing about, get that.
Well, I mean, he has started pissing about because he shared people's families' pictures. Do you know what I mean? He's very annoying.
Well, he don't come in our ranks because he knows that I know about him and he knows about me, right? One, was it the Young Ottoman or something?
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
TY, yeah, TY.
They won't come near us because they know. I'm not bullshitting you. I swear down my mum's grave, lads.
No, don't swear on your mum, man. That's wrong, man.
I'll only tell you the truth. I don't lie.
No, I'm just saying, just say your statement, innit? But don't swear on your mum, man.
Yeah, I do, mate, because that's why they're staying. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're staying away. If you come in, like, we'll find out about you. Bingo.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, innit? Like, he was saying that he was going to get photos and stuff like that, yeah, and obviously he was going to try and reveal them on Sunday.
He's tried to be a troll. You know, he even sent me a message, right, when it was getting on top, when he jumps in a bit ago. I think it was Afghan. He goes, "Hey, we're trolls, part of him. We're trolls. We're only playing. We're trolls." And that's the I'm thinking now. But I thought, pair of little shitbags. I've spoke to them about places in Salford and stuff. I know what they're about. One of them lives somewhere Rochdale, Oldham, where the other one knows a few things. I know them sort of people. Easy meet, and they know that's why they stay away. So, if you know what's good for you, stay away from our hands.
Man, like Squire, fucking hell. Yeah, well, yeah, but I think the point that he's trying to make, Squire, is if you think you can get, all right, if you got 24 hours, find out who Afghan is. That's the example that he's saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, if I said to whoever, I nearly said his name then. But, he's in the hang, find out about him. Get on it. I don't know. I don't know how it happens, but he comes up with and the links, and it's like the other night. He goes, "Is this person?" I go, "What?" I looked, went, "Oh, for fuck's sake, got it." Proper. You know, some people are just undercover on the internet. You know what I mean?
True.
And it's.
But I'm just saying, when it comes to the internet, really and truly, there are no rules in it. Like,
well, yeah.
People expecting people. I know, like, some of us have principles, and we won't stoop to those levels. But like, I would never talk about someone's mom, talk about someone's kids, because I'm a person who really would not appreciate that. Like, honestly, so I would not do that.
There was a geezer years ago called BuddaBing, who was a fucking nightmare troll, you know, posting pictures of people's kids, the family, and all like that. He got found out in the end. Yeah, I know what you mean, like that, but listen, it's just their way to shock you and get attention, because they've got attention deficit disorder, because they need to do that. Obviously, they got
but I got a bit of ADD, but I'm not running around posting people's pictures of people's kids and that.
What they're doing all day, they got fuck all else to do all day, right? Just to like get these pictures and do that. So don't worry about it.
I'm not, mate. My kids aren't on the internet, so I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying, that obviously,
what, right? A mate of mine came up with a fucking phrase a while ago, and we're talking about internet, posting pictures of your family and being on Facebook or whatever social media platform that you use. And he sort of put it in a nutshell by going, "Would you post pictures of your kids through someone's letterbox?"
Nah.
100%.
Nah, I wouldn't.
There you go.
But I don't like to volunteer my information anyway.
Well, that's what Facebook and social media platforms are fucking doing.
Yeah, I know.
And you'll get wankers who'll fucking abuse that fact. You know, abuse that sort of thing. But it's not really good for you, really. When you think about it, don't be posting pictures of your family. Keep your family to your family. No one else wants to know. All you need to know is by telling them and looking them in the eye. That's it. And feeling them, touching them, and just being with them. Not fucking.
But you know what it is? I think there's something about the internet. There's something about this medium, especially if you're not video calling. There's something about it that kind of begs that extra like level of like sensory information that you get when you see someone up front, like face to face. So you can read body language, all of that sort of stuff. I mean, it's a proper stripped back form of communication. So
yeah, of course it is.
There's a lot of sort of guesswork involved.
It makes people lazy. It does. It's like, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm 45, right? But fucking, I'm old in the fucking head. I was old in the head when I was 17 or something like that. I don't know, but I like physical things. You know, pictures and, you know, fucking. I hate mobile phones where it's, oh, look at this. You got fucking fellas fucking posing, pouting.
What?
Posing and pouting.
I'm
About
fucking,
that one, bro.
I can't handle it. Why would a bloke, right, take a picture of himself and go, look at me, and go click? He's got his phone over his fucking head, whatever it fucking doing with it, and then post it on the fucking internet.
Yeah, so,
Every time I see anything like that, I think,
you know what?
Hey, Squire, you don't take selfies. Hey, Squire, you don't take selfies, nah?
No, fuck that.
Squire in Weatherspoon's taking selfies, man. Don't lie, cuz.
This is the thing, right? If you take pictures for the right reason, that remind you
I
of
agree.
something
Yeah.
good, that gives you a good thing. But people have this fucking affliction of, this is the phone fucking generation. The fucking it's like the zombie generation. Oh, let's take a picture of yourself and upload it and look at it. It's madness when you think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not. To be honest, I'm not really into the. Like, I had a Facebook.
Why are you?
I'm not really. No, the main social media that I use now is like YouTube. Pretty much, it's YouTube. I used to have an Instagram. I don't use Instagram. I don't use Facebook. So I'm a bit. I don't know. I sort of used. I was into it for a point, but
yeah.
When I used to post pictures, it was of things. It wasn't of like me or me at some place. Like I don't know. Most of my I guess most of the pictures that I took were like outward facing, like my perspectives on things, rather than just pictures of me.
Basically.
But that's. Yeah.
I mean, I always thought taking a picture of something was something that you're seeing that you could share with everyone.
No, but do you know what? One of the things that I miss the whole thing of like asking a random person to take a picture for you, and that whole like that trust element in that. You're giving someone your like camera or whatever.
Nowadays, they'll fuck off with your phone.
Nah, but I don't know. Nowadays, it's almost like someone be. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we're in a different.
Right, I think the problem is right. Everyone. Right, I was having a conversation I think last night with a couple of people, and it's like one of the worst things to happen was mobile phones, man. They're really bad because everyone. They're not using it for the right reason. Possibly mobile phone. It's not a phone anymore. They're walking around.
No, but obviously it's a portable. It's like a portable computer, isn't it?
Yeah, they're walking around with computers in their hands.
Yeah, well, that's the weird thing because if you think 20 years ago, the distinction between the internet and your phone was very.
Yeah, but even 10 years ago,
Yeah.
Hey Dan, right, this is what I'm saying, right? You've sort of got me where I'm at now. It's like there is no separation between taking a photograph or a phone or calling someone because the phone was like, if you've got a mobile phone, it's fine. There's no separation now between it.
Yeah, you're online. Yeah, you're connected. Yeah, I don't know. I think this I don't know what you call it, like hyper connectivity or some shit. I don't know, a lot of people, to be honest, I've become a lot more, at least with my phone, a lot more introverted. So like I look at my phone. If I want to answer it, sometimes I'll answer it. If I don't want to answer it, I might let it ring out. I'm shit with my phone. I'm proper shit with my phone. But face to face, like regular, like I come knock on your door. I remember your birthday. I don't need the Facebook reminder. You know what I mean? I'm kind of old school with it. So
everybody is walking around with these things in their hand, and they rely on everything with it.
No, not everybody. Not everybody relies on it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because me and my missus, we've gone days where we've said like we're just not gonna have the phones around. We're just not gonna. Do you know what I mean? We're just not gonna.
But if you ever like get out of the city and you ever fucking get to the country, you realise that mobile phones are just a fucking nightmare, and you realise that you have to organise yourself like what people should be doing, but they're using these fucking things, and the phone is controlling that person. It's mad. Right? You know, if you went to a country like, you know, where you can't rely on that, you have to organise yourself. And that's what people are losing these days. The ability to think and organise themselves because they're relying on this fucking thing that they've got in their hands. And it's quite shocking. Rant over.
Yeah, for real. So,
Listen, anyone who doesn't like phones can go fuck themselves.
Ultra, your man who has fish finger sandwiches with extra
by the way,
mayonnaise,
listen,
bro.
I've got to get out of close here. I'm watching this and listening to this on a PC. So, you know.
Master Race.
Master Race, indeed. Yes, big up the PC crew.
Master Race.
Indeed. Big up to the 56 people locked in. Big up to Are You Correct? Big up to Spice36. Long time no see.
Big up Sister Spice, man. Well gone. Long time no hear.
Isn't it? Long time, man. Big up to KRN. You'd have more money in your pocket if you got rid of your phones.
Yeah.
Interesting. How do you figure that one? Let me know. Yeah, my phone. I check my phone because I get notifications. Like if some, I don't know. I don't know.
No, but I mean, some people are literally like obsessed. Like you go in a room and like they're using their phones to talk to each other. Like they're in the same room and that.
Same.
That's where you know it's bad.
Mad, isn't it? You know, it's mad, isn't it? There's people. You know, when people do these YouTube live streams, right? There's a couple called anyway, I'm not mentioning names. She's upstairs, right? Watching him downstairs doing a live stream.
No, that's crazy.
And they're messaging each other rather than being in the same fucking room.
Yeah, my missus didn't watch my live. She didn't watch any of my live streams.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Big up to KRN. He said the master race is the human race. No. The master race is the PC user.
Yeah, come on, man. Everyone who's gone through PC gaming, who's into technology, knows what people mean when they mean the master race.
Indeed.
But what I was gonna say, Daniel,
hang on. I've got an announcement.
Go on.
Hang on. Wait a sec. This is from Gandalf the White.
There we go.
Right, he says, Gandalf said Wendy Wu should be in that movie 8 Mile.
Oh, wow. I can't stand her, man. I was about to get onto that. That's why I was just about to go.
Now, what's wrong?
What? What's wrong with Wendy?
What's wrong with
No, hold on. The master race is anyone that doesn't use an iPhone.
Hang on.
Shut up, Ultra.
Is she a white woman that's 8 miles wide? What's going on?
Nah, I mean, Wendy, and why have they got such a bias?
She told us, she told me, she's trying to tell me that she's been in the army. I went, fuck off.
No. Oh, is that why she's on this remembrance?
She's never been in the army. She's been in admin at best. Pulled her out fucking first time round. Wendy, don't you fucking start, you cunt. No chance. No chance whatsoever.
Wendy said lol. All right, look, Wendy, you might be in the back chat. If you're not, I'll drop out the link. You're welcome to jump in.
Oh, she coming on?
Wendy the other day, boy.
Wendy might be in the back chat already. I'll have a look.
No, she's not coming on. She's past the menopause.
Hey, Sir Faz was dragging Winston Churchill the other day, boy.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I was about to watch that video. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. What about your hero, Winston Churchill? How many people did he kill?
How many people did he send to their deaths? Yeah.
Come on, Wendy.
Oh, man, big up to KRN. He said, no phone, no contract to pay, just learn to code. All right, big up yourself, bro. Big up the coders.
Oh, I need to learn to code as well. My son was supposed to teach me, but
actually, just learn to speak to each other. It's easier. I know we're using this now, like the internet and stuff, but at least we're hearing each other's voices rather than fucking typing. Do you know what I mean? All right, Gandalf, get in here and spit some bars for fuck.
Yeah, Gandalf never comes on.
Not even Gandalf. Listen, fuck that, and fuck any single one of you uses iPhone.
Ultra, shut your mouth, man.
Yeah, bro, only a dickhead and women use iPhones. You know what I mean?
Shut your mouth, Ultra.
Dickheads and women. Ugh.
Shut up.
Come on.
Hey, you know who's back about that?
Who?
White supremacist Phil. You remember Phil?
Ah, yeah.
Phil. Yeah. He's on Reels thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I used to drink him off and Jenn.
He's a nutter. He's a nutter, man.
When he goes, what? They don't even make cars in Africa.
Yeah.
Was it Katanka or something like that?
I'll get closer to your mic, Velle. Honestly, mate, I really can't hear it.
Yeah, sorry, man, but you can't fuck with Maku with it.
You sound like you got a box on your head, mate.
Fucking hell, he's not playing today, Velle, man.
It's
I
mad,
thought
man.
it-
Shut up,
honestly,
man.
what's happened? Is someone fucking wrapped him up in his duvet?
Oh shit.
Someone, hang on a minute. I know what's happened to him. He's been abducted and he's a boot of a car and he's trying to fucking just act cool about it.
Slow down.
You could never be talking about me, brother. You mad? The fuck?
He said Velle, you got wrapped.
Got wrapped,
You
you
got
know?
wrapped
You got
up in the duvet.
Wrapped up, man. Wrapped you up.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Big up to Jordan M in the chat. I love trolls too.
Oh, big up.
he
Yeah,
said.
big up Jordan M, man. Big up
Hey,
Jordan M.
where's all the females these days?
Bun Jordan M. Jordan M's a devil.
Oh shit.
Shots
That old
fired.
devil color.
Hashtag. Oh shit. Big up to Jake O'Connor. Big up Situation 3. Long time no stream. Yeah, man, I don't know if it's been a week. It might not have even been a week, man. But yeah, we're back. Winston the Great said Wendy Wu. Is that the real Wendy Wu?
Nah, it's probably a troll. Probably a troll.
Woo woo.
She does write like that. That is her like syntax. She uses like
When Bendy gets Wendy, you want to see her woo.
Nah, she don't come over here, man. They're all up Real's ass.
Wendy comes on. Oh,
Does she?
Shit, AS. Big up to AS, man. Oi. Big up yourself, bruv. Wendy Wu said, none of you people know a goshkin when you see one. What's a gosh?
What the fuck is that? Of course we don't know what that is.
What is
What
that?
is
Do you
that?
know, I'm going to Google that one, Wendy. You know me. Goshkin. Gosh.
I'll tell you what Gosh is. Gosh is Great Ormond Street Hospital.
Right there. I'll work out what is she trying to say to me? It's like it looks like some Jewish thing. Gosh. Now, Wendy, you're gonna have to explain that one. Goshken.
What's that? The food that they took away from the Bengalis. The food that Winston Churchill stole from the Bengalis to feed the troops.
What are you saying, Wendy?
I think that was a typo. Wait there, what's he saying? I'll big up to Spice. Yeah, I said Spice. Big up. Peace to Land of Celts. Empress Becca, big up.
Oh yeah, big up Empress Becca, man.
I reckon, going on about Gosh, Wendy. I think you replace the fucking O for an A.
Yeah, man, just sweet. Big up Jordan.
Wendy, wait, listen, come on, Miss fucking, come on, Private fucking Benjamin, get in the hang.
Nah, she's not.
Hey, get off the game, man. You better fall back, man, you little bitey, man. You don't get no pussy, you just get ass.
Oh shit.
Ass and dick and fucking you bitey, man.
Oh dear. What's going on? Big up to Oxo Beans. He says I'll never big him up. Big up yourself, man.
Yo, Oxo Beans, how's it farting? I mean, going.
Bad. Fucking hell. Yeah, man, big up. What's going on then? What's going on? So today we've been talking about care homes. We chatted about that a little bit earlier on. Aging population and shit. Then Squire and Okingo got into a bit of a madness.
Oh, that was good, that one. I hope you enjoyed it, folks.
Okingo, I hope you're good, bruv. Big up the West London crew.
Big up Kingo, man. Big up Kingo.
Big up Kingo, man. Wait. Big up the Salford crew as well. So
don't worry, brother. I've got his location. Hey, don't worry, King Gold. I've got his location, fam. I'm gonna DM you the DM.
I don't even know his fucking name.
I'll send you the postcard. I'll send you location.
It's all right, Velle.
To
Just
be
a
honest,
PO.
Squire,
Hey, Velle, it's all right, mate. Just a PO box will do.
Squire, you've required less before you've like given people your address and given them the option of like coming to meet you. So I don't know, man. I'm not sure that's like.
I know little twats like that, mate. You know, we were having a nice time, weren't we? We were talking like we are now, right? Having a proper like, and he comes in fucking belligerent as fuck.
Yeah, but you know when some people come on and they've got like they're there with a purpose. Like, I kind of know. I know what it's like. You just come onto a panel, you disregard everyone that's there. You just got one little thing to reel off, and you did kind of throw him off, to be honest. But I don't think he was expecting it, and I don't think you were expecting him to remember that you did the same thing last time.
I didn't know who it was.
You remember?
I was like, oh, what's this? You know what hangouts are like. You just fucking join it. Especially, I bet it's at night time when I've spoke to him. That's why I don't remember.
Karen said, Wendy Wu, while in army, did you commit any war crimes like those who toured Northern Ireland?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
On to Wendy. Big up to Gain Knowledge Wherever. Man said, big up Stevie Hyper D, true junglist. Yeah, man.
Come on.
Hey, big up yourself, Gain Knowledge, man. Yes, man.
With the James Bond lyric.
Hey, yo, listen.
That shit.
Kingy Gold is back. I do not converse with race. I'm not. He's the one who mentioned the N word, not me.
Oh shit. King Gold, slow down, slow. Hey, Velle.
You know what? Listen, listen. Oi, fucking knobhead, fucking what's he called? Okingo Gold. I'm Kingo fucking Honky. All right, is that racist enough for you?
Are you correct? Has anyone ever heard TOITN stutter, except for when he seems to be in deep inhalations? I don't know. I think I probably do start, to be honest.
Well, we all suffer from that affliction. So
thank you, though. I appreciate that.
You know, the thing is, though, Dan, it's easier to type when you're fucking not talking, innit? And smoking.
Did I stutter?
Did I say literally what I was thinking? I must Samuel L. Jackson.
So anyway, about that brother who tried to rob Ozzy and got beat up in jail.
For fuck's sake, stop it.
Wait, say that. Rob what? And got beat up in what?
No, that you know that one of the guys who tried to rob Ozzy and Klasnak got fucked up in jail, boy.
Is it?
Huh?
Yeah,
that was in
begging for his
That was on what's his name trying to win it, man. When Q's trying to win it.
Yeah.
Kozo.
Yeah, I was just watching it still.
Oh wait, let me get that up. Yeah, big up to Kozo, man. Real life TV UK, isn't it? Is it? So they hit out on him, yeah? Fucking hell, man, yo. I mean, do you know what the bad thing is there was a point where I don't know, footballers were like they were a target, like thinking maybe mid 2000s, like 2004, 2005.
Even people who own football clubs, that Simon Jordan man bust out his window and tried to rip up his kettle.
You know what? Hey, lads, listen to this, right? You know when all you talk about these footballers getting fucking robbed, right? The maddest thing, it's like we talk about earlier about basically Facebook and social media. You basically telling everyone your business, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When these footballers are on international duty, their houses are empty.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? That's why the fucking security is like fuck on it.
But it's not even that, man. It's like even when they used to go and like
burglars don't get that much raving.
They used to go raving in Epping Forest, and they just get robbed as they came out. They'd be on the way back to their Bentley or whatever, and they get robbed.
But I remember being in a club and they pinned down Ashley Cole's brother and ripped the watch off his wrist, man.
Yeah,
the man will grab you in the club or in the car park.
Well, you see what Ashley Cole, he shouldn't have been fucking flashing it.
No, it's his little brother. It's not Ashley Cole, it's his little brother.
I know his brother. I know, but he shouldn't have been flashing it. You see this?
Yeah, but you say he shouldn't have been flashing it. But if you got money, and you want to buy a watch, or if I got money and I want to buy my little brother a watch or buy my little brother a car,
I know, but mate, but listen, come on, you know as well as me. If you are walking with certain people and you're not in a certain fucking group of people, there's going to be some sort of person who's going, I'm having that, aren't they? But if you're in a different group, they're not going to go, oh yeah, I like that. Do you know what I mean? Right? And it happened to Marcus Rashford, who plays for Man United.
Did it? I didn't hear about that one.
It happened to him. It was actually his brother. His brother and his mate, they got fucking cornered in my side because they were wearing fucking watches, right? Look, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm fucking.
Where's everyone gone?
Velle just dipped out. He said he'd be back. Velle be back, and the Ultra dipped out.
Yeah, like I said, I don't.
Baby, come back, baby, come back.
Allow it, man.
I'm missing.
Yeah,
I'm missing Wendy Wu.
Oh, Wendy's not coming. I told you she won't come on, man.
Wait there. I've just got another. There's some footage playing of West Ham footballer Andy Carroll attempted robbery of his watch.
Yeah, they smashed his windows and everything. Yeah, that was quite a violent one. Still,
it's kind of mad, man.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you see 20 grand there, it's
Yeah, but is it 20 grand though? Because it's a stolen watch, yeah? So the markup, if the watch is worth 100k, you ain't gonna get 20k for it. You're gonna get you're gonna get the reward. Listen, put it this way: the reward for shopping you in is gonna be more than you're gonna get for that watch. This is what I mean about what a lot of people don't understand.
The awkward thing, this is the madness about the awkward thing, is everyone knows.
What's going on, fellas?
Yo, big up
Like,
Ace.
all them
What's going on, brother?
right? They're all registered.
Stop being a little up, man.
They're all them watches and stuff like that. They're all registered and everything. It's like,
yep.
So it's a bit stupid. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's nothing, man. Loads of jewelers can get around that.
I know.
Yeah, I hear that. But what I'm saying is like the kind of time you're gonna get.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not worth it. It's definitely stupid.
Do you know what I mean? It's just. Do you know what I mean?
If you weigh out the pros and cons,
you know, it's like because the thing is, it's like nicking someone's mobile phone.
Now, if you're sending it to another country, people are making a lot of money off sending them to other countries.
Everything, you know what I mean? You got it there. It's fucking.
What, Squire? What are you saying? What's like robbing a mobile phone?
You try and sell on a fucking Rolex, unless it's in the underworld. You try and sell it on. No,
you need paperwork. I wouldn't buy a watch without a Rolex without paperwork.
That's what you think, but you got to remember, there's jewelers out there that will just change certain things on the watch.
Yeah, but I still want paperwork though.
No, yeah, of course, yeah. You do need papers and that, yeah. Like, but there's some people.
Any jeweler would know.
Bro, you don't know about Hatton Gardens and go to Hatton Gardens.
Yeah, go to Hatton Gardens. A lot of their jewelers. Yeah. I know what he's saying. What he's saying is true talk.
Like and I know personally from personal experience, like certain people have told me, look, don't go to them, man, because they do that sort of thing. They'll take stolen kettles.
Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between a fake Rolex and a genuine one?
There's a lot of good fakes. There's a lot of good fakes out there. Trust me.
Do you know?
They used to say it used to be the movement and that, but some of them are really good.
Right.
Some of them are really good.
It's not even that. Like even some of the.
Here's a little tip for you. You know where you see the 3 o'clock hand, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You press that down, right? That's a water resistant. That's a resistance, pressure resistant button on it.
Yeah, but there's loads of different models in that, bro. Remember, there's loads of different.
No, that's when you know.
There's a day you can get day just.
See, I've heard
bust downs,
GMTs. When you bust down a watch, it's
Presidency.
Because obviously, essentially, they're making holes in the watch. You get me? So
yacht masters.
Yeah, exactly. There's loads of different
submariners.
A real Rolex has a pressure switch on the freehand.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's me. But I don't have one, so I don't know. Anyone here got one that you can test it?
Yeah,
I've got a nice digital Seiko from about 1983.
No, that's what I'm saying. No comment, but you know what I mean. But
there's a no comment. You don't want no robbers coming.
But obviously, I'm talking from personal experience. I wouldn't be talking.
You say,
"Got fuck all, don't rob us."
All right, so I got a little video playing on mute in the background. How to spot a super fake Rolex.
All right, go on, run it
for the people. I mean, yeah, you're probably not gonna be able to work out much. It's on mute, but yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pick it out by eye. I reckon I can tell real gold if I see it. I reckon.
Nah, I'm telling you, some of them are so. I mean, you can go to China, and get the cheap ones, But what I'm saying is, you might get a strike.
Full screen, mate.
Some of them are really, really good. Really, really good.
No, but you know what the other thing is now, Say, for example, you go to a jeweler. Say, for example, because a lot of watches are old, but they're still high in value. Say you get like a 19, 18K like day 36 mil. Yeah. That's old now. Obviously, through the time, that might have like external parts in it, not original Rolex parts. You feel me? So, say for example, you go to a jeweler and you buy one, and then you have an issue with it. You can't even send that to Rolex because
they don't make the parts.
They're gonna send it back to you in its original form. Like, do you get it? How it's meant to be, how they made it. Like, they don't. So, a lot of it's mad. Like, a lot of parts in the watches people are buying secondhand, they're probably not even original parts, bro. Like, but it depends on the purpose of why you're buying it. If you're just buying it for fashion, then It don't really matter.
You're not gonna
Big up,
care, but
Dan.
if you're
Yeah.
buying
Big up
it
the panel.
for it to hold its value, then yeah, you gotta keep it all. I used to love watches when I was younger, man. Cartier Pashas.
No, I had a Santos as well, man.
I used to love watches, but those are the good old days before the kids and real life kicked in. You get me?
Yeah, no,
Do you know what I mean?
Definitely.
Certain man's walking around with houses on their wrist and that, and still living in council flats and that. So
it's true. No, that's just stupid, bro. Even
shout
me,
outs to them. You get me? Shout outs to them and that.
That was my mindset like 3 years ago, bro. Like literally, like you know what I'm saying? Just
No, I hear that. I was young
priorities.
once, man. You get me? But
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know,
not
man.
young to be fair. So
You know,
Yo,
what I
Dan,
mean?
big up, G. How you doing?
Yo, big up
Sorry,
yourself.
guys.
Big up yourself, man.
Faz,
Yeah.
long time, brother. Long time.
And how have you been? You okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
man. I'm good. I'm good,
Hey,
man. I just
I don't know. You don't
Dan, I was going to ask you, right? But I did something without your permission. Yeah, I've included your thing on my list of 25 challenges. Yeah,
I bigged you up.
You don't
man.
mind, yeah?
Yeah, no, bro. Big up yourself, man. I did that to start off with, but then I started. Yeah, I've only got like 5,000 characters, and I'm starting to fill out them characters every time. So yeah, big up yourself.
Well,
bro. I
what I've done
appreciate
is
it,
right.
man.
You know, I've listed all the channels, man. You know, just all the little ones and big ones. Well, I've not gone for the major ones. I've just gone for the ones that we like kind of go on. So if there's anybody I missed out, let me know.
No,
Me?
man, big up yourself. Wait, Shisul, do you do streams then?
I used to do a bit of streets talking about mental health and that, but I ain't done them in a while.
That's a good topic.
I need
Is
to
that
get back on
issue?
it still.
Is that issue?
Yeah.
How are we doing, man? Fucking
Yeah.
hell. I didn't
Is that
remember.
alright to share a link, Dan?
Not
No,
with
how
that,
are you doing, man?
not with
Are you
me.
good?
Not with Ash.
I'm
Not
good,
with
man.
not with Ash. Not with Ash.
I'm
You'll-
good,
you'll
Faz,
fuck
man.
the
Are
stream
you?
up.
I'm good, man.
I listened to your stream last.
I'll make
I
sure
listened
that
to your stream last night. It was a bit crazy.
Oh, mate, look, do you know what? Yeah, I tried to keep away from all this stuff, yeah, but it just seems to follow me, man. I don't know why. I get the people in it. So what I've done, yeah, is I've done the moderation thing on there now, yeah, with certain people. So I've told them, look, if you do it, talk about a specific subject, but if people get, if they start pissing you off, just kick them out and they can come back in later. But I'm going to do it in such a way where, like, there's proper topics on there as well, rather than just all this bloody bullshit. I want to keep away from the passive shit, man, to be honest.
They was doing
Do you know what I mean?
madness. They were showing her face and everything, man, on his screen picture. What's that all about, man?
But do you know what it is, right? You know that Google, that Meet thing, yeah? You can actually, right, get a software on your phone that actually shows everything. You can screen share with the whole world. Asif was just went mental with it. It's his new.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I was like, right, okay.
I put all his stuff up. Like, unless I actually put it on where nobody can screen share. But for me, right, it's new as well. So today I've fingered it. What's it? So Dan, do me a favor. Yeah, give me send me your email address or something. Yeah, and I'll link you up with an admin pass thingy on there. Yeah. So if you're on there, whenever, and if somebody pisses you off, just put them off in it.
Nah, bro. Do you know what? Don't give me that kind of power, man. Don't.
No, Dan. Do you know what it is? Look, what I'm going to do. I've got to a point here where I know there's Raspects there, you're there, yeah. But sometimes these Muslims, yeah, they need a place where I personally think there's no point going other places and screaming and shouting. But I've told them, I don't want you to talk about Shia and Sunnis all the time. Please, yeah, I'm sick and tired of that topic. It's been rinsed out completely. And then there's another Moleed one. And I said, look, like, I've got some thingy. Like yesterday, I was like, did you know Wendy what she said? I called her out on it, didn't she? She said a dog's life is better than the people that died in the Bengal famine.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's recorded, man.
Wendy, man.
Right, so
Wendy's on a controversial one at the moment, man.
Do you know what? She needs to come and sort. Well, she needs to come out, yeah. But the problem was, yeah, look, it's not my fault, yeah, that there's certain people that don't like the poppy. But my thing to it is, look, I don't like the establishment, but the people that died, the families that lost their brothers, sons, daughters, whatever, I'm with them. It doesn't matter who they are, yeah, whatever country they're from, whatever they fight, I'm there for, like the innocent people dying, yeah. That's my thingy. So a poppy doesn't mean nothing to me because I'm more looking at the actual people. But when you've got somebody like Winston Churchill that was responsible for killing 6.5 million people of my, of my country now. What have you got to say with that? Because that guy starved everybody. I showed some pictures. Do you know what she did? She made a comment on it. They're all lies. So please tell me these pictures are they all lies? So Wendy, you need to come and sort your shit out because you made a claim that it's all lies. And you're telling me, Winston Churchill said it doesn't matter about these Indians. They breed like rabbits. That's what he said. So to me, I literally, like, I can't believe she actually says that if that's what she's got in her head, is there more people like that?
What? Besides all the shenanigans and all that, what have you got against the popper?
I don't have nothing against the poppy. This is the thing. But what my point is that, look, the poppy, you say to me the poppy represents the people, the people, the families.
No, I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that. You said that. Right. Well,
no, I don't have nothing against the poppy. But
listen, don't speak off text. Speak from your heart.
No, I am. I don't listen. The conversation wasn't even me. I didn't even say anything about it. It was some other people that were saying it, yeah? And my point was, she asked me, what do I think? And I said, look, this is what I think. If that poppy represents the establishment, then I'm against that. But if it represents the people that have had people pass away, then that's fine.
It doesn't represent the establishment.
That makes sense.
It doesn't represent the poppy.
Well, but this is what, but she.
But the establishment, the popper.
I'll be back in a sec. I got change phones.
Yeah. Cool, bro.
But this.
Sorry, man.
But this was my point, though. Yeah, but she needed to clear it.
All right, so hold on. So wait. So hold on, Squire. I don't think he's got a direct issue with the poppy. I don't think that's what he was saying.
No, but he just. I will say to the poppy doesn't represent the establishment.
I know, but the way she was saying it to the people,
all it is. Listen,
it represents the heroin, mate.
No, it represents fucking people. It represents people that were forced to fucking die. Right?
Yeah. But my point is, though, that poppy, does it represent everybody's families, not just a particular country and a particular, armies one? That's what I mean.
There are families that, fucking hell, the Second World War, what was it? Not long ago, and there's still second, third generation that still think about their families who died, died like that.
Yeah, but what my point was, Squire, is when she turns around and says that those people that died in Bengal, the famine, right? If you look at the pictures of them people, right, and you got to understand, the British government, right, they taxed them 70% of their earnings.
Okay.
And there was a famine, there was a cyclone that happened that year as well.
Right.
So literally, what they did, and then the funny thing was, guess what? They didn't even use that food. They didn't even use it.
I know where you're going with this because there's also. Have you ever heard about the Irish potato famine?
Yeah, in what's it? Ireland.
Yeah, that's why it's called the Irish potato.
No, I was in Scotland, brother. That was legendary.
You walked into that one, Faz, bro. You walked that was the left hook, right hook combo from fucking.
What a fucking sport.
Oh my! Yeah. All right. So yeah, the Bengal famine. Yeah. All right. Now that was a good counteraction, actually, Squire. Big up yourself. That was a historical counteraction there.
Hey, make sure it's fucking recorded, mate.
Fucking hell.
Of course it is.
Yeah, we're live, man. Lander Celts is in the comments as well. You can come on and do the token Irish, man, if you want. Come chat about the Irish potato famine. Yeah, bruv.
Lander Celts is a G, man. Yeah, he's my bedtime person, before I go to sleep.
Well, the KRN said the poppy is a money-making scam. Way of looking at it. Well, I don't know. I've given money to. I've put money in a donation box.
No, the thing is, listen, right? It's like a lot of things, right? Like all this fucking Pugsy Bear bollocks from the BBC Children in Need. Right. Does anyone really know where it goes? All this money? Is it just numbers?
Well, they've probably got a board of directors, and they probably get paid first, and then
Squire, can I just say something?
Probably trickles down.
Squire, do you know a guy called Phil? Phil, the far right.
Mitchell.
No, Dan, you know Phil on Real's channel.
Yeah, Nazi.
Like
nationalist Phil. Yeah.
Right. Well, Phil was like,
yo, Montana, cocaine. Stop it, man.
Oh, mate, yo, how you doing?
Oh, well, that's Squire. You know you're talking to a cokehead, food fast.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Omar, go worship your tree. Yeah. Okay. Right. Listen, Dad. Listen, Dad. I don't have time for this asshole.
Lads, mate, yo, mate. We're not here.
Yo, Mr. Omar, chill out.
We're not here to pull each other apart. We're talking, right? So, fucking don't get stickers in.
Squire, let me give you a little bit of an insight of this guy. Right, he's happy, right, that the Pakistani army raped nearly 200,000 in Bangladesh, yeah, and he's happy with that, yeah. So this is why we don't like him. Okay, nobody likes him. So anyway, big up Dan, big up the panel. I'm asked, listen. I'm asked, listen. I'm asked. Okay.
Just ignore him. Don't shout. Yeah, let's listen.
I don't.
Let's listen to what he says, and it'll turn out.
I'm asked.
You're allowing prostitution in your country, you dirty bastards.
Okay, Mr. Grumaz, yeah, calm down, yeah? Okay? Grumaz, calm down. You're from
Don't
Mirpur,
come
yeah?
over here and fuck up the conversation, man.
Yeah, don't, man. Nobody wants you.
Bangladesh allows prostitution.
It sounds like he's got his head. This fucker sounds like he's got his head down the toilet.
No, Squire, listen to this.
Squire. This is getting a bit mad.
Squire.
Hey, Dan, you're gonna have to moderate this thing, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dan, big up, man. I'm gonna do one, yeah? But big up. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna think anyway. But guess what? By the way, guys, Mr. Amar's got grilled by Zubaydah on Molid. Go check it up on my channel, by the way, yeah? It's all there. He got screwed.
Oi, are you two gonna fucking narc or what?
You dirty cokehead.
But Mr. Grumaz, yeah, listen.
No, he's entertaining. Let the fucker sing.
I'll tell you what, listen. What I'm going to do, I'm going to send Grey Dunia around, yeah? And watch where Mr. Almaz runs when Grey Dunia comes, yeah? Yo, Grey, jump on here.
Let the fucker sing. He's singing. Let him sing, for fuck's sake.
You son of a bitch.
Sing to us. Go on, sing to us. What's your song? Go on.
Okay, my song is... Okay, let me sing. So fast, the dirty cokehead don't know how to wash himself, and he tries to talk about Islam. He's a dirty cokehead who don't wash his ass properly. That's why he's
material, you aren't you, lad?
Okay. See? But Squire, let me tell you something about Almaz, yeah? Listen. I'm not going to drop to his level. Listen, all I'm going to say is what I want you to do, you and Dan.
Calm down.
Can you do me a favor? Listen, no, forget him. Listen.
Please.
Listen. I'm going. Listen.
Please.
Listen. Can you do me a favor?
I'm going to have words with Simon.
Can you do me Okay, no problem. Listen, can you...
I got the extra. So fast, the dirty cokehead don't know how to wash his ass.
Right, can you...
You don't know how to wash his ass.
Can you explain what's this issue? Where's this issue actually come from? Why you lot got beef? I don't understand.
Why I've got beef with him? I'll tell you why. Okay. I'll tell you why. Okay. The problem is, he likes talking about specific subject. He did it on my channel with Zubaydah. Okay. Now he says he's won. She says she's won. Fine. I've left it to the public. The problem is with Almaz. Okay. He does not bring credible, and valuable info. Right. There was about 6 other people that refuted him that day as well. But he never listens. Now the problem is Almaz. Listen.
Hey, listen.
Can I finish?
Listen, lads. Can you not listen? You both.
I'm okay. I'm listening, man. But I don't want to listen to you. I want to address. I want to address the guy whose channel it is. I want to address.
If he's both believing, if he's both believe in humanity, forgive each other.
Okay, but
I forgive him, no problem. I forgive him a long time ago. I don't waste time with him. Okay, Almaz, just calm down.
I ain't gonna forgive him till he closes his channel down, Shahada Live. When he's a cokehead, he's known to be exposed as a cokehead, and he's trying to be a hypocrite.
Let me ask him then. Do you take
cocaine? No, I don't, mate. Okay, and if he's gonna prove, he can prove it to me. Okay. Now listen, let me tell you something. Listen. Let me tell you. Listen. Listen, 1 minute. Okay, listen.
Listen, I'm not being funny, but you're acting like the one who's on cocaine.
Big up, Squire.
I'm not on cocaine. I'm probably on cocaine, but I'm not on cocaine. Next man,
You're crack. Okay. Can I just say something, Squire? The guy that he's on about, Arj, okay? This is the same guy that said Mr. Almaz is a groomer. So let's just say I'm a cokehead. So does that make you a groomer? From the same person that said it.
Arj never met me. He can say what he likes on the internet, but you come to Arj's house.
Oh, really? How do you know? Calm down. Come on. Listen. Ahmed, listen. If you look, Ahmed, if you want anything, yeah, let me know, bro. Yeah, I'll pass it to you. Chill out, man. You know, if you're sorry, Alfie, don't worry. Chill out. I know you're getting the shit stuff, man. You're getting the shit stuff. That's what it is. You know what you're having? I think you're having that fucking. I know what you're having. Squire? What's that stuff called, man? A couple of years ago, what was it? It was a plant food or something, innit? Is that what it was, Ahmed? Is that what you're on?
I don't know.
That plant food shit.
I only smoke weed and drink alcohol. That's far as I go.
Wait, who's this one? Who's this one guy? Who's one?
Dan, beat him off.
Nemesis.
All right, mate. Big up to Buddha. Well,
Who the fuck is that?
This guy fans, he wants to talk to
him. Big up, far down.
Why
has he got his top off and that? What's all that about, fam?
Talk with him, mate.
That's Faz's dad.
Nah, talking about people's dad and that. That's what I'm talking. You go below the belt, man.
Ahmed, listen. My dad's on his deathbed, mate. Are you alright with that? Yo, Ahmed, my dad's on his deathbed.
That's what I'm saying, man. Don't do that, bro.
My dad's on his deathbed. Are you alright with that? Yeah? Being a Muslim, innit? Yeah? Big Ahmed, yeah? Okay.
I would never have a Bengali in my family. You're fucking delusional. You wish you were part of my family, dickhead.
I don't want to be part of your family. I don't want to be part of the grooming. I don't want to be part of the grooming family, mate. From Mealpool, yeah? Calm down.
Come on, Dan. You're going to have to moderate this thing, man.
Yo, listen. Yo, Sir Faz, I thought you said you were jumping off, bruv.
I am going to jump off, man. But can I just say something, Dan, to you? Dan, I need to say something to you. Dan, 1 minute. Oh, shut up, Ahmed, yeah?
He's the same
person. Go and have your Ribena, yeah? Shut up. Ahmed, go and have your Ribena, yeah? Or I'll send them stacks round. Should I send them stacks round? Should I send them stacks round? Ahmed, do another light. Are you alright? Yeah, go on. Dan, let me just say one thing, man. I'm going to get off, yeah? All I want you to do...
Don't let him beat
He's raging that much, he can't even understand himself.
Don't let him beat you. Stay, man.
Fuck off, man, you cokehead.
What? Amaz, are you on the toilet or something, bro?
Did you not have your medication this morning? Seriously.
On the toilet, bro.
Huh?
You sound like you got toilet roll up your nose, man.
No, there's no toilet roll up my nose, man. Who the fuck's talking to that?
He's talking for a toilet roll.
Yeah, man. Sound like you've been sniffing glue in that, bro.
He's had a line-up, dude.
Yeah, you've had some sort of recreational enhancement. Yes. Let's call it.
To tell you what he is.
It's all right, mate. It's all right, mate.
I'll tell you what my extra recreational.
What?
Fucking your mom. You know what I mean?
Hey, Liam, you all right, mate?
Big up to KRN. He said the panel is like a classroom without a teacher. Yeah, I'm kind of. I think I'm supposed to.
Yeah, man, you need to moderate, get some moderation, bro.
Amaz, what is up with you, bruv? You came in like all guns blazing, man, firing on every cylinder you've got.
He's firing blanks.
Yo, Dan, can I just? I'll be nice and calm now.
What are you doing, bro? It sounds like you've just been like plunging a toilet or some shit, bro. I don't know what you're doing.
That's what I'm saying, man. Let me sniffing recreational paracetamol, pharmaceutical paracetamol.
Let me be nice and calm.
You can't be calm. You had your catnip. Did you have your catnip, Mr. Moz?
Okay, let me be nice and calm.
He's in the bog, this cunt, I tell you.
Fuck off, I'm in the bug, you dickhead. I'm in the fucking
bog. I'm in the bug, you little bastard.
I'll show you. Does that look like bug to you, bastard?
Turn off your camera, man, you fat shit, man. Put your phone balls on the toilet and that.
Yeah, dickhead. All I want to say is certain Bengali geezers, yeah, who talk about this, that, but they allow the women to be prostitutes and brothels in the country, the Muslim country, and they're dirty.
Okay, allow the whole Bengali thing, just allow it, fam. Fuck off with that, man. No one wants to hear about that, Mr. Mars, man. We're having a decent conversation about fake watches and that, and you come in with your bullshit, man.
You dirty Bengali bastard. That's what you do, Shisul.
I'm a what?
Yeah, dirty fucker.
All right, what's the name? Yo, what's the name of the guy with the no shirt pick? Who's that guy?
I don't know who that guy is, bro.
Probably the Vans dad.
Mr. Amar's boyfriend.
That's your mom's boyfriend. That's your mom's boyfriend.
The boyfriend, man.
That's your mom's boyfriend.
Yo,
Probably
Squire, who's your mate? Who's your mate?
Who?
Your mate.
Who's your mate?
This
You
kid,
brought him in here.
I think he's called Liam. I'm not sure if it's him or not.
It's Sean.
I don't know what
Is that Sean? Is that Sean?
No, the one called Mr.
Yo, Ali Khan, why are you making profiles of Armaz? Why are you making profiles of Armaz?
It's
Oh my god, Surfaz, chill out, man. Chill
Ali Khan, man, why are you making profiles of Armaz as a groomer? How dare you? That's not good.
Hey Dan, the reason they're doing it because they know it's recorded, so they want to listen to themselves back later.
Wait, Ali Khan's just run off.
Because he always does that when he's wrong. He always does it when you want to get him. He runs off. so he's been making thingies of Armaz as Mr. Armaz the groomer. That's why he's been posting everywhere. And I'm just putting him up on it.
You know what, Faz? Yeah.
If anyone's looking for Ali Khan, you'll find him at the nearest school. Fucking gate.
Fuck yeah. You know what, Amar's? Oh, fucking hell. Faz, what's wrong with that guy, man?
I don't know, man. He's not a hyper, man. He's a funny guy, though, sometimes. But he just goes up on.
Hey, lads, I'll have to sign off, but it's up laugh.
Yeah, peace out, bro.
Later on, Squire. In a bit, man.
I'll join you later for more fun.
Yeah. Who's the geezer with the shirt? No shirt, man.
Oh, that's
give me your link to your thing in it, your YouTube channel, and I'll put it on the list, man.
Ashley doesn't look like that.
All right. I'll put it in your. I'll comment on your video. I'll comment on your Winston Churchill video.
That's someone else called. Oh, this is another story. This guy should come in our rank. His name is Sean Cassidy.
Who the fuck is that?
Come in our rank sometime. Anyway, I love his and leave his, but it's up laugh.
Big up, Squire.
Big up yourself, man.
Love you all. Take care. Look after yourself, folks. Big love.
Later on, Squire. Take care, man. Big up to the panel. Big up Lander Coates. Big up to... Oh, he's just gone. All right, big up to Shisul and big up to Surfaz.
Yeah, man. Now we can have a decent conversation.
Yeah, I don't know where
Fucking hell, man.
AS,
Everyone's forgot to have their tablets this morning. Fucking hell.
Seems like that, isn't it? Lander Coates is back. Yeah, man.
Just knocked out. Dan. It just went off. I don't know.
Yo, Dan, listen, if you want to use my Google Meet to do streams, man, you're welcome in it, because I can have different people using it at the same time.
Ah, yes.
So, so basically I could give you like a Google, like a Meet address.
Yeah.
And you can just use it. And then literally, you'll have none of this stuff, man.
Bruv,
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That'd be, then if you just keep to that one all the time and just keep it like Real does, just keep the same one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I was leaving the stream going for like the day, it'd be quite good.
Definitely.
No, all you do is just assign some moderator, admin on there, and all they do is let people in.
Yeah, people you trust.
And if even if they come in and you don't like them, you just boot them out and they can't get back in. So he's quite good.
That's good for a network, because you know what you could do? You could have people on at different times. You can have organized streams like this person's going to stream at this time, and then this person takes over at this time. So you can just have like a network running. That's quite good.
But what I was saying, I even said to what's his name, Nasser. Yeah, I said, look, Nasser, why don't you do this? Yeah, before when you go to work, just link my thingy on yours and just leave it running. At the end of the day, look, as long as it's it's on there, it's fine. People will know about it. Mm-hmm. So, but you can use the same stream. You could do, my Google Meet. Yeah, you can have 50 people at the same time in there.
Oh, fuck that! That'd be a nightmare.
No, but 50 people though. No, but Dan, you've got more control, because what I've done is, when they start muting people, I just start booting them out. There you go. You learn or you don't. See you later. Because with Google, the Hangouts, you can't do that. You can't mute anybody.
You used to be able to mute people. What happened to Hangouts, man? They killed it.
It's all gone.
Yeah, they killed the functions, man. KRN said, "Don't let your channel become like Real and Raspect."
Yeah,
I don't. To be honest, I don't like. We're different people, man. Like everyone's different. Like Real's channel is.
Nah, throw shade on my little brother.
I don't think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Real's is really comparable to Raspect's.
Yeah, like Raspect's. The problem is, obviously when certain people come in, everyone wants to talk like what just happened there. Like when Mr. Amar's come in, people want to settle beefs, isn't it? If you have an open platform, that's going to happen no matter where you are. If you have a panel or you got panelists coming on, they see, right, I don't like my man. So he's the link. I'm gonna just jump on and just rant. You get me?
100%,
Like,
yeah.
you know, machine gun could jump on any time and start tearing up the place. What are you gonna do? Unless you're gonna have it where Stan has a set panelist every single time he streams, that's the only way you're gonna stop that.
Yeah, but when he
still
comes
gonna be in
on,
the comment section calling each other out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but Dan, if you want, yeah, try it out, yeah. Just come on, man. I'll give it. That's what I said. Take the moderation, have a look at it, go in, mate. It's really easy, man.
I'm gonna have a look at this Google Meets right now. I'm gonna have a look at it right now.
Yeah, since you download it, and once you finish here, once you go, just jump on for mine for a second, have a look. It's really easy. You can do a lot of things on it. But the good thing is, you know, once you log it, once you go in once and they accept it, that day you can go in as many times as you want. They don't have to keep accepting you.
Okay. Because I heard you have to pay for it. I think that's why.
You don't pay for it. I pay for it.
Oh.
So as long as I pay for it, you can use it. Everybody can use it for free as long as I'm paying for it.
Then last in, first out is a good. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm not sure about this unmoderated, and that's the thing. I don't think Raspect really does that either. He doesn't ever really leave the channel like and just disappear. I don't know.
No, but the thing is, though, Dan, if you trust somebody, right? If you trust someone and then you give them the power, at the end of the day, look, I've done it with Sid Bash. I've given him Sid. I've given reactionary. So when I'm not there, they're there. They'll just boot people off, that mess around.
Yeah, Sid Bash is a good guy. I don't really know reactionary, but I know Sid Bash is a good guy.
So, and you need them sort of people, the level-headed ones.
Yeah, you do need people that you can trust. You do need people you can trust because, like I said, it will just descend into chaos. And the problem is, we was having good discussions. We was talking about fake watches. We was talking about all different things, and it just the audience just can't hear what no one's saying. Who's the baboon?
It's Shahid.
Big up Shahid, man. Big up.
Oh wow!
It's two Shaq Kapoor, innit? Two Kat Shakur.
Oh yeah. Using meats,
yeah, using meats is easy, bro. Just download it.
Right, so I need to enter a meeting code.
No, but right, if you want to try it, yeah, just go to my channel. There's a meeting code on there. Just press it, and it'll let you in. But somebody will have to let you in though. And then,
go onto your actual channel to do that.
No. You have to get the code. Yeah, the code's on the description.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that now.
So it's like Hangouts, yeah, but you need that code. But that's what I said to Dan.
You're gonna have to tell them though.
No. They'll let you in. They'll let you in. Don't worry.
All right, hold on. Let me try to see if I can get this to work.
But it's really easy, and the sound quality is a lot better, Dan, as well.
Yeah.
You know that, innit? The sound quality is really good.
I'll have to check it out, man. Yeah, if I can get a little, I'll have to do a little test stream.
Do a test stream. All right, I'll give you the thingy. I'll give you the thingy on it, and then do it, mate. Just get a new code. I'll give you a new code and use that code. And that code, basically, you can use it on your thingy. And then all my admins, yeah, they've got their own passwords. So they log in with that account. So they'll get a new account.
Where's the code? Is it Google Meets?
Yeah, that's it. Just click on that. And it'll say, and then it'll say, do you want to go into the thingy? It's the camera, click the camera off, and then just go in.
Yeah, but I'm setting it up on my other phone. That's what I'm saying. So I've got the phone that I'm setting it up on. I've got to go and click that link.
Yeah. But as long as you got it downloaded on that one, you can always go in with it on any phone. That's your thingy ID, basically. So you'll have the same ID as what you've got on Hangouts. And it doesn't show your name either. It's all blocked out. So it'll say like the first 2 letters or 3 letters and everything else is blocked. And do you know what, Dan? Yeah, it actually tells you how long that person's spoken for as well and stuff like that. It gives you the proper stats of the people speaking.
Mad thing.
It's really good, actually.
I'll check it out, man. Yeah, Shahid, are you there? I've just been jumping on mute, man. Yo, Shahid.
Probably in another stream, that's why.
Yeah, it's not like Shahid, man. I hope you're alright, bruv. Big up to Weed. Big up to Gandalf the White. He said, Chemo, you're a jihadi. Big up to Chemo.
This is my brother Chemo as well, man.
Man's onto Chemo. Gandalf's onto everyone today. Up to Gandalf, man. Gandalf.
Yeah, Faz, I said I asked to join, but it's you join the meeting with someone. I'm just waiting to get let in.
Chemo.
Yeah, Kemo, jump on, man. Long time I ain't heard your wisdom still.
Boy, Chemo don't do
panels
yeah, they let
me
much,
in still.
man.
Big up.
Don't really do that many panels, so Buzz has just jumped off the
Oh, Right, I'm on 2 streams. That's nuts. I can hear it hard.
Well, what stream you on? This is
Nah, I know it's on Faz, but I'm on dance thing, innit? As well. With Faz.
Okay, yeah. Faz taking the piss, innit? Making me hold down the show.
Oh, I said you're taking the piss, Faz.
Wait there. Faz has got odds over there running the show, yeah?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Chemo said he's retired. Man's retired. Wow. Wait there. So wait, I've just seen this in the Daily Mail. Big up the Daily Mail. Fucking hell. Prince Andrew claims he still can't remember that infamous photograph of him smiling with Jeffrey Epstein's teenage sex slave Virginia Roberts. This was a picture that was supposedly taken in central London, I think, in like a little like
in
a
the
muse,
90s.
like a little muse house, yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah.
Get some footage up for the people. Yeah, because it looks like he's done a very like what you'd say.
I saw that, but I just didn't even really listen to that because we all know he's a nonce.
What you saw the interview?
No, I saw it. It was a clip of it on YouTube, and I didn't even bother with it because man, know he's a nonce. Like, there's a guy called Sean Atwood. He actually found the address.
Went to the
where
house.
they were.
Big up to Sean Atwood.
He actually found the house where the photograph was taken, where he had his arm around her.
Yeah. Went to find the house. Yeah, man. Yeah. That was pretty crazy. Big up to Sean Atwood. He's, to be honest, I can't work out Sean. I don't know, like, because it seems like he must be pissing off
the establishment with some of the stuff he's doing.
He's got to be, man, and he's been deported as well. The man got deported from America.
Yeah, the ecstasy guy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
it.
He's in like Arizona or whatever. And I mean, I wouldn't so much say he glamorizes, because I mean, a lot of his interviews. Like,
No. I wouldn't say that he glamour. I say, look, at the end of the day, you gotta check his story out. He's got a fucking really good story. Do you know what I mean? How he went to the stock market, the drug taking, and where it led to, and the people that he's met. Obviously, I know what you're saying, Dan. Sometimes I question some of his, because I was going to go on his show and tell my story. But when I was talking to him on Facebook, he was like, yeah, tell us your craziest story. And I'm like, I'm not really on here to glamorize violence or the things I saw, or, do you know what I mean? Like, I want to tell you a story about a young man who, do you know what I mean, got caught up in some real shit. Do you know what I mean? And how my story can affect other people. And a good friend of mine, Pepsi Watson, went on there.
Big up
and
to
a couple
Pepsi.
people, big up to Pepsi, good people that I've seen people on his show that I was in jail with. But I'm not and I didn't really like the way he only talked about the violence or the craziest thing you've had.
Yeah.
Because it's not always about that. Because when I was in jail, not every single day people were getting cut and stabbed, but there were times where they found people dead in baths. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, but like I said, people that are former prisoners, people that have been through that, their stories need to be told. Do you know what I mean? These young people need to understand that what you're getting yourself into, because it's not a joke.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's 21-year-olds doing 30 years now.
Pepsi Watson's actually someone I want to get. I want to get him on stream at some point.
Yeah, I tried to get him. He came on my stream, but he didn't come on the stream. He's in my comment section. I don't know if he's really. I've told him to come on.
Thing. Okay.
Yeah, I've told him to come on the streaming thing because obviously I want to chop it up with him about Feltham because I was in Feltham back in the day. I want to chop it up with him about Feltham. But
if you could set it up, maybe get like Leon to host it. I mean, like. Maybe if that might be the best platform for it, because I mean I think he's had a couple of videos on COE already.
No, I mean I've asked him. I don't know what he's doing. He wants me to. I think he prefers the live interview style because he wanted me to come down to London and do an interview, and I'm supposed to do that, and I'm gonna do that soon. As soon as I get some time. I keep saying soon, but when I get a day off, I'm gonna go down there and shoot the interview. Maybe then I'm gonna speak to him. But I think he's a good guy, man. There's a lot of people's stories. There's guys that have become millionaires that have been former drug addicts.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like I always check Sean Atwood's interviews. There's another guy on there, a white guy on there who done robberies at young. He's a millionaire now. Like, it's, do you know what I mean? Just shows that you can succeed. Do you know what I mean?
Were you watching what's his name, Sammy the Bull interview?
Oh, I haven't watched that. I watched snippets of it. I haven't watched this full Sammy the Bull interview.
Yeah, it's very good because it's like 20 years since he last gave an interview.
I mean, what do people think about that? Do people think he's... I mean, I don't really know the story. That's why I think I need to watch the interview, because a lot of people saying that Gotti fucked him over. Do you know what I mean? That with all the talking, because he kept talking.
Yeah, you're
Do you know what I mean?
supposed to be like, if you're the leader of the mafia, like, and the number one mafia in the world, you're supposed to be quiet. No one's supposed to see it. You're not supposed to have
we're talking about the mafia, the La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah,
La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah. Like, you're not supposed to be seen. No one's supposed to know you. You're not supposed to have a public. You're not supposed to have fans or the public or anything like that. That's what he wanted, and that's what brought him down.
So yeah, he wanted to be. That's the problem. A lot of people want to be bad man and want to be celebrity bad man. They want people. That's the problem with this current generation. They want people to know that they're capable of this level of violence, and they've got all this money and all this stuff.
You're supposed to be. Yeah, go on, bro. What are you saying?
No, go on. I finished, bro.
No, yeah, I was saying, like, you're supposed to be like the Irish gangsters. Like, just when the media walk over to them, they say, if you say anything about me like that again, I'll sue you. I'm a working man. You know, just they lie.
I've got one for you, Land of Kells. What do you think about Colin McGregor? Is it true about all the rumors that's going around about him?
Which one? The rape?
The rape and the crack.
Yeah,
he's high off crack when he raped that girl.
Yeah, it's an open secret here. It's just that all the Americans and the rest of the world, they don't hear about what happened in Ireland.
Oh, fucking no,
it's definitely
man.
happened. He's gonna get locked up. He's gonna get locked up. Just that most people they don't even know about it. They don't what.
Yeah, because they haven't named him. They've said it's a sports star, but they didn't name.
No, it's called.
Apparently, he offered her $2 million or something. Apparently, it's his girlfriend or wife's brother's girlfriend or baby mother.
No. It's a one that was. They're known. They're from the same area, Drimna.
Oh, okay.
It's in basically you could say it's near the city centre, Drimna. She's from that area.
So he's just smoking the crack and then just abusing women, yeah.
Everything, and the gangs, the Keenan gangs, are using them to money launder. They want to launder all the drug money, and he's being used to launder.
So he's gonna lose everything then.
Yeah.
Because once the government come in for that money, they're taking all of his money because they ain't gonna separate between what's drug and what's legal.
Yeah. You don't know?
Yeah.
Boy, the Kinahans, man. I ain't gonna say too much. If you know, you know.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, the Kinahans.
The Kinahans and the Hutches, the Hutch Kinahan feud is.
Well,
I think there's about 30 bodies. There's 30 bodies.
Probably more.
Damn.
Probably 50 or 60. But if the main gangsters, all the high-level gangsters, about 30. But if you count the non-gangsters and the innocent and the ones that killed on the street, maybe 60, 50, say 60, 65 in the last maybe 4 years.
And that's in Ireland, that's in Spain, that's in Dubai, that's in all sorts of mad places.
Whoa, man's doing international hits, yeah. What the fuck?
Everyone, they're killing everyone in Spain. They're killing. Everyone is afraid of them. Like the Irish are basically, for a small little country, they're just killing everyone. Even the Russian gangs are afraid of them. All of them. Like Keenan is the number one. Not only is the biggest drug dealer in Ireland, he's most of the drugs, not all, but most of the drugs in Europe comes through him. Yeah. He's very smart. He handed it over to the son, who's about my age. He's about the same age as me. And he's the one that has brought the war to Ireland. Like, he's about maybe 39.
Why?
He's a different.
He's just power hungry, yeah.
Yeah, he just wants to kill everyone, and the Hutches are sort of semi-retired. They're from the town. They're off on Sheriff Street and Summerhill and Ringsend. It's like the city centre, and they're sort of basically in retirement now. Quiet retirement, still running a few things.
Still active, running a few bits and pieces. Yeah, I hear that.
But he just turned. The nephew is not. The nephew of Jerry the Hutch monk, or Jerry the monk. I just know him as the monk. We call him the monk. He done all the bank robberies, the biggest bank robberies in Irish history.
That crew. Okay.
Yeah. His nephew got in with the Keenahans, and he robbed money. Imagine, he robbed money, 750,000, and they tried to kill him, and then he tried to kill Christy Keenahan's son, which is the one that's running it now, and the monk said, "I'll give you the 750,000 back, and just let him live." And he took the money, and then a couple of months later, killed him. So they took the money and then killed him.
And they killed him. Yeah, but you should have known that they was never going to honour that.
Never, especially.
I would have straight away said, "Look, you're not going to pay in gold. It's going to be paid in blood." So
yeah. Oh, there's loads. Like there was a guy before him who actually used to play on the same football team as him. Freddie Thompson. Now he locked up. They got him for 20 years.
I think I've heard that name. I think I've heard of that name, boy.
Yeah, but he's skinny. He's not. They call him Fat Freddy. Now Skinny Freddy because he lost all the weight. But his gang, the Drumlin and Crumlin gang, they wiped each other out. About 25 of them over about maybe 8 to 10 years, and that started as a stabbing outside the area. This is all my mom was just there. Like, she's gone. She's from Crumlin. And that's the area where all the gangsters in all them come from one area called Crumlin, and then maybe the other Drimlin. These are like old areas in Dublin. But that gang is gone, completely wiped. They just wiped each other out. And he was weakened. Freddie Thompson was weakened, and then he basically joined Keenahan for protection. Because the other leader of the gang, was locked up about maybe 16 years ago. And he'd be getting out soon, and he knows that he's going to get him. So he went to Keenahan, but eventually they got him for the murder. Someone ratted Freddie Thompson out. So it's just one gang wipes each other out, and then
takes over.
Yeah. Like now Keenahan is running everything. Even the ones down the country.
He's running everything, but who's behind him? Someone's behind him. There's always someone behind someone.
Yeah.
Well,
someone's protecting him because there's no fucking way that you could know that amount of information, and the government and the police don't know that kind of information. If we know it, they know it. So,
but the Keenan is actually he according to a lot of the newspapers here, they tell you everything because there's so many people, giving bits of information.
Super detailed. The Irish crime reporting is like on it, man.
Yeah, and he basically Keenahan cut out the middleman for heroin. He deals directly with Afghans to bring the heroin in.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the Irish gangs used to deal with Pakistanis, right? The main people would be Pakistanis, and the Pakistanis would have all the contacts and bring in heroin. But now you just cut them out. You just give them a bit of extra money, and then now the middleman is cut out. So it's flooded with drugs. Ireland has
yeah, but this is what I'm saying. And all the Afghans, they all work for the British and Americans. Because they're allowing them. No, because when my friend was over in Afghanistan, and he was saying, "Look, we need to destroy these poppy fields."
Yeah. So they're freezing it now. You there? It's gone mad.
Fucking hell. Quite a key point there.
Cut out there, Dan. That's like this. These hangouts. It doesn't happen on the meet. The meet doesn't cut out. It's only this one.
Yeah, I still can't get in there. It still wants a code. I don't know where I can get a
No,
code
you
from.
just have to press on the link, bro. Just press on the link, and it will let you in. It's when you try. It's when you try to get in, and you don't press a link. It will
No,
ask for the code.
there's a link to Sir Faz's thing, but we're having a good conversation here. Yeah, as I was saying, so when my friend was over there, because there was 3 of us that were going to join at the time. One joined the Paras, one joined I think the Royal Fusiliers. My mum talked me out of it. She said, "You're not going over there to." This is just after September 11th. I didn't. I was.
So you'd be about the same age as me.
They came into Chelmsford. The army came into Chelmsford prison, and they spoke to everybody who was in for non-violent crimes. So if you were in for non-violent crimes, you weren't banned from using firearms. So at that time, I was between what I was going to do in life. If I was going to stay on my career path, I was going to change. And I was thinking, you know what? I could do it. You know, I was physically fit.
Yeah, especially
You know
at
what
that
I mean?
age,
I could,
20.
yeah, I could definitely, I could beat basic training with my eyes closed. You know what I mean?
You're naturally fit at that age, 19, 20,
Yeah,
21.
and if it wasn't some kind of patriotic thing I was going to do, I just thought it was I was more thinking what I could learn from these people.
Yeah, a lot of people join for different.
I was going to go there just to learn about guns and you know.
Yeah.
But obviously, my mum said no. If you do that, and obviously, I didn't do it. So the other 2 did. One ended up getting killed by an IED in Iraq. The other one came back a raving drug addict. The one I was telling you that said that he had to protect the heroin.
Yeah, but it doesn't kill you.
A raving baghead. Do you know what I mean?
What, from Afghanistan? He was using in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're driving down the road. Me and you, we go through basic training. We're like brothers. And next minute, you're blown to bits.
Imagine, like,
you know
1 minute you're sitting there.
The
next minute, you're lying on the side of the road, smoke coming out of you, and there's bodies everywhere. That's how quick it happens.
And you know what he said to me? You know what broke him? Like his whole platoon or his whole regiment got wiped out apart from him.
Yeah.
So that's what messed him up. Survivor's guilt.
And they still think they're going to win over there.
No, but it's not even. I'm not even talking about the winning and losing because what the general public think they're going over there to win isn't what they're actually going on. They went over to Afghanistan to get the pipeline and the heroin. Yeah. They didn't go over there to kill no damn fucking Taliban. Yeah. I don't want to hear no one tell me that they went over there to kill no fucking Taliban. Yeah? Okay? Because if you look at Afghanistan, how fucked it is now compared to how fucked it was when the Taliban was running things.
I know, yeah.
So you can't tell me you solved the situation by creating 20 situations. I don't want to hear that. Same thing with Iraq, yeah? They put Saddam in power, yeah? And the only reason why they stopped dealing with him was because the oil for food program, oil for food. Listen, just listen to that. You don't have to be a Muslim or to even to be someone. Oil for food.
We'll give you food if you give us the oil.
And on top of that, we're the ones that sanction in your country, crippling your country's infrastructure.
And then they wonder, why are they blowing us up?
Say
why are they coming over here? Like,
the question is, when you say it's not about winning or losing, like I said, they need a reason to be in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia need a reason to have a standing US military presence in their country. They need constant conflict. Otherwise, if you remove the American military out of Saudi Arabia, them men are going to get killed quickly.
Yeah.
The men are going to be like, right, you lot are A1 Kafirs, we're going in there, we're killing them. That's what Osama bin Laden's main goal was.
Yeah, the monarchy would be overthrown.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Osama bin Laden wanted to put enough pressure so that America would leave Saudi Arabia so he could take over Saudi Arabia. That's what he truly wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of people don't know about the history, the deals which was done, the promises which was made to the people of Afghanistan when they fought the Russians. Yeah, we're going to help you build roads. We're going to help you do this. And once they were finished with the Russians, they fucked off.
Yeah.
They fucked off. Do you know what I mean? And left the country war-torn. And America and Britain continuously do this. They do what the Rothschilds did. They fund both sides of the argument.
You know, Afghanistan has it's not even the Afghanistan has all gold, copper, zinc, titanium, every type of different precious metal. You know all the the metals that you make the PCs and the laptops and the iPads
and the phones,
and
the
the
cobalt
iPhones.
stuff,
Yeah, it's full. Afghanistan is full of that stuff. Now, why do you think? And you ever see the diamonds, rubies, emeralds?
Same thing, the same situation with Africa. That's why they go in there and destabilize it, so they can turn around and say, we will loan you the equipment to mine all this stuff, but we want this amount of profits. Or
they get them into debt.
And what they'll say is with what they did with the rubber tree. To sell the tires, you got to pay high import tax, but to sell the sap, it's cheaper. The money's in the tires; it's not in the sap. You see what I'm saying? So, but this is what the Wendy's and the Jupiters and the real who don't care about none of it, who's just in it for money. This is the conversations that I would like to have with these people. When you break this all down, it's all about money and power and control. They don't care about you.
Dumb bastards over there on the other channel. They don't know about these things. Really, if you ask them, usually they don't know anything. It's just everything's black and white to them. You know,
it's not even black and white. There's not even any color. It's just one shade. It's we're against grooming gangs. Grooming gangs is an epidemic. Have you noticed? You don't hear about grooming gangs no more. Do you hear about it? Is it in the news anymore?
No.
Is anyone talking about it anymore?
No, it's them. Yeah.
It's Brexit now. And after Brexit goes away, they're going to need another stick.
Yeah.
It's fear. It's fear. They need these countries, how they keep the population subjugated is fear. They need us distrusting each other. They need us hating each other so they can keep control of us.
The same thing in Ireland, basically. It's just that, England still has massive influence over Ireland, the economy. Because their economy is sort of tied to the British economy. We do have a lot of independence, and like there's the American part of the economy, there's the English part. But if Ireland does anything to upset the British economy, they usually put pressure on England, and a lot of the laws that's passed in England always ends up coming here. Always.
Yes.
So this is why.
Is that Northern Ireland or both?
No, Republic the South.
Oh wow! I didn't think they had any influence over the South.
No, they do. They do. They do be always secretly. They won't.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a covert thing instead of an overt.
They quietly put pressure on each party. You know.
So when these people are that the IRA and all these paramilitary organizations are losing lives and taking lives for freedom, they just never get it. So it's all a farcical. It's all.
Yeah, like they basically what the IRA, all what they doing. They didn't really get that much. What did they get? They just got the border taken down and the British Army taken out of the north. They didn't get anything. You know.
Yeah, because the British had been there so long, it's generational mindsets now. So now you've got us against them. So the damage is already done.
Yeah,
really.
And the IRA was very, very heavily infiltrated. Spies everywhere. This is something that the IRA will not admit to, but a few of them have. But they were infiltrated, like from top to bottom. Even the guy, his name, you should look it up. It's actually done a documentary about it. He got killed there about in 2014. They found him. His code name, his MI5 or MI6 code name was Steak Knife, and this guy, that was his main job was to catch IRA spies, people who were ratting to the
Was that Freddie
British Army.
Scappaticci? Was that the same?
Yes,
is that the
yes,
guy? Scappaticci, yeah, Steak Knife. Yeah, I know the guy.
That's him. That's the name. Yeah, Freddie Yeah, it's an Italian. But he's there in Ireland. I think his great grandmother came to Ireland. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. They call him. Yeah, and
So
he
they had
was
a spy catcher, yeah? Okay,
he
yeah,
was
they were
supposed to catch
wow.
the IRA. He was supposed to catch the spies inside the IRA and kill them. Well, he was the biggest spy and rat. He was giving the information over to them, and the
Yeah.
British Army
What did they
would
call it?
let
They called
him.
they called it the Nutting Squad, wasn't it?
Yeah,
The Nutting
yeah.
Squad. That was their like internal security force. So if they had
Yeah.
any like leaks or any agents or suspected
Yeah.
whatever's, then they'd send for the Nutting Squad. They'd take you out for a drive.
You're gone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd
And
never
that's
come
it.
back.
No,
We'll
that's
put
what they call it. Yeah,
put it
the
behind
Nutting
the
Squad.
ear, and that's the end of you. That's it.
So yeah, like and the British military, the MI6, they let him kill people, even though he was one of theirs, because
Of course they will.
they wanted him to knock it
Yeah, they
they
wanted
wanted
him at the top. They helped him
yeah
rise to the top.
yeah even if he took lives, he would still be credible. So they wanted them to say, right, I'm not catching an IRA spy. I'm an MI5 agent. Do I still kill him? And they just go, yeah, carry on as normal.
Well, I mean, it won't make no sense to the rest of the guys if he's supposed to be the spy catcher and he's not eliminating the spies, is he? Yeah, they don't care. This is what I'm saying. These people don't care, man. Their mindset is cattle and sheep. We're no different. Human beings are no different to pieces of meat. We're just pawns on the chessboard.
That's all these. Well, I noticed lately about the right wing. A lot of the right wing in England, they're no longer. I don't see this "God save the Queen" attitude really anymore. They've sort of turned. I'm not sure now. I think maybe it's just the government, but they don't seem to show their love for the monarchy anymore. Really.
Who cares about the? I did another just to change your pace. Did anybody see the Ralph documentary?
Yes, I did. I thought it was quite good.
Oh, I loved it. I've got through the bit where he's talking about Danny Tomo and the guy on the train. That's as far as I got. I thought it was going to be longer, but obviously I appreciate that took time to edit, cut up.
It was a good little documentary, yeah.
But it was very, very, very good. He's got really big ears, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not to take the piss, yeah. But when I saw it, his fucking ears are mad, and that hat does really make it worse.
Yeah. Did you see the bit that when Jordan walked?
Do you think I think he's some sort of government agent.
That's what I've said. We've all.
That's
said
what I'm not even gonna lie. Just watching that documentary.
Yeah.
This guy, there's no way, unless he's a Manchurian candidate. There's no way, like me as a black man, yeah. As much, I just couldn't, because at the bottom, at the end of the day, I know when they're done with everyone else, they're gonna be I'm next, because I'm not white.
Yeah, I think he's one of those, where they get people to gather around and organize something, and just when they're about to do something, it's like entrapment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think he's some sort of something.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
He wants people to.
He's an agent provocateur because, the guy is standing like you can even some of the protests that he's at, and he's just in the back. He's just I don't know. There's something about him, man.
And he's very friendly with the police. If you look at the videos, he's always,
and he's probably a drunk as well.
No, definitely. No, he definitely is. He's definitely. Who said it about? He does all these weird things. I think with Dan, when was it us we were talking about that? He keeps licking his hand or.
There's something. I know, Dan. You've had a lot of infractions with this guy, so that's why, like, you're the foremost. I wouldn't say expert, but you've had the most interactions with him. How did you? Because I heard you come on Raspect and said, but I didn't listen. How did your interactions with Rob? What happened? What exactly happened? If you can say, because I know there was meant to be a case or something going on, or you couldn't speak about it, or
it was. I first encountered Ralph in the comment section on COE.
Okay.
And he was commenting on one of his videos, and this video I think was basically arguing with American guy in the park about Donald Trump. telling this American guy why Donald Trump won the election about data and I said something. I just said something like short. Like I was on to the next video or whatever. I was just like, the irony of a British Indian guy telling an American about American politics. Or something.
Yeah, it's a bit stupid. It's a bit stupid.
And and sort of he started sort of coming back and like calling me Abdul and shit, and like I was like, I'm not. My name's not Abdul, and I'm not Muslim, but
yeah. That's what he thinks. If you don't agree with him, you gotta be Muslim.
You've got to
be Muslim. It's like if you don't agree, like what, just from like, say if I don't know Dan, right? What has Dan said to be called quote unquote Abdul? You know, what does he do?
I literally said nothing at this point, and this is the thing. Like I came back fairly strongly, and I was like, look, I don't know if you're on here for like, if you're like, imagine Dragon enemy is like a Muslim in every case, like every enemy that you can't like. You just imagine every single person you disagree with to be like either like lefty or Muslim or whatever. Then you're not really gonna hit anything. I'm not either of those.
Yeah.
So Leon ended up inviting me onto the channel after maybe about 2 weeks of messages going back and forth. And,
would you? Okay.
Leon like offered to like give me a
mediate
space on the panel, but no, he had a panel in mind with Lister and Jewish Joseph from the park.
Oh yeah. I've got my own views on him as well. He's another one.
Yeah, he's very slow, Dan. He comes across.
But anyway, let's just let Dan explain, and then we'll.
The first debate I had with him was like there was a lot of debate in like the comment section, and he'd said a couple of things that were like just mad contradictory for me. And I was sort of saying to him, I was like, I could make a documentary on your contradictions thus far, maybe on like 4 or 5 appearances on COE videos and a couple of little comments. Like he was sort of falling apart. Like the things that he was saying that weren't tallying up with things that he then said. He'd say something at the park that it was a bit odd. So I treated him fairly seriously because he was talking about these sort of far right groups and whatever else and his connections and that. He said something about how he was going to get me done for malicious communications or something. and how I would be like I'd be like the 9th person that he done or something like that.
Hold on, what communication had you said which was malicious? I'm still waiting for you.
Very little. This is the thing. Very little. Basically, a typical way when I like test people, someone's come up with what they say is their theory. I just invert it. I turn it in on itself, and I wrap them up in their own theory. So he was coming with all this like hard genetics, alpha male, this and that. So I basically said, look, in real life, your politics is pretty much driven by fear that you have wife could be taken by superior genetic specimen who's got more money than you, and basically can provide a better.
Yeah, this is the way to get them. Yeah,
this is the thing, and I know he's into this like red pill, men's rights activism stuff. Yeah. So I just basically turned his theory on him, and he got well sensitive and started saying, you crossed the line, you go talk about my wife, this and that. And I was like, what? You're talking about like an entire race of people. You called me Abdul. You said I'm low IQ. You've said all this shit about like Africans and whatever else. And I say one thing about like your wife in like an abstract sense, and you can lose your shit and say you're going to get the police on me. So at this point, I called the police, right? And I said, it's a random call. I called 101, like the non-emergency. It's like, can you just explain what the deal is with like malicious communications? Some guy online, and as I reeled off the story, this woman's like taking our notes and like, so how do you know this guy? I'm chatting to online. I'm supposed to be debating him. And this is I'm getting these mad messages, like mixed messages from him. Like,
malicious communication.
He's saying he's going to get me done for malicious communications, but then on another video, he's saying how I'm scared to debate him and I won't even debate him on COE's channel. And like, I remember I messaged Leon and I was like, bruv, like, what's this guy on? Like, and Leon was doing like some live stream or something. He was like, I'll email you back. I don't know. I'm not sure what that's about to me. Anyway, I ended up debating him, and yeah, the rest is kind of history. But I think I don't know. I triggered him very early on. And I realized kind of which buttons to push if I needed to push them. But I mean, I don't know. It was a funny one with him because
malicious. That's Google Hangout.
But bruv, I said to him,
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The funny thing, as soon as he started saying this stuff about malicious communications, I was like, all right. Let me find out who this guy is. So I googled him. I found out a load of stuff about it. I found out what was the interesting thing?
No, you don't have to go into it if you don't want to go into it.
This is the interesting one for the example, right?
Yeah.
I heard a couple months earlier signed a what do you call it? Like a government petition. What do you call it? When a parliament petition. To guarantee absolute free speech. I was
that's
like,
a bit.
I went straight from Google. I was like, went back to YouTube. I was like, you're not the same guy who proposed this bill for like absolute free speech, but you're saying you're going to get me done for malicious. What? Because of hurty words.
Fucking hypocrites, dear.
So yeah,
just like Banksy, like when he was going to sue, he's going to sue. You know, and Jordan got him the other night, and this is the guy that was always going on about free speech.
Sue Jordan for what?
Sue, I think we said anyone. He said he's going to sue Jordan. He's going to sue anyone who says anything about him, calls him Nonsky. He's going to sue anyone who calls him that name. Yeah, you see the filth. What they do? What he just be saying over in Real McGee's channel. So. I mean, did you not see the Jordan, him and versus Jordan?
I saw them. I saw part of the debate. I didn't watch the.
Jordan just tore him up. I mean, he got on.
That's another debate I need to watch.
It's not that long. Jordan, I told Jordan to cut it down, and it's about maybe 50 minutes, just under an hour. But he got on, and he was, you know.
Hey Dan, do you think you better play the audio?
I
think. Dan could. I'm not sure. Yeah, he knows a bit about the.
Yeah, you won't be able to hear it, unfortunately. Set up.
Oh,
yeah. Just watch it. He gets on.
I mean, I can put it on from where I am. Do you know what I mean? I can put it on from where I am.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Obviously, I was checking out Pat and Jordan's
debate.
They done a collab. It wasn't really a debate. It was like a collab. Really, I don't think it was a debate. But
yeah, we were on that same night, bro. That's the one. That was the one.
Oh, was you on there?
Yeah, I was there. Me, Jordan, and I got off, and then Banksy came on. He came on, and then he basically thought he was going to troll and take over. He was cocky and arrogant, but because Jordan, I said it to Jordan, he's really,
he knows how to speak.
Great at debating. He has
and speaking as well. His mannerisms.
Yeah.
He keeps a calm face. I actually really like Jordan M. To be honest with you, I think that he is an exception.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that we need to hear his voice a bit more.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't really get involved in a lot of the other nonsense.
Said it, Banksy said it that you are the most dangerous because you like he was saying like you're not like all these others. You know, you don't behave so you're my number one enemy, you know. He's basically telling them, you know.
Yeah, he knows because he can't trigger him. Like he can Banksy's way of dealing with things is to get you to lose yourself.
Yeah, we don't
to get you to get you to so he can't trigger Jordan. He can't get Jordan to get angry or start screaming and shouting. And do you know what I mean? Yeah. That's how he that's Banksy's debate tactics. You go up against Banksy, he's gonna say something disgusting, vulgar.
Yeah.
Because he wants to get that reaction out of you.
Yeah. Well, this is what him, Banksy, not so much Banksy with me, but Ralph. You know, was saying if we take over this country, I'm gonna get you, Land of Celts, and Jordan. I'm gonna get you two. You're gonna be executed. You're race traitors, and I'm gonna get just picked up or either executed if we take over the country. You know, him saying it like
he said he's gonna get you lot rounded up and executed.
Yeah, me and Jordan, because he says that me and Jordan are race traitors, that we betrayed the race, and you know, we're gonna be executed by firing squad. This is the mentality, you know.
That is, that's to trigger you.
Yeah, that's really.
You know what I mean? That's definitely to trigger you, because he was in Sniper stream. He was in Maku's stream. Big up Noah being Sniper. And we was having a conversation. I was saying, what is it that you lot want? He's saying basically he wants immigration stopped. Yeah, he wants that stopped. Yeah. So I said, okay then. So how do you making more white people have more say in what goes on in this country? How does that help me? How does that help the average minimum wage Joe? The average minimum wage Joe does not give an F about building borders. Average minimum, what's higher minimum wage?
Yeah.
He wants better support with childcare. He wants this. He wants that. You don't really give a toss about who you bringing in. And do you know what I mean? I'm saying when you're making these decisions, why are your decisions? How are they going to affect me? You're making decisions which aren't going to help, which aren't for me, which is why I'm not interested in it. It doesn't. I don't care.
As the old political saying goes in America, it's the economy, stupid. You ever hear that saying?
Yeah. No, I haven't heard that saying.
It's like it's in America. It's an old Cold War sort of in the 60s. They say it's the economy, stupid, meaning like don't mind everything else. You can do anything you want as long as the economy is good. You'll get away with it. If the economy is bad, forget all your projects, you know.
Yeah. All right. So what's everyone's opinion on Brexit? And who voted and who didn't?
Well, Jordan.
I didn't vote.
To me, Jordan has voted for it. To me, in Ireland, we're very pro-Europe, pro-EU, but they want reform.
Why did he say he voted for it?
Yeah,
Why?
Jordan voted for it. Yeah,
why.
I can't really understand.
Because I can't really understand. Okay, so we leave the EU. Do people forget that the EU coming into prisons is what banned them from using the razor wire, meaning the prison have to pay fines for it. The EU saying you don't have to squat no more. It's a violation of your human rights. And people realize that once we leave the EU, all these European human rights things goes out the fucking window.
Did you see the debate between Hamza and Jordan?
Yeah, I saw it briefly in the part, but I don't know if there's a longer video.
No, they done a part 2. Well,
definitely got to check that.
Side, all the things that Hamza said, that's what I believe. Now, I don't believe that I'm not saying that the EU is some great, like, never makes a mistake. It's mighty.
Of course not.
You know, it needs reforms, and I mean real reforms. And this one that was running it, remember the chip shop bleeding? What was the qualifications for running the entire EU? She ran a chip shop outside London. This is how they're putting. It's a bureaucracy. Yeah, the one that used to remember the English one.
No. I don't. See, the thing is, I don't really pay attention to certain politics. To be honest with you, I normally have these. My dad knows all this stuff. I normally have these politics is what I talk to my father about. But I want to know the pros, how it's going to benefit me, us leaving EU, and us staying in there. Exactly. This is so. What are we leaving for? So other people can get rich. Is that what it's for? I'm not really about that.
I'll tell you what, bro. You know, look, a lot of good people, a lot of good-hearted people in Britain were fooled, were lied into believing that it would make them better. Because of the Nigel Farage
goes down the pub, have a pint.
Yeah. You're just going to save 350 million a week. Britain would say no such thing.
Hold on. We'd save a lot more money if they went after them banksters and found out all the money that they lost in the housing bubble, all these people's pensions that they've lost. We'd have a lot more money if they stopped fucking bombing other goddamn countries. Yeah. Okay. And focus on the real issues that's happening in this country. To me, the whole Brexit thing has just been one giant distraction.
And 350 million a week is nothing to Britain. Like, you add that up, that's about what? 10 billion a year. 10 billion to the British economy. Do you know how big the British economy is? It's about 15 times the size of Ireland's economy.
But aren't they losing money on that supposed high-speed rail thing, which is they were spending billions on that, and now it's not even going through now?
No, but do you know? Look, do you know why Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, we have such? Even the people that dislike the EU, they still admit that Ireland. The only reason why Ireland is one of the most modern, like, you know, all the airports, the roads, the highways, the motorways, the bridges, the schools, everything. They gave us, right? Our economy was known as the Celtic Tiger in the 1990s, and it was grown and grown and grown, right? And because of that, the EU was giving us 20 billion every year. 20 billion euro. So they give us nothing but lens, constant lens for this, lens for that, for the bridges, for the M50, big massive motorway that goes from the south side of Dublin to the north side of Dublin. All the schools, the bridges, the hospitals, all the rebuilding of hospitals and towns, everything. So we got constant lens of money from all the countries. Not like it's like a pot, you know. All the countries put in. And we paid that back. So the whole of Ireland was rebuilt in the 90s, because that's why Ireland has the majority of Ireland, they voted to stay in the, like, I know if it's very pro-EU, Ireland is. Britain is different because the deals that they made it's different, but Britain gets, Britain is actually part of the EU economy. But it doesn't have to pay. There's loads, like other EU countries could only wish
to get the deal that Britain's got.
Yes. So it's insane. Why would Britain leave the EU? Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. That's what I said to me. It's a distraction. It's to distract you from what's really going on. There's something else going on, and after the whole, look how long Brexit's been going on. It's going to start talking years now. This thing's been going on for. Like, it's just it's to do the news cycle, is to get us talking where the real things we should be talking about, we're not talking about, because, you know, Brexit is on everyone's lips. I mean, how much money did Nigel Farage campaigns, how much did they make off Brexit?
You know what I think they want to do? I think the Tories are the ones who are behind this whole Brexit thing. I think they want to sell off the whole of Britain. They've already sold off. Half of London is owned by the Russians. The Russians basically own every drug dealer, Russian mafia, you name it. Every international oligarch, Russian, Putin's friends, Putin's cronies, Yukos, all these mafia own houses all over. So they already own bleeding Chelsea. What next they're going to buy? So the Tories, you know the way the Tories are. The Tories would sell their own mother for the right price. That's what I think is that the Tories basically want to sell off. And watch the next thing. This is what I say. I'm going to make a prediction. The NHS. Watch the NHS with the Tories. This is what they want to do. They want to privatize the NHS. That's what they've always wanted to do, but they were stopped just before they could do it.
They do that, a lot of people are going to die, man.
I think
it'll be like America. It'll be like America. If you ain't got insurance, you're dead.
Yeah, there would be a rebellion, an open rebellion, just like when the Irish government brought out the water taxes.
There's no water tax in Ireland.
They tried. They tried to bring water taxes until the police were getting attacked and beaten up, and the politicians were getting, you know, the car toppled over, and it was nearly a civil war.
Yeah,
It
the
was
people were
basically-
fighting back. Basically,
Yeah,
they were
the
like,
people just
"Fuck
said
that."
no. Yeah, the people just said no. You get enough tax off us. You're not
Yeah.
getting any more.
Why is this thing in Britain? Why do we pay for water anyway?
Your guess
And I'm
is as
doing
good
that
as
with.
mine. Your
I'm
guess-
doing that. I'm doing that with air quotes for those who do pay for water. That is.
I'll tell you, do you know what will happen if the Tories go near the NHS? If the Tories go near the NHS, it will be like the poll tax riots with Thatcher.
Yeah, you think that, but I think that's what they're priming the people for. That's what they're weakening, softening us up for. Like I said, they're softening us up for something.
Definitely. The Tories,
They're
it's them that's going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if what's his face, old Boris doesn't do it.
Yeah, that prick. Like, you know, David Cameron was sort of like a liberal Tory. He wasn't as, I don't think he was as like a hardcore Tory like the rest of them. But Boris Johnson is a true Tory. Like he if there's anything going to be done, it's going to be under him. Like I think, yeah, go on.
If he survives the election, that is.
Yeah, that's another thing. Three times. If the first vote, he lost. Second vote, he lost. Third vote. So all this thing, actually, I thought he would get away with a lot more.
Mind you, Theresa May survived by the skin of her teeth, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, and I'm not surprised if he doesn't make it. Like I said, it doesn't really matter who's in power. The real people that's in power are still going to get what. Still going to do what they want.
Like, dude, don't they know the poorest part of England is the north of England? Liverpool, Leeds, Manchester. These are the cities that are going to suffer. And it's these people that voted overwhelmingly to leave the EU. Little
Because
did
they're
they know.
stupid. Because they need someone to blame, and it's easy for you to blame the Polish man that's come over here, who's only coming over here to pay for his house and to feed his family, who's going to work real hard.
Yeah.
It's easy for them to blame that guy than to understand, like, so the whole Windrush thing. The reason why they came over on Windrush was to help build up this country's economy after the war. So the war and not all them kind of things. But now that the country's fine, they want to send them all back.
Just like the Turks in Germany. Germany was literally an ash heap. In 1945, Germany was just rubble. There was every city, every town in Germany was rubbled to the ground. Every inch of it. A couple of villages survived. They got within about 5 years. The Allies, they came in and they rebuilt. They just got the infrastructure going. Then by 1950, 51, 52, they start quietly bringing in, because Germany and Turkey always had great
relationships.
Even before World War I with the Kaiser, the Ottoman
Yeah,
Empire,
and
the Kaiser.
the Kaiser.
They bring over Turks to rebuild about 1 million of them, and they rebuilt the whole of Germany for like dirt cheap. It would have cost.
Well, they didn't have no money. They didn't really have no money. So
I think they were probably, imagine the wages they were giving them at that time. So that's how. And the same thing with all the Caribbean people. They brought them over to rebuild England, and then when all these areas that were basically extinct, all these towns up the north of, areas in London which were basically just full of bleeding sewer, there was no one in them. They were empty. They were all falling to pieces. And then when the people from the Caribbean come in and do up the place and make it look good, you go home now. We don't want you here. What's the place? Notting Hill.
No, Notting Hill.
Carnival and all.
Carnival, yeah.
If you ever look at the history, me telling you, I only learned a bit about the history about that.
Mate, I couldn't tell you the history of Carnival, and that's going to sound really, really bad. But I used to go when I was younger, but I didn't really. The thing is, in my household, like, I never really got. I learned my history late. Not that I thought that I was or British or English, I knew that I was from Caribbean roots. So I always knew I was from Caribbean roots. Do you know what I mean? But I didn't really. Growing up, someone would say, "Oh, you're African." I'd be like, "No, what are you talking about? I'm Jamaican. I'm half St. Lucian." No, but and then one day I was sitting down, and one of my family members broke it down to me like, "No, you technically aren't from Africa, but your ancestry comes from Africa. Do you know what I mean? And you should be proud of that. And we descended from kings and and they had to broke down slave and learning about breakdown of slavery and Willie Lynch and what he did and the book that he wrote that even after slavery is abolished, that black people will still be enslaved 200 years later, and they still are. It's a mental slavery. You know, those are the things. So that's why I'm really on these hangouts for knowledge. Big up, Jenn Wallis.
Yeah, this is what they do. When the country is rebuilt and everything starts getting, you know, back to normal, and all these areas of these countries that are they're rejuvenated, you know, all done up. They start getting say, you know, what are they doing here? Well, these areas are like leading ghost towns. They weren't like ghosts; they were ghost towns. And now when they
I've never actually been to Germany. I don't actually know what Germany is actually.
It's very old looking. Like, you know, when you go there, it has that. It's like a real. It's different. It doesn't feel like England or Ireland or Scotland.
Yeah.
It has this like. It's even though it's Central Europe, you can tell a lot of the architecture is very. It's not. It's a strange place. I don't know what it is, but like a lot of the infrastructure is very old fashioned, and they kept a lot of the style. You know, all these Gothic. You know, the Gothic started over there. You know, all these really old churches.
They got some of the oldest churches in Germany. They got a nice one in Italy that they've been building for like 900 years.
Yeah,
something ridiculous like that.
You know, I like the Germans. I like a lot of things about them, but they are very
racist or nationalist. Are they racist or are they more nationalist?
No. The Germans are not as racist. No, the most racist in Europe is the French.
Russians.
No,
the French are fucking
French.
something. Yeah, they're nasty.
And maybe the Spanish after that. French, then
Spanish. Well, I thought you was going to say the Italians.
No, and Italy. Well, you look at the football matches.
Yeah.
Look at the football. That's how you know. Which countries is it always happening? France.
Yeah.
Not so much France. They clamped down.
But most of the thing is, France is a bit of a joke because they only won the bloody World Cup thanks to the players that.
The '98 World Cup team, the best team ever.
Yeah.
I remember that when I was
18. This is what I'm saying. So it's a bit silly, man. It's a bit silly, man.
Just like the German Turk guy. Remember, he left the Turkish German team. He says, "When I win, I'm German. When we lose, I'm a Turk."
Oh, that was Ozil. Yeah, that was Ozil. Yeah. Oh, I know because I'm an Arsenal.
Yeah.
Jenna why don't you come on, man? I've been to Italy. The only one of the places in Europe I haven't been to is Ireland, which is really bad.
It's right beside.
I know because I've had a few. I've had traveller partners. I've had Irish. You know what I mean? But I've never actually been over there. I don't know. I can't even tell you why.
Yeah. It's like England. Looks like England. The buildings are the same.
Probably for the same reason I've never been to Scotland.
You know what? I don't think of. That's the only country I've no really interest in visit Scotland. I don't know why. People are getting offended now when they say that, but Scotland.
I mean that's nothing. You're just saying it doesn't interest you.
Yeah.
It's cold. I've been to Wales.
Yeah, Wales is nice.
I've been to Wales.
You know what? On a really clear day, it has to be a very, very clear day.
Yeah.
If you're standing up on the mountains in Dublin, it's on Dublin, right? you can see the Wales on a really clear day. It has
Wow.
to be very clear. Yeah, because like 70, 80 miles, the hills of Wales, you can see them from. It has to be very, very clear though. You know, there's no like. You ever seen it? You know, when it's a nice day out and it's sort of like foggy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's not that'll tell you how close it is. Yeah.
Crazy, man. But yeah, man.
Ireland's just the same as England. It's only that they have a funny accent.
Funny accent.
They have many funny accents.
I like the Irish accent.
For such a small country, we have so many different accents. You know, it's a small.
I've always liked Irish people. Me personally, I've never
Everyone says, no, I used to think, come on, is it exaggerating? We're not that nice. But a lot.
No. Okay, let me rephrase that. You've always been nice to me.
Yeah. See, all the foreigners, they always say, like anyone outside of Ireland, they always say, oh, they're so friendly, the Irish. They talk to anyone.
Yeah.
But I think it must be true because anyone I know, they always say the same thing. Everyone, no matter what country they're from.
Yeah.
They always say the Irish, you can't get away from them. Once you get talking to them, maybe a stranger on the street or. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just watching the beginning of the debate. Whose Trust Me is Go Live Media? Who the hell is that?
No, that's not him. That was a Grey Dunya. It's not Go Live.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Grey Dunya on there, yeah? The troll. Yeah. He's been around for ages, he has, Grey Dunya. He's a proper troll, isn't he?
Yeah.
I know he's your brother. I'm not really dissing him. I don't really have a problem with Grey. I don't really have a problem with Grey Dunya. I just think that
he admits
he's a bit of a troublemaker.
No, he admits it. Yeah, sometimes he gets the first time I seen him, I was just, oh man, this guy, I can't take him. But then eventually you get to understand him. He's not. Yeah.
Oh, this is good. I only wish you lot could actually hear this debate because it is good. Actually, I could share my screen. Hold on, let me come back in on my Hangouts account on my laptop. One sec.
Yeah, go on.
One sec.
Dana?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
They'll be coming back now. Just wait.
How's everyone doing today?
And there, hold on, here he is now. Old Hickory. Dan, you there, no?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, can hear you. Where are you from?
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you now, yeah.
How do you share screen on this thing?
You will have to...
Yeah, I think it's all technical now. Yeah. It's not like StreamYard where you can just do it straight away.
I don't know if you can. I think you could just share your camera.
Oh, yeah, share screen. No, you can't share screen.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Shit, how?
Yeah, it's opened another window. Right, let me open up to show you guys this debate is getting juicy.
He destroys them. Banksy is just, he gets...
He said, I knew he'd fucked up when he said Muslims are the most protected by the state. That's what he said. That's what Banksy said, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is just ridiculous.
That guy's pretty vile, huh?
Because if they were the most protected, then they would have put a stop to Tommy long time ago.
Yeah. No one's protected. And actually, the ones that's protected is them. They're treated like we're
hold on.
kid gloves.
What's another one's channel I never go to? I never.
Yeah, I'm
go to
sharing it. I don't know if you
channel.
lot can hear it. Can you not hear it?
No, not yet. No.
It's on my screen.
Hold on. Yeah, I can see it, but I can't hear it.
You can't hear it. Oh, it's so technical, man. Oh, his voice as well. God.
I'm kind of proud to say that actually. Like, I never ever go to Banks's channel. I never ever go to Real's channel. Like, I don't even go over there to see what they're doing. I'm not sub to them. I don't type in their
I'm
chat.
not sub to them. I
Nothing.
do go over to find out what they're doing. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I don't. I swear I never do. I really don't even care, honestly.
Sometimes you gotta shop around. Sometimes. I like to find polarized opinions.
Yeah, but like, is their opinions even like, not to say everyone's opinion is not valid, but are they just like, are they even coming from a intellectual stance, or are they coming just from a hate stance? Because like, from what I hear and what I see, it's just like they're just all about hate. Like, why even?
They're bullshitters. None of their arguments are any good. None of them.
Yeah, so like, why even bother like giving them your time or energy or anything? And I
Because
see this.
they goad people into. They say things to get a reaction. That's what they do.
Yeah, it's messed up. But like, if more people, like, if you guys were like me, they wouldn't be getting the views, and they wouldn't be having such a big platform.
If we don't go over there, Jen, yeah, even if we don't go over there, they've got their own core audience, yeah? They've got their own core audience. Because if he didn't have his own core audience, he'd be catering to other audiences. So he's got his core audience.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, he can't debate. Real's got no debate tactic. I thought he was a flat earther, but clearly he never talks about flat earth. So when you break it down, you know, the only people he's got, like, I went over there today, and Afghan and that were just roasting Braden. They had Braden on there. He'd been on his 5th can of Stella or whatever he'd been drinking, clearly intoxicated, and he was just chatting a load of nonsense about putting people in concentration camps.
Yeah, Braden is like, even the right wing, they look at him as an embarrassment.
Yeah. Is old Hickory in here?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's from Texas, I think, if I remember correctly, or from.
You remember?
Are you from?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, to me, Braden reminds me of one of those like, kind of like trailer park white people that you see over here with like tons of flags and like a Confederate flag, like.
Yeah, but you know what? I truly, a lot of people see. This is the thing that people from Texas are supposed to be. I know the ones from Mississippi and Texas are supposed to be, you know, the quote unquote backward ones, and the ones from New York and the West Coast are supposed to be sophisticated and modern. When actually, it took me a long while to realize that it's not actually true. A lot of people in Texas, not all, no, the ones in Texas are just, because there's ones in New York, and like that. America, to me, from just the bit I know about it, it's divided. It's not like the state is not all one.
No, it is. It definitely is divided, and I mean, I've seen it myself, and like I said, probably 90% of the racism I've seen in my life has been in the South. Either in Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and in those 3 places are like where, you know, I've experienced some of the most terrible shit that I've seen and heard, you know? So it's like, I haven't seen active racism like that up here. So it's like very much divided. Like, I had an old white guy in Florida cussing me out, calling me a Yankee bitch.
What?
Yeah, he was calling me a fucking Yankee bitch, telling me to get my New York ass out of here, like go back north. He was this old, like hater, like just an old miserable white man who's seen me because, you know, my ex-husband was black, my kids are mixed, and they don't like that. So like I got a lot from both sides down there, you know, like neither sides really fuck with that. So it's like, you know, I hear it from white people, I hear it from black people. It's like, what the fuck? Can't fucking win. So
I mean, my partner's white, my son's mixed. I'm brown, of course, so yeah, I mean, I do get it as well.
Same here, yeah.
I get it, but I don't really give a fuck because, you know.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck, exactly.
They're not picking my partner, and if it wasn't for my partner, I wouldn't have this bundle of children spitting water all over the floor. You know? So, you know, and I've always been like that. I've never done what anyone's told me to do or got the way anyone's told me to go, and I've gotten the way I feel in it. And if I like you, I like you. You know what I mean? You could be whatever your nationality is irrelevant. You know? It's not relevant to me because it's not, unless it's a stance where you like me but you don't like everyone else that's like me, then that's where it could be an issue. But do you know what I mean? You can get what I'm saying, innit? Like,
yeah, of course. Like that would just be a hater, right? Like nobody fucks with them.
Yeah. Now, you being Italian, I'm cool with you being Italian with them. When we go to Italy, I'm always dissing Italians. You'd be looking at me sideways like, what is that? Like, there are some people that are like that.
No, I have heard that, you know, like Europeans kind of, well, they don't, I've heard that they pretty much hate Americans. They don't like when we go over there, no matter what color we are. But I do hear that they're like kind of racist.
No, I don't.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No,
The Europeans, they like the Americans, but
they don't like your politics.
Yeah, they hate the American politics
and the government. Your government is probably more hated than the actual American. I don't even know.
Well, I think our government's hated on a global scale. So I mean,
I don't think it's the American. Like, I can get down with having a building, as the World Trade Center is, and knowing someone that works there and it getting destroyed, and you being told it's these geezers that sit in a cave and eat rotten cheese. Let's go get them. That's what I'd be saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be saying what most people have been saying. Like, it's hard to believe that your government could have been responsible, as in the terms of, you're not getting no more water, so no. Go and sit down.
I mean, the weeks after that happened, and I mean, I'm sure Old Hickory can confirm that not everything on the news was the war against terror, but it was this Muslim, that person, this Islamic group, this Islamic group. And it was like instilled in us. Like it was, you know, like it was horrible. Like I had to cut the news off. And like, honestly,
it was 24 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. You kind of get addicted to that. And then it makes you fearful. Like, you know, I had to stop watching the news like altogether.
Do you remember right after 9/11? Two things that I remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what was it? What? Just gone 21 at the time, and I remember two things. A plane on the next day after 9/11, the very next day after 9/11, a plane crashed in New Jersey.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it was an accident, but it was just a normal plane crash, and everybody on board died. It crashed in a housing estate. But they made out that was, oh my God, it's another Al Qaeda attack. And then for about 3 months after, they didn't say it. They just kept, it's like, here's another one. And then about 3 months later, they quietly admitted, actually, it wasn't an Al Qaeda attack, it was just a normal air crash. Then, about 6 months after 9/11, there was the famous Royson plot. Remember the guy that was
Yes.
sent to Royson?
Yes.
All the senators,
Oh my God, I have a story about that. Yeah, go ahead.
congressmen and all, right?
Yeah,
And
and all the government buildings. Yeah.
he wrote on
Yeah.
the letter, "Long live Allah." You know, this is something that a Muslim would never write. Trust me, a Muslim would
Right.
never write this type of thing. "Long live Allah" or "Big up Allah." You know, something in the words like it's silly.
Shout
it's
out.
something like, it was like the words what I said is was said, "Long live Allah."
Yeah.
Long live Hamas. It's some crap like
Clearly things that organizations that people have heard of, so it sits in their mind.
Death to Israel. Long live Hamas. Long live Allah. And Islam will Islam forever. All these weird things. Now they found out later he was posting ricin, highly toxic ricin. That as soon as if you even put your hand on it or even breathe in a small bit, you're dead instantly. Right?
Yeah.
Well, that was sent to John Kerry, Hillary Clinton. It killed about 11 or 12 people, right? People were opening it all, you know, new reporters. A New York Times reporter died. They were sending it to all people who was against, you know, sort of like left-leaning. They found out by the scientists when they done tests on the ricin. It was like, I think it was sarin or ricin, when they tested it, they said, this is so pure and such a high level of toxicity that it's so well made. And they knew that it was from their labs. It was from their labs. So it was American ricin. Then they found out that it was a guy who was a high level guy that was in charge of making chemical weapons in the U.S. Army weapons facility. And it was him that was sending it out to everyone. And then he committed suicide just before they were about to arrest him.
Of course he did.
Do you remember that? It was everywhere.
Yeah, it was horrible. We had where I lived in a apartment complex at that time. So there was like we had a shared mailbox. Like our mailbox was one block out in the so our mailman was Sikh, and the white people freaked out when they saw him, like, and I'm like, why are they noticing him now? And somebody actually called the cops on him. And I'm like, no, he's Sikh. Like, he's not, you know, and they were like, no, we don't want him touching our mail and whatnot. And I'm like, that's horrible. He's been our mailman forever. Like, I give the guy a Christmas card. I don't know, like, you know.
It shows how much you can whip hysteria.
Yeah, exactly. And it's horrible.
And all the Sikhs that was murdered after 9/11.
Yeah, for being mistaken.
Do you know how many
Sikhs
was murdered? Like that? Did you say brown skin? He's wearing a turban. Kill him.
Yeah.
Did I even know
the one
between like a Sikh and a Muslim?
The Sikh temple out here, they actually had to, in my town, they changed their sign because they used to have a sign and it had some, I couldn't read it.
Yeah.
But now, like, when you drive by, there's a huge sign in block, like, English words, like Sikh temple. It's, I'm like, oh, that sucks.
They don't want to get hit with a rocket propelled grenade.
That's fucked up.
It is messed up that people can't think for themselves and can't differentiate between.
But that's America. Like, we're you know, our media grooms us towards these ways, you know. It's only a certain few, like, people who don't, like, obviously it does, because why would anyone in the right mind follow Trump as a leader?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's something any American I speak to, whether I'm on Xbox Live or on YouTube, how the fuck did he win?
Well, he cheated his way in, and the
he
Russians helped him.
He didn't even get popular vote.
He lost the vote by 3.7 million. Hillary Clinton got 3.7 million extra votes, and yet she has to imagine getting 3.7 million extra
I'm not being
votes.
funny, but if I had a choice between her and Donald Trump, I'd have to vote for someone else because Hillary Clinton's like.
Yeah, she was bad as well.
I didn't vote for either of them.
She's nasty.
She would have been as bad. You can't say
that's,
she would have been.
That's why I thought that Trump won, because people were sick of the dynasty.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
They were sick of you know, the Bushes, the Clintons, they, you know, even though she would have been the first female president, they were just sick of them. And, you know,
That's you're right.
they
Like
had, they had to pick somebody who like what they did with Obama. If Obama hadn't won, America would have gone into civil war.
Yeah,
because
they
the
needed
people,
someone after the Bush years.
people was just so fed up with all the bullshit. They were so fed up with all the nonsense. They thought, yes, we can. We'll do something. And he was worse than George Bush.
Yeah. Obama was the safety valve after the Bush years.
Yes.
America needed a safety valve fast to let out off the steam, or it was going to blow. After the Iraq War, the amber warning, the red warning, the little mini parachutes. Every time you can buy a mini parachute every time you go up a skyscraper, in case if the buildings attack, you can jump off the top of the building. The amber warning, the red warning, the green warning. You know, now it's back down to green. Now it's back up to red. We might get attacked today. Now it's back to orange. Watch out! All these mad warnings and we're winning the war. It was just, I remember those years. Like,
it was crazy. I mean, thing is, I was locked up for. I was even locked up when they videoed. It was like 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
and you saw the first Tomahawk missile leave the cruise ship and hit one of Saddam's bunkers.
Yeah,
and the rapturous door kicking, and everyone was like, and then you had weapons of mass destruction.
Remember that?
Weapons of mass destruction. Then you had the Dr. David Kelly thing, where he exposed that there were no weapons of mass destruction. They found him in the fucking
woods
field with his wrist slit.
Yeah.
No.
See,
and then there was anthrax.
Yeah.
You know, it's what they say these words. They repeat them in the day.
Yeah, to scare you, to scare the masses. Yeah. Yeah.
It's where's Jenn gone? She gone?
No, I'm here. I was just washing a dish, and
Do you remember the 2004 debate where John Kerry? He should have won as well.
Him and Bush are cousins, man. This is what I say to people. It doesn't really matter who gets in. It's the vice presidents that normally running the stuff and telling people what to do. Like,
yeah, but there would have been a difference, like sort of a more modern, like, just imagine how different Al Gore was, like, utterly robbed, like, utterly.
Yeah, but do you think he would have done anything different? I mean, he's the one that's running around with that whole climate change scam. You know, they went all gone a bit quiet with that as well.
I think he would have.
You think so?
Yeah. Okay. I don't think he would have done the same.
What do you guys feel about climate change? Do you think it's a hoax or not?
No, I think
it's a hoax.
I think it's real, but they exaggerate a little bit. Just.
Do you know why I say? Do you know why my view is a hoax? Because the Earth, if you go through history, has always been. There's been times where the Earth's been really cold, and there's times when the Earth's been really hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it
like ice ages and whatnot.
Yeah,
you know?
it has these factors. And I think what it is the reason why they ramp up climate change is to make the resources scarce. Is to make create an artificial, like, we got to take all these cars off the road. So you've all got to do this, and it's about natural resources. That's the I forgot the word I'm looking for. That's what I think. That's my personal opinion.
Well, how do you explain though the summers that we're getting in England and Ireland reaching?
Like I said, the Earth naturally has times where it gets warmer.
But that quick, Rod, that's frightening.
Yeah,
the summers we're getting.
It's quick to us, but you got to go by the 1800s, the 60s. You got to go by those times. How many years it's been?
Yeah, but see all the cars in the world. Like, you see India, you see Delhi. See this Delhi and smog.
Yeah, but they could do that with spraying stuff in the air. Like, I'm a conspiracy. You got to think. You got talking to a conspiracy theorist. I question everything. When the government's sitting there telling me to do it, then I get worried.
Yeah, but it's good. I believe a lot. I don't call them because I call them conspiracies. The government does lie all the time. You can't trust anything they say. But it's not, they don't lie. It's usually about a lot of the things that they say, there's usually about 70, 80% truth and 20, and they throw in liars. It's usually.
I think that's too much. I would say the opposite.
No, because look.
No, I think maybe if we're lucky, about 10% of what they tell us is true. And 90% goes on behind the scenes that we have no idea about.
All right, remember WikiLeaks? Remember the US embassy cables. Remember all them? All the US embassy cables in the Middle East, all the Arab dictators, all them, going back for 7 years. There was 7. Some of them were going back 20 years. All the cables of what the monarchies were really thinking, and all these other countries, and what the Americans were saying about different countries. And people were thinking, oh my God, I cannot wait to read this, what the American government is secretly saying when there's no one listening. What is the US embassy saying about Israel? And then when you read it, you say, well, actually, yeah, this is good. There's a lot of great things that I'm reading here. But it's about 80% of what I see in the media. It's just a little bit extra. Like, remember the US embassy called Israel. Now, this is the US embassy calling Israel the something of crime, they called it, or the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, or there's like some funny thing. They were basically saying that Israel is like the capital of international crime, and nothing's ever done about it. And they said that meaning the US embassy, we've asked each party in the Israeli Knesset to stop all this money laundering of Israeli drug dealers and people smuggling and women and people trafficking, and nothing is done. And they said that every party in the Knesset, every Israeli party, actually takes a cut of it, and they're all paid off. He said it's like the whole government, every party, everyone in the parliament, in the Israeli parliament, is like mixed with the Russian mafia, the Israeli mafia. They work together, and when this got out, they went berserk, So, but these are things that we already knew about. It's just that the embassy cables gave us a little bit extra. They told us things that joined the dots, So that's how I think it's a lot of the things that we see. We tend to exaggerate as if there's much more to it, when a lot of the stuff that you keep back is like we always knew that the American government records everyone's phone calls.
Yep.
And they record everything. And if you say certain words, instantly the computer starts recording your calls. Well, remember, what's the guy Snowden? He when he told us all this, the same thing. He told us something that we already knew was going on. It was just a lot worse. So that's what I mean when usually a lot of conspiracies that the governments do, the British government, the European governments, the American government, it's usually something that they usually confirm things that we sort of had an idea that they were doing. It's just that they never confirmed it. I know people tend to, they say, oh no, it's much worse. They tell us 10% truth and 90% they don't tell. I think it's maybe 70% of the truth they tell us, but they hold back the most damning things, the things that would really hurt a political party or cause it to collapse. They hold back a lot of the really important stuff, and they just reveal, the small things. That's what I believe.
I mean, okay, so if climate change is real, why are they doing hardly anything about Because they've got electric cars now. Electric cars can be produced cheap electric cars.
Yeah.
Because it's less profitable for them. They
Yeah.
make more money without all the nature saving shit, you know?
And the oil companies as well. The oil companies are literally, for the last 20, 30 years, no, say 20 years, the oil companies, Texas, Mobil, Esso, all these companies have been constantly bad-mouthing propaganda, saying the electric cars are not fast, they don't have any range, they're not powerful, they'll never be a petrol car. Look how quick the electric cars are. Look how powerful they are. Look how quick, look how much torque they have. Because they're afraid. Who loses if the three of us went out and bought an electric car in the morning? You bought a Tesla, I bought a Tesla, you bought the German, the BMW i3 or whatever, and different ones. Who loses?
The oil companies.
The oil companies. We're not buying
But
their
oil
oil.
companies could invest in reusable energy.
Yeah, but the thing is isn't the oil companies why at the root source, like why the shit in the Middle East has been going on for so fucking long?
Yes, that's
like
another reason.
It's not about terrorism, it's about conquering oil. Like it's come on, man. Like
that's another reason why we should get electric cars. Because if we all drive electric cars, even if you don't believe in climate change, we'll destroy all these dictatorships. We'll destroy all these wars, because that's why we're going to war, because of these oil and gas. So if we can get electric cars, those who believe that climate change is real, we kill two birds with the one stone. Even if you don't believe in it, we're ending the wars.
Yeah, but okay then. But that's if you believe that all these natural resources, you can use them up. Because that's if you believe the theory that oil comes from dinosaur bones.
Yeah.
Or if you subscribe to the theory that oil can never stop being produced, you could never run out of it.
So what is synthetic oil then? Is that like what's up with that?
It's made of coal. It's dirty, it's more polluting, but it works the same. The Nazis, when the Allies, the Americans, the British, all of them got together and they bombed Hitler's oil facilities, the Nazis were forced to make coal or make oil out of coal. And it's not as rich, it doesn't give as much power to the planes and tanks and all. But oil is basically all like dirt and muck and coal and bones from millions of years ago. And it's like pools. That's when they dig underneath the ground, it's like it's like a lake. Sometimes the lake is big, sometimes the lake is small, sometimes it's like a mini ocean. And certain countries have it. Just like the gas, you know, when they hit the gas, they have to light it, because if they don't light it, it'll just explode. That's you know they dig into the ground, and then there's always like a flame constantly coming up from the gas pipe. That's so it if there's any leaks, it won't just blow up and take everyone like the ground with them. But,
I mean, that in itself has got to be horrible for the ozone.
No, because gas is clean, where oil is not. Gas, when you burn it, it doesn't pollute, and it just burns up into oxygen. Yeah, it's like gas is clean, so gas is not to worry about. It's the oil. Look, even the solar power. Look, how are we not using solar power? You ever see like how much power?
Because they make these things so expensive. Look at the price of a Tesla versus the price of a Nissan.
You're
Look at the price of, your electric company versus a $50,000 investment in solar panels. That's why. Like they make this stuff out of our reach.
Yeah, but they're coming down. Like the tellies. Remember the 4K OLED tellies when they first came out? €6,000 in Ireland. They were €6,000 for if you wanted to buy a 65-inch 4K Sony OLED. It was 6,000, nearly 6,200, 6,300. You know how much it is now? 2,400.
Yeah, I mean prices like that, but that's television. Like that's stuff to more control the population than help it.
Yep.
You know, yeah, let's make TVs cheaper so everyone can watch the bullshit that we put
no,
out.
You're right, but all technology eventually comes down in price. The more you make of it, the more that the price comes down. It's when something is rare, when something is very rare and there's not a lot of it, the price is high. When they produce more of it, it's like electric cars are getting cheaper, rapidly cheaper, all the time. It'll take about another 3 to 5 years before they hit the same price as a normal car. So you can get them now for 35, 35, about 33, 34, $35,000. There a while ago, they were 55, 60. Nissan is making them, the Nissan Leaf, the new Volkswagen Golf IE3, that's 36,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while, for them to get more popularized. But the thing is like, when I can afford one, yeah, I'll buy one, But right now, what am I buying? I'm my used Mazda. There's not too many used electric cars out there for sale,
I mean, you could get a Prius.
So,
I mean, you could get a Prius.
Yeah.
Priuses are quite good.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, like the government could. I mean, in the UK, in London, they used to have a thing called congestion charge, right?
Yeah, I
So
remember.
the city of London, they're saying too many cars and stuff. They want people to use more clean energy. So what they said is, people who have electric cars don't have to pay congestion charge. Then a few years later, they said, even if you got an electric car, you still got to pay. It's shit like that just makes people think.
This is what ruins it. This is because this is what made people want to get electric cars. You see, because the tax now in Ireland, it's still, if you buy an electric car, you pay no tax at all, none, and the chargers were free as well. But now, by next year, they're saying it's still the tax. If you buy a new electric car in Ireland, that there's no tax, but you will have to pay for the chargers.
Is there tax breaks here, Hickory, on electric cars, like on our tax refund?
Yeah. You hand in your old car, you mean, and you get 3,000 off or something, is it?
Supposed to, some sort of thing, But
No, I think there's something on our tax, like when we file our taxes at the end of the year, that we can check off that says, like, do you have an electric car? And they give like a tax break. I'm not positive though, because I never had one. So,
but, I mean, I was looking at buying a BMW i3, but they're very expensive.
Yeah,
very expensive.
I got a question for y'all. I was just kind of curious because I have a little bit different politics. Where do y'all get your news from?
Everywhere.
Internet.
Mostly internet.
Like, what about specifics though, like BBC or I don't know what's the
Russia Today.
In a minute.
Different websites.
Everywhere, yeah.
So do you listen to particular podcasts, folks?
Yeah, podcasts. Yeah, I mean,
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones is funny. Man. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, bro.
Alex Jones is like a meme.
Yeah, he's gone. Alex Jones used to be great. But now he's turned into just like a Republican. He's lost a lot of support. He's that. Do you know who Alex Jones is? Alex Jones is the person that he used to attack years ago. The very person Alex Jones said he would never become, he ended up becoming.
That's because money got involved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's because that's what happens to people. People go into things with good intentions.
And he fired.
You could just
fired everyone.
Look at any kind of charity or any kind of World Health Organization, World Food, all these organizations that set out with good intentions, but then there's so much money involved, people just get corrupted and people just
I think that Pizzagate shit ended him. Though.
Yeah, that's what ended it.
Yeah.
When he said when the guy went in and shot up the place.
Yeah, because he said that they were.
It was a bit convenient that he shot up everything and then he put a bullet in the computer and they said they couldn't get nothing off the hard drive.
Yeah.
Don't you
See,
find that a bit suspicious? Like when people are
it wasn't
drilling their hard drives and putting their hard drives in microwaves and they're still getting shit off.
it wasn't just Pizzagate. It was Pizzagate they used to take him down. They wanted them for other things. They wanted them for helping Trump.
Yeah, for Trump.
He really, really put everything that he was, all his power, all his might, all his political, everything he put into backing Donald Trump, and the establishment never forgave him for that. You know, everything. They wanted to take him for everything. He started attacking Muslims. He started attacking Hispanics. He started attacking black people, anyone who wouldn't support Trump. So he had like a coalition of people who were his enemies, and they all got together to take him down. And then they just used Pizzagate. Pizzagate was the key in the door.
I mean, how do you even find Alex Jones' videos? Because they took him off the internet. I mean, his apps disappeared.
I think he still has a website, right?
People are still uploading. A few people still upload his videos.
I think he still has a website, like a personal website.
You're right. I think
I think he's still on the radio too, locally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gandalf the White, by the way.
Yeah, he's not the same person. Alex Jones.
I mean, why are people allowing them to do what they do to Julian Assange right now?
Yeah, I disagree with Julian Assange, even though he
should be extradited.
No way. Even though I don't like what he's doing, and by helping basically WikiLeaks as well. WikiLeaks started off as great. Everyone loved.
What did he do? What did he do that was so bad?
He basically turned it into like a Russia, everything. He wouldn't say anything bad against Russia, and then was releasing all the things against, the Americans. And if you're going to release something, release it against everything. Remember the Panama Papers. Remember all the the corrupt dictators who were holding money in Panama, all the Panama banks. And it came out that Vladimir Putin was holding money, billions there, and that was just he didn't release that. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the Russians probably had something on them, but for some reason WikiLeaks sort of stopped. If you look at the old WikiLeaks when it first came out, he was against Putin. He hated Putin, and he was against.
What about Snowden? What about Snowden?
I'm sort of more sympathetic.
I've actually got his audio book to actually listen to.
Do you believe WikiLeaks though? Do you believe WikiLeaks? Is that it doesn't seem convenient to me. Why would
it's a fake? Jen, do you think they're fake?
I mean, why would they be real on a wiki site? That just seems so bullshit to me. Why would
No, it's not actually on a Wikipedia site. The site is just called WikiLeaks. What happens is whistleblowers, people who work in the US government, would leak information to this server, and they would upload it, and it was just called WikiLeaks.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
they called it.
It's not like a Wikipedia thing. That sounds so stupid.
Say you come across some classified information, which if you had one of those jobs, and then you think, you know what, I want the world to know about this. You give it to WikiLeaks, and they'd leak it. But Lander Keltz is saying that they.
Oh, what's that?
This little shit. Hold on.
Glass, no. Yeah, it started off great, WikiLeaks. It really.
Well, the land itself, you got to remember too, Julian Assange is still a man, and he's trying to secure his freedom. So I'm sure that plays into his decisions on what he does.
Yeah, as well. No, I don't believe that he should be, extradited, and he doesn't deserve that. Even though he done bad, he should have not released those things, because he really, really hurt when he released that thing about Hillary Clinton. He basically helped. He really, really helped put Trump into power. Everyone agrees with that. When he released that thing about Hillary Clinton about a week before the election, that was the Russians. The Russians stole that thing about the Democrats. Who else? This is an open secret. We all know. There's not even disputed. The Russians hacked the DNC, and then they gave it to WikiLeaks, and then he released it. And that's what they want him for. They say that they want them for the so-called rapes in Sweden. That's not what they want them for. They're using the thing in Sweden about the rapes just to extradite him and get him to America. And then when they get him to America, they want to know who gave you those DNC leaks, who handed it to you, who was working with you, why did he give it, who was there, was there one, was there two. They want to know everything about the Russians. That's why they've done it. But I don't believe, I think they should go to where he is now in London, not extradite him. They should make some type of deal, and then just
What
tell
was
them.
hold on? What was the deal? I know there are allegations, but what was exactly the rape in Sweden about?
They want them
rape or an actual rape, or what was he?
Oh, remember in 2011 he was supposed to. I believe that was fake. That was just to stop him at the time from leaking. You know, he was leaking all the things, the secret information. And that was the Americans saying, listen, we can't get him, so we get him this way. Just say that he raped, get two girls that he slept with, get them to say that he raped them. And then we'll destroy his image in the media, which they did. They did destroy
How
his
old
image
were
in the
these girls?
they're around the same age as him, maybe a year or two younger or something like that. They were the same age as him.
Okay.
And that sort of died down. And then the US government, then Snowden came after that. And then they thought WikiLeaks was big. Then Snowden came and just completely, it was like 100 times bigger than WikiLeaks. And then the Snowden thing was such a big leak that WikiLeaks was looked at as like small. They basically just forgot about WikiLeaks. But then when the election came up, that's what really then WikiLeaks made Snowden look small again. When the Russians hacked the DNC and handed over the DNC hack, all the hacks and the files and the audio, and gave it to WikiLeaks. And they released it a week before the election.
You know, I don't believe it is because, like, why would the government allow WikiLeaks to exist? Like, in general, like if they're leaking shit that they don't want the people to know, like the government can easily go in and shut the website down.
Oh,
why would they
server.
Even?
It's on a hidden server. They
like you don't think they know like where? Like you don't think the government is reading everything that's coming out on WikiLeaks?
Trust me,
it's not hidden from them.
It's on a hidden server. The server is hidden. It's not. You know, it's not on a website. It's not on some host website. You know, like these other like hacker websites. It's an actual server that's hidden. There's no address, so you have to find the computer and the server to find it. Like you can't knock it off. Like if you think they would knock that off if it was just on a like the web hosting websites, they would shut the whole website down. But it's on a server. Like you have to find the server.
Right, but I think Amanda Seltz, I think she makes a good point that I think that there is some interest because WikiLeaks isn't so different than like a pirate, right? And even pirates needed a safe port where they could store stuff. So they are being protected by some people.
Yeah.
So on some level, they want this type of stuff going on.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Because like I'm making.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, the host comes from a server, but look at like what it has to go through before it gets to us. Like they can easily shut down those, internet providers. Like they could block it from, so many different aspects. Like why would they allow it to go out there if it's like so bad? Like that's why I think they don't really care. The government doesn't care about the shit that's being released on that.
No, they put
website.
Loads of remember when WikiLeaks was releasing all the footage and the documents? They put warnings out to the New York Times, to the Washington Post, to the New York Journal, the New York Post, the San Francisco Herald, all these big American papers, the Guardian in Britain. they put the warning out that if you print any of these, like they just said, we'll tell you, meaning you'll have to guess what we'll do to you. And all these papers buckled, all of them. They said, "Oh, we're not printing them." And even if they did, they left out the most crucial parts. So they did put massive pressure on everyone, but it didn't stop them. Eventually, that's what he ended up admitting. He said, "From now on, I'm just going to release it in one big go because all the media, all the papers are so afraid to print it. They won't print it. They're too afraid of the U.S. government." But as the other was saying, what's your name? You were saying, why did they let them exist? Yes, it's true. The US government did let them exist, and they were they wouldn't shut down WikiLeaks because at that time, WikiLeaks was releasing all secret footage and files and corruption charges against everyone. The Russians, the Chinese, the Americans. So he was releasing all stuff about America's enemies and the Americans. But when he started only releasing stuff about America and start holding back stuff about Russia, he wouldn't release the Panama Papers. That was all the other websites, all the other ones knew about that Putin had billions in Panama. When the Panama Papers were released, everyone else released them except WikiLeaks. Now, why would WikiLeaks do that? Why would they only publish documents that are against the American government, but not post them against Russia? And that's when they turned against them.
I mean, it's just speculation. I mean, maybe he was hoping to get asylum in Russia. Maybe he got compromised by Russia, or
no, you're right, because do you know Snowden?
There's no way to know.
It was actually what's his name? WikiLeaks. Julian Assange. Julian Assange actually told Snowden to go to Russia. He says, if you go to Europe or any other country, they'll hand you in. I'm telling you, the pressure will be so much that they will hand you off to the Americans. It was actually him, and Snowden admitted this. Snowden actually admitted that it was Julian Assange that told them to go to. Actually, what's that country there in South America that was holding them?
Bolivia.
Bolivia.
Bolivia or Ecuador?
Yeah, Ecuador or Bolivia. It was actually Snowden was going to go to Bolivia or Ecuador, and he told him, he says, "No, I'm telling you, the pressure is going to be so much that Ecuador and Bolivia will even hand you in. They won't be able to handle the pressure." He says, "Go to Russia." And Snowden admitted this on camera. So he has ties like these. I don't know what it is, but either the Russians have something on Assange, or he's basically just he's decided to go into an alliance with the Russians. But he had that's why a lot of people who supported WikiLeaks, like me and millions of others, they turned against, because why would you, if you're going to release, if you're WikiLeaks, if you're quote unquote WikiLeaks, release all your documents against everyone. No one gets off. You can't pick one side. Release it against the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, the Europeans, the British, the French, all of them. Don't just side with one and say, I'm only against the Americans. Go against all of them. Embarrass all these powers. So that's my view.
Yo, what I miss?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Buddha.
I had to move up this bowl that his son decided to smash it into pieces.
Did you see the Sammy the Bull? Any of you watched the Sammy the Bull interview?
Yo, big up, what's going on? What's going on, Jen?
Hi, how are you?
My Bluetooth's just about to die, so I can't really
I
talk.
wanted to ask you, man.
Shisul,
You really getting police story with Walid last night. What one?
What?
Really getting investigated on Walla last night.
Yeah, I don't buy it, bruv. I don't buy it. I'll be honest with you. What, do you buy it?
No way. He just made it up.
Right.
Hold
Saying, like, we don't have the information Like just to rattle his cage, I thought I'd throw some things out there still.
Hold on. Do I believe that he threw out a photo and her name and he got a Polish girl? Do I believe that or do I believe he believes that? Which one is it?
What's that? I can't hear. Someone.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Do I believe that he believes it or do I believe it's true? Which one is it?
Do you believe the whole phone call was a setup?
Yeah, he made it up.
He set it up.
Yeah.
Bruv, come on, man.
Bullshit. If I was going to set something like up, I'd have a way. But...
So was there ever a recording?
My
Was there?
Gonna go, so I'm gonna hang back.
Was there a recording though?
Yeah, it was bullshit. Just
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
All I heard was.
All right, Jen, do this for me, Jen. Listen, everyone, watch this. Jen, do me a favor, right?
Yeah.
I want you to tell me. I'm gonna ask you if you saw Land drinking a pint of beer the other day. Yeah, I'm gonna ring you up and I'm gonna want you to say that you know the guy and you saw him drinking a pint of beer. Okay?
Yeah, I definitely know.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Should I do a Polish accent?
Any accent you want. Good Irish.
I'm not that good with Polish accent.
So your name is Jen and you work in pub, yes? This is correct?
Yes, I work in pub, yes.
You know this man? You've seen the picture I sent you? You know he drinking pub, yes?
Yes. No.
Okay, thank you. There you go. There's the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Land Council drinking beer. Here we go.
Jak się kocham. Okay. Jak się masz?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's as good as it was. It was so fake. It was like no one believed him. No one.
I feel bad though. Like it makes me feel bad because I don't know. I like Walid and I like Zubaida. Like I don't know. It just makes me feel bad.
And so do I.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
However, look what's happened as a fallout symptom of this whole thing.
Yeah, because of that one thing.
Children
Yeah.
like listen, man, someone's got to get it. Like we're not getting, but like someone's got to.
He even like messaged his mom on Facebook. Like that's so wrong, like doxing people, like all of that over because of that one, like in the heat of the moment, like someone decided to tell something exaggerated, and it's just like, yo, I don't know. I feel so
do you
bad.
know what, Jen? I actually said it to Dan. I think it was Dan. I'm not sure. I said, now I know why there's so many stabbings in London, because I can see this. Like the beef is just getting higher and higher. The level is getting, it gets worse. And this is how come to the park. I'm going to come to the park. Yeah, you won't turn up to the park. And then all of a sudden, someone could be walking home or seeing him, or that's how it happens. That's how it happens,
Okay.
I mean, I honestly, I hope nobody goes to the park tomorrow because I don't have a good feeling.
It escalates.
I hope nobody goes to the park because, like, I know the thing with Sosa and Zubaida, they were like, yeah, I'll see you, see me Sunday, see it. But like, I really hope that doesn't happen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you, Buddha. Yeah. Can you hear me clearly? Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. So look, just on what I said, Shisul, what do you still think? Do you still maintain that was a real conversation just by what me and Jen just?
I'm not gonna say it did sound booky, yeah. I was on there last night. I was one of the people say it sounded booky, yeah. But does this guy not have enough intelligence to know that no one's gonna believe that?
No, he don't. No, I'm not gonna say that about the guy, but I just feel like it's a reactionary type thing just because of how angry they both were.
Yeah,
and I get that.
exactly.
I understand how angry someone can be, but look at the outfall after it. You get what I'm saying?
Now, whatever support they did have is gone.
Yeah.
Now, not only are they gonna have Real's side of the fence trolling them, they're gonna have people on Raspect's side of the fence because people on Raspect's side of the fence are like, you threw it out there.
They were lighting them up in the comments.
Yeah, they were lighting them up hard.
Yeah, it felt so bad. It was horrible.
All of that, bro. So
yeah, I saw that. It was horrible.
Maybe 10%, maybe 5% actually believed him. The other 95% didn't. They just didn't buy it.
I mean, I know two girls over here who are Polish and named Magda, and they both have blonde hair. Like it's a very common name.
Yeah.
It's like John or Joe, like it's a very common name.
It's
Like
actually a German, there's a lot of German Polish state because they're so close to each other. Magda.
Well, Poland was invaded by Germans anyway, but we all know that. That's.
No, but going back, the Germans and Polish mixed. Like, there's a lot of mix on the eastern side. Anyway, I didn't know she was Polish until only there a while ago. Anyway.
Well, to be honest, if I was gonna get at Real, I wouldn't get at her because he don't even care about her.
Yeah, she's good. Like, she seems like a nice woman. Like, she's not. I don't know that much about her.
She's the one that started cussing Rass's kid first.
Oh, see.
This is what I'm saying. She started that. She went below the belt first.
She must not have children. Does she have children?
I have no idea. No,
I don't.
She can't. She can't because I don't know any mother who would speak like that unless you're.
But, like I said, yeah, the police are aware of all the streams, yeah. So
yes, that's another thing.
They're gonna be.
Yeah, that makes me nervous.
They're gonna be on anyone. So they're gonna be on Zubaydah hard.
Yeah.
I bet there's going to be extra security there tomorrow. You think?
Definitely. You will see it. Yeah. This is one thing that people forget. They even admitted it. What's his name in the park? The policeman.
Oh, Steve Barnes.
Steve Barnes. He said, like, he didn't actually say, like, we listen to he says the problem in Speaker's Corner is not what happens in Speaker's Corner. He says it's what happens on the Hangouts. Now, what does that mean?
Yeah, but
he said Hangouts specifically.
Yes, that's exactly.
Oh shit!
That means
when you got people like Raj who instigate
snitching
and then go running back to them, you're gonna get that.
Infiltrato.
Yeah. That means we're listening to the Hangouts. When someone says it's not Speaker's Corner, that's the problem. It's what yous, he said, it's what yous are saying on Hangouts, meaning we're listening and we know what you're saying. So they listen to all of this. They listen to everything.
If they've listened to it, they'll know who incited what to violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since Real was the one who's first incited violence, why is he trying to bring that down?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, like, what is happening in the comment section? Gandalf, what is going on, man? Why is this woman here saying these things? Like, there's no reason for this. Chartel is in our comment section saying Gandalf was fucking with her. He made a big mistake, blah, blah, blah. Like, why do all that, man? Go back.
This is what I'm talking about. Chartel, no offense, but whatever you got with Gandalf, keep it on.
It has nothing to do with Dan, man. Keep it off of Dan's shit.
Yeah.
Jen, remember what we were talking about earlier? Remember when you said, and why did he say this? Remember when I said these people on Reel's channel, they say these things to get a reaction.
Yeah.
Remember you were talking. Remember you said I don't go on to these channels and.
Never.
Yeah. Well, do you remember I said what you were saying? Why did they say these things? Why do people give in to them? And I said they say these things to get a reaction, and 90% of the time they get a reaction. They say it, so you'll respond.
What's going on with Gandalf?
I don't know. I guess, I don't know. She said, Gandalf, big mistake fucking with me, can kick me off his channel, Gandalf. So I guess, I don't know. Maybe she was talking about Real or whatever, but yeah, she's talking about fake. So my bad. But I'm like, why is she talking shit to my man Gandalf?
So now you've been throwing up for Real's channel. Now you're coming over. Oh, this is not my channel, so I'm not going to say
Yeah, they all come over here. All these people.
Yeah, exactly, man. Leave it.
Come over to Dan's channel.
As you guys would say, allow it, man. Allow it.
like they all these people that do all the BNP, EDL people, Wendy, Jupiter, Chantel, the other guy, Jake O'Connor, they all do be calling Dan.
They're horrible people.
Dan Tifa and Dan this.
Why? Like, why is being anti-fascist a bad thing? I don't understand that. Is that a bad thing?
Their mind, you can't understand.
I mean, anything radical, like, yeah, like Antifa's done some really fucked up things, but like they're radical anti-fascist. Like anything radical is bad.
I can't see if Real was here. Why would Real be?
Why would he be here? We got 24 viewers. Come on, man. Allow it. I feel like you're starting stuff. Yeah. ABC test. That's so funny. I've been around Londoners so much. You know. I really have. I've been so much. My Google Assistant turned British. She was English. She was English. Like she was American. Like 3 weeks ago, and then one day she talked to me, and she was British. So yeah, it's real.
That is kind of weird.
You have no notifications. I'm like, what? Who are you?
Why don't you come on and explain? Because you're typing, talking about old your stream. We don't want to.
But we don't want to go listen to that. That's the thing. Like nobody wants to go listen to him. Like if we wanted to go listen to him, we'd be over there. We don't want to go hear what's going on. Like I don't want to listen to that drama anymore. I have to hear about it all the fucking time. Yeah, exactly. ABC test.
No, but something he always likes to hear a bit of the pasta, though. I'm not gonna lie, though. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, of course, but
I only hear the pasta from different areas.
I love a bit of pasta sauce. You know what I mean? But if you're not gonna tell us what's going on, I'm not going over there to listen to his channel. But I hope you're not over here to tell people over here so they can tell Ras and you can do a show about it. Cause that's
it's bait. Like I feel like it's bait.
People are just trolls.
So are you sometimes, Shahid, but we still...
How am I a troll? Well, to be honest, I am a troll.
This is gonna kick off. I can feel it.
Self-awareness is the first step, right?
I'm the
So
best
hold on, listen, I've got to
here,
compliment Jenn on her use of the English vernacular. Well done, well done.
Of course.
Thank you.
We know you follow.
I'm the best troll around Hangouts.
Me said to me,
yeah,
but Shahid, I'm not being funny though, yeah? You lot always arguing. You lot over there like a married family, yeah? You lot always arguing. He disrespects you, then you're gonna go back there, you know.
It's like, isn't the other one back there already now? What's the?
Jupiter,
Yeah, like she's already back there, so don't worry, hon. It'll last a couple days. Y'all sort it out. Y'all be best friends again.
Oh, it's a fake argument.
Yeah, exactly.
But like I said, we're not saying nothing. We're not saying nothing disrespectful about him or her, and I'll say it to his face. You get me? Like, you know what I mean? I'll say it to his face. If I ever do see him, I'll say it to his face. You know what I mean? It's nothing. You get me? But I'm not saying nothing. We're not conspiring nothing. Walla's not over here. Ras is not over here. We're just having different conversations about climate change and cars. I was just asking why he put his inspector hat on last night. It was just funny. I was creasing. That's what it was.
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. I like Dan's chat. His platform's open. You know?
I do too. This was the first panel I ever came on. Was on Dan's. Big up, Dan.
Dan doesn't have a lot of all the beef, which is he's more just discussion.
It was not like that.
No, I mean, like I said, everyone likes a bit of pasta. Everyone likes a bit of pasta. Just, with a bit of bolognese and that, But
I prefer,
and not when it's gonna get out of hand and it's gonna lead to violence. Because
when it starts spilling over into like people's real lives and people get threatened and people's kids are getting cussed, like that's too much, man. It's too much.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, yeah. That whole talking about people's kids, that's a big no-no for me. Like that's a big no-no for me. Like that's just talking about people's mums.
Wisdom. They're clicking. What's the clicking?
I don't know. I think he's typing or something. Or he's on his typewriter.
Yo, Shahid, what are you using? A speak and spell to fucking type? What the fuck?
Killing us.
Morse code.
I am using the sticks to type.
He's bringing it real back.
Only virtue the sticks, mate. If you got a problem with the sticks, then that's your problem.
Wow, something really must have. Anyway, cool. Anyway, so what's the topic, people? We talked about all different kind of things. Anyone wanna? Yeah, my topic is what channels are you lot all subscribed to on YouTube? What do you lot watch?
Like just hangouts or just in
I'm
general?
just on YouTube,
Unbox Therapy, Janet
Yeah, I
Devlin.
got him. I got. If you have the same people, say that you got. Yeah, I got Unbox Therapy. Yeah.
Video game donkey. Holla.
Okay, now you need to leave. Jen, you need to leave. Never come.
Donkey. What? Come on.
Any name with the name Donkey in it, man.
No, donkey. DU. Donkey. Video game donkey. You never heard of Dunk?
No.
Is that the big dude with the lightsaber thing?
Yeah, he's classic. He's like a classic video game channel, man.
Does he do walkthroughs and stuff and let's plays?
He does reviews and like funny videos. Like he has some classic GTA videos will like make you laugh your ass off. His older stuff is funny as hell.
Okay.
But yeah, his profile picture is a donkey though, I think.
I got, obviously, we've all got Ras. Some of us have got Jed, some of us have got Matt. I've obviously got the Matt. I got Real RT.
Linux Tech Tips.
Yeah, I got Linus. I think it's
Linus Tech Tips.
Linus,
And J is 2 cents.
Never
J is
heard
2
that
cents. Linux Tech Tips. Paul's Hardware. Mostly computer, PC stuff.
I got J Will.
Many.
I got End the Sentence. Unbox Therapy. GRM Daily. Spoilers, which is a good one.
What's the girl that done Dory from
Dora the Explorer?
No, the one that done Dory from Finding Nemo.
Ellen DeGeneres?
Ellen DeGeneres, man. I've got her on my subs. I ain't gonna lie. What? Say nothing.
I don't know if you have any.
But are you sub to the Dalai Lama though?
No, I'm not. I'm not really interested in what he's got.
To Angry Joe.
What would you say, Buddha? You're not interested?
No, I'm not interested in what the Dalai Lama has to say. To be honest with you, it's not really.
Really? He's amazing. Like he brings me to tears sometimes.
All right, but you know what they get up to in Tibet, in the actual monasteries in Tibet. There's a holy fuckery that goes on there, so I can't.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of political bullshit that's going on.
Not even. I'm talking about abuse.
Moral bullshit. Oh yeah, I definitely heard about that. Yeah. Can't escape the fuckery, man. No matter where you go to, it sucks.
Oh, Snipes is live. I didn't even know. Yeah, so that's it. That's all people watch.
I can tell you mine if you really want.
Supercar Blondie, come on, man.
Mr. Rex TV, big up Mr. Rex.
Oh, yeah, I got Mr. Rex on mine. Oh no, I'm trying to see what y'all might care about.
No more
It's
news.
not about what we care about, but because you never know what.
I'll just go down the list real
You're
quick.
a car man. Do you like cars?
Yeah, I like cars. Yeah.
You need to check out Supercar Blondie.
Supercar Blondie.
She reviews cars. To be honest with you, she's not that big of a car reviewer, but the cars she reviews are on point.
Is she hot or?
No more news. You really listen to that?
No more news. Okay.
No more news.
Yeah, mine are all like gaming channels or meme channels or.
Hey, who knows Joseph Carter, the Mink Man?
Never heard of him.
My man's sick, bro. He goes to mink farms where they're going to kill. Yeah, man. You know where they're going to kill the minks and make fur coats out of them? He goes and gets the mink. Been here for about 10 minutes.
Big up, Kaan. I didn't even know you were there.
Yeah,
I got a few left.
I'm just having my crunchy nut cornflakes. Jen, have you got crunchy nut cornflakes in America?
Yep, they should.
Crunchy nut cornflakes. I don't know.
They got Reese's Bites out there.
Yeah. You don't know what you're missing, mate.
Yeah,
I don't like.
Cornflakes. I can't eat the normal. I used to love the normal cornflakes, but now I like the
cereal.
Is it like honey bunches of oats?
Yeah, it's just cornflakes.
Nah, it's like cornflakes, but with honey and nuts.
And nuts, crunchy nuts.
Yeah. Oh shit! I'll have to check that out.
Sick. It's like Frosties, but nutty. Do you get Frosties?
Oh no, Frosties is too sweet, too sugary.
I don't know.
It's too much,
Fruity
isn't it? You can eat
Pebbles
when you're a kid.
Fruity Pebbles is my shit, though. I fuck with Fruity Pebbles.
Pebbles. Yeah,
Yeah, we don't get things up. You can get Pebbles and that. You can get them, but no one really eats
You don't get
Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles? Oh, come
You
on.
can get them, but no one really eats that. It's well unhealthy.
Expensive.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's not the most nutritious breakfast, but they go down.
Shreddies I like as well. Shreddies.
Shredded.
Ain't gonna lie,
Shredded
Jenn, you
wheat?
do sound like one of them biscuits and gravy type of girls.
Biscuits.
No, I don't eat pork, so I don't eat sausage gravy.
How
Oh,
dare
is that
you?
where it's from? It's sausage gravy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the white gravy is like sausage fat. It's disgusting. It's just
Delicious. Don't be a hater.
see Hickory. No, I mean I've definitely seen like it's a huge southern. I think it's big in the south. Yeah,
You know what's crazy?
it's not too big.
We
up here.
never had Black Friday until about 5 years ago.
Yeah,
it was
everyone-
only in
Really?
America. Yeah,
Yeah.
in Ireland we never had it. Now in Ireland it's like they go crazy for it now.
Yeah.
We only had it like in 5 years. When did it come to England? When did Black Friday
I didn't
come?
even notice it, man. It was just there one day. It was
Yeah,
like,
it come a few years back. I remember Asda.
Yeah.
There was like a mini riot in Asda over the TVs or something.
In America.
People got trampled. Like someone got trampled.
That's
So
the
now, like
thing.
Hickory, if you go to Walmart on Black Friday at like 4:00 in the morning, you're gonna see like 7 police cars, a huge like serpentine line, like you're gonna get into a ride at an amusement park, and like mad security. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, but why would you want to go? No.
I've never been. I've never been.
You see people get hurt.
You could get the same sale the next day.
Yeah, they run out of stock, man. You know, some people like the hype. But I used to go to like when Call of Duty used to come out a couple of years. But I used to go to like.
No, you can't.
launches,
I
yeah.
went Black Friday once.
Did you?
Did you? Was it
Yeah,
worth
I
it?
used to go to all the midnight launches, and then as years went by, the queues got smaller and smaller because obviously the game wasn't as big. But I remember seeing some kid get robbed, literally.
Holy shit.
It's savage.
I mean, you got like grandmothers beating each other up for the last Barbie doll. Like, it's not worth it, man. Like,
Yeah. America, it's just
that's savage. You lot savage out there.
it's not worth it. And then, like, you know, I don't know, like, I just be afraid of like getting shot now.
this chicken sandwich that people's killing each other over.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We-
it's already, what was it? They were killing each other over a sandwich, and it wasn't even.
They didn't even have none of
Yeah,
them.
they didn't even have it.
So hold on, listen, Jenn, explain this whole chicken fillet thing.
We don't have Chick-fil-A here. I have no idea. That's a down south thing.
I can tell you. What do you want to know about Popeyes and Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
We just got a Popeyes this year.
They're both delicious, by the way.
So
Just
is
if you
Chick-fil-A
wanted to know.
a separate
I don't eat pickles.
Popeyes?
Yeah, they're different chains.
Okay, so what's the controversy about Chick-fil-A?
Apparently, there's a Chick-fil-A in Scotland. They got one here.
Yeah?
Chick-fil-A.
I bet Scotland's too cold, bro.
Where are they, Cam? My son knows where they are. There's one in Reading and there's one in Scotland. Chick-fil-A.
But it's the thing, the Reading one got protested and closed down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're gonna close it.
Yeah, no, that's messed up. Now that people don't like it because they're the owners are Christian oriented and they supported some groups that were supported gay conversion therapy, and so they made a mountain out of that molehill.
Yeah.
But here's the question: would they sell a Chick-fil-A burger to a gay person?
Of course, like.
What is that then?
Why would you think that
They would be shut down if they discriminated like that. You can't do that.
Why would you think that a Christian wouldn't sell a sandwich to a gay person?
Because apparently they support what they call.
It's not like they're endorsing gay marriage.
Hold on, my friend. Listen. Apparently they support these charities that try and convince. What they called?
Gay
Something
therapy.
Yeah, conversion.
Yeah.
So clearly they've got an extreme view on homosexuality, and they want to do something about it and they support. So if you're that deep into it, why would you sell your product to gay people?
It's money.
Hypocrites. Just
Because I mean, well, you think that the Christian and the Catholic Church is one of the highest profiting organizations in the face of the planet. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Give me.
And do you know what? Look, you know these people that refuse to sell. You know what was the one in I don't know in America, but it was in
No, there was one in Ireland. There was a cake that refused to make a cake
there
for
as well.
a gay wedding thing.
Yeah,
That's
but
another thing.
yeah.
If you're gay,
Yeah,
why the
but-
fuck would you want to get married in the church?
Yeah, but hold on. I've got to say something, Buddha. Yeah, that's their choice. If they don't want to make something for somebody, that's not their.
No, I disagree with you because look, in England, the first one that happened, right now, I'm against them, right? I'm not one of those that I'm against all they're pushing for their sex education in England and the schools and all. But I believe that if you open a hotel or a kitchen, you're signing up as a member of the public to serve food. So you have no right. If you open a shop, you have to sell to everyone. You can't just say, well, I'm selling to only this group and I'm not selling to the other.
But think about what you're saying. That means like you would have to sell to all types of people that you might have all types of problems.
No, unless you have a valid reason.
And this is just a mom and pop shop. We're not talking about a major hotel here.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is this the cake, yeah. So they didn't want to make a wedding cake for a homosexual couple, yeah, or same-sex couple. I think that's well within their right to do that. I don't think they should have to make the cake if they don't want to.
Yeah. And in the U.S., the gay couple that brought the suit was making an issue of it. They went like 300 miles out of their way.
Yeah.
Make an issue of it.
Yeah,
So
with starter plan.
it's typically designed to cause trouble.
Yeah.
So they were in the wrong for causing that.
Yeah, but the first one that was in England, which went all in the media, was remember the two gays that they went to the bed and breakfast, and they wouldn't let them in. They wouldn't say, "Well, no, we're not giving you a bed," even though I totally understand and agree with what your man's saying. But you own a bed set, like you own a hostel, right? What they call a hostel, a motel, or whatever. The bed and breakfast we call them in England, Ireland. So you own that place. If you own one of those bed sets or like the things, you can't refuse them because then you're breaking the law of the thing that you signed up for. You know that when a hotel or a restaurant when they open up, they have to abide by food like cleanness, food regulations. They abide by all these things, and you have to write it and then agree to it. When you doing that, you haven't a leg to stand on. They're gonna win. That's what I'm saying.
In the U.S. we have it's set by the size of the business where you can start to get in trouble. But if it's a smaller size, like a mom and pop, or I think like less than 10 employees or something like that, you're not going to get in trouble for that type of discrimination typically. Do they not have a similar standard in the UK?
No.
You can for hiring, but I don't know about for selling.
Why would they have the similar standard in the UK? Why?
No, ours is completely.
I'm asking. I don't know.
What do you mean? Why not? I mean, I don't see why.
What discrimination? Are you joking me, bro?
What do you mean discrimination? What? So because you don't want to sell it, you don't want to make a cake for a homosexual couple?
No, or even you don't want to let two gays sleep in your bedroom, your motel or hostel bedroom. You don't want to let them in.
You own the place. You reserve that right.
No, because you're at their
No, you don't. That's why you're tripping.
No, you're wrong.
You don't.
You don't. You have to let a member. You're signing up to let members of the public into once they pay the money and they're not breaking. They haven't destroyed the place or they're not.
I've gone to certain nightclubs and they've refused men entry.
You can't. That's over here. You're screwed.
All this other shit. I'm a paying customer and they're not letting man in.
Yeah, but you know what they could say if you say that.
Haven't they done that too with like married couples? Married, they could refuse you as well.
Say that again, mate.
Wasn't it in Ireland that they could refuse it for if you weren't a married couple and you're trying to shack up in the same bed?
Yeah, that was only until the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, but Ireland still has a lot of the blasphemy laws, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. People don't realise how much the church, the Irish church, controlled it. Basically, you know the way there's ones that always they're like ISIS, they call like an Islamic state.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ireland was basically a Catholic state.
Yeah.
People don't realise that they think, oh no, Ireland was just it's just like a majority religious country. No, Ireland's schools, its colleges, its universities, its laws, every single thing was ran by the Catholic Church. Everything, the orphanages, the
Yeah, we're well
children's
aware
homes,
about the orphanages and all the stuff that was going on.
all of it, yeah. And that's why they're able to sue the state. You know, all the people in Ireland, they sued the state and they got money from the state because all the children's homes, everything was all run by the state and the priests and cardinals and bishops. It was the state funded all those schools.
I don't know why they just didn't give them some street justice.
Well, you know the way. Oh, you can't use
You're
violence.
assuming that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Why can't you use violence?
Well, that's what they say. The government always says.
They also say that you shouldn't be abusing kids too.
Yeah, that's what they say. Oh, you can't use violence. Why? Yeah, but you're only allowed to use violence against us. But if we try and defend ourselves, you know, we're immediately arrested. I'm with you. I think they should be just on the street, there and then. No, you don't. What? You don't need a trial. What do you need a trial for? You know who they are. Do it on the street, there and then. But if you do that, you'll be the one. The media will treat like you're the one.
I'm not saying, bro, I'm not saying there won't be consequences for my actions, but at the end of the day, they've taken something from me, innocence.
Yeah,
which I can never get back.
Yeah.
So
I totally agree with you.
Time in life.
And you know they're in Ireland. All these priests, all these Catholic priests, they're locked up for about 4 or 5 years, and then they're quietly released. They're quietly released. You don't know who they are. You don't know where they are. You know they're just quietly released, and that's the end of it. And if you go near them, if you try and even do anything to them, so some of them are even protected by police. That's the way it is. You know, you everything is upside down here in the West. Everything is upside down. Anyway, I don't think you're into all that thing because that's just what on the other channel they want us to be. They have this thing about talking about the same thing. But yeah, I believe that a lot of these laws, if you own the hostel, if you own the restaurant.
Where's Kaan gone? Did I scare him off?
I don't know. It's gone. Yeah, like a lot of, you having a leg to stand on. They're gonna win because if the restaurant people or the hostel or the motel people won, they could just say, well, I'm refusing. I don't like the color of their skin. I don't want to serve them. I don't want to let them sleep in the hotel.
Yeah, but here we have like the Civil Rights Act of like in the 1960s, which is like basically a law saying you can't discriminate.
Yeah.
You cannot, you know. So like these business owners, and I don't really know, I haven't been following the cake thing, but like they're probably going to get a hefty fine.
No,
I know, like
they all lose, Jen. They all lose. All of them have lost. They tried to bring it to court, but
all I'm saying is, me personally, that's bad. I think.
Go on, Jen. What are you saying? Sorry.
I know, like employers here from like jobs, you can't discriminate if. And like you said, I think it's over 300 or 500 employees. You could get like, I don't know what the exact fines are, but I know it's like $500,000, like $500,000 for small businesses if you discriminate.
No, Jen, in England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, where we are.
Oh, what's going on? We're losing everyone.
Yeah, he cut out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but if you got a criminal record, they can discriminate against you, though, isn't it?
Correct.
It's off. How did it go off? It just once it goes off. Anyway, I was just saying that in England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, like the UK and Ireland, it doesn't matter. Even if you're a little business, the law applies like no matter how small you are or no matter how big you are. They just treat you the same.
Right. Then you're trumping religious freedoms for the power of the state, whatever that might be in the moment. So that's dangerous.
No, but they just say it's not like.
I get where it's coming from, but that's the end result. It's like what you're saying.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Sorry, religious people. If you really believe in your faith, you can't run these businesses.
Yeah,
that's true too.
So how are they supposed to make a living?
Well, they say you're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to grit your teeth and let them
sacrifice,
or if you're a Muslim, or if don't maybe one of the very, very, very small minority of the Christians, you're just going to have to don't buy up. Just don't go into business if you with motels or bed and breakfasts, and don't own a restaurant, because if you see two gays coming in kissing in the restaurant and eating, and you tell them to get out, you're gone. They're going to end up taking you and your restaurant. Then you have all the these groups outside your restaurant and saying, boycott this restaurant. You're going to be on Facebook. That's what's going to happen to you. So, yes.
I think it's even in the Buddhist eightfold path, right in livelihood. I think so. There's if you get real technical about it, I think most religions come you really shouldn't be selling or doing anything for personal gain. So, I mean, in that case, there'd be nothing. But
what I don't know.
You know how over here we have separation of church and state. Since the Queen is the head of the church, do you have that over there?
Well, I'm in Ireland, but yeah, I can tell you a lot because we're basically the same, right beside each other, nearly the same laws as well. The Queen is the head of the church. It's a little bit more tightened, England. America has it set in stone. You have the Constitution and it's set in stone. No one can change it. No one can interfere. In some ways, the Americans do have more freedom of speech in a lot of ways and in many things. And then in other things, it's less so. It's in different things, it's maybe Britain is a bit more. In America, it's a little bit more. But on things
is it true you can't cuss the Queen or something?
No,
is it true?
You can, but
okay.
But if you try and get a job, or you try and join the Navy, or you try and join the Army, you're gone. You won't get anything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they sanction you if you try to join the Navy or get a promotion or things like that. That's when they get you. But no, you can. It's not like what's that called? What's the Thailand monarchy? Where if you even draw a picture of on the wall, down with the king, they arrest you. All foreigners, even Europeans. You see that one in the Thailand?
I don't know. I know Singapore is pretty strict, where they're caning people for spray painting and stuff.
But
yo, down with the cane, bro.
Even though I don't agree with that, why? I can sort of understand it. Why would you want to draw? If it's their king, and I know it's it's just why do it? Why
you can't take a picture of him? I'll take it then.
Well, you're in their land. Why not?
No, that's not my question I asked. I said you can't take a picture of him then.
Oh, you can't take any picture of him at all?
No, I'm saying if you can't draw him, then you mustn't be able to take a picture of him.
No, because the Europeans, it seems a lot of Europeans that go over there to Thailand, they know about this law and they go out at night and write on his picture, or it's a picture of him, and they put two little horns on his head and put a little goatee and a tail on it, and then they're caught and then locked up for 3 years. So they're really asking for it. They're begging to be caught,
You know, obviously they want to get caned, innit? They want to feel that real Thai prison life.
No, I'll tell you what it is. They've looked at too much of those documentaries banged up abroad, where when the European gets caught, when the white man gets caught, they see everyone else gets locked up, but when the white man gets caught drug dealing or locked up shipping heroin or doing something, the embassy is ran and then they're let go. And they think that, oh, don't worry, I'm going to get everyone else.
That ain't true.
Well,
That's not true.
I think that's true. I think that the Europeans go over and because it usually happens, they get caught.
They're lucky, but there's like that movie, The Midnight Express. My father's fraternity brother was busted and thrown into like a Turkish jail because he was trying to run hashish and some other stuff. But I know that. And then what about that? What about that case where that guy in North Korea, the American in North Korea, grabbed the flag or whatever, and they basically
But that's only lately. That's only North Korea.
He was killed as a result of it.
Yeah, but all the other Thailand, Malaysia, how many Americans and Europeans have been caught doing things, right? And they always seem to. There's like a secret deal. The embassy rings up and say, you can't lock him up. That will destroy our relations. And then they're secretly deported from the country without even they maybe do about a month in jail and then they're quietly released. Now, if anyone else done it, you know, like an Irish girl, 2 Irish girls were caught in what was it? Was it Bolivia or... I think it was Bolivia they were caught in. They were caught with 2 backsacks. Each of them had a backsack full to the brim, full of pure cocaine. They ended up doing 2 years and then were deported. If they were anyone else, they would have got maybe 20 years. They get away with it. That's why I hate that program. I hate it. That Banged Up Abroad. It's always, you know, the country that they go to is like a dark and evil place. And these innocent, poor Europeans that were only going over there and they were captured, you know. It's always, they never seem to be bad. It's always, you know, oh, I just made a mistake and, you know, this evil place and I managed to escape. That's what it's always, every episode you see, you know. Why don't they tell the truth?
I mean, that shouldn't surprise you. Most people don't take responsibility for their bad acts.
Well, that's what that Banged Up Abroad. Every single episode of that Banged Up Abroad is they're innocent and the places that they go to. What?
Banged Up Abroad, ASAP Rocky version.
Yeah, there's all like they're making new episodes. There used to be the old one.
How long did Sweden keep him?
Oh, I haven't watched it in a good while, but
No, I was just making a joke, like, because you know how that rapper got caught up in Sweden jail, they wouldn't let him go and whatnot.
Like Trump, like, as if Trump knows him. You can tell that someone at the State Department must have told him, Mr. President, this will look good with the black vote. Say his name.
Well, supposedly Kanye was supposed to facilitate that, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like,
that's every politician.
This is the same fucking guy, Trump, who, remember the 4 in New York? He called for their death sentence. Remember the innocent... What was it again? What was the ones that were they were found innocent? You're
talking about the presidency.
I can't remember their names, but it was the 4 Black Americans in New York. They were arrested and locked up for like 12, maybe 15 years for murder, and they were innocent. And Trump was the one that was in the media saying that they should be executed on the spot. It happened in 1989.
Dumbass. I don't know. What's today's day 3 of the impeachment thingy? Yeah, I was listening to some of it yesterday. How sketchy that was. Like,
it's devastating. Though everything that they said. That, you know, first the Republicans on Fox News were saying, well, it's just it's the same thing again. But now, even the Republicans are not even denying like what he done was, this is what the impeachment was. He ordered the American embassy to tell the new Ukrainian prime minister to investigate Joe Biden, and that he would not give any new arms sales or economic support to Ukraine until they find out and they investigate Joe Biden. But there was a Ukrainian police official that wouldn't do it and said, no, I'm not doing that. And then Trump put so much pressure on he said, that's it, well then, if he doesn't investigate Joe Biden, I'm not giving the aid package with the arms and everything. I think it's a 3.9 or nearly 4 billion. He put it on hold. He said, well, you're not getting it. So he ended up getting the Ukrainian prime minister to fire the police chief or the head of intelligence, and then got him to investigate. And that's it, yeah. So that's what the whole thing is about. And that's what he's getting impeached for. He's using American... Can you hear me?
Yeah. It was crazy, like watching that. I watched maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes of it. And like, they just kept shutting people down. Like they wouldn't let people ask the embassy lady questions. Like there was this one guy and they're like, what are you just going to keep gagging this lady? Like he would not let people, like certain people question her. It was really, really sketchy. Like so sketchy.
I watched just the highlights. I'm not going to watch the whole lot of it for bleeding hours, you know. I watched the highlights. They done the highlights of it.
Yeah.
Like what the Democrats said he's guilty of, it's clear. Like, he abused his power. He used financial aid and economic and military aid to Ukraine to force that government to investigate his political foes. And that's an impeachable offense. And that's what even the Republicans now, even Fox News, there's like a civil war in Fox News now. Even Fox News, what's that guy, George Napolitano? You know, like him, even he's admitting it. You know, even Fox News is turning against it.
It's pretty blatant. I mean, even like he did, like, I don't know, some campaign money to hush up like a hooker or something like that, and like that was fucked up too. You know, like yeah. But then he's trying to like get Andrew Yang in trouble because he like wanted to test some of his policy, like with some of the campaign money, like giving it back to families. Like he was trying to say that was misuse, but like hushing a woman was clearly okay.
Imagine if that was Obama. Imagine Obama was caught sleeping with prostitute. Just imagine.
Jesus Christ.
Of what the media would be like. Think of what Fox News would be like.
Oh yeah.
Obama being caught sleeping with one prostitute, not like 50 prostitutes. Imagine Obama got caught selling a college and was funds, and he had to pay back the funds because it ended up turning out that it was a fake college.
Yeah, it's just fucked up.
Yeah, there's so many of them that you lose track of them. That's why he gets away. You know?
I mean, just his Epstein ties alone is kind of creepy, and like, why is this man in office? But did you on the highlights of the thing, are they showing like these people calling in and saying things like a quick like one-liner about Epstein at the end of their question?
Oh, you mean do you watch C-SPAN? Is it you're watching?
I don't know. I can't even remember. I was watching it. Oh shit! Sorry, on YouTube, and I can't remember what news channel I was watching it, but it was a live stream. They had people calling in, you know, and stating their thing, and you know, saying what.
C-SPAN. You know, C-SPAN is the one where they let calls. They don't like they're not like all the other channels. C-SPAN lets. Like they take calls from all over the country, and you know
they have like a Republican line and a Democrat line.
C-SPAN, that's
okay,
C-SPAN.
yeah.
Great because all the other channels, they if they know when they're gonna say something, then they just go, next please, and do something. But C-SPAN, they just let them, like they whatever you want to say, even if you want to insult someone, they let you say it. Yeah.
So like at the end of like 4 or 5 of these callers, like they throw in like this little hot one at the end, like, oh, and yeah, and also, thank you. Can you tell me why the cameras were turned off in Epstein's cell? And then they cut the call, or like, oh, by the way, Epstein didn't hang himself, and they cut the call. Like, it was crazy. Like,
yeah, he definitely, Epstein he would have taken down the whole establishment if he survived. That's why, look, how he was murdered. Look at how quickly, as soon as he was charged, he was dead within 3 days. He wasn't even a month alive. Look at how quickly. He didn't even get to court. He only
exactly.
He got charged. He was 3 fucking days in the holding cell, dead. He didn't even get to go to court. That's how afraid they were of him talking. He didn't even get a chance to talk. Charged, 3 days in the holding cell, dead.
I don't think he would have said anything anyway. And what's up with that lady? Are they gonna try to arrest her, the Giselle lady?
Oh yeah, his wife, was it, or something?
No, she was just like his like, she would go like scout the girls. Yeah, she would scout the girls.
Yeah. She was his assistant, I think.
Yeah, like his people, but like, and then they say she's got ties to British royalty and blah blah blah, and like it's this whole thing. But like, I think that's like why, like, how come she's not being questioned or under, like, what's up with that? They're just gonna let her go?
Do you know? I'll tell you what. She probably has what's those secret? Like a box. They hold in the bank or the banks.
Like a lockbox.
Yeah, like a lockbox. She's probably said, if anything happens to me, I'm going to I have a box with all the names in it, all the numbers, everyone's addresses, photos. If anything happens to me, that's gonna go to the New York Times. If anything happens to me, the person that I know will open that box and hand it to the media.
Yeah, like that's how you can tell it runs deep, because they're just letting her go. Like, it's all good. Like, okay, you're good.
You're seeing Trump. Trump, and these are all these Trump people, all these Alex Jones, all these people that backed Trump, and going on constantly about Epstein, Hillary Clinton, Epstein. Bleeding Trump is on camera with Epstein dancing. You seen that video?
No. What is it? No.
Trump with Epstein in a nightclub.
Oh, yeah. And in the statement he made about him, oh, yeah, he's a fun guy. He likes young ladies more than I do, or something.
What do you think he's talking about?
Of course.
And Trump is known. Even Trump was known as one of these people. So
what time is it? 11:40.
Wait, what did you say there, Landon? He's known as one of these people. What do you mean?
He's like a whore master. He's known as a just sleeps with everyone.
Womanizer. I want to be clear. You weren't calling him a pedophile. It sounded.
No, I said he's like a
womanizer.
Well, he sleeps with everyone. He uses women, uses them, abuses them, and that type of a person. What is he doing with Epstein? You know the saying, you can tell a man by the company he keeps. And he was friendly with Epstein. He was friendly with him. He was talking like as if he knew him well. And this is what I can't understand. All these Trump people going on about Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton probably did know Epstein, because they were use each other for all money. He would. All the rich.
They say the Clintons were in there with him too at his island and his plane and whatnot. Like, it runs deep.
The ties are deeper with the Clintons than anything with Trump.
That's what I thought.
And if you're gonna give Trump a hard time about womanizing, You better
Bill
be
Clinton,
careful about Bill Clinton because he's much worse.
Exactly. Yeah. But who went to Hillary Clinton's
And Hillary's no
Hillary
prize either.
Clinton went to Donald Trump's wedding. You know, all this crap about Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are mortal enemies. No. There's footage of Trump saying in 2006 that Hillary Clinton would be a wonderful president. I'd vote for her. Sure, Bill and Hillary are my friend.
Yeah, but you can't take that. He says a lot of those type of statements. Those don't mean anything in of itself. That's just him being a schmoozer, and that was before he was running for president too.
But Trump.
So you know what I'm saying? Andy's in New York. So even though if he had Republican leanings, he has to appear more moderate in New York, and that hurts his business.
Trump was a Democrat for most of his life.
Yeah, because he's in New York.
Yeah, so that's you know, the people like the sort of you know, all the ones like Alex Jones who they done everything like they put all the cards on Trump, and they're talking about Epstein. If you're going to talk about Epstein and Clinton, talk about Trump and Epstein as well, because he is in the pictures just as much as Hillary Clinton. Like, you can't. This is what I'm saying about WikiLeaks. If you're going to attack America, talk about the very same thing about Putin, because they both do the same things. They're both imperial powers. Putin wants to be America. Putin is not against America because of what America does. Putin is jealous of America. He wants to be America. Just like Trump wanted to be Obama. He never forgave Obama. When Obama went to the thing and said, like, remember when what was that party, and he put Trump down, and Trump never, that's why he always goes on about Obama. I'm better than Obama. Obama wouldn't make this. Obama destroyed that. So
racist.
Yeah, this is like Trump never forgot. Do you remember that video where Obama was he went in on the stage and he was laughing, and the whole crowd, like about 3,000, about maybe 2,000 people, they were all laughing at Trump and saying, and he got his revenge. He actually got his revenge. He said, imagine if Donald Trump was president. And look what ends up happening, you know. But this is the thing, like, I'm not on one side and then pretends the other side is good. They're all bad. Hillary Clinton.
Kelt, can I just say one thing? Just adding into what you were saying. Assalamu alaikum anyway. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Like, Epstein, Epstein was not a pimp. He was not a pimp. He was not any of these things. He was a facilitator. Now, what you got to understand is, in this circle, the facilitation was of young girls, 15, 14. Believe me when I said this man was facilitating all sorts.
Yeah.
Whatever their desires were, because that's what his job was. He was the facilitator. He facilitated all their dirty, dark, murky secrets.
Yeah.
And he basically made it possible for them to, carry out their sordid little perverted, whatever they had.
Yeah.
That's not to say it was just young girls. I do not believe that. I believe this guy was anything that anything they asked for, he would get.
Yeah.
It's like that movie Hostel, yeah.
Yeah, exactly like that. Whatever they asked for, whatever specifics, this bastard went out and he hunted them down and he provided a service to these people. And this is no CIA. This has got nothing to do with
let him off the hook so easily. He was
no CIA. This has got
in the fruits of his labor.
The CIA, MI5, MI6, and nothing. They had nothing on this guy. The one and only entity that took him out, that was handling him, that was managing him, Mossad. Simple. He was a Mossad operative.
Oh, you're talking about Epstein.
Epstein was a Mossad operative.
What's that?
What's America off.
What's Mossad?
Mossad, the Secret Services of Israel.
Okay.
He had huge toys. He that Epstein.
He had zero respect for MI5, MI6, or the CIA. Zero.
Did they even release like the picture? Like he had that island and all that crazy shit where they said they had like, but why wouldn't our government like storm that place?
Because
it's so fucked up.
They're gonna dig it up.
Yeah.
When they have to dig that island up, believe me, you're gonna find out exactly what's been going on there.
They were
But
all
it's
there.
People have been going there and not coming back. That's the reality. That's what's
Yeah.
going on one-way flights.
They said that there was girls trying to swim away from there. Like,
Yes.
it's so fucked up. And like, why, you know, even so he died and that's just it. That's it. Like, they're going to drop the whole fucking thing. It's not going to go no further. They're not going to look into it at all anymore. And it's just going to be what it is. That's
Do you know what, Jenna? Just what TYO was saying. Hillary Clinton, Trump, they were at those all of them were getting together when this is well known, right? Hillary Clinton, when she went to win the senator before she just after Bill Clinton left office in the year 2000 and Bush took over, Hillary Clinton ran to be the New York senator, right? New York senator in the year 2000, and she ended up winning that and becoming New York senator for 2 terms, right?
Right.
Well, her, Trump, and Epstein gave money to her Senate run, and they were at a gathering. You know where they have a party. You know they have a money. They get together.
A charity, yeah.
Yeah, and they invite all rich people.
All the donors come out there and they all
donors.
donate.
Well, Epstein was at that party. Trump was at that party, and Clinton, Bill, obviously all of them there. Now, if you're going to invite these people, do you think you're just going to invite strangers? Like you're just going to invite I'll just invite someone that I don't even know and he'll give me money. They only hand over money when they know you.
The money's already sorted. That's just a show.
So,
you know when they go to have the banquet and this and that, the money's already transferred. They know who's giving it. That's just a show.
You know what I think is happening to you know what I think is happening? I think that Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and Trump both knew Epstein very well, and because he's dead now, both of them are saying, Hillary Clinton and Trump, they're saying, oh, well, I didn't know. They're just pretending that they didn't know, and they didn't know anything about him. You know, to see all the sick shit, did you see his...
I'll give you an example. You know, you can't hold these people to our standards. You know, you have a man and a woman, a husband and a wife. Yeah, they love each other, they get married. They have boundaries. These people, they have no boundaries. Yeah. Have you watched the House of Cards? Is it House of Cards?
I have to watch that.
I don't know whether you've watched it or not, right? So basically, the guy's a president, and he's bisexual, and his wife knows, and he's having affairs with men. She's having affairs with men, you know, and it's a common. They've got a common goal and aim, but they overlook everything. Yeah, they don't look at cheating on each other. That's nothing to these people. It's literally nothing. Yeah. They don't live by them standards. They openly know about each other's secrets, what they get up to, what they don't, but they're not bothered. Hillary was never bothered because she just wants to become the first female
Hillary
president.
Clinton is only still with Bill Clinton for her political career.
Yes.
She's not. Hillary Clinton is actually separated from Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Is only, quote unquote, married to Hillary Clinton. So it was for a political career. Now, look, every time you see Hillary Clinton, is she ever with Bill Clinton? Never. She's only with her daughter. She's separated to him. She's separated. They're not with each other. They only were, quote unquote, married for political, oh, look, we're still a family, when they're not a family. So Bill Clinton was basically on his own, him, all of them. This is their lifestyle. This is what they do. And now Epstein is dead. They're all...
I'm not just saying this. I'm not just saying this because they're American or whatever. Yeah. It's literally the same in politics. You know, in Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto and Asif Zardari, they were masquerading as husband and wife. They were divorced. Yeah. They're done with each other.
Yeah. All the
but they kept it up. They kept it up in front of everybody to keep hold of their political clout. That's it. That's all it's about.
They're all like that.
Yeah.
The Arab leaders,
all of them,
the Pakistanis, the Europeans, the Americans, this is their lifestyle, this is their mentality. All money and parties. You know, what's the film, the Tom Cruise film? What's that one again? The one that he made about the secret.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut. That is exactly the lifestyle that they are. That's what they all have, these parties and the money and Epstein. He was the ones that did you see his apartment where all these bodies everywhere? It was a weird sort of bodies and their legs torn this way,
What do you mean?
That's like that's the type of mindset.
What, dead bodies in his apartment?
No,
What
like
do you mean?
all
Paintings.
Like statues and stuff
weird
like that.
Yeah, gothic
Yeah,
type
weird
Oh,
shit.
it's weird. It's not someone. It's not. If you walked into an apartment and you seen all these pictures up, you'd know something is not right. There's not something right, like with someone like that. So that's what just sort of bothers me. You know, all these people that support Trump pretending as if like Trump is clean and he's, you know, oh, he had nothing got to do with Epstein. Just talk about Hillary Clinton when Trump is on bleeding camera dancing with Epstein and go, look at this one. What do you think of her? Do you think we'll get this one? Yeah, we'll bring her over here. You know. Theo, do you not see the video? No?
Which one?
The Trump dancing with Epstein. It's about 1995. Epstein is fairly young, and even Trump is young. About 1990. Actually, it's about 1992. 1992, 1993.
Is that the one where he says, "Oh, he loves"?
I'm not sure. No,
That was a statement that he made, like to something. You could like Google Trump on Epstein, and that statement will come up, and then you could see like again, like or recently, I don't know how long ago. Oh no, Epstein. I haven't talked to him in 20 years. Yeah, whatever.
I never knew. No, I barely knew Epstein.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
Released in 1993.
You know what? I actually believe there were more, children, underage minors, abused than teenage girls. I actually believe that because the thing that they're not touching on and they're not talking about, I believe that is where it's really, really and dark. Is that I believe this guy's been facilitating hardcore pedophilia, not just young girls. I mean, that's pedophilia as well.
Yeah, he got your one.
But I'm talking about babies. This
Yeah,
guy, I'm telling you.
You got to think the only people who spoke out people, like at that time. Exactly. So, right.
Yeah. So, like, he was at
I'll give you an example. He's probably been, rent boys as well, to homosexual members of the Senate and this and that. He's probably been facilitating that for them as well.
That's why I don't understand.
It's their big secret.
Yeah, like that's why
he's gonna get it.
That's exactly why I don't understand. No, I'm sorry. Why I don't understand why they haven't stormed that compound. Like how do you know there's not people still in there? How do you know there's victims not still in there?
Because they know. They do know.
That's what's so fucked up.
Jenn, they've already visited the island. The FBI or whatever had already raided it.
But did they go inside though?
Yeah, there's actually some footage of a couple guys took a boat and they weren't supposed to because it's foreign land, but they went on there and did video footage. You can pull it off YouTube.
Yeah, but that's only drone footage from like from the outside.
That is probably all a setup.
Did they? But did they go? Yeah, did they go like down in the underground, like in the elevator and all that? That's what I'm saying. Like, did they go down there?
Boarded up.
You know that this whole guys with the drone or whatever, that's just to make everyone talk that, oh yes, some guys have been on there. I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't thinking that themselves, set it all up and done it themselves and made it look like it's some viral tweet that's gone viral, this video of some guys that went there. This is how they do it. When they, crisis management, it pays big in this in the world. Foreign entities and governments, when they're in crisis, there are major players that run these companies and institutions that are well in with advertisement, moguls and all these that basically protect these people and they manage the crisis. That's what they do. Whatever crisis there is, they don't care. They come in and they sweep up. And that's what's happening.
Do you think it's Illuminati?
I don't want to use that word because it's a bit, I just want to, I'll say it's the 1%, the top 1%.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The Illuminati, when you use that terminology, people start, but just 1% is simple. Everyone knows who the 1% are. It literally is the 1%, and it's all about control. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. Whatever your dirty little secrets are, we'll find them, and we'll put you into a position of authority and power, and then we will tell you what to do and what not to do, and you will listen to us. Simple.
I don't know. Hickory, what do you think about this election? Are you going to vote?
I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
I think Trump.
Are you a voter? Have you voted? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all won't like my politics. I have different politics than y'all. So.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you your views. I'm just voting in general because a lot of people are against it.
No, I still think it's generally a good idea. I know the arguments against it, but I'll still do it for what it's worth.
I think Trump will win again because the Democrats are so weak and pathetic. There's no one out there. They're so corrupt. That's why someone like Trump will win, because the Democrats are so rotten to the core. They're so corrupt.
A dark horse candidate to look for might be Michael Bloomberg. So that might be something to watch.
That's the reason why the Democrats are going to lose. Michael Bloomberg. I
think he could win as a Democrat. So maybe not.
Who do you think the people of America are going to get up off their chairs to vote for someone like him? This is why there's no one out there that look, Obama was the release valve after the two Bush administrations. He was the pressure, he was the release, the pressure. There's no one like him in the Democrats, no one on the Democratic side that people are willing to get energized for. There was one, Bernie Sanders. Now he's getting a bit old. He's, especially the thing, I'm not sure, there's no one out there. There's just no one out there.
I like what Andrew Yang is saying, though. I like his.
Him and Tulsi Gabbard, they're not going to have a chance because they're not handpicked.
I know. It sucks.
So your choices are going to be Biden, Sanders. Who am I forgetting? Elizabeth Warren. So, but it could be that Bloomberg comes on strong. How these things go, you never know.
What are your feelings on the gay guy?
He's pure establishment.
That's just he never had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he even won South Bend as mayor because he kept his homosexuality
out of it. Yeah.
So to me, he's just another opportunist, and I would be uncomfortable with someone like that, just because I don't like people who are so. But I guess you can say this about all politicians, are so. What's the word? Naked in their desire to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would they not do? Type of thing.
Yeah,
that always concerns me.
I don't know if I would be comfortable with a gay president whatsoever. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe that's racist of me or something, but I don't know. I think that just goes along with the agenda. It's fucked up.
The establishment have got. He is the establishment candidate. What's his name?
Buttigieg?
Buttigieg, yeah.
You just say Mayor Pete. I know it gets funny with his last name.
Hard to pronounce Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, he's pure. He is the man for the banks, the man for the military-industrial complex, the man for the foreign. He's the CNN candidate.
Yeah. If you want to hear somebody go off on him, Michael Jones. Michael Jones really has a hatred for that.
See,
guy.
I'm a centrist. I'm what you would call a centrist. I'm not left wing. And a lot of these left wing candidates in the Democrats, that's where I dislike them. There's no one there. But I think Joe Biden is he's not even. There's no one really a centrist on the Democrats. He.
Well, I don't know. Tulsi Gabbard, maybe.
No, she's
I guess it depends by what you mean by centrist.
A real centrist, not a fake phony, someone who pretends to be a centrist when they're really a leftist. Tulsi Gabbard, I think she's basically. She's so fake. That's why no one trusts her. That's why she's nowhere in the polls, because she's everyone knows she's phony. She one month she's a quote unquote progressive. The next month she's basically wants to be a Republican. So she's not. She won't stay where what she believes in, and that's why no one. She hasn't got anywhere in it because she's looked at as phony. You know, she plays up. I'm a military soldier. Then she's against the wars. Then at one time she says, we're going to get them, we're going to do this, and we're not pulling out here. So people don't know whether she's pro-war, which I think she's pro-war. She pretends that she's against the war, but what she says and her policies is actually sounds like she's pro-war. She pretends she's a progressive, the far left wing. Yet when you listen to her, what she says about, that's why I don't like her, and a lot of people don't like her. She's a phony, and she's too tied to India and all this BJP.
You don't have to worry. She's not going to be. They're not going to allow her to be in the debates and everything like that anyway.
Yeah, but if she was popular enough,
handpicked anyhow. So it was those three names that I mentioned. Those are the choices, and all those other folks.
Who else is there on the Democrat side?
I mean, it's of the people that you're really going to get to choose from. It's going to be Warren, maybe Kamala Harris, Biden, and Sanders.
Harris is a.
But there's 18-3 or something like. Wait, what is it? 3, 6, 9. Yeah, 18 Democratic things up, and then 3 Republican ones.
There was one guy I liked on the Republican side. I forget his name now. I don't mean when I say I like him he has my politics. I mean, if I was a Republican, if I was an American, if I was a Republican, he's someone that I can pick. If you're asking me, who do I pick? It's not that I agree with any of their. I don't believe in most of the things they'd be, but I'm the closest.
You're probably talking about Kasich, I guess.
Yeah. Kasich, yeah. He was the governor of Ohio, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, 2-time governor of Ohio. To me, he seems like he's what you would call a centrist or a center-left, sort of. That's to me, I would look at him as he's like the old Republican before they went insane, and before the Democrats turned into crackpots. See that both parties have gone to the extreme. The Democrats have gone far, far left, and the Republicans have turned far right. A lot of the policies, I don't mean socially, because both of them are basically liberals, but I mean their views on the way the country's run, and it's just there's no good candidates on the I don't know, just can't see anyone. Yeah. Amazing, how does Trump get in if he's only got 34% poll?
How did Trump get elected?
He was placed there.
No, but that's his base. His base. I mean, the hardcore. I'm not talking about the ones who will end up probably voting, because there's always the ones that they decide who will I vote for when it comes to the election. I'm talking about the base, the ones who are with him no matter what he does. And on the left wing, the Democrats, they have their base, the ones that will vote Democrat no matter what. He only has about 33%. So it's crazy. I think he'll win again. I see him winning again because they're just so weak, the Democrats. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not a good. They're not the best candidates we could muster, but our politics are messed up. So this is you kind of reap what you sow.
And the way he buckles, he was elected to end the wars. Right, he was elected to end the wars, and he just keeps buckling. He's like, I'm going to end this war. I'm going to end the war in Afghanistan. And every time he tries to do it, he backtracks all the time.
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also said he was going to bring us the truth about 9/11. Where's that at?
Oh crap! And even the
he
ones
said a
who,
lot of
yeah,
shit that
yeah,
he's not doing.
Yeah,
They all do.
Yeah, even the ones that, like, I'm trying to put myself as an American, and as in one of his base. He said he was going to build a wall. Where's the wall?
Right. Well, he won.
They're building it. There's lots of places they're already building it. Like, it's being built. Like,
yeah, but it's just a fence. It's really just a fence.
Well, it's not. But he's being stymied. It's not like the Democrats are.
Yeah, I know that.
Helping him along with that, they're going out of their way to try to prevent that. So he's running into the bureaucracy of government, or mainly lower court judges.
Yeah,
but he ran on immigration, and he ran on basically the economy, jobs. And so, and as far as that goes, the economy and jobs, he's done a good job. And
yeah, but come on,
manufacturing back that people, haven't seen for years. So he, as far as that goes, at least with regard to that issue, he's done good. Now, with regard to immigration, it's been a big mess. But honestly, our immigration has been a big mess since, I don't know, at least since the 90s.
Yeah, but there's one
really fixed.
Go on, what you saying?
I said that they don't really want to fix immigration. There are forces that are against it, so that's why it doesn't get fixed.
No, do you know what I think it is? Do you know why a lot of the things they don't get done in America? It's not that the Democrats and they don't want to fix immigration. It's one side is willing to even hurt the country just to get their own back on the other side. That's really
I'm not attacking the Democrats. It's both parties historically for different reasons.
Yeah, both of them do it. Yeah,
illegal immigration.
Like, what they'd rather hurt the country and get a dig at the other party, even if it hurts the country. They're willing to do it. So that's why nothing ever gets done, because both.
Well, they're getting rich off of it.
Yeah, and then there's the system. Like, you never really truly know what the Congress or the Senate really thinks, because the money, if they say anything that offends Israel, if they say anything that offends the NRA, if they say anything, and all different things, it's not just those things, the money that will be spent against them, they'll be bombarded by their opponent who will run against them, and they get all that money, and then they end up losing. So that's why all these people in Congress and in the Senate, what they vote on is really not what their views are. They're pressured into voting. I would love to know what the Congress and the Senate and all these members of Congress and senators, what they really believe, when it comes to the issues, what did they really think? Because you don't get to hear what they really think, because you have this lobby, that lobby, another lobby, it's all different with the money. That's what has them in so many wars, intervening in this place, intervening in that place. That's the truth. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Remember the last government shutdown, like where he shut the government down because of money for the wall or something? It was like, that cost us $11 billion. Like, that's like hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs. They were out of work, and look at that. Like, how is he allowed to get away with that? I don't know. I just think that's like a crime in itself. Like, that was just a I'm not say bribery, but it was kind of bribery at like the cost of us.
The amount of money that gets wasted in America, like on just the money, just they spend money, they waste. Look at the Rust Belt states, Michigan, Minnesota, and what's the other one? The north, the three states that's
Montana,
Michigan, and Minnesota. Look how poor those states are, right? Those states, they can barely get a couple. They get maybe $1 billion, right? $1 billion every, say, 4 or 5 years. Look at the money that is given to Israel and Egypt. Like, Israel gets $3.7 billion every year. Egypt gets 1.8, 1.9, nearly 2 billion. About $20 billion is given out to these countries. Imagine if you were to just cut those aid each year, just for 3 years. That's $60 billion. Sorry, say 3 years, not even 5 years, 3 years. That's $60 billion. Imagine spending $60 billion on the 3 Rust Belt states. Imagine what those states would be like.
Even in our entire country as a general, like 60 billion can fix a lot of problems.
Imagine.
Here.
And whoever spends those money, whichever party does that, could you imagine? I would guarantee you at least minimum 90% of those states would vote either Democrat or Republican. Whoever was the responsible for getting that money spent in their states. You know, New York. Look at all the slums in New York, and in California, even in California, or Mississippi, which is the poorest state in America. Imagine spending $60 billion. If the Democrats spent $60 billion just for 1 year, that state would turn blue. But it's insane the money that it gets wasted, and that's why you're gonna have, as the longer that goes on, you're gonna have anyone will get voted in. The people are just sick of it. Yeah. Go on there. Jenna?
Yeah. Sorry. Just I was outside. It was loud, but yeah, no, I don't understand why we're giving. If we were to cut that money that we give to other countries, like, would those other countries fold? Like, would they be able to be okay without that money? You know, like, I don't know. And why are we giving money to places like that when there's countries like Yemen that are, could desperately use $1 billion, for Christ's sake? Like,
yeah, like, look at the budget. It's not just the military; it's the armed forces budget. It's the Air Force, the Navy, the military, right? Or the intelligence service as well. It's like the CIA, the NSA, the Navy, the Air Force, and the military. The 5, the intelligence services and the armed forces. And it all comes down in one package. It was just over $700 billion. If they cut $200 billion off that, it would still be $500 billion. Like, no one could even dare challenge. Like, if it was 300, if it was just 350 billion a year, still no one would even come close. It just gets the budget just gets higher and higher.
Mm-hmm. I think, like, that's why, I don't know, like, that's why I kind of like what Andrew Yang is saying, like, give $1,000 a month to every American over 18. Look at the amount, like you just said, if we just skimmed off the top of what we hand out to other countries, like, that would totally be possible. And, like, that's such a good idea, in my opinion. Like, it would definitely solve so much problems. Like, homeless people would be able to buy apartments. Like, it would cut, like, social services a lot, like food stamps, welfare, all that. Like, it would definitely solve a lot of problems.
And with the money that gets cut, I reckon you could cut easy, like so easy, $25 billion every year by saving money. And each year there's a raffle that, like, of the 50 states, their name gets picked out, and that 25 billion will go to the state, whoever gets it, like, and it goes to the poor areas, like infrastructure, hospitals, schools, all things like that.
But I mean, with that, like, you could send $500 million to each state. I'm not even that. You know, not even just going to one state. $500 million to each state would be tremendous.
No, but imagine like 25 billion. Imagine what the state would be like. And then the next year, who gets it? Who gets it next? Arkansas. The year after that, Mississippi. The next after that, Oregon. You know, all these Wyoming, like 20. Imagine 20, and it would be easy. Like, just imagine what the states. Imagine what the states would, each state would be like. 25 billion in schools, roads, everything. It doesn't, like, if you talk like that, they go, oh, you know, is he gonna attack? They make up all these stories. That's why, see, you never see anyone talk like that. You know, in America, it's the poverty. They go on as if, you ever see the politicians? They go, you know, America's best days are ahead of her. You know, it's like as if there's no poverty. Everyone's like loads of money. You know, it's only when you see it you see the streets, and you know what's really being, especially the Midwest. You know, all the the drugs, you know, some of the areas are so, like Ohio. And the one next to, what's that other state beside it?
Indiana or Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a terrible poverty. I mean, even in my state, like, and most of the things operate like off of poverty level. Like, you know, all your assistance and everything is like, oh, do you fall into this like 2% of poverty level or whatever? Or are you negative poverty level? Like, it shouldn't, I don't know, it shouldn't be operating like that.
It's hard to believe, you know, that's what a lot of Europeans, they find it hard to believe that in America, if you've no job, like, you're on your own. Like, it's either that or you die.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could get unemployment, but yeah, that doesn't last forever, and it's not enough to live on.
Yeah.
And healthcare is just a joke. Like, it's just such a healthcare, I think, is like, when you come down to it, it like is a huge problem with everything. Like, everything. They want to keep us sick because it's more profitable when we're sick, you know? So, like, they regulate all these bad foods and everything like that, and like they let us eat garbage and shit like that. Like, it just comes down to a lot. Like, we're more profitable as consumers than makers, you know, or producers.
Yeah. You know what video was really big in Europe? Wasn't big in America because you are probably shocked to it. But in Europe, the video, what really, really, like, it was, when a lot of Europeans seen it, they just went, oh my God. You know, when the woman was brought in, it was like, there was something wrong with her, and they wheeled her in on a stretcher, and they asked for insurance, and they start, you know, looking at her, and as soon as they found out that, have you insurance? Yes, but I haven't got it on me. I think they just grabbed her, brought the trolley outside on the bed, and she was on the stretcher. They just pushed her outside. Like, they just refused to see her. You know, in Europe, that would never happen. You know, like, if you're sick or there's something wrong with you and you go to a hospital, the hospitals here, like, there's no way would they, like, just get you and push you outside and say, no, unless you have insurance, we can't see it.
Well, I mean, at least, I don't know, in my state, that doesn't happen because emergency rooms will have to take you, they just send you a bill. Like, they have to treat you. You just get a huge bill, like huge. I think just the emergency room visit is like hundreds of dollars. So like you could walk in there with no insurance, you know, and they'll do what they can. They'll treat you. But when it comes, like, say you walk in there, you have no insurance, but you need like heart surgery, like, yeah, you might be fucked, you know, like, unless it's an emergency, you might be screwed. Like, that's not going to happen, you know.
And then what if you deal if you haven't got the money and you're after getting the, you know, an operation or whatever?
It just sends you to collections, and that bill sticks with your credit, and it fucks up your credit score, and it just sticks with you your whole life, you know. They'll eventually, no matter what money you come into, if it goes to like collections at a certain level, they'll take it. Like, if you get a job, they'll attach your pay, or you get a lawsuit, they'll attach that. They'll take from anything that you get to get that money back.
They were just, see, that's the difference between Europe and America. It's just this, the system is
it's for profit.
Yeah, it's just complete. Like, there is, see, in Ireland they have private hospitals and the public. Now, the only difference between the private and the public, it's no difference in the healthcare. It's the queues. Private hospitals, there's not as many people, and the queues are like, there's less queues, so you don't have to wait. You'll get seen in a private hospital within a half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But in the public hospitals, you have to wait maybe 9, 10 hours. But once you get there, once you get in, that's it. You're seeing it. It's just there's long queues in the hospitals. But that's only from certain nights. But if you go to a doctor and he sends you to the hospital, there's no queue because you're going straight in. It's only when, you know, like the accident and emergency, you know, like the accident and emergency, is that what you call it?
Mm-hmm.
In America, like, if you go there to the accident and emergency, you could be waiting 9, 10, 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that in Florida. Like, I had to go to the ER in Florida, and it was just packed, and I didn't have any insurance. I lived there for like 10 months. I didn't have any insurance. I had to go, and I was so sick. Like, I was so sick. And there was this guy who was sitting, he had cut his hand on a chainsaw, and he was sitting next to me, and we were there for hours, and he just kept going back up to get more towels, to get more towels, to get more towels. I'm like,
why?
Oh my God. Yeah. Like, can somebody, and they called me, and I'm like, please take this guy before me. Like, please.
Yeah.
Just let him go, for God's sake. Like, he's bleeding. There's blood on the floor. Like, are you serious? So, I mean, it's, you know, like, I've never seen that at a hospital up here, you know, and that's like, Florida's different.
The
like,
doctors
they're
as
different.
well, though. The doctors in America, they get paid much more. You know, in Ireland in the 90s and mid 90s, mid 90s, late 90s, and early 2000s, the Irish government tried to get all the Irish doctors to come back home. To, like, you know, they played up the Irish nationalism, you know, come back, your country needs you, you know, and they wouldn't come back because the doctors over in America, they're getting paid about 5-6 times the wages as what they get paid here. Some of them get paid 7-8 times the amount.
Jeez.
So they won't come home. So that's the thing in America. The wages for doctors and surgeons and nurses are way higher than in Europe. But the health, so it's better to be a doctor or a nurse or a surgeon in America and in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's something wrong with you, it's worse. Like, it's just the healthcare. Well, Canada is much better. Like, I know this is a big thing. What's his name? You know, Brock Lesnar. The wrestler, he made it. He in about 2007, 2008, he got involved in the healthcare thing, and he put he had to get surgery on his stomach for his like intestines, and he went to Canada, right? He secretly went to Canada, right? And he was caught red-handed. He went to Canada because at that point he wasn't as wealthy as he was eventually. He was sort of coming still big in the wrestling, but he went to Canada and got the first part of the operation done, and then he was caught saying, "Oh, get your healthcare. Why do you have to go to Canada?" And then someone leaked it that he actually went to Canada and got the operation done because it was cheaper, or something like $50,000 or $60,000, where it would have been about $250,000 for the same operation in America.
Yeah, it's wild. There's a story like there were women that were just going to Canada to give birth for their, to have their babies and then come back because it's so expensive. Like the hospital bill to have a baby here,
You see, in America, it's all these, the way the companies work, it's the medical companies, and there's no bid. There's no bid. Like, there's no ones that can say, it's about 10 different companies and saying that I can do the same job. Well, whoever offers the lowest money will choose him. They just pick one company and they can charge what they like because they're the only company.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like capitalism, medical capitalism, out of control. That's
It's
what
and it kills us. Like it kills humans like all the time.
Like, imagine selling your house. That's what I remember. The guy, all the ones, they get sick. They have to sell everything. They have to sell everything. All the hobby, all the some guys selling their car, selling all like things like the telescope, the car, their computer. They have to sell everything. They get sick.
Well, I mean, if it's that, but if you don't sell it, like a lot of the times it'll get liquidated because they're gonna come for their money no matter which way.
Yeah. That's just.
They'll take all your assets to cover. Like, people lose their entire lives because of that. Like, they get sick, they can't afford their medication. Like.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of the radicalism comes in. The people who are usually Democrats are fanatical. The ones who are usually Republicans are like, there's no in between. It's either you are one or the other, and the other is the enemy. The way they, like, if you just to put the media, looking at the media, the way Fox News, the way they talk about Democrats, it's like like a foreign invasion. They treat like other Americans like it's an invasion force. We're at war with these people.
Yeah, so they want us to be divided. It's all division tactics, divide and conquer. It's it's basic.
Yeah,
it's terrible. It's terrible, and it makes me feel bad. Like that, you see these immigrants and they're fleeing their countries, and from Ecuador and all those, I don't know. There's one country in South America it's really bad right now that it's not even the Mexicans coming. I think it's El Salvador.
Salvador, yeah.
Salvador?
El Salvador, yeah.
I'm not sure, but there's so many people and they're just like dying to get here. And it's like, why? I mean, I can understand why, but it's sad.
And then they got rid of the coup there. Did you see the coup? What's his name? Bolivia. Evo Morales, like that was a coup. They got rid of the Evo Morales guy, which was like a left wing, like a sort of a socialist left wing guy. But even though I think this, like I'm not for it, even though I disagree with them, they had a coup, and now if anything happens in that country, where do you think all the people are going to go? They're going to come to America. So this is the thing, They complain about all the foreigners coming, just like in Europe, yet they support the coups and the invasions and the bombings of these countries. And then when the country is wrecked, where do you think they come? America or Europe?
Right, but you're comparing two different groups. The regular folks aren't supportive of those other measures.
Yeah. No, a lot of Republicans now. It's mad. It used to be the Republicans that used to support all the wars and the bombings and all. Now it's the Republicans that are anti-war, and the Democrats are pro-war. You know, it's the opposite now. It's usually the bulk. If you at least, I won't give a percentage, but it's common knowledge now that many of the Republicans, the majority of Republicans, are viciously against the wars now. They've turned against them.
There's a big battle going on right now in Republican circles.
Yeah, the
Republicans are neocons who are pro-war and just regular middle class.
And who are the neocons? Democrats. That's what they call them, the neo-conservative. They used to be liberal Democrats. They're not. The neocons are not Republicans. They claim that they're Republicans, but they're really liberal Democrats who managed to take over and infiltrate the Republican Party. That's how they I remember when they came into the Bush administration, they took over the Bush administration, convinced Bush to go into Iraq, go into this place, that place, and then when it was a disaster, abysmal failure, they wrecked everything, they start blaming it all on Bush. Because you done this. So we eventually fired them all, got rid of them all, got Bolton, imagine Bolton in 2005, he was supposed to be the UN ambassador, and this is back in 2005, and they got rid of him. They wouldn't let him. The Democrats blocked him, and the same person comes back again. Like, most people couldn't believe it when they seen his face again. The neocons were trying to get back in. I don't think Trump actually. There's people around Trump that's saying to him, "Listen, this guy will be, good for the administration, and he'll be this and that." And Trump sort of doesn't get really involved. He sort of just says, "Yeah, we'll check him out if he looks good," because Trump has this thing about being presidential, meaning you have to have the look, So eventually that didn't last long. He got rid of Bolton. I think a lot of the people around Trump were pretending to be with him, but actually working against him.
Yeah.
A lot of them, And that's why he fired so many of them. They're secretly pretending to be with Trump, but they're really against him. And that's why they stopped him from pulling over Syria. They stopped him from pulling out of Afghanistan. Like, you ever see the Democrats and the Republicans? They're always at each other. They're always attacking each other. But when they came to Syria or Afghanistan, it's like you're looking at one media station. They sound exactly the same. The party, it's like you're looking at one party, one political party. Just goes to show you that shows you how rotten they are, both parties.
Yeah, no, you're right. Dick Cheney got rich off going to Iraq while he was vice president with Halliburton. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he got rich.
How is that even a thing? Like anybody else would get fired, or they'd have to, surrender their control of the company or assets, whatever. Somehow that goes by.
Yeah. No,
I was going to say, do they have any similar issues like that over in Ireland? We only get bits and pieces of the news there.
Yeah, like what type of thing?
Just politics in general. I only know bits and pieces of politics. Like I remember.
It is, but like they're much more. How can I say? No, it's not as bad as in America, or it's not as bad as in Britain. But there is corruption, definitely. It's more sort of sophisticated corruption where it's a millionaire or a billionaire given money, and there's places that's not supposed to be built on. They're not for building houses on, but these billionaire people would come up and pay off the government and say, I'll give billions to your part, or like I'll spend money on this, I'll spend, I'll get behind this party initiative. And they also give them private money as well. And then all of a sudden, land that was not supposed to be built on, it was for the public, ends up 1,000 houses get built on it. That's all the type of thing that happened in the 90s and the early 2000s. And then these people, when they get caught, they just go, "Oh, I'm guilty and I'm leaving office now. Goodbye."
I mean, speaking of public land, I was curious, do they have a lot of like kind of national parks in Europe?
In Europe, yeah, loads, yeah.
And who goes to those? Because I was curious. I went to a couple national parks here last year, and I was amazed by how many international people came to these.
The Europeans, they really. Say it again?
Like over half the people were not from the US, they were international.
Yeah. The Europeans are very big into looking after their parks, their
it's like the UNESCO world sites. Like a lot of them are like covered over there, and they're made for like travel and tourism. They're huge travel and tourism sites.
Yeah, they're very strict. The Europeans, especially the EU, they're very, very strict when it comes to wildlife reserves, public parks. They really enforce it because that's where they know a lot of the money comes in and things like that. And then another thing which has lately grown very big in Europe is dark sky parks. It's like a parts of Europe which is really, really dark sky. This is a new thing which the EU is getting behind. For like astronomy, astronomy.
Yeah, you mean like the places like way up north, like Sweden, where you could see the northern lights and whatnot.
Yes, exactly like that. So
yeah,
Ireland has two. Ireland has two of them. A dark sky. It's places in Ireland where it's so dark where you can see the Milky Way. Like
perfect. I would love to go see the northern lights over there.
There's two in Scotland, and they're planning to build another one just right on the English border and the Scottish border. So Ireland will have two dark sky national parks. England will have 3, maybe 4. Germany has 3. I think they're building another one. Norway and Sweden and Finland, they don't have any because it's just perfect. Like about half the country is like a national park in the Scandinavian countries because it's kept so clean. So the Europeans, they're very, very strict on people. When they say like a land is not supposed to be built on and it's a public park, it's part of the national parks, they really, this is something that a lot of these billionaires are always trying to corrupt the government. They're always trying to build on these parks because they're so big. And every time, one of these, sort of like right-wing parties, they try to make a deal. The left-wing parties always team up and stop them or make it public. So they failed most of the time. But yeah, there is corruption in Europe. No doubt about it. It's not, I'm not saying there's no. There's, it's like America. It's just, it's sort of done behind closed doors. Where in America.
But do you feel like Ireland's in a better place now than they were 20 years ago, or like?
Oh yeah, we're much wealthier. Way wealthier.
And is that a good thing, or is that?
You mean is Ireland?
I know there's been a lot of social upheaval as well, so I don't know how that's perceived. It's just positive.
We got wealthier. Ireland is much wealthier. Ireland is much, much wealthier than we were 20 years ago. And we've stayed wealthier. But socially, we've gone backward, isn't the word.
Do you have the NHS in Ireland?
Say that again?
Do you have the NHS in Ireland? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
Any what?
NHS.
Oh yeah, it's like that. It's different to England because England is completely. You have the NHS.
Yeah.
Where Ireland has a sort of a mixture. It's like private and NHS sort of combined.
What's the NHS?
National Health Services.
The National Health Service.
So it's basically similar to Scandinavian countries where you pay tax in, and then you get free healthcare. It's not free, but you pay through tax. It's not privatized, publicly owned.
Where Ireland has an NHS for the poorer people.
Okay.
Or the people who are not working, or invalids, or sort of part-time working people. It's maybe for about say around 30%, but no, about 25% of the country. If you're like part-time working, or
you're like a student or something.
Yeah, if you're student, part-time working, you're sick, or there's something wrong with you, or you can't work, or something like that.
So it's like judged on a criteria, not like here in England where everyone's entitled to it. It's given
No. So if you're working, there's a private. It's private, and the hospitals are very good, but what a lot of people complain about here is the price of doctors. It's €55, which is what is that, about $60? It's about 40. It's about £50, and in dollars, it's about $60. So
just to see a GP.
Just to see a doctor, yeah.
Wow, that's.
And the chemist, when you go to the chemist and you buy tablets, you have to buy the tablets.
Prescription.
Yeah, prescription.
It's £12 here for a prescription, but there's like things like if you're on benefits or something working or not working, then it's free.
Yeah.
I know in Northern Ireland they scrap prescription costs in total. I think they've done the same in Scotland.
Yeah. So Ireland we've got a lot of good things. The country it's a good place to live in. It's cheaper to live. It's cheaper than England in some things, and in some things it's more expensive than the UK, Britain.
And which party governs you? Sinn Féin?
None of them. They're all none of them. They're all of them are bad.
No. I'm asking which party's in power, not like which party you support. I'm asking which party's fully in power.
Fine Gael. Fine Gael is in power.
Who?
But Fine Gael in Ireland is supposed to be conservative, but Fine Gael, if it were in the UK, would be like the Labour Party. They're not right wing. In here, they're classed as a conservative party. But if you were to put Fine Gael in the UK, they're basically the same as Labour.
What are they? Because Labour's quite left wing now with Jeremy Corbyn. They're very left wing. So
yeah, but Irish parties, all the Irish parties are basically left wing parties. Even the so-called right wing parties.
Okay.
So Irish parties are more left.
Which party do you incline towards?
None of them really, because they're all sort of left wing. Look, I'll tell you the truth. Most of the Irish parties, they're not as corrupt as the British parties. They're not as bad. None of them are perfect. Some of them are bad, and Fine Gael is probably the most corrupt out of them. But towards the British parties, they're not even close. So there's not much to. there's not much to complain about. You know, I don't go say, oh, these are so terrible, because when you look next door in Britain, they're much worse, and we don't have all the problems what Britain has as well. Ireland is a good place to live. Good place to live, but if you can bear with the rain and the weather, you know, the Americans, they don't like, because they're used to all the good weather. But it's like.
But for me in England, not having the NHS, it's a scary idea. Having to pay £40 just to see my GP is quite scary. The thought of it.
There's one thing I noticed about Britain.
Yeah.
Britain, cars are much cheaper to buy. Much cheaper. To buy a car in Britain, you can. The insurance is cheaper. The tax is cheaper. Not much cheaper, but it's fair. It's a good fair bit cheaper. The insurance is much cheaper, and cars. A car that you would buy here for 10 grand, €10,000, you would get the same car, exact same mileage, identical car, same year. You get it in England for about 7,000.
Okay.
So, because that's what a lot of a lot of the new cars, that the dealerships, that when they buy them in England and ship them over here.
Right.
So
everyone who I know don't I don't come from like a well-off family, so everyone who I know all buys their car second-hand. I've never known anyone to buy a car from a dealership.
Everyone buys cars. Like, what I'd buy a car that's maybe 7, 8 years old, maybe. So a car, I'd wait until the car drops. Usually, the last two cars that I bought, the other one was 7,000, and the other one was like maybe 6.5. So I usually spend about 6.5, 7,000. But now that money, if I spent that money in England, I would get a car, the same car in England. If I brought it over here, it would cost about 10 grand, maybe 11. So the cars are cheaper. The cars in England, you get better cars. I don't know what it is. The cars are cheaper.
Okay.
And another thing, the electronics, like televisions, way cheaper. I mean, way, way cheaper. That's another thing what I've noticed. The same television that I have is about £1,500, about £1,800 cheaper. The exact same telly that I bought 2 years ago. The exact same identical telly. If I'd have bought it in England, I would have saved about €1,600. So,
and the phone contract's cheaper in Ireland too, then.
I would say 250 megabytes a second internet.
Okay.
About €50 a month. How much is the internet in England for 250 megabytes a second?
They're talking about nationalising the broadband, so people would pay for the broadband through tax. There's talks about the Labour Party they're going to actually nationalise the broadband.
How much what internet speed have you got?
I get 100, but it's £35 a month.
For 100, right? And you get the phone free with it, I think, isn't it? Yeah, on all them.
Yeah, but I was talking about like mobile phones contracts, not internet contracts.
Oh, well, what about your internet? Your home internet?
Okay, that's £35 or 30. I think it's £30 and 100 megabits.
Wow,
that's a little bit.
That's a good deal. What? That's
for
crazy.
you, it's good.
Hell yeah, that's real good.
See the difference? I'm saying it's expensive. Do you know how much?
Wow.
100 megabytes for? I'll tell you what you get in Ireland for 100 megabyte download speed, and it's usually about 25 upload, 25 megabytes a second upload, and 100 megabytes download, and you get free international calls on your the house phone. You know the house phone. It's free international calls free to England, 100 megabytes download and 25 up. You get that in Ireland for about €30, which is about 25 pounds.
I'm trying to see what my
Yeah, but
download is, what speed I
talk,
have.
if Jeremy Corbyn becomes PM, there's talks that they want to nationalise broadband like the NHS. So Google, Facebook, and Apple, your big tech companies, their tax would be double.
Hold on, I'll get just the price now, right? I'll go to because it's the same company. Ali Kaan probably has the same company as me.
Virgin
like
Media.
All the things.
Virgin,
right? Yeah, yours are probably Virgin, right? And I'll get you to see what the Americans we just think, right? I'll go to, hold on. Virgin. Now I have 250 megabytes. That's why I always say when I'm listening to the Hangouts, it's not my phone that's slowing down because mine is very, very fast.
Mine's $54 a month. I'm trying to see what I know. I don't have nowhere. I think
what
it's
speed
only
have you got?
50. That's what I'm trying to find out now. I don't. Come on, where am I at right now?
But they would nationalise broadband through doubling the tax on Facebook, Google, Apple, the big tech companies. Their tax would be, I think, doubled in order to have nationalised broadband. So broadband would effectively become free for everyone in England.
Jeez. So see, I don't know what I'm at now. I think I'm only at 50, but a plan with 200 megabytes per whatever is $80 a month.
Say that again. $80 a month
for 200.
That is.
Yeah, see, I think I only have 50. I only have 50. Mine's 54 a month. I think I only have like 50 or 60. But see, they fuck you because it says up to. They don't guarantee 200. They say up to.
When they say in us, we get exactly what it says. Because we have have you not got what's that word again? What's the word that it's whatever it says, like if it says 100, 150, 300, it gives you exactly what that's word again. You must be using the old wire, I can't think of the name of that team.
We have it like comes to our cable, like, but and that we don't get like we don't get phone service or anything else with that. That's just the internet. Like you have to pay more for a house phone. You have to pay more for cable television. All that, like.
Jenna, listen to this now, right? This is the top internet you get in Ireland, right? Virgin Full House, 75 or 74, 70, just say 75 euro a month, which is about 60 pound a month, right? 60 it's about 60 British pounds a month. 62, 63 British pounds a month, or 75 euro a month. Now, what do you get? You get 100 plus TV channels, 500 megabytes a second broadband, 12-month contract, and free Google Home.
Fuck's sake.
Now, here's the second one. Virgin Mix, 70 euro a month, 50 TV channels free, 500 megabytes a second broadband, Virgin Media Sport and Air Sport 1, 12-month that's just the contract, and free Google. The one for 64, this is the one I have. I am actually still getting, right? TV channels free, 250 megabytes a second broadband. That's 64 euro a month. And see how the difference. See, everyone has this idea that the Americans, they I bet you they have the best internet, the best.
No.
See?
But I mean that's gonna improve hopefully if their party gets in power, because it's all gonna be free and everyone's gonna be guaranteed fiber optic broadband. So
Yeah, that's what we have, fiber optic.
yeah, but they're gonna roll out fiber optic across England if by taxing the big companies. But I'm gonna see how it's gonna work. That's only if he comes into power. I doubt Jeremy Corbyn's gonna win the election. I want him to. On the Celts, I want him to win the election so I don't have to pay tuition fees. Huh?
Okay, so
I hope he wins as well, just because he's against the establishment.
Yeah. The thing with Jeremy Corbyn, he's a breath of fresh air. He's from day one on Iraq, Afghanistan. He's been there from day one. You look at Jeremy Corbyn's whole history. He's been anti-establishment, but inshallah, we can only pray. That's all we can do.
so mine's up to 100.
Yeah.
Mine is up to 100 for $40, and then I pay. They charge you for the router, so $13 a month for the router. So it comes to like 53, and that's up to 100. But I never get. At luck, I get like.
Yeah, you mustn't have fiber optic then.
No, we don't. I don't. Not in my area. I think over here, I'm not positive. They only have that in like New York City, but we don't even have fiber yet. Like
this is the thing. Like this is what they just. The richest
you've not
country
invested
in the
in
world.
own people. That's the problem. You've the governments in like America. They've let their people down. They're not in like Scandinavia, possibly like UK Island. Our governments have invested in. We have some kind of infrastructure, but when you look over America, you've got no healthcare. You've got no. But I tell you what, if Bernie Sanders gets in, I think things are going to change for the Americans.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, he's the American version of Jeremy Corbyn. So he's very, very similar, I think.
So the lowest speed on Virgin is 250. They don't give you anything less than 250. You know, they don't give you these all that 50 and 100 is gone. You know, that's just because to show you Europe is way ahead of America in technology. Like you would think that the Americans would, because of the economy, that they would have the fastest internet, everything. It's insane. How did America? It's fallen behind. You know, with so many things.
And the Americans, they've only just got Obamacare, but whereas Europe, they've had some kind of free healthcare, or not totally free healthcare for the people. So America's just introduced sort of free healthcare, whereas Europe's had that well before. So,
well, I mean, to be fair, we, at least in my state, I don't know how it is in other states, that goes by state. So in my state, like poor people, if you're an American citizen, you can most of the time get free health insurance. Like I was like, we were poor, we were poor my whole life. So like I've basically had the same insurance number my entire life, and like we don't pay. Like, you know, there's certain like stipulations or whatnot. Like you're saying, like if you're, you know, obviously I think they upped it to like age 22 or 23, you could be on your parents' policy. But my state's 18 still. So like once, you know, like my kids turn 18, they get cut off the policy. They have to go find their own policy. You know, if you don't have kids, like if you're just a single person, like, you know, not working, then, you know, you might have a fee, like a copay or whatnot. It'd be like $10-20 to go to the doctor, and then whatever for like certain covered prescriptions. But I know that's at a state level. So I don't know how it is like in other states. I know when I moved to Florida, it was very hard to get insurance down there, and I couldn't even really get it for my children. It's not like it is up here. Like it was so different in the South than it was up here. But I think Florida, I don't know if they're like a red state. I'm not sure, but I think that has like something to do with it, like their public services or whatnot. But in the north, like, or at least in my state, it's very easy. Like they do take care of their people, you know. So like once you get a job, like if you're making a certain amount, they'll start charging you. Like it'll be, you know, it goes by income, like sliding scale per income, which is all based off of like poverty level. So I mean, Obamacare just made it so that everyone with a job could get an insurance that was affordable, not meaning like necessarily free, but affordable. And then I know that there's some kind of tax thing with that as well. Like you can claim it and get like a tax break or something. Shit.
What speed do y'all have in Europe as far as the internet goes? Like they're roll out 5G, which I'm not a big fan of here in the US, but
England's quite behind the rest of Europe. So rest of Europe would get 200 and 300 megabytes. The most, so in Europe you could get 500 megabytes in some cities. In the most in England you're going to get is 250. So we're quite far behind, but we might catch up. But we might catch up if Jenn wins the election because he's promised like decent speed for free.
Is 250 megabits per second a bad speed there?
Compared to the rest of Europe, yeah.
No. I mean to do the basic things that you'd want to do.
No. 250 is not bad. No.
They have 250 in England. That's good. 250 is very quick.
But it's so expensive though.
Yeah, but 250, you can do anything on 250 download.
Yeah.
Like what? 250 is way enough for 4K. That's why like everything is streaming. The reason why they used to sell Blu-ray discs and especially the 4K Blu-ray discs is because the internet was never fast enough for streaming. But now discs are gonna they're already doing it. Because the internet now is way fast enough to stream, even not just 1080p, 4K.
He's not here yet.
You know, like you can stream a 4K movie.
Yeah, like in the US, y'all are talking about speeds, but if you're in one of the major cities, you really don't have a problem. I mean, a lot of places do have fiber that's coming in or fiber optics, so. It's only historically been an issue if you're living kind of further out into the country.
Yeah.
And that's where this 5G will really have an impact. I think it's dangerous for the environment. I'm worried about long-term cancer risks and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like 250 megabytes a second. Like once you get about 30 megabytes a second is perfect for 4K. You can anything over 30 is grand. Yeah.
So do y'all don't have any issues? I mean, is there anything you can't do on the internet right now? I mean, y'all are like big gamers or something like that, I guess. I don't have a problem with my internet speed. And I don't even have like.
Yeah, I made little candle holders.
I think years ago, I think the least you to really get by on today's internet with the 4K videos and nearly every single video is 1080p today. Like every single video is 1080p resolution. And they're all high quality. So with 25 megabytes a second, you would actually, even if you had 25, and I mean, when I say 25, I mean 25 megabytes, like fiber optic. 25 megabytes a second today would just about get you'd survive on it. But the video might start buffering. It would stop in between after a few minutes. The video would probably
Is this Kels, is this legal ways or not unofficial ways?
Say that again. Is
this through legal means or other means?
you're
watching the content.
Yeah, the streaming, a lot of people do the torrents and things like that. But I'm talking about what's that thing?
Amazon Prime, Netflix.
Amazon Prime, Netflix.
Yeah,
if you had 25 megabytes a second,
Mm.
it's too slow for the videos of today. Like like 25 megabytes a second. You would have got away with 25 megabytes a second 5 or 6 years ago. But 25 megabytes a second today, with nearly every single, even the crappy videos are 1080p resolution. So 25 megabytes a second today, even with the full 25 megabytes a second, you might get away with it with 1080p. But if you play a 4K video, it's going to stop halfway through it. So even 25 megabytes a second is not going to do you today. You'll start buffering and it'll jam in the middle of it. The minimum you can get away with today and just survive is 50 megabytes. So with today's internet, if you want to watch 1080p YouTube, 4K videos on YouTube, absolute minimum, you need 50 megabytes a second. And I mean, when I say 50 megabytes, I mean 49.7.8 or like, 50 megabytes. And that would just barely, like, you'd survive.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to download anything, good boy. So that's why they usually give you the minimum is 100 megabytes a second. 100, like that, the very lowest. And now a lot of, like 100 megabytes is perfect. But if you want to download anything, that's when it starts it would take ages. Because the files today, like even like if you want to download a 1080p file, that's 10 gigs minimum. Or a movie, a 1080p movie is like about 15 gigs at the smallest, up to 25 gigs. If you want to watch a 4K is 30, 35, maybe even 40 gigs. So, and if you want to watch a 4K stream, you're talking 35 megabytes a second. So this is why you need really fast internet today. Like 100 megabytes is the minimum. You have to have 100 megabytes. And then your video, your stream, like, your Netflix stream, it won't be all like choppy and cutting and everything. 100 would do. But now they just give out 250. England has 250, which is perfect. It's more than enough, way more than enough.
But like rest of Europe, like Berlin's getting 350.
Yeah. You see, in Japan they have 750 megabytes.
That's crazy.
Jesus, why do you need that much?
Because all the 8K,
like, what do you need? What do you need for that?
well, 4K, 1080p resolution is 15 to 20 megabytes a second stream. 4K resolution is 30 to 40 megabytes a second stream. And the 8K, that's coming, 8K resolution, is between 65 to 80 megabytes a second. You need very fast internet speed. Imagine 100 megabytes a second. It will just be barely enough for 8K. And if you pause it, that's why. This is with the 5G in South Korea. South Korea, they reached 1 gig. 1 gig a second. It's like 1,000 megabytes a second download.
Fuck's sake!
It's insane.
I mean, I have no problems with everything that I do. Like with, like I just did a test on my phone. It says I'm getting 115 But I have no
good.
problem. Yeah, like I stream games and download video games, and they even like 40, 50 gig games will take, I don't know, usually less than an hour.
Yeah, you see,
Yeah.
that's when you want to download games. Now, with your internet speed, right, that's fucking slow for today. But 5 or 6 years ago, you had the fastest internet speed you could get. 5 or 6 years ago, about 6, yeah, say 5 to 6 years ago, your internet was the fastest you could get. Now, today,
I mean, you definitely can get better. Like I could get, but it costs so much. Like, look, I'm paying 15. I'm paying 53 for 100.
Exactly.
Like you could pay for, and if it's available in your area, like you could pay for fiber or get like 1,000 or shit like that. But it's gonna cost you so
but that's
much.
what people get it cut down. Like the fastest, the standard fastest quality, like which is the elite level, the top most expensive internet that you can get today is in Europe is 500 megabytes a second. Well, I'm on 250, so I'm on the middle, but 250 is it's beyond. It's like it's not like insane, but it's way beyond what I need. But 4K gobbles up the bandwidth, and in about another 3 to 5 years for the next World Cup, the Koreans already have it and Japan already has it, the 8K resolution. And just think of the bandwidth you need. So already, this is why the internet went really fast. They really upped the speed of the internet because of 4K movies. And if you want to download a game, a lot of the games now were 50, 60, 70, even 80 gigs.
Yeah.
So if you
remember like the PS2, how much games you could hold on like an 8 MB card?
75 megabytes, yeah. You download it in like maybe 1 second. It's done.
And the memory cards were like, 8 or 16, or if you were like real cool, you had the 32 one.
Yeah. So like fucking there only a while ago, I downloaded just for the fun of it again. I downloaded it. Battlefield 3. Battlefield 3 was what was it? 47 gigs. It took me about maybe 20 minutes to download, right? 20 minutes for 47 gigs. And that's a fairly big game. 47 gigs. And it took me about 20 minutes. Well, in Korea, or if I use the full one, the 500 gig, it would take me about 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. In Korea, I download that in about 1 minute. It's like the speed is getting faster, and that's
why they're better gamers than us.
Yes, as well. That's another thing. You see, faster load times.
That's why they win all the game tournaments.
If I want to download a torrent, if I want to download a 4K Blu-ray disc, which is about 50 gigs, or from 50 gigs to 80 gigs, and I take all the foreign audio out of it, and I cut it down from about 75 gigabytes to about 50. That's 50 gigs, and some of them are already chopped up on it, and I just download the 47 or 48 or 51 gigs, just under 50 or over 50. It takes me about 45 minutes, maybe an hour to download it. In Japan, you download it in 5 minutes. A full Blu-ray disc in 5 minutes.
Damn, this guy in the chat says there's a quantum computer Google owns. Second, insane, did a mathematical equation that would take a human 10,000 years and 200 seconds. That was last month. Quantum
Got it. The
Crazy.
quantum computer. I know what he's talking about. He's trying to be. They're talking about the next that will overtake processors. It's called quantum computing. If they get it right, quantum computer or the quantum processor will be like one processor will have the same power as like 1 million processors. Now they're trying to get it to go, but they haven't fully. They say they're a couple of years away from getting it, but they're working on it. But if these processes, if they actually get them to work, you're talking world changing. It will make such a difference to the world. It will be like the creation of the processor again. Like look at what the processor has done to the world. Well, it'd be like something. I'll tell you what, the latest processors like Intel and AMD and all, those processors will be like a calculator watch. That's how powerful it would change. But
This guy says Romania has the fastest internet in the world.
Yeah, Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
No, Eastern Europe. All of Europe is they're very, very quick, except for Japan and Korea. South Korea is the fastest in the world, fastest internet. The Asian, Japan and South Korea. Where they make the tellies, Samsung,
Yeah.
LG, Sony.
Even some of their phones, like I was looking at some of the Chinese phones will have like 16 gig of RAM.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. China is. They only make our stuff. China hasn't. Well, their internet is about the same as some parts of China. The internet is about the same as Europe, maybe 250, 500. It's just in the cities though. Like the big cities. That's it. The rest they haven't got it. Yeah.
It's crazy. Like even in my lifetime, how much it's changed. Like in the next 10, 20 years, like what is that shit gonna be like?
That's the thing. Like the way the internet, like in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I remember 10 years ago, I had. What was it, about 2008, 2007, I had 5 megabytes a second, 12 years ago. And then in 2010, I thought it was such a big deal when I went from 5 megabytes a second to 25 megabytes a second. And that was about 2010. And then from 2010 to about 2013, 2014, I went up to 50 megabytes a second. And then it went from 50 up to about maybe 150 in 2015, 2016. And then it just jumped up again. The speed that the internet is just... I didn't think internet would be that fast, would become as fast as it is today. Yeah. But the cost of it though. I think if they bring in that new gigabit a second, it'd be something like maybe, what, €150 a month. It'd be about probably 3 times the price. And I'm not willing to pay that, no way. For what?
That shit is crazy. It's like they almost did, but I mean, when it gets like that, and what was this guy saying? Universal broadband, like they're gonna make it like available to everyone.
Yeah, I doubt it. By the time it's the infrastructure, it's putting in the infrastructure to get universal broadband. I know what he's talking. He means like everyone in the maybe at least the West will have like 1 gigabyte a second. Like everyone in Europe, in America, in Canada. Actually, the chances of that happening, even in Europe, it might happen in Europe because we have the infrastructure. It's all one, like all the fiber optic is all done now in Europe. So if that's going to happen, it will happen in Europe, and you get the 1 gigabit a second, which is 1,000 megabytes a second. Like you download a 4K Blu-ray in about a minute and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything like that will happen over here because way too many companies are like making way too much money off of it.
Yeah, what would they? Yeah, this is the thing. So, and in America, the infrastructure is a lot of the infrastructure is old, especially outside the big cities.
Yeah, they had to do it was a huge thing when they even installed the shit in the cable wires. What the
yeah.
I can't remember the word, but it was like a huge project. I'm in Connecticut, so I'm like 2.5 hours north of New York City.
New York, yeah. Yeah, you would think that because you're in the east, that it would be modern. Like, no, it's not. That's Bernie State. Or what's Maine? Maine, is it?
Vermont.
No, Maine is further north, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Maine is like way up there. That's the northest state on the East Coast.
You know, they say that the life there is the best place in America to live. Maine.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like
I wouldn't doubt it.
Wealthy.
I've never been there. I've
Yeah.
never been to Maine. No.
Yeah. No, I'm happy with 250. I can't see any differences of going from 250 to
500.
a gig, even 500. What difference is it going to make?
Land of South, I've just realised there is one UK provider fibre optic which offers 1 gig or 1 terabyte fibre optic.
Yeah, 5G.
No, they offer 1 gig of broadband speed, so you get 1 terabyte, I think.
Yeah, that's 5G though. The only way you can get that speed is 5G.
No, not on your phone through your broadband. 5G's only on your phone.
Yeah.
But even then, they charge £30 or £40 a month. But they don't cover every area. They only cover London at the moment.
Well, yeah, the broadband, the fibre optic. So I don't see anything. I think even 8K resolution or the streaming 250 would be enough even for 8K. It's just it's the downloads, because a download of 8K is going to be like even if you download an 8K movie, it's going to be between minimum 50 gigs up to maybe 70, 60, 50 to 65, maybe 70 gigs. And that could take you on 250 megabytes about 20 minutes. And that's what it is. They don't want people to wait, because if people have to wait, then people will say, no, I'm not watching that. It's taking too long. You see, the buffering, and it's either you watch it on the stream or you download it. And that's what it is. They want, all these companies, they want people to have fast internet. And when people have the fast internet, that's when they watch all these like Netflix and Amazon Video, and
it makes them able to purchase faster. It's like consumerism. The faster you can spend money, that's what they want. Exactly. It's all about money. Yeah.
That's what it's all about. The infrastructure. Once the infrastructure is there, they all work together. Amazon is putting pressure on those internet companies to make the internet faster, because if the internet is faster, then they all take a share of the profit. Faster internet, they'll buy things faster, they'll buy programs, they'll buy documentaries, and
they'll buy faster internet.
Yeah. That's why a lot of these things never took off. When the internet was slow, you know, if you look back at Netflix is how old is it now? About 10 years old, would we? Something like that. But it never really took off until about 5, 6 when the internet started to hit 50 megabytes a second. That's when it started to just get bigger and bigger. Yeah, it's the speed of the internet. Now it's everyone's streaming. Like, you know, you buy Blu-rays now. It's all they download them. Less and less people are buying hard discs anymore. Yeah, you know, the Apple. You know, a lot of the people they have their account and they download it. I don't really like downloads. I think the quality is not as good. Well, actually, that's the old way. Now they say the quality it's nearly the same as a disc. I don't think you'll ever, because the disc is just, you know, on the YouTube, there's a guy that shows you the difference between 4K HDR on a download from Apple and the 4K HDR movie on the disc, and you can see the disc is better. It just has that extra bit. The bit rate is it just makes it look better.
Land of Kilts, have you seen that guy who reviews the live shows?
Which was it? Which one?
There's a guy who reviews Raspect Rebellion and Dan Show, I think.
Is it that guy? What's his name there?
He's an Asian guy, and he reviews the show.
Online Wipe. Is it the Online Wipe guy? I mean him?
No, he's Asian.
The online white guy trashes everyone, though, I think.
Yeah, he's like sort of. He's not really. I wouldn't. He's sort of a. He's a little bit of a Tommy supporter. He's not a far right though. He is right.
Yeah, he's a troll guy, right? Like.
Yeah, he's funny. Like a lot of the things that he. Yeah, you know, actually, that show that he does, it's a rip off. That there used to be a BBC show. That whole show is a copy of a BBC show. Like there used to be a BBC show called Screen Wipe, and it ended, and he's just copying the show. Even the way he talks, the name. It was a guy on BBC that called Screen Wipe, BBC Screen Wipe, and he used to, you know, criticize and do reviews of all programs that used to be on the television that week. That's all he's doing. It used to be on in the 90s and the early 2000s. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
My charger broke, so I'm having to use like a 0.5 millimeter cable, proper small cable.
I'm using the iPhone. I just leave it charged in because it eats when you listen to it on the iPhone.
Yeah.
It just the power is like, even if I charge the battery full, within an hour the battery's gone again.
No. What happened was yesterday or Thursday, I lost one of my chargers, and then I had a spare one, and then on Friday I went to college. I ended up losing that charger there. So then I've ended up on a small cable, and it takes 2 hours to charge my phone. So I've ordered a new one, but it's not going to come till Wednesday.
Yeah.
My phone sucks because you can't charge and listen with headphones at the same time.
Why don't you just use Bluetooth headphones?
That's a good question. I don't know. Don't you still need to plug something in or no?
No, because you would have to charge your headphone.
That's a good idea. I never tried them before. I always assumed that they sound like shit.
No, I only use Bluetooth because I don't like the wire. So I only use Bluetooth myself. I can't use wired connection.
You know, I think I don't know what it's wrong. My back is killing me. You know, when I was collecting the kids at the bus stop, not yesterday, the day before, and it was like about what 3 degrees, 3.5 degrees. It was like real cold. But I just jumped out in the car, had a t-shirt on, and just took the jacket. Just had the t-shirt on, but I was freezing cold at the bus stop, but I couldn't turn back and get a jacket because they were coming in about 5 minutes. And they say, like, you know, if you're out in the cold and there's the freezing cold wind blowing and you just got a t-shirt on and a light jacket, when I came back in that night, I said, I've got like a pain in my back or something. It's sore.
You gotta stretch it out. Like the stretches. I'm out here in the cold right now. It's 2 Celsius. I'm out here smoking. It's cold as fuck.
Your phone has gone mad. Say that again.
I said I'm out here now in the cold. It's 2 degrees Celsius here. Right now I'm sitting outside smoking.
What's wrong with your mic? Hold on, your audio's gone crazy, Jen. Do it again.
That's England. Are you that NASA guy, England?
No, bro, I'm the original England.
England FC.
Okay. Because there's one guy who's Asian and he's called England too.
Yeah, he's England's football superstar, and he's from Nepal. Yeah.
I'm sorry anyway if I offended you with that or anything.
No, brother, no problem.
Because mostly called England, that's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, Jen, I was like, I think it was maybe because of the cold. You know, they say I used to, you know, if you go out into the cold, your back is like you get a pain in your back or something from the cold, and
Yeah, you gotta do stretches, man. I'm telling you.
it's like a muscle pain.
Yeah,
You know,
you stretch all that out.
Oh, it's too painful. Like, it's from the cold. You get like I used to never listen to, you know, your mother be saying like you go out and you with just a t-shirt on and a jacket, you get a cold, or you know, you never listen. But I think as you get older, you know, it's like a muscle pain. You know, if you move your neck or like a creak in your neck, it's the cold gets into your back.
Yeah, it's because like the cold makes your muscles like spasm. So even though it hurts, you just gotta stretch it out, like stretch through it. You know, like it's gonna hurt, but if you stretch it out, like every morning, you know.
Yeah.
Because believe me, I'm in my older age. I'm starting to feel the cold too. Like that's how
I think
you know
it is.
it helps.
You know,
Yeah.
you think you never, you know, I'm just turned 40 this year.
Yeah.
October.
Really, I
don't
1 year ahead of you in
I
October.
look like everyone says I look like about 20, 28, 29.
Yeah, I get that too. I still get carded for like.
I feel it. I'm not like there's certain things
Yeah.
I'm not as
I feel you, man.
you get up off the chair. When you, that's how you know someone's getting older. You know.
Getting out of the car after a long drive, like
What do you drive out? Auto or manual?
Mine's manual.
What about Celts?
Yeah, I think it doesn't mean that you're 40 is not like. It doesn't mean you're old. But
do you drive auto or manual?
Manual. I wouldn't drive an auto.
No, I only drive auto. I can't do manual.
Sure.
I love my manual car.
No, I like, especially in Europe, we drive. A lot of people don't like autos. The Americans and all, and Japan loves. They're mad into autos, but I just I'm a manual for me. I'm too used to them. And when I got into an automatic car there a while ago, I kept trying to press the clutch down.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing.
You know,
I can't drive autos right because I'm always like trying to either hitting the brake for the clutch. It's fucked up.
and you keep hitting the brake because you're not
Yeah.
used to the brakes
Yes.
on automatic cars are always real.
Yeah,
Touchy. You touch off the brake there. You keep jamming on and accelerating. It takes a while to get used to them. I'm not against auto. The new autos are great. I'd rather have a new auto car. You know, like the new, like, see the difference between the old automatic gearboxes, like the 90s, the early 2000s, the mid 2000s. They're all the old gearboxes, like, you know, 5-speed gearboxes, and even the ones in the, say, 2006, 2007, 6-speed. It's the ones that are made in, say, about 2010 onwards. Maybe actually no, even about 2012 onwards. They're the 7-speed sequential gearboxes. Like they change gear faster than even a manual. That they go, ding, ding, ding. You know, they really quick. The weight, the speed that they go through the gears. It's not like the old like automatic gearboxes where it stays in gear for too long.
I think I'll always buy manual. Like I'll
I
always
just
get.
like manual gearbox.
I do too. I would love to have like a brand new manual car.
No, but the new ones, the new BMW, the BMW, Mercedes, the Golf. Well, the later Golf, you have to buy for the Volkswagen, you have to buy maybe a 2015, 2016 one, and they have the new has the 8-speed. You know, the 5 Series from 2015 up has the 8-speed gearbox. The 5 Series and the 7 Series. 15 onwards is an 8-speed gearbox.
Yeah,
The
I mean
other ones have 7.
our speed limits are too slow anyway. I don't really need to go.
Yeah, that's
We're not allowed to go that fast over here.
Yeah, but the thing is, auto. There's some people who just go for auto because they find manual too hard. So I think auto it's going to increase auto though.
To me, if you cannot drive a manual car,
I feel like everyone needs to learn how to drive manual.
If they put me in charge of driving,
yeah,
I would make someone. Basically, I would not give you a license unless you can drive a manual car.
Yeah, like all the driving tests should be done on manual cars.
And
to be honest.
then when you can drive a manual car and get a full license, then give them an automatic. No one should be allowed to just jump into an automatic car because it's not the same. It's just like a go.
No.
It's not.
You're not controlling the car.
Gene, I've only got an auto license. I only drive auto.
What? Yeah, learner.
And I'm going for the auto license because I find auto. I want to learn quicker. That's why.
Oh, they have an auto. That shows you. Yeah. So
in England we have an auto only license, meaning if you pass that, you're only allowed to drive auto cars.
See,
really?
There you are. That's what I'm saying. You see?
Oh wow.
See,
that's
nah.
Oh, they don't have that here. It's just one license for whatever. But I feel like when you drive an automatic car, like, or at least if you're learning on that, like you're just driving the car. Like you're not controlling the car. I feel like, and that's what a lot of people lack.
Like,
they lack the feeling of control. Like you're actually controlling the car. No, it's not.
It's not like, I wouldn't even call it driving. It's like it is driving, but it's sort of like
you're just driving. That's it. Like you're not. You're just.
You can't. It's not the same. It's just not the same.
It's definitely not.
You're not like the car is like well, maybe the newer gearboxes are much different. They change gear. They're much more smart. The gearbox, they drop gear. Like the old gearbox. If you put your foot down, the gearbox it'd be like you put your foot down, it goes, it jumps. The revs go high, and it eats the petrol as well. Automatic gearboxes are heavier than petrol. So I don't know what year the one you're driving, Ali Kaan. What year is the automatic?
I don't know.
You don't know the year of the car?
No.
Anyway,
I'm just driving.
Well, maybe he doesn't have his own car. Does it belong to like your parents or something, or is it your
I drive
car?
my instructors, isn't it? I drive my instructors.
So it's only an instructor car.
Yeah. No, I thought you said you had your own.
No, I'm going for the auto license.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. So, yeah, the old gearboxes they're very different. The new gearboxes are much different. They behave like the new automatic gearboxes. They behave like a manual. They're even faster. They change gear much quicker. Like, there's sport, there's sport plus, and then there's eco, which is like eco means it doesn't matter if you rev the car, it will drive real easy. It won't the rev counter won't go real high. It's for like economic, like to go just drive easy. And then if you want the gearbox to change gear real quick, you put it into Sport or Sport Plus. Yeah, the new cars are much better. The gearbox is everything. The brakes, bigger discs. The brakes are better. Everything. I know what to say. If you want the best, you have to pay. If the money is more, you will. How many's listening now? There's only 1, 2.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like we killed Dan's stream. Hello?
Yeah, it just jumps off. I don't know. It's
Cut
mad,
out.
this thing. It's full of bugs, all day. See, what time is it now? Or what? 2 hours? Oh my God, 2 hours now on this. Maybe two. I just thought a little over 2 hours on this hangout. Time just goes.
It does. I feel like we killed Dan's stream. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah. No, they jump off. A lot of them. They go to where the drama is. All the beef.
Let's start talking about like crazy racist white
bastards.
Start screaming at each other. Watch the viewers
That's
go
what
up.
it is.
Like
That's what
it is. It's sad, right?
If I was to start coursing on every name under the sun and they jump on. That's what they love.
Yeah. Let's I don't know. What could we
things with this? Jenna done this and she was, with this with that. That's the
exposed.
Stabbing and backbiting and shiving, kicking them while they're down, jumping on their head, and she was doing this and just making any shit up. They love all that. That's what they do. They love.
I did get it's crazy because I'm over here in America, right? Like I've never met any of them from Speaker's Corner. Like I've never met anyone. I don't know anyone personally. Like I'm a viewer, right? Like I'll jump in here and there. I don't like to debate politics. Like I don't consider myself a debater. Like I don't want to do that. I don't want to argue religion and cuss anyone's thing. But even me, I got dragged into some shit, someone's from Speaker's Corner, and I got threatened to be doxxed. Someone threatened to dox me. And I'm like, who am I? I'm not. They were like, you're a fucking Islamophobe and you're a racist. And I'm going to tell everyone that you're a Trump supporter. And I got the nastiest things said to me by somebody who used to go to Speaker's Corner. It was horrible. I'm like, what the fuck? It was so bad. I'm like, holy shit. I'm just a viewer. I'm not,
See,
who am I?
when did you get onto the hangouts? How long ago, say?
The first panel I ever joined was Dan's. And,
but how long have you been on the hangouts?
Just a couple months since the summer. So maybe since July or June or July, because I got really sick.
About a year, but for a couple of months when I first got onto the hangouts, it was about a little over a year ago. But then I left them for about 6 or 7 months, and I didn't come back on for ages. And it's only the last maybe, I'd say about 4 months, maybe 4 months, 4 to 5 months. I've been back on them, and back being on them regularly. But no matter what, you get people drag you into their fights. This is one thing at the hangouts here. People drag you in. Your choice.
It's wild.
You have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. No matter where, even if you're not from the same country, there's like a gang that brings you in. You have to be on their side. And you're not allowed to be in the middle. You're not allowed to be impartial. You have to pick a side.
Like that's the thing, you know, and I guess I've not so much picked a side, but I guess I've grown to a side, you know, because like I said before, I don't fucking ever go to Reels chat. I don't ever go to Banks's chat. I don't ever go to Sarah Garvey's thing or whatever he does. Like there's certain people, like I just like seeing how they move, like I just don't fuck with them.
No,
and I refuse to, you know.
I'm more drawn to Raspect than his a lot.
Absolutely. And I respect him. I respect him because if he fucks up, he'll own it, and that's respectable, you know.
That's the thing. I'm naturally like a lot of things I agree with Raspect on. And a lot, you know, the ones that just be on his channel, but that doesn't mean I agree with them on everything, you know.
Right.
It doesn't mean.
And that's why, actually, like they threatened to dox me because I was bigging up Raspect and bigging up Mr. Rax.
Yeah.
And like just because like people saw me say that in chat. Like in their chat, I'm like, oh, big up Raspect, you know, or like Americans, we don't even say that. That's not even our terminology. Like, big up comes from you guys.
You're not going to be. The chances of you being in Speaker's Corner, you've never been there, no.
No, I've never been there.
Like most Americans will never. Like unless they're maybe coming out or they stay there, they have family in Britain or something. That's the only way. The chances of you me. Is easy. Like I'm only 90 miles from Britain, and I'm about 160 miles from London. I've been there 3 times because of family, like, and I just walked through it. But it's mad. It's not like it's like.
Even this channel they mentioned, they're like, you're bigging up channels like TOITN, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I do, you know, because Dan was cool to me, like always cool with me, you know. Like I said, it's the first call I ever jumped in on, and I end up talking to them for fucking like 7 hours or something crazy like that, and they were just everyone's like. Minus that one, like, or 2 certain people who like don't like me, then like everyone's been really awesome with me.
No, the first time, actually, I'll tell you, there a while ago was about how long would that be? It was in the summer, just in the summer gone, and you know, in the park, there's the way they all go on is you know, it's usually the black people with the black people. The Muslims with the Muslims, even the black Muslims, except there's a weird thing that goes on in the park is black people stick with the black people. Everyone else, the whites with the whites, the right wing with the right wing, and then all the others. But a lot of people don't like it. They have this thing, they don't understand. Remember I was telling you, like, you're with this gang, and if you're not with our gang, you're with the other one. So they don't like when they see Muslims, blacks, whites, Asians, Arabs, Turks. They can't understand why. How come everyone else is all sticking with each other and there's all different ethnic groups, but use Muslims, you won't. They're trying to divide the groups, you see. So when I walked in, no one even knew me. This is like I told you, it was only the first time I came to the Hangouts was about a year ago, over a year ago, and I left of then for about 6 or 7 months, and then I come back, and that's how only in the last 5 months, maybe 4 or 5 months, that people actually know who I am. But at that time, no one knew me, and when I come over, they just think, oh, a white guy, he must be with the right wing. And then all these ones that were there, I didn't know them at that time, but this Steve and James, this Steve, the 80s guy in the park.
No.
No, you don't. And James, no, you don't see that. You don't know. There's a guy called James SC, and then Steve.
I see him from chat, James SC.
Yeah, well, those
he
two.
goes.
And two other Tommy Robinson guys, and because I stood beside them, they didn't know at the time, but I was standing beside them, and they heard my accent, and they think, oh, you're from Ireland, oh yeah, and naturally they thought straight away he's going to be on our side against these, But this is the park. And it's just the same. It's the same in the hangouts. A lot of it's whites, usually whites against the Tommy Robinson people, the black Arab. This is what the park has become. It's a lot of different groups, and it's become that way, which is a bad thing. It's
like everything is so like separated, and I feel like a lot of, or what you see, at least I should say, what I see on YouTube is people screaming at each other every fucking Sunday with the same freaking
there's no debate. There's no
with
debate
the
anymore.
same freaking arguments, and it's like it's long. Like I don't know.
There's no debating anymore. It's all. A lot of them come down and they perform for the camera.
Yeah.
There's a lot of performers in Speaker's Corner. A lot of performers. They come down and they have this like alter ego, and they come down and perform for the camera. These people are totally different. I bet you if you've seen them and talked to them in real life, they'd be a different person. And there's also performers for the hangouts as well. People that act a certain way in hangouts. It's usually the same people that, the same ones. So, this is it.
It's some people even go as far as saying people are paid. Like people are paid, like people are paid actors and paid agents and fucking like MI5 or FBI or whatever. Like, and I'm like, really? Like, is Speaker's Corner that big? Like, is it really that much of a, like, to cause division online and to cause like shit? Like, is it really that deep?
A lot of people. Yeah. A lot of people. Go on.
I was going to say, I'm pretty certain that at least a couple of those folks there are plainclothes cops. I don't know if they're.
No, you're right. You're right.
I think cops, cops, but like paid agents. I don't know.
No. There's people that there's the official police. Like the police that there's be at Speaker's Corner, and there's also people who come to the park, but they're actually watching, waiting, giving
like
information.
Detectives.
Yeah. Sure. One of them that already does it and openly does it is the Paul Williams guy. The guy.
I want to put names out there.
Well, no, this guy. Oh, this is not me like a conspiracy or this guy openly. Everyone knows this. Ask anyone. Mention his name and people will go, oh yeah, that's that guy. Yeah, he says he's Muslim.
I'm sure I know who you're talking about, but
he says he's Muslim. He says he's a Muslim, but yet all he ever does is goes around ratting out people, saying that this one is ISIS, that one is an extremist, you're this, you're that, I'm going to get you locked up. Who's this guy? Tell me a bit of information. Actually, is this right? Then he goes to the police. He goes to the park for nothing else but to try and get people arrested. Like, and now
sounds familiar.
all the people that stuck up for him, that backed them up when he was getting attacked and when getting insulted, all the people that stuck up for him, now even they have abandoned him. Everyone. And even now a few non-Muslims have even say, oh, you were actually right about him. No one trusts him anymore. So there's a lot of people that go to that park and say that they are about one thing when they're really 180 degrees the other. You know, there's ones that go there, pretend they're Muslim when they're completely anti-Islam. There's ones that go there and say that they're Tommy Robinson and right-wing, and when they're completely the opposite. I wouldn't trust anyone down there unless you actually know them. You know, you know a lot about them, and you know them a few years, because there's spies down there, there's agents, there's agent provocateurs, there's entrapment guys, everything.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's a mad, like that place.
Like all for the benefit of what? Like religious division?
No, I'll tell you.
Is it like what for what benefit?
No, see, the Speaker's Corner, it's an old, influential place that a lot of people look at. And lately, a lot of people that the government, British government, and the intelligence agencies and the police, they don't like certain groups. And these groups are turning up in Speaker's Corner and promoting themselves for free. They get promoted because once they go down there, they start saying mad things. Loads of cameras are aimed at them, and then they get their views to be showed thousands, hundreds of thousands of times. You see, so the police don't like any group. It could be any group, and they go down there and they try and damage them. They try and, refute them or hurt them or get them locked up. There's more than meets the eye than in Speaker's Corner.
Like who's been locked up? Like I saw like a couple people get escorted out by police, or they get told not to come back. But who's actually been arrested?
Yeah, there's ones that get banned for 6 months. There's ones that get banned for a year. There's ones that are told not to come back. There's ones that are arrested. They're brought up in court. They're told not to come back for a year. There's ones that are arrested. They come back. Nothing happens to them. There's ones that are trying to get others locked up. All that. There's everything. What was
the big conspiracy guy what was the story about the guy Kaan that got escorted out? Like what was that?
Oh, he got deported. He got deported.
Yeah,
to Malaysia. Yeah,
Holy shit!
Over on a visa. He came over on a holiday visa that was only meant for a month. He was supposed to stay for a month and then leave. Well, he stayed for 3 years, and the only reason why he was deported because he got on camera and started he drew attention to himself, and the police got sick.
Yeah, in a pretty negative way, huh?
Well, he got attention. He brought attention to himself, and he just got noticed, and the police just said, "Actually, hold on a minute. How long are you here? Are you here even illegally?" And then when they found out, he got deported to France. He got deported to France. Then after about a month, he snuck back into Britain. Through the Channel Tunnel. Deported to France. Stayed there for a month, maybe 6 weeks. Sniped back into Britain. Went back in and was allowed for about a month, maybe 2 months. And then he was eventually deported. He tried to fight the extradition, but then he was deported. He's gone now.
That's fucking nuts.
Mad things down there that's happening. There's every different type of people. That's why I don't trust anyone down there. There's people who say that they're on this and they're on that and they believe this one. They believe nothing like it.
Yeah, it would, I guess, ultimately be hard to be completely neutral.
Yeah. Phony left wing, phony right wing, phony Muslims, phony Christians. There's every different type of people that are just police, informers. If you say the wrong thing, you'll have maybe 3 or 4 people saying, she said she wants to kill this person, or I'm going to get you arrested. I'm going to get you thrown out of this park.
Princess Dominique donated £20. Concrete respect.
There's no.
It's like when I come, like I want to go. I want to go to like I've been planning a trip. Like I would love to go there. My next trip will definitely be to London, but like I'm almost like intimidated to go there. Like I'm gonna have to like hook up with someone and like have a bodyguard.
Prison or something. It's not near as bad as that. I mean, people go through there with strollers and small kids.
Oh yeah, it's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. I mean,
just some guys will do some pushing and shoving. That's about the bulk of it.
It's not dangerous.
I mean, I've heard people gotten like their asses grabbed there, like gotten touched up by men there. Like the women there aren't really treated that good. Like
no, hold on, whoa. That story came from the DCCI Christians. It's a bollocks. It's not true. They just made it up, and they admitted that someone made it up. Oh, look, there is nutters there. There's ones that come drunk. One guy said he was. Look, do you know how many guys that come there and say that they're Jesus Christ and they're here to save the world? There's police informed. Every nutter, every type of crackpot turns up, like ones that are like mentally deranged. They come there. It just seems a lot of them come there, but it's not really dangerous. I'm just saying there's loads of like nutters and things like that. But I don't mean if you go there you'll get hurt. It's not. It's just that there's loads of crackpots and Yeah, it's not.
You just use your common sense. I mean, if you see like a big crowd and noise coming, it's wiser to get away from that crowd. Is the short answer?
I mean,
just like the street. But that's even the most serious things. I can only remember very few times where they really had like a blown out fight. I can't remember anybody pulling a knife.
Yeah.
So.
It's not dangerous, like it's just
this war of words, and then people's egos get hurt, and
No, but I mean, like more on like a, like what you're saying. Like there's so many cameras, there's so many plants, like there's so many fucked up people. Like that's what like.
I'm saying.
And there's some great conversations you can have there too, by the way. Even just from the speakers, just talking to regular folks. There are people from all over the world that come there.
Yeah, it depends who you go to. If you want to have a discussion, you just stay away from the nutters. And everyone knows who the nutters are. See?
Yeah. True. But yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna get there sometime soon.
Like all the
I'll see y'all on Mr. X TV.
like all the nutters are the ones like you have your man Kaan, obvious crackpot. Like you just don't have to look at him. You have the ones, the DCCI that go around elbowing people and shouting and all these mad things. Then you have the right wing. Sometimes they turn up the odd time. Like you have the BNP, like it's like a Nazi. They're sort of like the British Nazi Party, although they pretend that they're moderated. If you want to have all the beef and the drama and all the if you want to get into that, those people are there. If you want to have a conversation, there's the novel, but there is the ones. There's also the actors there as well. And sometimes when you go there, I think all these things only happen to you if you're a regular. If they know you and they sort of like you're known in the park, then that's when all the mad type of you get blamed on this and blamed on that. But if you're just there, if you're like you've only been there once or something like that, none of that's going to happen. You don't know you. But if you don't want to be filmed, don't go to Speaker's Corner. There's
Yeah,
just
for
cameras
real.
everywhere.
Everywhere, right? Hell yeah.
And even
Crazy.
if you think you like, you know when there's so many cameras, right, that are rolling. Sometimes you think, oh, actually, I'm not on camera, but you're on camera, because there's cameras from different directions. Even if you're not on camera, because I know
Someone's catching you on camera.
someone you're walking by, or
There's probably cameras like in the park too, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
oh, fuck
if
it.
you want to go there and you don't, anyone, if you want to go there and you don't want to be filmed, don't go to Speaker's Corner. You're going to be filmed.
Yeah. I don't, well, it is what it is. But yeah, I'll probably say hi to
in the summer.
People,
Should go in the summer when it's bright, because I've mostly the 3 times that we went down. I just went down to I was over there. The first time I was over, I didn't go down. And I went down with my wife and her relations. I said, come on, we just go down to the madhouse for a while to see what's happening. And we went down and got sandwich. Just ate, we're just laughing, looking at all the nutters down there. But that was in October. First time was October. Then it was July and August, because it gets dark. See on the cameras, you think it's bright down there. You got all these, the light shining in your face.
Oh yeah, no, it gets dark early in the winter.
Yeah,
and it's cold as fuck too.
Cold.
Ugh.
And you got all these light shining in your face.
Cut us a tattoo.
I won't say my name. Is Anandum.
Oh, tell me more.
Land of Celts is Anandum.
What's going on? I'm back.
Land of Celts is Anandum. Kunasa Tatu is what is your name?
No, it's not. It's how you doing. It's hello. It's the greeting. Kunasa Tatu. Tell me more. I'm teaching you your own fucking language here, boy. What's the fucking story with that now?
Sorry. Kunasa Tatu is how are you?
What did I fucking say?
Yeah, I'm forgetting.
I didn't fucking mention anything about your name, boy.
Your own fucking language.
Taking the fucking piss now.
You fucking English bastard. Yeah.
Get the fuck. I'm more fucking feigning than you. But yeah, anyway, hello.
Hello.
We're just talking stocks off each other here.
Yeah, we're talking about Speaker's Corner. How many times have you been, Buddha?
I'm not allowed to go there.
Yikes.
I doubt very much I'll be able to control myself.
Yeah. A lot of people see. This is what I was telling you. Just because someone comes on the Hangouts, a lot of people that do be on the Hangouts, a lot that don't go down. They don't go there. I think Dan said he was only there maybe about a couple of times. Velle does. He's only been there maybe a few times as well.
You know what? I think if one day I felt suicidal or something like that, I'd go down.
Really?
Yeah.
See, and I'm not supposed to be intimidated. What? You hear shit like this, and it's like, what?
No, but you're normal. I clearly, I know my limitations. There's only so much bullshit I can tolerate before I snap. So clearly,
but I wouldn't even be getting involved like that. I'd just be, hey, hello.
I was telling her if she wants to go. If you don't want to be filmed, don't go.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Because if you go into a conversation, there's gonna be someone that is gonna spot. Oh, she's a new one. She's a new timer.
No, that's what I just say.
Something to get you going. They're gonna say something to get you going.
I'll just shake my head and be like, nope, I'm good with that. I'm not going to go there and even attempt to debate anything. No, that's not who I am.
What's the American brother that always goes there?
Mexican Andy.
What's the one, the American guy that always comes over?
Oh yeah, Mr. Smith. No, the Christian fella.
No, the Muslim guy.
There's a Muslim Christian. I mean, there's a
No,
Muslim
see,
Muslim.
he comes out. I can't think of his name now. He stays over for about 3 months, and then he went back because we used to always see him. He was there not last summer, the summer before that.
Black guy, white guy.
Last summer actually was. What I'm saying.
The black guy, white guy. What was it?
Yeah. I think he's from Sudan. I'm not sure.
Okay, make your mind up. Is he Sudanese or is he American? Which one?
He's like not, well, you're not Sudanese.
He's Sudanese American.
Half black, half Arab.
I have no idea who he's talking about.
His name will come to me.
You sure he's not Canadian?
He might be from.
Canadian. Oh, you're right. I think he's Canadian.
Oh, for fuck's sake! So far, Sudanese American Canadian.
He's from overseas. Possibly he's from overseas.
Yeah, he's Canadian. You're right. Yeah.
They all look alike.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
What's the story behind? Why is this guy important?
No, because it's rare you see American or Canadians, like someone from Canada, or Americans there, who's there a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mexican Andy's probably the one who's like been there the most and recently.
Yeah, that Canadian Christian guy came to the park, and Jay Smith. But there, Jay Smith is like living here. Jay Smith, he's gone back, and then there's the black Canadian guy.
Talking about what's his name? Something David Lynn.
David, yeah, and this guy stands outside mosques, stands outside. He's just like he loves to troll, but all of a sudden, someone said, "Hey, that Canadian Christian guy is here. What do you mean? He's in Speaker's Corner. You mean he's Speaker's Corner? Yeah." Everyone went over all the speakers, right? They
no
went
way.
over to him. He wouldn't. You know what he said? Actually, I'm not here to speak. I'm just here to look around. Like, this guy was like vicious. He was known for, going up to women and say, "What do you think about this?" And then when it came to the lion's den, as they say.
Come on now, Land of Celts, you're embellishing now. I know this guy, and I know how he talks.
He ran. This guy.
No, you're not telling the truth now. You're buying the ring.
It's the black
You're letting
Canadian
the Muslim
guy.
bias get the best of you.
Hold on, isn't it the black Canadian guy that you're
Yeah,
talking about?
I know what you're talking about. From Toronto, right?
Yeah, it's the same guy. He ran. He wouldn't even debate. And then they got him outside. He did debate outside, but he wouldn't come in, and he wouldn't debate inside the park. And they actually followed him out to outside the park.
He was trying to give a talk, and they were heckling him, so they weren't giving him a chance.
But he didn't have a debate. He was, what they call it? He was giving a speech, and then eventually, even what's your man that the American guy, the white, what's his name? What bleeding names with me? The other guy that's on YouTube, he came and Hassan said he came with Jay Smith. He came over with Jay Smith. I forget his name now, but he came over with Jay Smith. And when he went, he wouldn't even open his mouth. He just
Woods.
Kept going.
You're talking about Woods?
Yeah, Woods. Yeah, David Wood. Him the same. So what? These people, they're big, they're brave, they like to troll, but when they come to Speaker's Corner, they suddenly turn into church mice. They suddenly go quiet. There's only a few of them, and the ones that do it are the ones that don't really debate. They're just the most vulgar, like they're shouting and.
What do you think they're obligated to do? Because David Wood, he did a debate with Muhammad Hijab.
Yeah, that in America, when he actually no, I give him credit. Because even Muhammad Hijab said at least David Wood after what he done when he came to Speaker's Corner, but he did. I'll give him credit. He came to all the others. They don't.
I've got to say that was one of the most boring debates I've ever heard in my life.
I didn't even watch that.
It was like fucking watching paint dry.
Yeah. I would, I admit that that debate with Mohammed Hijab, I think I watched about maybe 10 minutes of it and I just turned it off. It wasn't a good debate at all. It was, first of all, it was too long. What, 4 hours? I'm not going to sit down and watch an even 4-hour debate. I think the most debate should be is about maybe an hour and a half. That's it. Not 4 hours. Yeah, some of the debates now, even some of the debates are gone crap because it's the same stuff. It's just the same worn out thing that one after another. You know, at least, yeah, there's no one, even the debates are gone crap now. Even the debates, it's a lot of the same.
Well, who do you listen to when they talk historically?
What, like who?
Like if they're on a talk, I go, I want to hear this guy talk.
It depends what subject. Some of the because a lot of the subjects you just keep repeating the same thing.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like about 10 times. It depends now on. It will be the subject and the people. And if I know that this guy is like actually coming to have a real conversation, not all these like sort of, what do you think about this? Like they have like a list and then they just keep shouting. Someone who has a real debate. There was one guy that came over. I think it was from, I'm not sure. I think he was from Germany or Norway or something. And these guys, like, they were nice. They were, you know, that's where a lot of people get turned off. All this, like, sort of, I told you, even the performers. There's a lot of performers. And even some of the Muslims, they do it as well. It's all this, it gets boring after a while. I'm telling you, it gets bored. That's why a lot of people, you know, when I first came to the park, Hamza from EF Dawa, he used to say, he only comes to the park once a month. And he used to say, well, how is your channel is so big? Why do you only come to the park once a month? And he said, because I would go insane if I come here everywhere. My mind needs a rest. Now I understand. I didn't understand at the time, but now I understand why he said that.
Which Hamza?
Say it again.
Which Hamza?
You know, the redhead.
Okay, the white guy.
Sort of grey and wears the hat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like your mind just burns out after a while. You know,
that's why it's crazy. Like Rax is there faithfully every Sunday for hours and hours. Like that's such a job in itself.
10 hours. Like
yeah, it's such a job.
For a beef video and all things for like 10, 11, 12 hours.
Big up Mr. Rax anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, there's some even I think who would probably have the biggest. A lot of the video, there's some of the channels now that were big like about 2 years ago are sort of gone down.
So are you really good at debating their kills?
No, I wouldn't like. I'll just have a few maybe. No, I'm not. I wouldn't class myself as a debater.
But are you quite knowledgeable about Islam or?
Semi-knowledgeable. That's it.
If you went there to give a talk, what would you give a talk on?
No, I wouldn't. No, I'm not. That's one thing. I'm not. Even if someone said, like a few people said, "Oh, I actually have a bit of knowledge," but me personally, no. That's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of people go to the park from all different types of, you know, where anything political, religious.
Come here, Kels. Let me ask you something.
Go on.
What was the Prophet Muhammad? Did he follow any other religion during his lifetime other than Islam?
No, not that I know of. No.
Okay.
No.
They wanted to follow the Arabic religion before he saw the ancient Hebrew in the cave.
Say that again.
When did he have followed the Arab, polytheism prior to seeing the angel.
Well,
of the
no,
cat.
I don't think you. All right, so look at this, Kel. So
Yeah.
you know when he married Khadija,
Yeah.
Khadija was a version of Catholicism or Christianity, yeah.
Who says that?
Huh?
I don't understand. Say that again. Khadija was what?
So Khadija, his
Yeah.
first wife, right? She followed some form of Christianity or Catholicism. Would you agree?
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask others. I'm not. That's what I
Okay.
said. I'm not a debater.
No, bro. I don't
a-
even listen. I don't even debate. I just have conversations because I'm not the greatest of debaters.
This is what the Muslims always tell others. If you don't have knowledge, don't debate because you're not qualified.
And that's the same what I do. I don't have particular
even
knowledge
me, go on.
I don't have a particular knowledge on Islam. I have a little bit of knowledge of most things, but I'm not no kind of scholar or anything like that. But
No, I just.
It's an interesting question for me, anyway.
No, I just sometimes it gives me view, but I'm not a debater. Like a debater is someone like Mohammed Hijab, the others, the usual ones. And there's another guy that doesn't come. He only comes the odd time, which is he would probably be better than Mohammed Hijab. Is a Persian guy from Iran. But there's not much. A lot of just like on the Hangouts, a lot of the people.
You're not talking about Abdul Hamid, are you?
No, he's not. No, he's not. He'd be like.
To be honest with you, when it comes up to debate in Islam, I feel like
he's not.
Hijab is up there with Hashim and all them guys. He's quite a good debater still.
Do you ever see the other guy that Abdul Hamid just be with?
Abdul Hamid was with.
Yeah, he a sort of a little bit about the same height as him, but a little bit sort of heavier. He's
not Tawheed. You're not talking about.
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No. Yeah, he came to the park. He just used to come to the park the odd time, fairly regularly, but not every week. Probably every month, couple of weeks he'd come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you had a topic you were going to start there, I know you said you wouldn't go there, but what would you start a topic on anything?
Me? No,
No, for anyone. It's an interesting question for anyone on panel.
For me, I would question religion, all religions in general. Have we, as human beings, got to the point where it's a necessity to have a religion?
I think most. I've often thought that this is my personal belief. I think that black people are usually more religious than white people.
Why do you think that is?
I just think even the black Christians are much more religious than the black Christians.
Do you have I agree, but I have my own opinion on that. But do you have an opinion? Do you know why that is, or would you like to hazard a guess as to why that is?
I haven't a clue, but it's just something that I see. They're usually more committed than.
It's interesting because if we look at the spread of religion through the continent of Africa, to begin with, most of these places that are very religious in Africa were places of war. So when the colonizers went there, they decided to wage war and try and control the country and take resources and all the rest of it. But they were highly outnumbered. They weren't able to subdue the Africans with their cannons, guns and whatnot, swords and bayonets and whatnot. So instead, they subdued them with religion. You understand? They made them worship a version of Jesus Christ, which was white. So that was a control thing for me. And we see this in places in England, in London, where you go to places where it's highly dense populations of people of color, you find there's always going to be chicken shops, alcohol joints, gambling joints like bookies, and churches. You understand?
Yeah.
Always give them that hope. Give them some sort of hope. When you go to somewhere that's quite affluent, you won't find a bookies on the corner.
You won't find an off license or a pub.
You might find the odd wine shop. You won't find a pound shop that sells beer and tenants and fucking Skull Super and shit like that. Colt 45 or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You
No,
know
it's like this in Ireland as well.
Okay.
Speed ramps. When you go to the poorer areas in Dublin, towards the rich areas, when you go to the poorer areas, you get speed ramps, off licenses, bookies, and pubs.
What's a speed ramp?
No, you go every 100 yards. There's a speed ramp.
What's a speed ramp?
You know, the slow down. You know, the bump in the road.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you go to the rough areas or the poorer areas. There's a speed ramp on the main roads, a bookie betting office, an off license, and a pub. Now, if you go to the posh areas, the ones with the money, there's no speed ramps on every corner or every main road around the roads to the place. There's no bookies. There's a bar or a pub. That's it. No off licenses. No cheaps selling drink and news agencies.
It's definitely like that over here. Like there's definitely way more liquor stores in the poorer areas. It's definitely.
And I don't think that's an accident. I don't think.
No, of course not. There's a name for it. I can't think of that. There's a name for that.
So they do it in white areas. Because Ireland is like 95% white. So it's not just in like black. Or whites doing it to black. It's whites doing it to whites as well.
Yep. And so when we look at when you say people are very religious, like black people are very more religious, I think it's a control thing. It's completely a control thing that's just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Like, all right, so where are they now, though? Like that. So my argument would be, like, African countries now. There's no such thing as like slave, the old type of slavery. The colonies are not there. Like the African countries, Africans could, if they wanted it, many of these countries, they could become atheist. Like if they wanted it, there's no one stopping them.
Good question. All right, so look at this now. You see Guinness, the drink, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you notice how it's all over the world? You could go to Ghana, Nigeria, all of these different countries, you'll find Guinness.
Yeah.
Do you know how that come about? You go to South America, you'll find it. You go to, I'm not sure about America, but but it's all over the world. Do you know how this come about?
Guinness is huge here, by the way, huge.
Okay, all right. So when the missionaries, the Irish missionaries, the Catholic missionaries went out to all of these different places, they were given a license to brew Guinness so they could provide for their flock and for the church and all the rest of it. Something to subsidize the church wherever they were going. Do you understand? So this is why you find, I've been to places like fucking Panama and Costa Rica, all these different places, and you'll see Guinness there, you'll see Coca-Cola there, you see all of these commercial fucking things, these capitalistic type things. And it's another control thing. Here is alcohol being sold to the
Can I just
people.
say something? If I was the Irish Prime Minister, if I was the Irish Taoiseach, we call him the Taoiseach, the Irish Prime Minister. The Taoiseach is the Irish Prime Minister. If I was the Taoiseach, I would declare Guinness as an English drink, not an Irish drink.
Why?
The Guinness family has nothing got to do with being Irish or belong to Ireland or anything. They are an English family. I'll tell you why. Because they were Protestants and they supported Ireland staying part of the Union. That family fought tooth and nail for Ireland to stay in the Union. They funded all different types of like any time when the Irish were trying to break free of Britain, they were funding money in the it was like a parliament, you know. They're trying to buy off all the people. Say don't vote for independence. Why? Because
they gave 100,000 to the UVF. Yeah.
They are. Now
Big
what
up, Pat.
type of scum are these animals? Guinness. Do you know what I'd do? I'd tell you. I would basically.
But that's a bit of an oxymoron, though, because. So what's the connection to the Catholic Church then?
No, I think you might be mistaken in thinking that it was. In fact, it was essentially sort of Presbyterian and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
being Irish.
Hold on. Run that by me again. What do you mean?
Presbyterian. Well, the Guinness family were Protestants, Presbyterians.
Yeah. Okay, so how
who would have no connection to Catholicism? They would despise it.
Yeah. So how is it that the priests, the padres, or the Catholic Church managed to get all of these Guinness into all of these different countries then?
Because they're fooled into thinking that.
Well, I mean,
Guinness
colluded as junior partners with their ruling Anglo elite.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at the licenses, the Guinness licenses, when there was being exported in the 1800s, it would all be British Empire licenses.
Yeah, it was nothing good to
but they
do
weren't
with
British churches; they were Catholic churches.
Well, I mean,
unless you're saying they were colluding.
Sorry, I went off there. The Catholic Church is arguably the second biggest enemy. I mean, of Ireland. I mean, it was a Catholic Pope the only English Pope ever, who gave and decreed that England should belong to Ireland should belong to England. Yeah. You know, so
okay.
I mean, the Catholic Church has worked hand in glove with the British for centuries. I mean, look at Maynooth and places like that and what they represent.
Yeah. All these American tourists that come over to Guinness, and this is the big thing that all the Americans come. Oh, I want to see where Guinness is made, and, you know, all this crap. I would make it law. I would put up the Union Jack. That's what I do. I'd make it, or I'd actually drive them out. I'd actually drive them out of Ireland. I'd tax the bollocks out of them until
seize everything. Seize everything.
I'd seize everything. That's what I do. Yeah. I would put so much tax on them. I'd say, now, get the fuck out of here. Go back to your homeland. That's what I do with them. I want them. This family is such a treacherous family. And I know a lot of people listen to this about, an Irishman criticising Guinness, you know.
No, but you're right, because the younger one, I think there was a girl, there's a little bit of a controversy with one of the young great-granddaughters or some fuckery like that. Yeah. I can't quite remember the story, but she was either on Twitter or Instagram doing a whole heap of fuckery, and and she was the heiress to Guinness, member of the Guinness family.
Yeah, a lot of these drinks, Jameson, you know, people usually think Bushmills is the prod one, but you know, look at the Jameson family too, planters. I mean, all of these industries pretty much. I mean, I don't even know the history of Murphy's, but that would be an interesting one to look into as well.
Yeah, they just claim to be Irish because the state, you know, the Ireland and the state has it's not dirty with any colonialism, or, you know, it has a nice clean reputation, so they can promote it around the world as, oh look, we're from Ireland, and if you look how nice we are. Do you want to buy our drink? Where if it's tied to Britain, it doesn't sell as quick. You see. It doesn't. It's not dirty, the brand. So this is why they have no connection to Ireland. It's like that other lowlife Ryanair, which is Don't get me started on him. Yeah. He's supposed to be an Irish company. When you get onto the bleeding airline, you can't hear one single Irish accent from any part of Ireland. Yeah, it's classed as an Irish airline.
What's the other one? There's Ryanair. There's another one. I forget. Lingus,
he ran from Ireland. He owes the Irish state 470 million, or 470 or 570 million, and that was in the 2001. And he still hasn't paid. He still hasn't paid any of that tax. And look at all the money he's making. So that's another company that is not Irish. at all.
What about the Wimpy, the builders? You know, Wimpy, the contractors. What's the story there now?
Don't know that.
Patrick, Pat.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that.
So I'm wondering, is that like where a lot of the stereotype, like drunken Irish people comes from? Is that
exactly?
Because like it's kind of over here, it's kind of like an association.
Yeah, but who?
The maddest thing is, check this out. You know how many Irish people I know? Not one of them drink Guinness. Not one.
No, of course, but I'm just saying, like over here at least, it's a pretty big stereotype that like drunken Irishman kind of goes.
Is Coors Light. Where's Coors Light from? Is that American or?
Oh, that's American.
Yeah, that's American.
Sounds like America.
Yeah, that's the only thing them not drink.
Yeah, they think all the Irish drink. Like Irish do not drink Guinness. Like
where does that stereotype come from? Like where does that?
Who was anti-Irish? Who wanted them? Where do you think you only have to put 2 and 2 together? A Protestant, loyalist, English, pro-England, like pro-colonial family. You know, they're working with when their plans didn't go with them, it didn't work. Then they start everything. It's like all these things. This is all. These...
I think people don't get it in the sense that they seem to think these families are Irish, right? You need to start looking at these families the same as you would as an Anglo-Indian. Yeah, you know what I mean? Just because the proximity is even closer.
I think it's more the name, innit? It's more the name Kennedy or Riley.
Kennedy's not an Irish name. Kennedy's not an Irish name. You know what I mean?
But hold on, wait. There's a Kennedys in Ireland.
Sure there are.
Kennedy's had long ties going way back in the history.
Sure.
The Kennedy president, they weren't Irish?
No. I'm saying the name. You have to look at where these things originally came from. I mean, Ronald Reagan. I mean, look at what his name was and changed it to Reagan. These people, you know, at the end of the day, I have no issue with them so long as they're not usurping the country. You know, I don't care where the person's from, but if they're acting as an enemy agent, like that Guinness family were, then it's a problem. You know, that's the real issue here. Not necessarily whether or not they're indigenous or whatever. It's what they're doing.
You know, they attack the state. They don't pay taxes, yet they want to claim to be Irish. You know, this is what they do.
Yeah, but the sad reality is, you know, most people in Ireland are, you know, how should we say, they do across the board. I mean, I am over there at least 6 to 10 times a year, and when I'm in the Free State, I have to say the hatred for republicanism from people is unbelievable. And I mean, it's real sneering hatred. And
is that growing. The new Republicans or the originals?
No, all. Listen, all across the board. And in some places it's worse than others. But yeah, it's a strange one. But there's that, you know, it's almost like a nation that's losing its identity willingly because its population is so afraid to offend anyone. Or their, you know, ancestors were probably collaborators or whatever.
No, I do know a couple of people, not personally, but they refuse to get drawn into that conversation full stop. And I'm like, bro, like you're a young guy, like what are you embarrassed of your history? What's the deal?
Yeah, they
can't explain it to me like this. It goes,
they are embarrassed. They're ashamed.
They say to me that it's one thing listening to it on the news, but try living through it. We don't want nothing to do about it. We want to move on from it.
That's from the schools.
That's what they be telling me. Big up, Ras.
Yeah, this is a concerted propaganda campaign. One of the most successful in modern history.
We got the little guy. Just a quick pass.
Yo, big up the panel, man. Yo, I'm sorry. I fell asleep about 2.5 hours ago, and that was.
Wow.
We say
big up Raspect.
We say Kel's not invited to sleep.
Bruv,
See, I told you we ruined his stream.
Because Kel's held down the stream still.
Big up.
Yo, Russ, you got live there?
Huh?
Me and
you got live there?
Yeah, I just heard my name in finalist Y9E all over Mac, so I'm gonna quickly go with that, and I'm gonna come back.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. But I just come to you just to say, wow, go on, get me, bless up, and big up the little man, that like, you get me. Hello.
Hi, Raspect.
Big up Jenn, Wallis, big up Buddha, Land the Kilt, man like Crimes of Britain, old Hickory.
Hello.
Big up to Pat, man. Big up to
Yeah,
Jenn.
Dan.
Big up Land the Celts. Big up to Old Hickory as well.
held the fort,
Yeah, you lot
Dan.
proper held. I got some Christians on here, man. I got a couple of Irishmen. I got some, man. I'm doing all right, bro. Big up the people who held down.
You got some Buddhists?
I got some Buddhists, yeah, bro. I got
Everybody, all the time, everyone forgets the Buddhists, man. You know what? I'm used to it by now.
You got two Buddhists, man. You got two Buddhists.
Yo, I just see that, I just clocked that, yeah, man. Big up the two Buddhists, the two Irish. Big up the one Ras, the one two Christian. Yeah, man. Big up all tribes, man. Big up.
Who's the other Buddhist?
Jenn is another Buddhist. Jenn is another Buddhist.
Oh no way, I never knew that.
There was only two of us. With 2 hours, just me and Hort talking, and I looked at the clock, it was like 2 hours gone.
Big up yourself, Jenn, as well. Thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it, man. And big up to Princess. Big up Princess Dominique. I just see that as well. That's weird to wake up. Big up, man, and respect to Raspect and Ultra Funky for the donation. But, what's going on? Who's in the chat? Big up Jamie. Big up to Ziryab. Big up A-Base. Kaka. I'm not a mod here. Long time since I touched on the channel. Bro, jump on the channel, man. You hardly come on. Oh, man,
We put Dan to sleep, man. I don't know how I feel about that.
Nah, you know
That's bad. That must be bad, man.
Nah, it weren't you. Do you know what? That's my weekend is like my buffer. It's my catch up. If I write myself off, catch myself.
I don't know.
No, it's good.
For rest.
Dan, Ards is always saying that I have a boring voice, that I don't shout enough.
Swear, Dad, is that what he says?
Yeah. I must have put you to sleep.
I've not heard you. No, it's all right. It was
we were talking about everything: America, healthcare, cars, electric cars, petrol.
Internet speed.
Wait, Abu Bilal said, did he just call her a whore? No, he didn't. He didn't call her a whore.
No, it's his accent. I know. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hort me and Hort.
Her.
The mad accent. I told you.
The
internet speeds.
They got Celt's accent.
Yeah.
Okay, no. What's I gonna say? Big up to Pat. Yeah, I ain't chat to you in a little while, Pat. I see your debate on your discussion, like with Wooden M.
Oh, on his channel.
Yeah, that was a good stream, man. I thought I don't know. There was I just thought less is more jumped into my head, and I saw you two. I was like, yeah, man, that's solid. That's a solid panel, and it doesn't necessarily need to, I don't know. I feel like it was more of it was one of the more reasonable panels that I've heard discussing the madness.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
No, I've not been down there for a while. I've not been watching too much either, so I'm not in loop.
Nah, I'm kind of out of the loop. I think last weekend, I missed most of the stuff during the day. But yeah, such life, man. I'm gonna say, I think it'd be good to get like a kind of follow up to that discussion on I don't know, incitement to violence or whatever it is, whatever the step beyond on a normal regulated free speech. Because I don't know. I kind of feel that the whole Speakers Corner community pivots around.
Well, I know. Again, it's very frustrating because there is agendas down there, and there is a clear double standard. I mean, I think Omar's been banned now. You know, the old guy.
Yeah.
I think he's been given a boot again. Now,
For what though?
I was trying to find out yesterday what the deal.
Yeah, well, that's all there is, cloak and daggers, from what I gather.
No, do you know what I heard? I heard that he got banned for anti-homosexual or anti-gay comments.
Yeah, and this is the thing. There's 2 individuals down there who are, whatever you want to say, informing or whatever.
Yeah,
but they're doing it in an underhand way.
Yeah, behind closed
whatever
doors.
People think about. Yeah, that's where it becomes a bit strange. All these police meetings and everything as well. But we can thank Mr. Rex for showing us who goes to these meetings. And to be honest with you, most of them all pretty much come from a very similar political persuasion. So you've got people with agendas all colluding in one room, and everyone else is not represented. I don't care either way. But the point is, you don't know what's going on. And it's strange, a lot of people have been banned. Didn't someone else get banned as well?
Yeah, all this banning, from the park. Like, why isn't all these, we know what does be said down in the park, and yet, why aren't they banned?
Well, I suppose there's a line, isn't there? A line in terms of what's appropriate. I guess that's a subjective line, though.
Because it was Bilal. I'm thinking of Bilal.
Yeah,
Did Omar get
and also the little guy Suleiman. These people are all disappearing. And that's again, I don't have a dog in a fight, but the point is, I do think there is definite informing going on now, and but if it's not being applied fairly, but he's a a legitimate case to ban.
Because he ended up fighting that Saudi Arabia guy. There was a guy waving the Saudi Arabia flag, and he started punching him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against people being banned. I don't care. But the point is, if there are, I know 2 individuals who are informing, that's where it becomes a bit strange, and I find it a bit, underhand and just. Then again, I don't like people working with the police anyway. So
Pat, the thing is, it's not that Omar was banned. He was banned, and we all know if it's the one who punches first or does any sort of violence, this is what everyone gets banned. Everyone knows that the one who punches or attacks someone gets banned. But Omar, say what you want about him, and he does go over the top a lot of times, but he didn't attack anyone, and yet he gets banned. Now, I thought we're all down the park. It's all supposed to be for ultimate free speech. So what happened to Omar's ultimate free speech? See?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an advocate for free speech, but I agree with you, because these people are, in my opinion, I know for a fact one of them is up to their neck in it as well. So again, it's hypocrisy. Yeah.
Did he get banned because of that incident with Ali Dawa? Was that the day that he got banned when he was screaming at him?
No, because Ali Dawa said it wasn't him that we know that. I told you he got banned because of anti-gay comments.
Where did you hear that?
Yeah, but I didn't know if it was from that incident. Did he say the anti-gay comments during that thing? Because he was saying some really bad things to Ali.
Yeah, but what did they say about? See, it's not your fault. Like, you ever see?
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I was just asking.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, the things that other people say in that park, they're not banned for it. And when Muslims complain, they say, "This is speaker's corner. You're not gonna. This is ultimate free speech. If you don't like it, go somewhere else." Yeah, the same people are going behind the backs and sneaking in with the police and having meetings and committees and getting everyone banned. So, yeah. It's like Banksy as well.
Yeah, but you see this police thing. I think it's clear now. The police, we know they're not unbiased, but I think. I don't know. I don't want to say too much because I ain't got fat, but my hunch is they are definitely they've got their own agenda and maybe even support or are sympathetic to certain voices in the park. That's what I come up with.
Definitely.
We can't prove it, but you know.
Well, one is, Pat, we know which one is 110% a police informer, and the other one is helping them and organises it and brings them down.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, we don't need to. We know that there's two of them that organise with the police and have meetings and basically are having a committee on who should be banned from the park.
But so what they would say back to that is all of the other communities and ideologies can come to these meetings and can put their point of view across, knowing full well that various groups down there and ideologies will not engage with the police.
Yeah.
So they know that they've got people by the balls.
And this guy that we know who does also is ratting out everyone and informing and bigging up a certain police group, bigging them up, speaking about them as if they're his personal friends, right?
Wait, are you talking about Raj? Talking about Raj?
We won't mention any names for it. No, it's not. No, not him.
It's not Raj.
It's not Raj. Yeah.
No, it's not Raj.
Sounds like Raj. I thought the same exact
it ain't
thing.
Raj. It ain't Raj, so his ego
No, it's not Raj.
down.
It's not Raj. It's not
I thought the same as Dan. I'm like, they gotta be talking about this guy.
Yeah, this person and the other one who's doing it with him as well, who's sort of he's like basically the support guy, who's organising these police meetings and having conversations with not just the police, having conversations with counter-terrorism police and this group and special, all these like big up people and not only that, he's having meetings with Majid Nawaz and contacting this people and that people and getting them to put pressure on the police.
Well, bizarrely, in a new turn of events at the park, I only learned recently, the last month or so, it even involves a government embassy. Now, that's when you know that there's serious stuff at play. And whether or not it's informal, I don't know. But those are the words from that person's mouth.
I'd say...
So I'll take his word for
Are
it.
people getting banned from the park or something? Is that what you're not talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's not the banning. There's so much the problem. People's lives are being intruded on.
Ruined, probably.
Well, look at...
Oh, really?
Do you know the perfect case was
Big up the anti-terror police,
the person
man.
they call... what? Is that Ziryab?
Until they knock at your door, then see if if you fall prey to this
bun all their sympathizers, man.
Ziryab, the anti-terror police are working
internet
with
sympathizers, innit?
If you fall prey, you won't be picking them up.
Who's working with these people, huh?
What do you mean? British anti-terrorism police are not facilitating quote-unquote terrorism, you don't think?
What, in this country?
Whether you conduct it
I
here
would say no, not in this country, no.
To conduct it abroad.
Yeah, I mean, abroad, there's numerous cases.
Yeah, so you can't big them up.
Cases that have collapsed abroad.
Yeah, but you can't big them up.
Yeah, but abroad it's a different kettle of fish, obviously, and it kind of fluctuates. Like what's his name? Hakim Belhaj. He went from receiving support to assassinate Gaddafi to, you know what I mean?
He's friends with them again now after a couple of years hiatus.
But that's my point. They fall in and out of favor.
Well, that's what I mean. But
abroad, not in the country though.
Well, Stan wanna be there. That's one example.
But what's this situation about a foreign embassy being involved?
Yeah, so one of the... Do you know who we're talking about, by the way?
Yeah.
So...
Hey, don't leave me out. What the hell? Who are you not talking about?
You know, one of the characters that associates with that person, it is transpired, works at an embassy and boasts about passing on information about certain people. And you can guess what embassy, Ziryab. You'll love this embassy.
Is
So
it something to do with the lobby?
yeah. But I was shocked. But these are words out of his own mouth, and he was publicly saying it. So it's not it's not some sort of secret. But I don't think he's widely put it out there. But doesn't surprise me actually. Thinking on it, I think it's probably informal. I think the guy has thrown a bit of sparkle on it to make himself to be more of a bigger deal than he is. But still,
yeah, just like that shy guy, isn't it? Because if it ever comes out in public, the embassy would just be like, "Oh, he never worked. I don't even know about him."
But or there is a chance that the guys will admit it anyway, and you've always got to go down that line. He might just be chatting out his arse.
Yeah, definitely, of course.
But when people are getting banned or investigated, then I don't like the informing of these people. It doesn't sit right with me. That's my position. I know you're saying big up the
what? Yeah, what's officially? I mean, let me put it like this: anyone who's agitating for attacks on civilians in this country is reprehensible in my view, anyway. And I will definitely big up the services who prevent those kind of attacks, 100% all day long. But I'm interested into why it is that certain people. You mentioned one of that old guy, what's his name, Omar or whatever. Why he got banned officially? What was the official reason he got banned for?
Well, no one knows. I don't.
I thought you'd done something. I thought it was violence or something.
I'd say
it was homosexuality.
I'd say the official reason was anti-homophobic slurs. But
I don't know if I can buy that though. I mean, that's is he barged into someone or something like that?
Well, he didn't attack anyone or he didn't hit anyone because it would have been filmed.
No.
I'm not being funny, but in this day and age, anti-homophobia is really a thing, though, man.
Yeah, but you don't get banned from Speaker's Corner for homophobia.
I can imagine you, and I can imagine you could, because homophobia today.
Listen, there's people down that park every week, saying you're going to hell, you're going to burn if you're gay, all this. So what's new? I don't know.
No, but you're going to hell. Well, no, but hold on. You're going to hell if you're gay is one thing, because that obviously depends on faith in your religion, etc., etc. But when you make anti-homophobic slurs in this day and age, it's kind of like making racist slurs.
Well, he was saying to another member at the park that he's a homosexual, basically, and was using slurs. People insult each other.
That's a slur. It's like saying you're a nigger now.
Yeah, but people do say that down the park and don't get banned, so I can't buy it.
Yeah.
I think, what would the official charge be? What would the official charge be? Because they can't charge him on.
No, he wasn't charged.
Something he said. Yeah, but that's.
It maybe it's been the peace, because the man does go around riling people up. Maybe it's that. I don't. But then again, I mean, you'd have to apply that to a lot of people. But still, I've got no. I've got nothing.
It's so easy to. Yeah, it's so easy to contravene the so-called bylaws and all of this. We're talking about official charges here, isn't it? We're talking about
it's just a banning from
statutes.
Yeah,
it's
not that Omar
and the code of the park itself.
It's like it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It should be.
I agree there. That's what I agree.
Did Omar have some prior incidents at the park?
He accidentally hit that copper,
and he didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, so it wasn't like his first offense, though. So if you're looking from the cop's perspective, it's like an official.
Yeah, but what I think, but the issue is there are people that organise violence there, and organise groups to come down to intimidate and harass people. So I agree. You have to apply it across the board. Otherwise, then again, they don't have to apply it across the board. It's Britain at the end of the day.
See, this is it.
No, you would have to apply it across the board, because in this day and age.
Well, they don't.
Is there any evidence of that?
Of course there is. There's individuals in the park from their own mouth who speak openly about facilitating radical groupings to come down and act as personal security and or provocateurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a pigeon, though. You know what I mean?
I'm not even on about that guy. I'm not even really on about him.
Oh, you're talking about other people who have done that?
And I'm talking about someone who's a lot more slick, articulate, and
Yes.
well-versed than that guy.
Very sly, very underhanded.
Yeah, but if you're slick and well-versed and articulate, then you're more likely to get away with it, aren't you?
Well, I don't doubt for a second that the Met Police don't know about it.
You know, is that England FC in the chat saying, who's the Primark nonce in the back chat? That you, Ziryab?
Zia
It certainly wasn't me. I posted the info, yeah.
No, sorry, when I said was that you? Sorry, that sounded sus, man. Sorry, that was you who posted the thing. All right. What was that about?
You see the little game. Before you click it, guess who did it? Guess who done it?
Is that a security guard? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That probably goes on all over.
I heard my name.
Oh, flipping hell.
Oh my god.
Oh my word.
You didn't
How does that work, right?
Watch the show get taken over now.
Yeah, I heard my name. No, I'm in good mood today. I'm in peaceful mode at the moment. Yeah, I'm in pious religious mode for another 2 days. I think I'm gonna try and stick for a little bit longer.
What's the occasion?
When are you gonna go?
What are you celebrating now? It's not Diwali now, is it?
No. Basically, on Tuesday, I was in Birmingham for 2 days because it was Guru Nanak Dev Ji's the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the 550th. So obviously, I was in Birmingham. Nothing happened to me. All the internet gangbangers that said I can't go to Birmingham, I went everywhere. Spark Hill, where M Stacks was. Soho Road,
Alan Rock,
you name it. I went everywhere by myself as well, and nothing happened. So to all you gangbangers, you can't do shit. Yeah, you're embarrassing, man. I was walking like the Rajanator all over the place. No one done anything, and even to the Sikhs at the temple. You know, everyone says Sikhs hate me. Yeah, I'm telling you something now. When I go to the temple, either they say nothing because they're shook, or
they love you. They love you.
The ones that don't like me haven't got the guts to come over to me, but they're internet gangbangers on the thing. They won't come over to me. I've never had I was there the whole day, 2 or 3 days. Not a single person had the nerve to come over to me and say a single word to me that was negative. Yeah. So yeah, shut your mouths,
because you're the Raj, innit?
I'm not going to swear.
Jenn, I thought you left because of Raj's arrival. Have you met each other? Jenn, have you met Raj? Raj, have you met Jenn?
No, I don't know who Jenn is.
No, I haven't.
I think.
Hello. Don't worry.
You like Jenn? She's.
Look, let me judge for myself, man. What who you like and who I like are two different things. I'll probably end up hating her. You end up like Kaan and them lot, so I hate that Kaan.
I don't think anyone hates Jenn.
Yeah, well,
let me issues with anyone.
I have the ability to hate a lot of people that other people love. So give me a
good evening, Raj.
Oh, good evening, Pat. I'm actually in a good. Did you hear about the reason why I'm in good mood? Something amazing happened this week, which was that. Well, basically,
you lost your virginity. Did you lose your virginity?
Holiest, to you, Puddy.
Shit.
Stop bending over and getting shafted by all these men.
You said that what's it called? You experienced something amazing, bro. Come on, man. I wish you. You know what I'm saying?
Why did you become a Muslim first? You little weird.
What was it, Raj? What was this amazing?
Did you experience something better than pussy?
Stop smoking weed. Stop being a Muslim.
Raj, you got tits on your back, bro. Raj, you got tits on your back. You got more lumps than a BBW.
Apologist than you are a bloody Muslim. Stop freaking more taking a piss at your religion.
Keep shouting.
Raj, what did I got a question for you.
Keep shouting, Raj.
Seeing as you're in a peaceful mode.
Just shout.
Raj, Pat's got a question.
Let me just say something. So when it comes to the reason why, I don't know if you know, Pat, you're Punjabi Pat. Do you know what's happening in the Punjabi Pat?
Listen, I've got a question for you.
No, you know what's happening in your beloved Punjab?
Listen, I run the Punjab, Raj. I don't need to talk about it with you.
Punjabi Pat, you know what's happening in your beloved Punjab today?
Yeah,
on Tuesday.
Still part of India.
Coming of
No, do you know what's happened to your beloved Punjab?
It's still part of India, and I'm all good with that.
Whatever. Do you know what happened?
No, go on, Raj. Educate me.
Well, basically, the corridor between the second holiest shrine for the Sikhs has been opened.
Oh yes, I have heard this. I have yes. So
yeah, I'm not going to. It's been a very, 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 very beautiful experience. To my Pakistani bros, I'll give you some leeway for probably another 2 days. 2 days.
Raj,
I don't know how long I can keep it up for.
Raj, you're telling me you're more excited about that than pussy? Really?
Oh my God, you're definitely a vile individual, man.
Raj, can you
Did you hear that? I'm talking about religion, and he's talking about pussy.
Yeah, but
it's like me saying talking about Mecca, and then I say to you, is the Mecca more important than pussy?
Ain't nothing more important than pussy. I'll tell you that right now.
That's a new level of takfir now.
Raj, are you going on board with this latest madness in your movement?
Did you hear that? He said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck out. I'll see you guys later. Bye, Dan. I'll see you. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, let's
So
get
Raj,
rid of the what's it called, snowflakes from here quickly.
Yeah. You're gonna be going after I say this. So
No,
Raj,
I'm going after a bit anyway. I've got to go.
Yeah, I know. You'll run with this one. So Raj, your mate, have you seen what he's been up to the last couple of weeks?
I've not really been keeping up to date with stuff because of the good night and debut thing. So I've been out.
Are you gonna take the same step as him and link arms with Ulster loyalists?
I don't know who you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your mate Richard.
I haven't looked into it, so I'm not going to take your word for it. I need to look into it first.
So he was down in East Belfast at a meeting with the most certain individuals, including UDA people. Now, are you going to go down that line, Raj, or are you actually going to go, whoa, maybe this is going too far now?
Well, I need to look into it, Punjabi.
Well, look into it then.
All right, I haven't. Look, I've hardly been online. I took around 4 or 5 days off. I'm in the Speaker's Corner for maybe a couple of weeks. I've been in Birmingham. I've been in Birmingham running things.
You're not allowed in Speaker's Corner.
Al Kaka, that M-Stacks, he said, you can't walk down Spark Hill. You can't come here. You're going to get run out. I was walking all over the place.
But you're not allowed.
I went into your park, Pudida. Radio, I was
Raj, you can't go into Hyde Park at the moment.
Why not?
Okay.
I can't go Hyde Park.
Of course you can't.
Why?
Not for Speaker's Corner anyway.
Why?
At the moment.
Who said?
All right. Okay. Well, prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong, Raj.
I can go anywhere I want. It's just a religious time for Sikhs.
Okay.
Oh my God! All right. So what do you know?
It sounds like Pat's heard something.
Well, let me say something. If
Listen, you got a dressing down is what you got. You got a big.
From who?
All right.
From who?
Listen, prove me wrong and take a wander around the park.
Oh my God, man! You, what do you know that I don't know, Punjabi Pat?
No, I do know. I do know. You know. I don't know what you're playing all
I
this.
don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue.
Okay.
Who dressed me down? I haven't spoken to no one. The police,
We're not. Yeah, for a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks or so.
Yeah. I mean, this dressing down, doesn't go away overnight, mate. It's...
What dressing down are we weirdo?
You got told to stop meddling in ongoing fucking cases.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You and another person got told stop meddling before you fucking end up like Robinson.
How do you know, Snit?
What'd you say?
How do you know, police informer? How do you know? Who told you?
You're calling me a police informer.
If you know this, you must be speaking to someone that knows the police.
No, one of your friends.
Yeah, good morning.
I've not spoken to no one.
It's come out now anyway.
Hold on. First of all, I haven't spoken to no one. Yeah, and the next time you see me at Speaker's Corner,
good morning.
My next target is Adnan Rashid. I've said it. Do you think
Adnan Rashid hasn't got an
Speak about Adnan Rashid.
Say something to the police. Listen to me. No one's told me off. No one can tell me what to do. The next time I got Speaker's Corner, my next target in terms of exposing is Adnan Rashid now.
Right.
I've got rid of Uncle ISIS. Yeah, Uncle ISIS is banned. Abu Qasim is in court.
You haven't done anything. You haven't done anything.
In court. Yeah, and
You haven't done a single thing, Raj.
This
You're like
idiot-
a vulture.
this
You
idiot
come at the
could have
end when
brought
they're
down-
already
So
finished
my
and
war
dead.
on
That's when you come and pretend and lay
my
claim to
war
the
on
carcass.
the jihadis
Wasn't
has
hatred
been
in it.
successful.
You haven't done
Do you
nothing,
know the
Raj.
crazy thing is? The crazy thing
Raj,
is,
you haven't done
you
nothing.
could have collapsed an ongoing ISIS trial. That's what
Raj
you
still
could have done.
believe 200 million people were killed, man.
Oh my God, man!
That's the mentality of you.
All right, so
Raj, you still believe 200 million people were killed?
do you think anything that Abu Qasim has been doing that
Who's
we did
mentioning
could have
names?
All right, so
we don't know. I might not be talking about
yeah.
this. Well, I might not be.
The end
It's
of
a
the
few
day,
you've been doing.
we've done me and Steve, the Stevenator.
You've
Yeah,
done nothing. You've interfered with a
to
fucking
do.
ongoing
Now,
criminal trial at the Old Bailey.
You're a liability, Raj.
what we're gonna do now is the next stage, which is what I'm gonna do.
You're not gonna do nothing. He's already finished.
Is going
You
is
just
going to
claim
be
victories, but it's already done.
It's not even Ziryab. The crazy thing is, it's ongoing. This is an ongoing trial.
No, that's no. He's trying to talk about the next thing he's gonna go on to.
Raj, you haven't done nothing yet, man. Come on.
Obviously,
so
the case
did
is
do
still
anything.
ongoing. Yeah. But the thing about Adnan Rashid and Aira and all of that is that they've already been exposed. Raj is just trying to claim
I've got other
victories.
stuff. Don't worry.
Years ago, they got exposed. Years ago.
Yeah, years ago.
With under.
Big up, brother Adnan Rashid. Big up, brother Adnan Rashid.
I got my other stuff, man.
Big
I
up,
got my stuff. Don't worry about that. Don't worry.
Big up
So
Ustaz.
I was saying that
Big up Adnan Rashid. Big up Adnan
your
Rashid.
uncle ISIS is
Big up
no longer
Adnan
in the
Rashid.
park, and that Abu Qasim is at the Old Bailey. I know
he was already at the Old Bailey a year ago, and it's such a big trial.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter.
You claim victory for it if the case is in trial now. You don't know.
Wait, are you talking about the case that Steve was talking about, where he said he went down to the trial? He went down to the trial.
This has got nothing to do with Raz. He's just trying to claim it. But
All right, so let me tell you what I'm saying here.
Such a beg.
I was
begging it, man.
All right, can you let me talk? I'm not saying I'm the one that got into the Old Bailey, but what I've proved here is there's a lot of deception within the Dawa team.
Right,
Oh, you haven't proved anything. You haven't. I know this is your one thing you're proud of and that, but maybe just get a different hobby, man. Drawing or whatever.
You didn't do anything. We know who this boy and the former is.
Aim all to expose the Dawa teams, and I've done it hard.
Raj, can you confirm? Can you confirm what Uncle Omar was banned for? He was on earlier, but his signal was pretty dodgy.
I don't know the exact reason. I know it's to do with him. I think it's to do with the Paul situation where he was saying about the homophobic stuff about AIDS, and then his level of savagery with Ali Dawa, because it was lovely to watch when you're not at the receiving
Hold
end.
on, you know what? Actually, this is a good point. Paul, we haven't met. Well, we have, but yeah, Paul. I think he's integral to that conversation that you guys were having earlier, Pat. And,
We were. I think that's what we were on about.
But where is that Uncle ISIS? So I can like.
No, but Raj, can you just understand my point here for a moment? So, you are aware that when there's an ongoing trial, particularly a terrorism trial of all things, you are not meant to be going around shoving a camera in the defendant's face, mentioning the trial, and sort of following him around the streets. You do realize,
first of all,
because do you know why you're not meant to do that? Because it could collapse or could put the trial in jeopardy.
Can I answer? I've not even seen him since I found out. I've been busy.
It doesn't matter. You did
I'm trying to say to you, hold on. Are you understanding? My aim was never to literally get people to court. My aim was to expose the teams
Raj,
and the concept
you have interfered with an ongoing court
and
case.
the concept. Why are you so upset though? You should be happy.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I should be happy? But I'm saying you are seeing this as a victory. You have potentially hindered an ongoing terrorism trial.
Finish
through
the
your stupid
sentence.
actions.
Let me finish a sentence.
Raj, you're a blundering fool, mate.
Let me finish a sentence.
He wants
Dan,
to collapse the trial.
Let me finish the sentence. My aim was always my aim was always to expose the Dawa teams, and I've done it because they have a guy that's known to be for 1 year. It's actually even worse. He was
the
for
best
1 year.
terrorist
And the
defense
Dawa
lawyer.
team said they didn't know nothing about it. Adnan Rashid. So Adnan Rashid said. So listen to this. Adnan Rashid has been linked to Sheikh Faisal twice now.
We know
Firstly
this.
in 2003. Now he's the guy that for 2 years and was a good friend of his, because I know he was, because I saw them together all the time. He was also linked to Sheikh Faisal as well.
Yes, we know.
He
this.
was selling Sheikh Faisal's literature.
Right,
so there's two links to Sheikh Faisal now.
Right. Listen.
To Adnan Rashid.
Do you want to know something?
Why was Adnan Rashid so lax in his judgment about the people that are around?
Go and ask him.
So yeah,
listen.
This is what the next stage is. So if you think,
you're deliberately obfuscating now. Right, listen. You need to understand that people knew about this character and his court trial months and months ago. And do you know why no one brought it up? Because it's an ongoing trial. But you got wind of it. And what are you doing? You're doing.
Hold on. It doesn't matter.
No, but the point.
It doesn't matter. People.
Matter.
At the end of the day, yeah, he's a public figure. To Speaker's Corner. We was trying to show.
Big up, Raj. All of you Punjabis out there, big up. Big up, Raj.
I don't think anyone should give you a pat on the back.
Yeah. But the thing is, let me say
hindering a case.
The point is this. I was trying to prove a point that people cover their brother's sins in the Muslim community, and I proved it categorically. Even people now, he's
people.
No. You may have known this, so you agree that the Muslims cover their brother's sins then?
Well, of course, there's a phrase. What is it? Al-Wala or something.
Al-Wala.
Okay. You're not educating no one here, Raj.
Well, I am educating people. There's lots of people that didn't understand this concept.
But do you not see now the potential risk you made when you started filming and pestering a man on trial and you started bringing up his court case? Do you not see how that's risky?
First of all, I didn't know about his court case. So how could I bring it up?
Tommy did.
Hold on. How can I bring up a court case that I only found out about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago?
You and Steve have brought up that court case.
No.
I'm saying
how can I, when I saw him, how can I bring up a court case that I didn't know about 3 weeks ago?
Are you saying that you've never mentioned Abu Qasim's trial?
No, because I didn't know about it until 2 weeks ago.
A load of nonsense. Well, Steve has. You're right, man.
I'm not Steve. You do know that I'm Asian and Steve's white.
Raj, you actually have.
Steve,
you without a doubt, you've mentioned this trial. Without a doubt, you've mentioned this trial.
Paul.
What I'm trying to say to you is that when I was talking to him, I had no idea he was at court. All I knew was this.
And then you got told off, didn't you? You got a telling off.
Do it.
You already admitted it earlier, basically, Raj. You might
just admit it, Raj. What contacts in the police that do you have? Who's your contact?
We have told me.
I'm going to ask Steve Barnes because I need to understand who you've been speaking.
We know.
I would advise you, Raj. Let me tell you now, I would advise you to not mention my name to the police.
No, I will.
If you do, and I get wind of it, then I'll take action on that.
All right, whatever. Don't mention my name then. And what do you mean by action? Elaborate.
I don't need to.
No, are you doing an indirect threat through your stuff?
I'm saying.
Okay, so let me say something to you, Pat. Let me say something, Pat. Let me elaborate. Let me elaborate for you. I'm going to mention your name. I'm going to say he's been talking about a court case online that I've been hindering. Have you spoken to him? And I'm telling you, I'll do it in front of your face. And what are you going to do?
When you're allowed back in the park, you can
what are you going to do after?
I will instruct my solicitor. What are you going to do? These things. I'm telling you, I'll instruct my solicitor against you. Like I will people down from now on because you've got to be taught a lesson, some of you people.
First of all, you mentioned it. Yeah, I can get this recording and say, I didn't even speak about Abu Qasim. You did.
I never mentioned his name.
You made the allegation that I can't go Speaker's Corner.
If you rewind this
you made the allegation that somebody has spoken to me, which they haven't. You made the allegations. I am telling you that it hasn't happened. So what I will go to Steve and I will ask him who has been saying this and where did this information get leaked? Because I've had no idea about this.
Yeah, but
hold on a minute. Well, hold on a minute now. You're saying information's been leaked, but you're saying at the same time this information doesn't even exist. So which is it?
All right, I'm saying to you, whatever information you got, it might not be to do with me. Maybe they had a word with Steve. They haven't had a word with me.
Look, at the end of the day, Raj, you potentially risked collapsing.
Well, whatever, Pat. Stop doing your bullshit and your I'm going to call this. We know who you are.
Who am I then?
You got to do, man. You're always threatening everybody.
Who have I ever threatened at that part?
Well, you do. Every time you meet someone, and whenever you don't get your own way, you chuck all your toys out the pram, start crying, and going, "Oh, and run away."
Right now. This is you're doing that right now, Raj.
No, but Raj,
well, stop talking about the case then.
No, hold on, Raj.
You're all right. So what I'm going to say is that you're jeopardizing the case now. You're jeopardizing the case. I didn't want to. I wasn't even speaking about this.
It's too late.
I was not even speaking about this. I was trying to keep it onto positive levels, and you dragged it into the gutter.
You're the person.
Now, if you want to speak to Steve Barnes, yeah, and you want to speak about Steve, maybe he had a word with Steve. He has had no word with me. I'm not told not to come to the park. I can go whenever I want. I just went 3 weeks ago. I can go whenever I want. I've been busy because of the Guru Nanak Dev Ji situation. That's
another
it.
excuse. But look, Roger.
Oh my God! I'm not going to fall for your silly little trap. But at the end of the day, I can walk in whenever I want.
Okay, we'll put it to the test then. But Raj,
I don't need to. I don't need to.
Whatever you want to save face, cool. You want to save some face.
What I'll do is I'll tell Steve here to go up to Steve Barnes tomorrow and record on camera that is Raj banned from the park.
I never said you were banned.
Or I'll tell Mr. Rex to ask him. And
I never said you were banned. I never said.
And what do you think's been said to me?
Right, hold on a moment. Will you retract your claim that I go around threatening people all the time at the park?
Well, you do. I've seen you remember in McDonald's?
Who have I threatened?
Remember in McDonald's? There was a guy that was talking to you and you got up and said, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" There was another
record this.
That you threatened.
Yeah? Hold on a minute. Hold on, Raj.
You've indirected it to me as well. Don't tell me. Even now you're doing indirect. Don't try and be all Irish.
I've got nothing to hide. So let's go through these.
Don't try and put this one over from me.
Now hold on. Right. Fair enough. Let's go through this. So you're saying that I've threatened. Who was it? The first person?
There was a guy, I remember, I can't remember his exact name, but you saw him outside McDonald's and you started threatening him and you was laughing about it to me. Oh, I threatened him, he shit himself. Rah, rah, rah. Remember that guy? I can't remember, he was on
Well, is there any evidence? Is there any evidence for this? Because
you said it. All right, you threatened so many people, you've forgotten which one I'm talking about.
Who's the next one? Okay, who's the next one then?
Sitting with you in McDonald's, yeah, downstairs.
I don't remember this. Who's the next one?
All right, because it ain't my fault. So then there was a guy that was chatting to you, and he said a few things, and you got up, and your face went red like a tomato, and you started like, "Hey, what are you going to do?"
Hold on, is this the same person or another person?
I can't. I think it was a different person. So yeah,
who's this person? You're telling me things I don't even know about.
So then that just shows you that you threaten so much. You forget.
Listen, do you know what's amazing? Do you know what's
it's
amazing?
Like it's you threaten like you eat. You threaten like you drink tea. Like every day you drink tea. You forgot what time you.
Let me come back in, please. Be polite. Listen. Isn't it amazing that all these times I've gone around threatening all these people, not one on camera? Amazing, that isn't it?
Yeah,
but everyone's got their camera out.
All right, so when I try and film you, what do you say? If you film me, yeah, you get very aggressive and I have to put my camera down. Remember last time I got the video?
Raj, this is disgraceful.
Wait, I thought Raj runs things.
Raj
so the thing is with you,
what are you on about, Raj?
The thing is you said to me, when I see you, I look at you in the eyes, and I looked at you in the eyes, and I was filming you, and you said, if you don't put that camera away, watch what I do. Remember?
What a load of bollocks. What a load of fucking bollocks.
Raj, what?
He said, if you don't put that camera away, watch what I do.
Raj runs things, unless he's in front of Pat.
Yeah,
fuck you.
What can I say, man? I don't know. Pat's an okay guy, yeah, when he's online, but in real life, yeah, you know, he has a dark side as well.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was the opposite. So now I'm bad in real life, but I'm okay online.
Yeah, well, it depends on the day. You're a psychopath, so I don't know what you're like every day.
What I want to say in my defense, I want a moment to defend myself against these disgraceful allegations.
I'm sorry, Pat. You always look, we know you're a psycho. You're some thug who pretends to be nice.
Raj,
we know
at the moment it's tongue in cheek. Yeah, at the moment it's tongue in cheek, but you know, don't go too far with it. But
what does that mean? Oh yeah, listen to him again. What will happen if I go too far now?
Well, I'm gonna tell you. You're calling me a psycho. You were actually hanging around with a psycho for months in the park, who's getting a very rough time these days back inside, I heard. But anyway,
I didn't know his past. So can we? We don't want to talk to you, Punjabi Pat. You didn't even know about it.
Raj, who organised that meeting between you and Richard?
What meeting?
Please.
Who got together? Who organised that?
Oh, I'm not going into Richard. No, it's none of your business. No one's business.
But Raj, what would you be doing with someone like him?
I'm not going to speak about Richard.
Do you know what it is? He gets him access to exclusive membership areas like the Union Jack Club.
Anyway, look, Raj, I want to defend myself just for 30 seconds.
Oh my God! Look, I didn't even. You're the one who brang this can up.
Because this community, sadly, people, obviously can't tell if you're joking or not. I've never.
Well, you made a claim that I can't go to the park. You made a claim that
Stop cutting him, Raj. Relax, you can say this after. You can say this after.
So what I'm saying, you made the claims first.
Stop trying to talk over him, man. Right. Shut up. So, I've never threatened anybody at the park. I've never threatened anybody in a McDonald's. And what's the other one? I've never
outside of McDonald's, and you was laughing. Oh, that guy shot himself. He was all mouthy over there. Now he shot himself.
When was this?
This is around when McDonald's was open, maybe 7-8 months ago. We used to sit in there sometimes. Because there was no reason to. I'm trying to prove to people that this nice, lovable Punjabi Pat.
But Raj, where's the video evidence? Where's the video? Because you film everything, but you haven't.
All right. So are you saying that if something wasn't recorded, it didn't happen? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but I'm saying you record everything. So
I can't record in McDonald's, can I?
Hold on, but you said
do you know I'm not people. Am I allowed to record in McDonald's? Yes or no?
You have done.
Am I allowed to record in McDonald's?
No, you're not, but you have done. So
yeah,
anyway.
but I have done, but I haven't done.
But you said it happened outside. You said it happened outside the McDonald's.
I did not see it. When I walked outside, you said, remember that guy that was mouthing off
inside? Why would I say that to you? Why would I say that to you?
Man, you was bragging to me. We didn't know each other that well at the time.
Just see what Raj has done tonight. I've said something about Raj not being allowed to go down the park and whatnot. So he's created this elaborate skit. Raj.
All right, so I'm not. So tomorrow I'm gonna tell Mr. Rax to go up to
witness
and ask. And I'm allowed to go. No, they can't ban me from the park. I've told them to. They can't.
I never said you were banned. I said you were restricted.
I have not had no restriction. Either I'm banned or I'm not.
Right. Are you going to retract your ridiculous claims that
I am not retracting nothing? If I don't retract it, because you made claims against me, I'm telling you that this happened. Yeah?
But it didn't happen, did it?
All right, so I'm not getting involved with you, Pat, because you're always going to say, I'm going to get my lawyers.
Who else witnessed
this? I'm going to do that. Just do it then. I'm fed up with you.
Who conveniently witnessed this? Or was there other witnesses?
Oh my God! Can we change the subject? Because Punjabi I can't be peaceful today.
Raj, who had his camera 24/7,
he wasn't recording. All right, so next time when I see you, I'm going to film you, and you're going to go, take that camera out my face, or else, aren't you?
You're not allowed to film me, Raj. All right, you're not allowed.
Yeah, I know. I'm not allowed to film you. And what would happen if I film you?
I'm winding you up. Look at you, man.
When I tried to put the camera in your face last time, what didn't your face go red like a tomato?
Raj?
And you was like, don't you film me or like that, yeah? And I was like, what are you going to do? Remember?
But Raj, you're meant to be the Rajinator, mate. You're not taking shit like that.
Dude, have you seen the size of yourself? Do you think I'm stupid? Like, if a guy's like double my size,
Raj,
and he's like going rah, 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 I'm not mad.
Raj.
And I know that you're not the most, let's just say you're not the most cuddly type of person. A lot of people think you're cuddly Punjabi Pat, but let me say something. He's not cuddly.
Have I ever done anything in that park violent, Raj?
I didn't say you did.
Right, so then shut up about it.
But I'm just saying you're not cuddly Punjabi Pat. Stop pretending.
Raj.
I'm not going to say no more, but don't pretend that you're just cuddly Pat.
You're giving me a laugh.
We know. Look, man. Come on, man. I've seen your dark side firsthand. I know what you're like.
What do you mean, though, Raj? You've seen my dark side. What are you talking about?
Oh my! All right.
Come on, Raj. You get along with Pat, man.
All right. So I don't want to talk about it yet because at the end of the day, yeah, I want my legs to be on my knees. Yeah. So I do want my legs. I want to be able to walk. So let me stop talking.
Raj, I've been kneecapped by Pat already, man. It's not that bad.
No, I'm talking about metaphorically either. So let me talk about something else.
Oh, because you know what? Bury you in a debate. Is that why, Raj? Is that what you're saying metaphorically?
I don't care about your debating skills. I'm worried about other stuff.
You did for weeks. Crying, running to Boops. He never backed you up in the end either, did he?
Boops was on the panel 3 weeks ago, backing me up.
Not backing you.
I've got better debating skills than you. Every time M-Stack sees my face, he just goes.
Where is M-Stacks? Where is M? Bring him on here, because Sparkhill is a nice area, man. Sparkhill is a nice area.
Because he's mentioned about Mario Curtis. I've got all
Dan, do you know what Sparkhill was like? You know, big odds goes, come to Forest Gate, the end, right? and I just walk around as old aunties there. That's what Sparkill's
at
like
8
as
o'clock
well.
in the morning. When
No,
everyone's
it was in the afternoon. So the thing is that I was walking about, I was like, where is the freaking, like, they're just like normal Somali people just walking about, doing their shopping, the little old ladies and all that. So he's crazy. And I've seen a picture of him now, and he's a right nerd. He looks like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Have you seen his photo? He's got glasses.
So wait there, Raj. So wait, your takeaway from because I think if I'm incorrect, I'm correct. I'm incorrect. But I think that area of Birmingham is the sort of highest density, as you could say, immigrant.
Yeah, it's a Somali area, but it's a nice area. It's not like the way it was end state. You know, like Big Ards makes that Forest Gate to be some rough area. But when you go there, it's just shops with selling samosa, pakore, gold shops, freaking sari shops. It's the same with Sparkill. It's just a normal area.
Don't forget the birdseed.
Yeah, birdseed.
Do you know
whatever.
what, Raj? It's actually
So the
good
thing
for
is,
you
it's
to be saying that. Do you know, Raj, seriously, because you know the areas you're on about. These are the areas that your mates bring up and say they're no-go areas. So
That's
it's
what I
good
was
to
Well,
hear
I've never believed in no-go areas yet. Have I ever said there's a no-go area?
clarify it.
But I've clarified it. I don't believe in a no-go zone areas.
Well, not anymore.
It's the end of the day, like if you go into it, like when I went into the Somali area, I did feel out of place. I'm not going to lie. That doesn't mean I can't go in there. I just felt uncomfortable because in the beginning, when you walk into so many people from a different group and you're standing up for sore fun, you feel like an alien in a different place. But that doesn't mean you can't walk in. I walked in, it was fine.
No, I'm just saying it's good you've clarified that for your mates.
Basically, I've said that from day one. Oh my! Oh, so you're gonna prove me otherwise now, are you?
I don't care enough to prove you up. I don't.
Oh,
Honestly, I don't care enough.
Tested me.
Raj, you've made up this
You even changed the Punjabi.
You've made up this ridiculous.
You even dished your own nationality from Irish to Punjabi because of me.
Oh, it's madness.
God, man.
Next time you're at the park,
Well done, Raj.
I'll give you permission to film me. It's okay.
Okay, you're gonna put a fake act on now. You're not gonna do the angry Pat. If you dare record me, I'm gonna do it. And I said, what are you gonna do?
I'll buy you an ice cream too. I'll buy you an ice cream.
Dude, man.
That's all you want. Well for the day.
Listen here, man. Punjabi Pat is not cuddly Pat. Punjabi Pat isn't this nice guy. Just trust me. I don't want any issues with this guy. So just make me that.
Just taking the piss, mate.
No, I'm not taking the piss. I don't want no issues with you, and you know why. So don't pretend.
What do you mean? I know why.
Oh, I'm not saying no more. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't mess up with Punjabi Pat. That's what I'm saying, man. Just leave him alone.
It's interesting because this conversation started off with Raj getting an undressing, and he's just got another one.
Oh, what do you? All right. Ziryab, yeah. Like, what is wrong with you? You always cry when you chat.
No, Raj.
No, I need to.
You got your back. You got your back.
Let me find out who Ziryab is, because Ziryab is always bitching and whining about me. Talk to me, Ziryab. What is your issue? Speak.
How am I winning? Give me an example, man.
I'm asking you, Ziryab.
Give me an example.
But
you're just making a claim. Give me an example, man.
Cheerleader in the background with your pom-poms. Oh, Raj, you're getting a dressing down. Oh, Raj. You don't ever say nothing to me.
Fucking hell, man.
Drop me and talk to me.
I've been talking this whole conversation.
Raj, you've just been caught chatting shit yet again.
Yeah, no. Stop trying to divert, Raj. Stop trying to
speak
divert,
to
man.
me and say something to me. See, this is the problem with this guy. He's got no takte. You know
anyway,
what?
Raj. All right, Raj. Have you arranged a day for this debate then with Adnan Rashid?
No, I've not been able to speak to him, and it's a bit more serious now.
He turns his back on you.
Yeah, because he can't. He hates me. So what do you expect him to do? He knows I've got him by the freaking duck there.
You know what
the
the problem with Adnan Rashid, Muhammad Hijab, all these big scholars is? They're not the problem. It's the people who surround him. Even Shamsi. There's a guy who chose with Shamsi. He's the most nasty piece of work ever.
Who?
There's this guy who chose with Shamsi.
All right. Yeah, I know there's a few. I get on with Shamsi, but I've seen some people around him that I don't like. But I think overall. Who?
No, I'm saying in general, you are judged by the company you keep.
Yeah, I agree with that to a certain degree, but at the end of the day, I know some unsavory people, and other people know some unsavory people. I can't say overall. I've not seen. I have to judge him by as an individual as well. Like, what is he like with me, and what is he like with? And he's generally cool with me, so I don't really have an issue with him.
What's the debate with Adnan about anyway?
Why am I going to tell you? You're going to go over there and snitch.
I've got nothing in common with Adnan Rashid, Raj. Nothing.
Yeah, but you have one thing in common. Your enemy's enemy is your friend.
No, I don't live by that mantra. I don't live by that mantra.
Yeah, you do live by that mantra.
I just said I don't. This guy, man.
God. I don't know why I met Punjabi Pat. It's been one of the freaking...
Punjabi Pat!
Punjabi Pat, kidda shera?
Raj, you're the chief puddidar now on these panels.
Yeah, no, I'm not swearing today. Let's talk something positive, man. I was trying to be positive.
You said it earlier. You said it about half an hour ago.
I said I tried to be thingy. So the thing is that tomorrow I can't actually go Speaker's Corner because I've got a family.
I know you can't.
Oh my God, I can't. All right, so basically I'm going to get Mr. Rax here to go to an officer and ask them, can Raj go Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, but
so I need to, like, you're making an allegation, yeah? So what I'm going to do, yeah, the next week I'll go, yeah, the next week I'll go, I'm going to go to Steve Barnes. I'm going to say, Punjabi Pat said this. Is this true or not?
Right, listen, you know full well.
You know I'm going to do that. If you keep on saying this, I will do it.
I don't care. Listen, you know full well it's not the local dibble that have had a word with you. So I don't know what you're trying to prove with that.
What are you talking about, the local dibble?
It's done.
What do you know that I don't know? I don't understand. What context have you got?
Bro, you even basically admitted it when you first came on, and then you've backtracked. So
oh my God, dude, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know whether you haven't had your Punjabi Pat samosa today or something. I don't know what's happening to you. Just relax yourself, man. Nothing's happened. Maybe this happened to Steve. Maybe you're misunderstanding.
Stop throwing your mates under the bus.
No, I'm trying to say to you, Steve's been at the Speaker's Corner for the full time. I've been away because of religious issues. He has been saying stuff about court cases. Maybe he's been spoken to. I've never mentioned a court case because the last time I went to the park, I didn't know there was a court case.
If you're going to stick to that line, then there's no point going over it again.
Yeah, well, there isn't because I haven't even made a street. So I've even done, so the other thing is you're going to say, well, what about Manny Cinder? I haven't even done Manny Cinder's show for 3 or 4 weeks because I haven't had time.
Was not in my head at all. So I don't know where
saying he hosts the show on Manny Cinders,
right,
yeah?
Listen, I'm not thinking about Manny Cinder, right? Fucking hell.
I'm just saying, you're mistaking.
Back chat.
You're mistaking Steve for me. If whatever's happened, you address that to Steve because Steve hasn't told me anything and I haven't heard anything. So
no, look, I'm not talking about Steve. I don't know why you keep bringing up your mate.
All right, so you've got a specific name about me then.
Raj, you know what?
I need to ask the police about this because I've not had the chat.
In a way, yeah. I wish you hadn't mentioned it because you get obsessed with things.
No, I will. You know what I'm like. I'm not going to forget this. You know that, don't you?
I'm not going to forget your slanderous allegations.
I know you're going to do something. Let me just say that if I'm suddenly, right, so let me just say that if I'm suddenly in hospital with broken knees, just please conversation.
Who's going to break your knees? What are you on about?
I'm not saying anything. I didn't say anybody's name. I'm just saying.
Why would someone break your knees? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Raj, it's Richard Inman that's in Northern Ireland. He's doing.
Yeah, exactly. I
don't know. Can we move the topic onto something else? Because I need to go in a bit. I wanted to just kind of give good greetings about, I'll big up to Imran Khan though, Ali Khan.
I'm not a fan of Imran Khan,
I don't know. What he's done in the Qatar corridor is very, very...
Why are you not a fan of Imran Khan, Ali Khan?
Got certain promises he needs to make, and he's being a bit typical politician, I would say.
He's what?
Some moves. He's still got promises. So...
But he has done two good things.
Ali, are you saying you're not a fan of Imran Khan, Ali? Is what you said?
I'm mixed on him. I'm mixed. I'm not a fan, but neither am I hater. I'm mixed.
I would say he's done two things for me that kind of makes me say, okay, I'll give him like a little bit more leeway. Firstly, the Shaheed. What was that? Remember that lady that was in prison, Asisia Bibi? And so the packet, the fact is that he didn't have to release her. He had a lot of pressure. The country was burning, and now she's in Canada. So I've got to give him credit for that because he released her. And the Kartarpur corridor is a massive deal for the Sikhs. So for us, it's the second holiest shrine. So big up Imran Khan for that. And I've got to say, like, watching the footage of the Kartarpur corridor, because it's for you lot who don't understand, maybe Punjabi Pat does, but it's a bit like Northern Ireland being split, and then all of a sudden
it's not like that at all. It's not like
I'm not saying. All right, so I'm just trying. All right, I know you're getting that. Whenever I mention Northern Ireland, look how emotional he gets.
It doesn't even exist to me, but it's nothing.
But what
like
I'm saying,
anyway.
can you see how emotional he gets? But when I get emotional about Punjab, he says don't be emotional.
Different situation.
I know, but if I say, I'm just going to say that it's like Northern Ireland, yeah.
Well, it's
like
not at all. Well, I mean, if you're putting yourself in the same.
It's a bit like Northern Ireland, yeah. A bit
now.
In the sense
like it's
you
its
have
own unique conflict.
a partition, and the two countries have been separated. And what's happened now is that the Sikhs can, if they're living in India, can move into their most religious site, which is in Pakistan, without a visa. And instead of traveling 120 miles, it's only going to take 3 miles. You can walk in distance. So that's a big deal for the Sikhs, man.
Now you've had time to read the case. What do you think about that Sikh youth situation, Raj?
I haven't had time to read it. I've been busy, man. I don't think you understand. I've been running Birmingham for 2 days. Then I've been back. I've had loads of stuff. I've read bits and pieces about it. I don't agree. I've never really been that much of a fan of Dipper, so I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't need to do nothing. Just give your opinion.
I'm not giving my opinion.
Is this Dipper guy? Is he something to do with Is it Sikh Youth UK or Sikh Awareness or something?
No, Sikh Youth UK.
Nicked by counter-terrorism police.
Yeah, so it was the claim is he's defrauding. So the case is still.
No, Raj. There's a reason he got nicked by counter-terrorism police and not the fraud.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that we're talking about an ongoing case, so you might jeopardize it.
No, I'm not jeopardizing. I know what I can and can't say legally, Raj.
No, I know, but you remember what you said earlier?
Ziryab, is he still here?
I can't talk about it. We're going to jeopardize the case. Let's not talk about it.
I can and can't say.
No, I can't talk about it. It's jeopardizing the case.
You shouldn't talk about it. I agree.
I know, I can't talk about it. Jeopardizing the case. So.
Ali, do you like Jeremy Corbyn more? No, in fact, let's stick on this topic for a second. Why is it that one person wants to talk about the fraud element and the other person's talking about the
Who are you referring to? Ziryab. Who are you referring to? Say my name. Why are you not addressing me? What is wrong with you, you weirdo?
Yo, Raj, you do realise Ziryab is the king of the indirects, man. He never.
Okay.
I don't know what you're expecting.
Oh, there's somebody on the panel.
Yes. With the weirdo thing.
Just address people. What is wrong with you? You're the definition of a puddida, no doubt about it.
There you go, you sworn now.
Yeah, I said I'll try not to, so I've only said it once or twice, so I'm trying my best.
I must really be getting under his skin.
You're not. You're just very, very weird, and that's all I can say. And I'm weird. You're weirder than me, and that's
there we go.
I'm the king of the weirdos, but you've taken it to a next level of madness.
But I'm not the one claiming victories for work that security services do.
Oh, are you talking to me? Listen to that. He's almost like, you know, when someone's got like a go-between. Dan, I'll talk through you to him. Can we do that?
But Rod, you're trying to take. You're trying to claim for things that you haven't done. Like, that's weird.
All right, so this is the thing here. You don't understand. My overall goal.
Stop the Velle, fucking hell, man.
All right, so do you understand?
That was a good one. You got to admit.
So, do you understand tongue in cheek and kind of like what you might consider to be kind of like, you know, a little bit of comedy touch to something? So, for me, I had a name and I did it. It wasn't always, although I said it was about getting people thingied and locked up. My aim was to expose the Dawa teams, and I did it. Categorically, they've been shown to be hiding known terrorist sympathizers in their ranks.
Raj, can we talk about Kartarpur?
Oh no!
Positives. Let's talk about
Oh,
positives.
snap.
Maybe.
It's TY. Big up. Yeah, man. Now, do you know what? Let's do the positive. Let's do the positive.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I have to keep positive. I've been watching a lot of videos. Do you know what? For this time, I don't like TYO, never will. Big odds, I don't like, never will. Them are my enemies, but I'm going to be civil.
Yes, that's all I ask for.
Done.
Muchísimas gracias, Rajinder.
Yeah. Well, I will say big up to Pakistan, big up to the people on the Kartarpur who are being so generous to the Sikhs. I've seen some crazy stuff where people have been so generous. Like, I just watched a video of a family giving Sikhs that they don't even know their car.
Yeah.
Literally, they were walking past and they're like, "Oh, take my car." Yeah. It wasn't even like some shitty car. It was a Toyota. Yeah, so yeah, they let them drive the car. So yeah, there's some amazing stuff going in.
Raj, did you know at Kartarpur, you know who laid down the foundations?
What? The original Gurdwara or the?
Yeah, the original.
I don't know exactly who laid the exact the first foundations of it. No. Who was it? Right. I can't hear.
No. Yo, TY, I can't hear you, bruv. All right, that's a cliffhanger one.
I bet that Odds is going to come in as well. Oh, my God.
Would you normally call him Raj?
Who?
Odds.
Oh, Shrabbi Odds or Emily Odds.
What does that mean?
Emily means like you know when you see those winos like walking about.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And Shrabbi just means like a drunk. So, yeah, Emily and Shrab. When I combine the two, then it's an ultimate kind of like thingy. Yeah, but the Kartarpur corridor kind of the Kartarpur corridor is an important time, but a lot of the Indian government, I think, are trying to boo to the Indian government. I think they're trying to I think they're trying to kind of like sabotage.
Yeah. They've got to protect their borders, mate.
No. Yeah, I understand that. Don't get me wrong, I get it, but they've done stuff that is kind of
yeah, they lied. They basically they were you know, when people were applying to basically put their name down because there was only place for 5,000 places. They misdirected people, gave the wrong links that weren't working. People ringing the office designated number that they gave, the number no one was answering.
Oh no. No. I mean, the thing they did that was one of the other things is that they had so just to show you the kind of like skullduggery, they had the website up and they had a section that you could bring your family. So rather than filling out 10 forms,
you
fill out one form and then you put everyone under the same form. Yeah. Now, what happened was that people filled that form out, but when they went to, and they got approved, but when they went to the corridor, it was invalid. So why have the form there in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that only one of them could go, and then they're not going to go by themselves. On top of that,
the majority of the people actually came from Canada and abroad, you know.
Yeah, I know.
5,000, and believe it or not, they didn't come via India; they came via Pakistan.
Yeah, because
the Canadian ones.
At the moment, but the problem is that when they advertised it to Indians, they didn't mention anything about you need a passport, you need to fill out a registration form. So people from abroad, because they're going from so far away, they're going to look into it, aren't they? If you're going to go to a different country, you're going to read
doing full homework, aren't you?
Yeah. But with them lot over there, the Indian, because I've been watching this for weeks, and not once did they say that if you live in India, you still need to fill out a registration form, and it's a process. Because obviously you're still going into a separate country. So there needs to be kind of like, you know, checks and stuff.
The passports aren't stamped. The passports are just checked. They don't stamp.
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing to know. But you don't need a visa, and the passport is.
You said, bro, you're right. Yeah, not too bad, bro. Got the munchies.
Yeah. So Raj, I was saying, Baba Fez laid the first foundation.
Sorry.
This time, you know who laid the first foundation? Yeah, Baba Fez laid the first foundation. You know who's laid the first foundation for this one?
I don't know.
What's his name? The Chief Minister of Punjab. What's his name? Mohammed Sarwar.
Oh, Baba Fez. I thought you meant Baba Fez.
They got Baba Sarwar.
You know when you sent that message and it said Baba Fez, I thought you meant Baba Fez.
No, Baba Fez, man. Did you not watch the video? I told you.
I've been sort of my computer's broken, so everything's on my tablet.
No, I told you probably in Temple.
Who's snoring, man? Who's snoring?
Did you see him put what would they call it? The kirtab. What would they call it? The golden, the 490 kilo.
It's called it's called a balak, I think. I forgot what the exact name is, but it's basically
Kartap, it's something like that. I'm sure it is, man.
No,
They
it's
put
not-
that on.
I think it's called a
490. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's called a balak. I've got to remember the exact. I'm pretty sure it's a balak, but it's just you know where you have the good outside, you have the
the cover.
The cover. So they had to
gold, solid gold. It's 490.
Yeah, and there also there was a
kilos of
guy.
gold.
One of the main politicians they refused him entry, and I think that's something to do with India. India's being a right little shit. Look, when I say shit, I don't believe that. I believe the Pakistan side has done everything within their power to make everything go smoothly. But the Indian side has really chucked a lot of spanners in the work, misinformation. People have come down all the way from India, from different countries, and they've not been allowed entry from the Indian side.
Yeah.
A lot of that has got to do with their fault. But yeah,
Raj, you know, annually, like just say now, just say you got one calendar year, yeah? How many key defining like major dates are there within that year? Like we've got Eid, yeah? So we have 2 Eids, Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha, them are our Eids, yeah? Now in Sikhi, what are your key dates and what do you have specific
right, so
dates
if
where
we
you believe that Kartarpur will be busy? You know, like at that time, it will be busy.
It'll be busy all year round.
Will it?
I reckon it'll be busier. It's going to have teething problems because a lot of people are pissed off. Because if you look at the interviews from some of the Indian channels, like the Sikh channel, they're annoyed from the Indian, not from the Pakistani side. Anyone that's gone over to the Pakistan side, they said it's amazing hospitality, very smooth. People are being great with them, hugging them, and all that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, what people need to understand, as much as I give the Pakistani, Punjabis a lot of stick, they are still ethnically the same people as me in the sense that we live together. It's only been 70 years. So it's nice to see, when you see the two groups get together. We have our issues, no doubt
Sikhs
about
and
that.
Pakistanis look more similar, have more in common than Sikhs and Hindus.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is this.
Than Muslims and Hindus, shall I say, Pakistanis and Hindus.
Yeah, the thing is, the problem is this shit. I've always had the problem with this. And this is going to sound strange because people are going to say, how can you say this and you have so much... you're always bashing Pakistanis. But I feel, when I'm with an Indian from a different part of it, I don't have anything in common. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They feel like separate people. Like if I'm talking to a Gujarati, no friends, I don't really have anything in common to the Bengali, to somebody from South India, that part of India. But I do have more in common with people from Pakistan. I'm not going to lie. Like if I'm with a Pakistani Punjabi, because of the language, like that. And the Punjabis have a temperament. There's no doubt about that. There's a type of person that
and that's on both sides. That's on
both sides.
Yeah,
that's
both
why.
Sides. Yeah, that's without doubt. As a Pakistani who's not a Punjabi, I can vouch for that as well.
Yeah. So when you're having like two people that got similar temperaments, you're gonna clash heads. Like I'm a hot-headed person. Ours is a hot-headed person. Yeah. But when imagine two Gujaratis, yeah, one's from Pakistan. Could you imagine their temperaments different?
Of course, it's gonna fireworks.
Yeah, so that's why when you have an argument, it's gonna be freaking pretty savage overall, and that's one of the downsides to being similar to another group. Yeah,
as a person who's not Punjabi,
yo, is Cal snoring?
Can I just say, as a person who's not Punjabi, Raj, you guys are a bit like no, I wouldn't say Neanderthals. You're very knee-jerk straight away to kick off and fight.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the positives that we're very straightforward, but it's also a negative. Like when
very aggressive.
When the
very aggressive. That's what.
Oh, shut your mouth, Luca Brasi.
Big up Luca Brasi, my G man. I'm not.
Shut your mouth.
I'm not sitting for time, man.
Yeah, where's Luca? Is he on the channel? Is he on the? He's on the chat.
This is what I mean, Dan, man. Where's he at, man? Where's he been, bro? I'm not sitting for time, man.
Luca, now he's lurking, bruv. Lurky Luca, big up Lurky Luca, man.
Should we kick Celts? I kind of feel bad.
Yeah, kick Celts, bro. He's
oh shit, is that Hassan?
Yeah,
yo,
bro,
Hassan,
big up, big up, man.
Oh no, Hassan.
The squad is forming like Voltron again. Oh, shit, man.
Yeah. So
but hold on, Raj. To be honest, the worst it's gonna get was with you and TY, and you lot are keeping it civilized. So enough respect to enough respect to the Punjabis and the Katapa corridor crew. Yeah, man, big up.
At the end of the day, I'll send you some videos, but there's some amazing videos you can play.
I was trying to find some
Dan, you
earlier,
don't understand. Dan, it's not a small thing. It's huge. Even
no,
for
bro, I
Muslims in Pakistan.
know.
You know, for our side in Pakistan, the people, it's a big, major thing. They've been,
Yeah, bro.
Pakistanis
No.
are following it.
I can
They're
appreciate
following
the.
it. Yeah.
I can appreciate the significance, man.
The Sikhs is a massive thing. At the end of the day, man, like being able to just cross the border, which used to take such a lot. I mean, many people wanted to go there, but we just couldn't go there because of the logistics of getting over.
There's an old Sikh Baba that said, look, 4 or 5 of our generations have missed out on this. Basically, 4 or 5 of our generations have died without being able to carry out this, pilgrimage that they, this
before this, they couldn't go at all.
I'm going to try and go as well, TYO.
Yeah, listen, I want to put a proposition to you, Raj.
No.
Listen to me. Listen to this proposition now, yeah? You're going to go through India, aren't you?
Of course,
You're going to go via India, yeah?
Of course, I'll go through Amritsar.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
How about this, yeah? How about you log your route from via India to Kartarpur? I'll go via Pakistan and log the whole route there, and then we can meet inside Kartarpur.
I'm not meeting up with you. I'm sorry, man. You're crazy.
No, I'm being serious.
No,
you're make a proper documentary about it.
Raj, he mentioned it yesterday when you weren't even here, Raj.
No.
And he was
Like I said,
you know what I mean?
all right. Let me say something. Yeah, I'm putting a little bit of things aside. Yeah, but I don't like TYO.
Yeah, I know you don't like me.
So why would I meet up with him in Pakistan?
Because it's for
no.
I understand. He's putting his hand out and he's trying to do something good. You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying if you want to do it separately and you want to show the distance and the travel, I do mine separately and then we show it. I'm not meeting.
I'd like to meet up there, Raj.
No,
come on, what's up with you, man?
To be honest, I don't even want.
Huh?
I'm saying I don't want to meet no one there.
Scared, are you? Are you scared of meeting me in Pakistan?
Dude,
Come on.
When I go somewhere, yeah, I don't want to see no one from the UK. If I saw someone, I'd probably run. I don't want to see people from here. Are you crazy? I'm trying to get away from you guys. Why would I want to see you over there?
I'm gonna have to speak to one of the other Sikh guys and get them to do it then.
Yeah, dude, you do it that way, but you look. I don't even like people talking to me on the train. Why am I gonna meet you on a freaking thingy in a different country?
Why not?
Right.
Come on.
I don't like you, TYO. You do get that, don't you?
But when you go to Kartarpur, how are you supposed to be? How's your mentality?
I will be loving and I'll be like, yes.
No, I'm asking you a very simple question now.
I will be honest, TYO. It's surprising to even hear you say that, though.
How is your mindset supposed to be? Tell me.
Yeah, I'll have.
What is your heart supposed to be filled with when you go to Guru Nanak Dev Ji's shrine? What is your heart supposed to be filled with?
First of all,
I just want a simple
answer. All right, let me answer then. First of all, it'll be filled with gratification that will go to the most holiest, right?
And love.
And appreciate to my Muslim brothers. But that doesn't mean I want to meet you down here. Like, I want to go do my own thing. You do get that, don't you? I don't want to be with no one. I want to just go there and like, I don't want. If Big Art starts saying he wants to do that as well, like tell him no.
Right. Have you been to India before?
Yeah, I went there 20-something years ago.
All right, cool. Man.
So
you've got like.
I was gonna break the news to you. It was me and Ards. I didn't want to.
No way, man. That'll be my word.
When Sharia law comes, Raj, when Sharia law comes, well, he wants Sharia law. I say, okay, let's bring Sharia law. I've got a chain in my hand. We're gonna film it on YouTube. I'm gonna lash him live on YouTube. Live on YouTube.
Ali Khan kills it. Yeah, I'll whip him as well. But the thing is, with him, he said, he's going to put a goalie in my serie, which means that he's going to shoot me in between the eyes just 4 days ago. So I don't know. He said it. He said, if you walk into Pakistan...
You Punjabis are like that, aren't you? You're all as bad as each other. Yeah?
50 lashes each time you're drunk.
No, I will agree.
You're both 150
lashes. 150 lashes Islamically. 150 lashes.
I'll agree to this. If you did a video, hold on. I don't compromise if I go.
Talking over people, you little dick.
All right, so I do.
What the fuck you want? Don't start talking over people.
Yeah. All right, so. All right, so
I'll come down fucking Wimslow Road and I'll deal with you. Yeah.
Oh my god. All right, so if I'm gonna go, I have a window of only February, in my opinion, or February or March. So. But I don't mind if I do my journey and then you lot do your journey and then we just do a double link up of a video.
Double it up because what the aim is to do this. From the Pakistan side, what I want to do is show the route for anyone.
From
that want to go via Pakistan. Yeah, no, yeah, from Lahore, like meaning.
Well, you're
from
gonna have to go
Pakistan
from the Wagga the border then, and show the whole journey, innit?
No, not necessarily. Those that want to go through India, I'm on about people who are in Britain or in Canada or America that want to fly to Pakistan and come that way. Do you know that, the people who land in Pakistan, do you know they have access to Tent City and they're allowed to stay there for 5 days, 4 or 5 days?
Where is Tent City?
You didn't know that, did you? Tent City is inside. They're making
in
Kartarpur. In Kartarpur.
I didn't know that.
There. So the people who come via Pakistan, they're going to have full access because they've got visa to stay in Pakistan. They can go in Tent City for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as many days as they like.
Oh, do you know what? I remember the name. It's not it's a Palki, the thing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Palki,
man.
Palki, that's
what's Tent City? I never heard that before. What is that?
It's Tent City, just loads of tents where people can stay over, and just do it's like there's dhikr in it. They do their dhikr.
I'll come back later.
Awesome.
TY, I'll send you some videos. There's some real amazing videos.
Yeah, make sure check the ones I've sent you. Check the ones I've sent you.
Yeah, I'm not, but I've got some as well where because the thing is, at the end of the day, like Punjab is Punjab, and whether you're on the side of the Pakistan or the side of the India, it's still Punjab, man.
Yeah.
And so having a connection between the two
videos of the Muslim Punjabis and like how happy they are to meet.
Yeah, I can see.
Like, these are our family.
Oh no, there's one amazing one when he's driving. This Muslim bro. And he was driving, and he was like tearing up, and I don't know if you've seen that on a kind of like one of those golf kind of things. And he's like, "Oh, I'm happy that Punjabi's won again." And that's the main thing. Like, it's not one, but I think the Indian government's getting a bit shook though.
They're shook. They're scared, Raj.
Yeah, they should be. They should be because the problem is
the last thing they needed was the good relations between Pakistan and the Sikhs. That's the
all right. So TYO, the reason TOITN, the reason they're scared is that look, there's a Khalistani movement. Yeah, I'm part of the Khalistani movement, but through a referendum.
Is that supported by the ISI?
State for the Punjab. Now, the thing is, one thing that was always problematic was that. It was this narrative, and I still kind of believe it to a certain degree, but not 100% like the Indians, is that the Pakistanis will kind of like try and take over the. If Punjab gets its independence, it will be used kind of like manipulated into trying kind of like sabotage the whole of India in a way. I don't know if you know what I mean.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna think that it's natural. It's natural.
Yeah, so
one of your territories drops.
They're thinking, but the problem is once this Kartarpur corridor has happened, people have seen that the Punjabi Muslims and the Punjabi Sikhs, although we have issues, we do have a lot of love for each other in a way.
Yeah.
And so
that shook them. They're
worried about that because the Punjab border is basically it's like the freaking like the main stepping stone into India.
Hold on a minute though. What you talk about? The Indian state is scared of the Khalistani movement in Pakistan.
Yeah, because one of the things that the Indian government was good at doing was to say, oh, the Pakistanis are, dangerous people, that, the people over there. In certain parts of Pakistan, there's no doubt about that. But the problem now is that the narrative, even I'm a little bit shocked about the kind of hospitality of the Pakistanis. Like, I'm like, wow. Like, so even me, I'm like, well, all right, maybe
So what is there another agenda at play, Raj? Because some people suggest that the ISI, the Pakistani ISI, assist and facilitate the.
Yeah, they do. They got.
Yes, we do. We do. We do.
So the Indian state's gonna have to crush it.
Let me say something. Look, I'm trying to be objective here. I understand where India is coming from. I understand that Punjab being an independent Punjab is going to be a big problem for India, a massive problem. For so many reasons, in terms of security, in terms of the water, in terms of the agriculture, in terms of the army, you'd lose. Imagine if Punjab went independent and then you lose 25% of your army.
No, Raj, it's 30%. It's 30%.
Yeah, but just imagine that. You lose 30% of your army.
But that's nonsense talk because most Sikhs are not for the Khalistani movement, are they?
Yeah, but what would happen if you're living in, I'll big up to RSid, but if you're living in the Punjab, and then you're from that area and then it becomes independent, just for hypothetically, they would then be in a separate country from India. And you'd have to then suddenly take out 30% of the, and I know I keep on saying this, but it's a fact that the highest decorated regiments within India are the Sikh Punjabi regiments.
And they're loyal to India. They're loyal to India.
I'm not saying they're not loyal to India. I'm just saying let me tell you something. If it was a choice between the Punjab and independent Punjab, and there was no choice, do you think the Sikhs would side with India or would decide with independent Punjab?
Would they already have sided with India?
I'm saying just for argument's sake. I'm not saying it's going to happen. If there was say just overnight, say hypothetically, there was a Khalistan suddenly formed.
No, but Raj, let's talk about the reality. The reality is
hypothetical. A
these
hypothetical
Sikhs you're talking about are 100% loyal to India. That's why they fight in the Indian army, mate.
Hypothetical. Can I ask you? Will you answer a hypothetical or not?
No, not that one because it's ridiculous.
All right, so he won't answer a hypothetical that you think it's ridiculous. I think your idea of a united island is ridiculous. It's a pipe dream.
Yeah,
do you see how it works?
Well, no, not
to
really.
Me,
it's not really.
It's not ridiculous. To me, looking at your united island is
ridiculous. Hold on. I'll tell you why it's not a pipe dream. Because even your British ministers now admit that the likelihood of there being some kind of referendum in the next 10 years is very probable. You can't say the same for Khalistan. India will keep on to Khalistan.
2020 it isn't really legally binding, but it's the first step. So don't tell me that Khalistan can never happen. It can. It can.
India will never let it happen.
If to you it might be a pipe dream, it could happen. Yeah, no, it's a very school.
No,
it's not going to happen. Fine, it does. I don't. If the Sikhs want it, we'll have it.
Is, so you're painting out that all the Sikhs in the Indian army are suddenly going to defect.
If the Sikhs want it, we'll have it. I'm telling you that straight now. The problem right now, a lot of Sikhs don't want it. But hypothetically, if it happened,
because they don't want it. That's done.
If it happened overnight, even the most staunchest Indian supporter, if they were in the Punjab, they would defend Punjab.
But Raj, wouldn't that necessarily that'd have to be violent? I'm guessing.
No, I don't agree with any form of violence in terms of achieving it. Now, I personally would believe, even if I do want an independent Punjab. I don't feel Indian. I'm being straight with you. It's hard for people to understand. I just don't.
But Raj, I hear you. But you know the Sikhs that are in the Indian army. This 30% you're going about, they're in the Indian army, mate. They're not fighting for Khalistan. They could go and do that. They're actually choosing to fight for India, who actively puts down your movement.
All right. So I'm saying hypothetically, if overnight there was a referendum, and then tomorrow it was decided that Khalistan is formed, do you think a single Sikh soldier would fight for India? There'll probably be one or two traitors.
Yes,
no, they wouldn't. They would fight for Punjab.
They're already doing it. No, but hold on, they're already doing it. They're already doing it, man. All right, so they're already in the Indian army.
You're not
Khalistani fighters.
You're not answering. I'm telling you in a hypothetical Khalistan.
Hypothetical is ridiculous. Let's talk about
your hypothetical island is ridiculous.
You can't talk about the reality. Why can't you admit the reality? The reality is the
island is ridiculous.
Indian army are loyal to India, and they're arresting and putting down Khalistani members, aren't they?
Your hypothetical island is ridiculous.
I don't have a hypothetical one about it. What are you talking about?
But can you still talk about it?
What are you talking about? I haven't brought up any hypothetical.
But I'm saying, if I was to say to you, what would happen in the United Island? Can you give a hypothetical or kind of like your idea of what would happen?
But you're refusing with this question to acknowledge the fact that Sikhs, the 30% you claim, they're already loyal to India and quite happy to go against this Khalistan movement right now. The idea that they'd suddenly change overnight of a referendum is nonsense.
Oh, yo, Pat.
All right, so let me
Raj, hold on, Raj, wait. Pat, I agree with your sentiments, Pat, but I just wanted to ask you a question. I think this maybe might be better if Raj worded it this way. If, for example, they were to have a referendum and there was an independent Ireland, would the people, let's say that the Irish that fight for the UK, would they in turn go and leave and just go become part of this Ireland army?
No, of course they wouldn't. They would. No.
Okay, exactly. So this Pat is being pragmatic and he's answering honestly. So he's trying to tell you that this with the same logic that the people in India, even if there was a Khalistan, which he doesn't agree would ever happen, even if there was, that they wouldn't just leave. They wouldn't just get out and bounce from the army, because right now they could fight for Khalistan if they wanted to.
All right, so let me put it a different way then. I believe, now this is my belief, and stop interrupting me, Pat. because you're very
I
condescending
only
and
return the
patronizing.
favor.
So
I
let
only
me
return the favor.
let me say something. I believe, this is my belief, that if there was a referendum and overnight or whatever, and that they decided to go with a Khalistan, a separate state, and it happened, just hypothetically, most Sikh soldiers, a lot of them, I don't know what the percentage, maybe 80%, would fight for the Punjab, not Khalistan.
Where are you getting this idea from? What gives you this impression?
You're getting caught up with Khalistan and Punjab. But Khalistani movement, they may disagree with the Khalistani movement, but they love the Punjab. They will fight for the Punjab. Yeah.
No, hold on, Raj. If they are a member of the Indian army, they accept.
They're not going to fight for. They're not going to fight for India over Punjab. I'll tell you that.
Indian army fighting for India, they accept as a member of the Indian services that the Punjab is part of India.
Listen here, you don't understand about the area. I know you're Punjabi.
Look, if you join, no, it's ridiculous.
I know you're Punjabi Pat. I think you're more Punjabi.
You can't take it. You get personal again. The fact of the matter is,
all right. So
RS Indian army, then you're fighting for the Indian state.
But RS Sid said no, Pat. You are wrong. So big up to RS Sid for saying that. Yeah, Mr. Carson saying big up. Yeah, I'm just saying to you that as a Punjabi, there will be a law to the Punjab, not India. I'm telling you straight now. To Punjab.
Well, answer my question.
And if there's a Khalistan tomorrow,
why are these people not fighting for the Punjab? Why are they fighting for India right now?
At this precise moment, a lot of Indian Sikhs don't believe that the Khalistan is viable at this precise moment. They don't believe it will be a functioning kind of country that will be able to kind of sustain itself. And I kind of understand where they're coming from, but I'm giving you a hypothetical. If they had to choose between a Punjab, fighting for the Punjab, an independent Punjab, and India, I'm telling you straight now, 90% would fight against India.
The point is, there are people fighting for an independent Punjab. Yeah.
So read the comments from the Sikhs. Listen to the rest of the Sikhs.
I'm talking to you,
Hard thing want to watch it. Never Sikhs said, but Pat doesn't understand the Sikh sentiment. Yeah. Sid said Khalistan will be.
I do actually. I'm getting a good idea of it.
So you're coming from a standpoint because you're pro-India. I'm not pro-India. I don't feel Indian. I have more in common, and it's going to sound strange to a Pakistan.
The people that fight in the Indian army that are Sikh are obviously loyal to India. You would, if you were truly for the freedom of Khalistan, you wouldn't join the blood.
Dude, man, you're not even understanding. You're not even understanding what I'm trying to say.
That you claim oppresses your people. What the hell are you on?
You're not even understanding.
Raj, hold on a sec, Pat. I gotta be a little bit fair in the sense that I think that it's probably somewhere in between your perspective and Raj's perspective.
No,
so
I'm sorry. If you're for the independence of Khalistan and you're fighting in the Indian army,
I'll tell you why though,
it's
Pat.
an oxymoron.
I'll tell you why,
it's ridiculous.
No, I'll tell you why though. When Raj made the argument, for example, that maybe as of right now, this moment, some parties may not think that it's viable or may not think that it's possible, so they're not actively supporting this movement, and they can still support the concept of India.
But Hassan, we're talking.
Yeah,
about
I know.
We're not talking about like
I know
pen pushers or what. We're talking about people that have actually made the conscious choice to join the army and be part of a force that puts down the Khalistan movement. We're talking about those people. Raj reckons that 80% of them would defect.
Yes, Raj, that is a fair point, though, Raj. If they are fighting the Khalistan movement right now, Raj, are they?
Yeah. Look, let me say something.
Yeah, of course they
are. All right.
So how can you make that argument, Raj?
There's been plenty of cases within history where a particular group here who's wanting independence is being fought against. I mean, look at communist Russia and stuff like that. Look at Nazi Germany. When that particular group that was being fought against comes into power, they will align themselves with them, and a lot of the people that were fighting against them. This is what happens. At the end of the day, there's a lot of people like Raindrop. Big up to Raindrop, Baji, just coming. He doesn't want a Khalistan. He's totally against the Khalistan. He wants a united India. Now, when it comes to this situation, like a lot of Sikhs, but when it comes to this situation, but Raindrop, if there was a independent Punjab tomorrow, would you fight for India or would you fight for independent Punjab?
Yeah, that's similar to what happened in Pakistan. Like a lot of people.
If tomorrow,
Pakistan, but end up joining it anyway.
If tomorrow there was suddenly an independent Punjab, you can call it Khalistan, you can call it whatever you want. Most Sikhs I know will say, okay, we might not have agreed with the concept. We may not even agree that the fact that it's come about, but it's here now. We're going to support Khalistan. That's it. Yeah. Oh, Raindrop says India. Oh my God, that's not the real
He's proven my
Raindrop.
point. He's proven my point. Thank you very much.
No, the Raindrop is a constant. I don't. Yeah, but that's one guy. But everybody else that's been on there, everybody else. But I've told you before.
Raj, you do make me
First
laugh.
of
You're
all,
gonna
I've
use
said
that as
before
the
that he's
anecdote. You're gonna use
very
the anecdote to put me down. When
pro-Khalistani.
it didn't go your way, you just dismissed it.
First of all, he's very pro-India. Yeah.
But Raj, you were going to use.
What did you say? That if Punjab was a hold on 1 minute. If Punjab was a separate country, then Punjab. Read it. If Punjab was a separate country, then Punjab, and that's from the most pro-Indian. Read it. If Punjab was a separate country, then Punjab.
I'm not on the comments.
You get it? Well, that's what you just said now. So now, at the end of the day, I'm saying right now that a lot of Sikhs don't want Khalistan at this precise moment, but we don't know what's gonna.
Would you say most?
I would say probably around 80% of people that I meet are not for Khalistan.
So most,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, most.
Yo,
And so,
can I ask something, Raj and Pat? I'm sorry to cut you off, man. Pat, is this possible, Pat? You can correct me if I'm wrong. Are there people that could be in the army that would support an independent Punjab, but not by way of armed like resistance?
No, because,
well done.
the army's role is to put
doing a
these
good
people
job
down.
today. Well done. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very valid
Say that
point.
again, Pat. What'd you say? Yeah.
If you're in
No, hold
the
on. I want to
Indian-
hear Pat's reply, bro.
If you're in the Indian army and you're pro-Khalistani, unless you're like a double agent, it makes no sense. You can be essentially forced to put down your brothers, and you are.
That is true.
Higher up, you're
That
probably
is true.
doing intel work and arresting people in this movement. So no, it doesn't work.
Yeah. So can you send Raindrop the link?
Could you? Yeah, I will. But Pat, could you argue that there could be people within the army though that are like, quit doing it the violent route, and they're fighting against them.
Hassan,
I agree with you though that inevitably they would have to go after their own people.
The Indian army doesn't just deal with the violent side. They will also infiltrate and break up non-violent actors.
All right, so I'm a non-violent Khalistani.
Yeah, that's a good point, Pat. Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
point.
and so I'm a non-violent Khalistani. I don't want no violence. No, I'm a non-violent Khalistani. And
when were you a violent Khalistani?
When I want.
When were you for the violence?
Let me respond. So I want an independent
for the violence
through a referendum, and I am willing to accept if it doesn't go my way. If they say no and we want to stay in India, I'll accept it and I'll never speak about it again. If the people speak. That's the difference between me. That is a difference between me and a lot of other Khalistanis. I'm not unreasonable. I will accept the decision of the Punjabi people.
Because you just said that 80% of the people don't want it.
No, Lord, you might as well give up on a united.
I was just gonna say that too, right?
No, but you know what? One thing.
Let me say something.
To be fair, there are two different scenarios. There's one like, look, at the end of the day, when you know that something is literally is climbing a mountain. And then to ask a person, if you had a choice, would you want that at the top of the mountain or would you want it down here today? 80% will say, I'll just stick down here, mate. It's all right. When you see a challenge, people will naturally say, nah, just status quo as is. Now, I can understand where Raj's coming from, that if it was existent, because I do believe that if once something is existent, to preserve it, that 80% that was saying no, that'll flip over to the other side.
And let me ask you something, TYO.
When something's viable and it's there, then you want to keep it.
TYO, Punjabi Sikhs, yeah? Do you think a Punjabi Sikh would betray Punjab? Ask yourself this.
No,
they won't.
No.
Even the most.
They already have by joining the Indian army, haven't they?
At the precise
by joining the Indian army, you've already made an act of betrayal.
What did I say? Independent Punjab.
You've become independent.
Independent Punjab. I didn't say Punjab. I mean the independent Punjab. If Punjab was now a country overnight.
Yeah, you know what, Raj? I think the problem with your argument, bro, is it rests on kind of like a. Yeah, sure. I was just gonna say the problem with your argument though is that it rests on a hypothetical that probably would never happen. But not probably. I would just say that would never happen.
No, but then
but
listen, the same can be said about the 80% who say we'd rather keep it to India because that's hypothetical as well.
And people said that Brexit would never
happen. No, TYO. That's
saying.
What the current scenario is, though, right?
All right, so
it's currently part of India, right?
All right, so Hassan, first of all, people said Trump would never become president. People have said so many things that would never. I'll big up Raindrop. People are happy good to put up as well. And so a lot of people have said lots of things could not happen. And it's happened. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. It might take 100 years. It could take 200. It doesn't matter.
Listen, if Imran Khan can come into power and take out Zardari and Nawaz Sharif in Pakistan, anything's possible in India.
Look,
Simple.
at the end of the day,
sure, that's fair.
Because when I'll give you an example. You know, in Raj's favor, you know, in the favor of one second.
All my Punjabi friends, all of them through growing up,
the one thing I'll say,
I would lean more towards Raj's angle.
Yeah,
but at the same time, Pat is also presenting a pragmatic perspective where it's like,
of course he is. Of course he is. I'm not doubting that. But all I'm saying is this: look, like you were saying before, look, you know, as it stands right now, if you were to ask someone, there's this challenge which is creating Khalistan, and the people already know it's a fight, it's a challenge, it's not going to get given to them on the plate. Yes, 80% might feel that, you know what, we're not up for the challenge, things are okay as they are, you know what, just leave it as it is. But when something is physically there and you know 100% that, yes, look, if we say yes here, it will be there right there, I think then the numbers will change. I think
you know the argument I made, TYO, the argument that I was making right now about how there could be even Punjabis that are saying, look, we don't want this to be violent. So even if you're a Punjabi and you're fighting for Khalistan right now and you're being violent right now, we will fight against you. But in the moment that it does come and it's peaceful and it exists, then they'll say, yes, we support Punjab 100%. Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of the argument that I was trying to make. Yeah.
I was trying to explain, like, look here, look at an example. Like, look at communist Russia. That there was civil wars, people were fighting against each other. Look at America, people were fighting against each other, and on both sides, like, you're killing each other. But at the end of the day, when there was a united America and when there was a united Russia, that even enemies came together. And this is what will happen in Punjab. There will be people that might even fight each other if there was a civil war. But I'm talking about through referendum. If tomorrow, all of a sudden, there's a place called Khalistan, and it's the Punjab.
The groundwork.
I can explain more.
The groundworks are laid down. All it needs now is basically the right-minded players in the same positions simultaneously for Khalistan to take off.
Yeah, listen, I can explain why Khalistan would never occur. I can explain it pretty well. So right now, like, this whole referendum thing, it's a moot point because India already offers that.
To go in a minute, but can you just answer this one question? I know you're pro-India, but if tomorrow, hypothetically, all of a sudden there was a Khalistan, there was a Punjab, democratic, secular or whatever, Yo,
wait, hold on, Raj, I gotta interrupt you, bro. When you guys say Khalistan movement, are you guys saying that they would want Punjab to be only Sikh?
No. That's why I don't like the word Khalistan either. I would prefer to be united.
Because I'm trying to understand the difference between a Khalistan movement and an independent Punjab.
The problem is the word Khalistan is the easiest kind of like umbrella term to use. But for me, even my definition of a Khalistan is different from another Khalistan. Some Khalistanis want.
What's the definition of Khalistan?
Well.
Yeah, because I just went and Googled it. It said an independent Sikh area.
So I use that word because
there's nothing wrong with that, though. One minute, Raj. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it is.
There's no, one minute. I'll tell you because
you don't want Sikh Sharia, bro.
No. Pakistan is called the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
No.
They do have that. So
but let me say
that perspective, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it being
but this is the problem.
Basket case.
Now, this is where I differ from a lot of Khalistanis.
I know, but TYO, the question is, do they allow other people in or just Sikh?
So let me explain. There's different types. I would prefer to call myself a United Punjab or an Independent Punjab movement, not Khalistan.
Yeah, United Punjab is different. Like a United Punjab would be including Pakistan Punjab.
I use the word Khalistani because it's the easiest one for people to understand. I want Punjab to be independent. For me, I would want it democratic, secular, and anyone could live there from anything. And I don't want it to be ruled by religious laws. I would want it to be, basically a secular, democratic society for Punjab.
Yeah, my understanding of Khalistan movement is not free of the religious influence, bro.
Yeah, I mean, not all think you have to understand. We've got an umbrella term now. And people just use it. And there's a lot of people. Some people want Khalistan to be all the way into Pakistan. I'd love that. All the way to Lahore, all the way to Afghanistan.
We will have to take Lahore and
they want
you'd have
they want the pre
from America first, Raindrop, yeah?
Yeah, they want the Maharaja Ranjit Singh up to Kashmir, all of these kind of places. They want the whole thing. I'm not for that. I personally am being practical and I'm saying just within India, I want Haryana back and Chandigarh and places like that, back to Punjab because it's been split. And then so I have a different movement. So you can speak to 10 people and each one would have a slightly different version of their Punjab. For me, I need to rephrase it and say I want an independent Punjab, I think. Because we're saying the word
that actually
Pakistan
speaks
is
more towards your argument too, Raj. What you're saying right now, that there's so many different definitions of what this independence movement is. That actually speaks kind of more in favor of what the argument you were making.
Yeah, I mean, if it's remember, you got around 25% Hindus. So at the end of the day,
45% now.
Yeah.
They started bringing in migrants because the thing is that
what the Hindus did is that
no. So you have to understand, a lot of people who live in the UK and Canada, they haven't really been to India, and they don't really know what's going on the ground in Punjab, on the Indian side of Punjab. On the Indian side of Punjab, the population has become very wealthy. So Punjab is one of the highest income states in the country. The people before
so India would never let it go.
No, it's not that India wouldn't let it go. It's that the people living there are enjoying a quality of life.
Yeah, they're too comfortable. They don't need to.
Let me finish. So what happened is this. I know this because my family owns a lot of land in Punjab, and we had this problem where before Punjabis would farm their own land. So they would have the tractor. Your kids would go out and do the tractor and do the all the labor work. Now what's happened is that the average person has become wealthy that they don't need to do that. They just hire workers from Bihar, UP, or Union, Uttar Pradesh, like Biharis, or other people like Urdu speaking or Hindi speaking people from the Hindi belt. So because of that influx, if you look in Ludhiana, so Raju from Ludhiana, if you go to Ghanta,
big out Ludhiana.
I stayed in Ludhiana for a year or two, so I know Ludhiana pretty well. So there's a Ghanta, there's a clock tower there, there's like a friggin' railway station. There's hardly any Sikhs there. It's all migrant workers from Punjab. If you go to Jalandhar, if you go to Faridkot, if you go to Sansera, you go to what other cities are there? Taran, you go to Taran. There's like all the workers, like the people who are doing the work on the ground are like people, Bengalis. They got Bengalis there. So what's happening now, and it's kind of a good and a bad. The good is that the quality of life has increased for the average Punjabi, but the bad thing is that now they fell into this drug habit. So if you look at parts of Punjab, there's a huge drug epidemic. Where the kids are, instead of working because they don't need to work, like they just lounge around, and then they get open to these habits of drugs, and it's a big problem in Punjab on the ground. So now you have to look at the demographic shift. So do anyone know how many people actually live in Punjab? Like how many million people live there in the state?
Is there 50 million or so? Or no, 40 million, I think.
So if you go to Joshua Project, so Joshua Project is like a Christian missionary website, and they have all the latest demographics like broken down of how many people. They call it the unreached, people. So they even have Pakistan. They have all these, they have a caste breakdown. Like they break down, how many Sikhs live in Punjab, how many, what's their caste,
basically people they can go get to try to become Christian, the unreached.
The soul. Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, they call it soul harvesting or some shit. I don't know what, So if you look at Punjab right now, right, the population of Punjab, I'm trying to just open up the link. Let's see.
I think it's about 30, 40 or something, or 50, something.
Yeah,
like that.
there's 34, and the breakdown.
Is it 34?
Yeah, about 30. I just want to confirm.
And just put into context, is that are those the both, the other parts of Punjab that they took away, they split off? Is that including that, or is it just?
Yeah, so originally Punjab included Himachal Pradesh and included Haryana.
What you're saying, 34 altogether?
No, not those. Those are separate states now. So if you look at so what I'm saying is that those states broke off during the language.
What I'm saying is, what is the overall? If it's stuck together, what's the population then? How much?
I gotta find out.
Sid is saying, do you know Falad in Punjab?
Falad, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I do agree with one thing, Hassan. I think, in my personal opinion, India would rather let Punjab burn than let it go independent. I think they'll do a scorch. Just in my opinion, they would rather let it burn.
Rather than give any indication that this is a possibility.
Because the problem, when I'm looking at,
they don't want any group to think that this is even possible.
Yeah, so when I'm looking objectively, and this is not what I believe, but what I'm thinking from the Indian side, I'm trying to be objective.
Okay, I got the breakdown. So I got the link. I'll put it in the back chat so you guys can look at it. If you look at the Indian state of Punjab today, there's 30 million people living there. 40% are Hindu. 58% are Sikhs. Okay. Now, when you click on the individual breakdown of the Sikhs, okay, so what is that? We have 30 million. So let's say around 15, let's say 20 million people are Sikhs in Punjab. This is the Indian Punjab that we have right now, not the Haryana. Because if you include people from Haryana and Himachal, the number goes up.
But what does it, just out of curiosity, what does it go up to?
Let me see. Computer's slow, so bear with me. Okay, in Pakistan, Punjab is 108 million Punjabis.
Yeah, it's 120.
No, I'm looking at the Joshua Project. So the Joshua Project it breaks down everything pretty well.
Raindrop, how long are you on here for?
I'll be here for half an hour, bro.
Half an hour. I'll wait for you to go.
Yeah,
I was
I want to go into this so people know like what's happening like realistically. Don't go based on the propaganda that some Sikh organizations in the UK and America and Canada say, because they really don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're just spouting nonsense. If you look at the statistics yourself, you will realize yourself that this idea of a separate Sikh state is going to be, it's impossible. And I'll explain it why. And it's kind of stupid too, if you look at it, because if you just look at the demographics.
Yo, Raindrop, I'm pretty sure that one of the leaders of our main parties, he's banned from India because he's pro Khalistan.
Yeah. What's his name?
We have three main leaders, Jagmeet Singh.
In Canada, Jagmeet. I don't know if Jagmeet is banned, but I know in Canada I would say the strongest support is in Canada, especially when I was kind of surprised. So if you look at Haryana, okay, so the state of Haryana was actually part of Punjab, the Sikh Punjab. But now look at the demographics. I'll put the demographic list in the back chat so you guys can just see it yourself. And then you'll get a really good understanding of why this is an impossibility. So the state of Haryana is there's 28 million people in Haryana. 90% are Hindu. 6.7% are Muslim. 5% are Sikhs. So now how would, let's say if an independent, referendum was held, you're not going to get Haryana back. You're not going to get Himachal Pradesh because that's also like, 89 or 86% Hindu. So they're going to stay with India. The only place would be Punjab, like the Indian Punjab, which is very small. It's not the original size of Punjab that we had before. Now, if you look at the original Punjab, there's 30 million people there. But guess what? Close to half of them are not Sikhs. They're like, there's 40% Hindu. So out of that 30, now you're dealing with 18 million people that are Sikh. So that's Sikh Punjabi is 19 million people who are Sikh Punjabi. Now, out of those 19 million, there's the majority, I would say, are Jat. Not Jat, like the majority, not the majority. There's 9 million Jats. So I like the Joshua Project website because they even break it down by caste. So they'll break it down the whole thing. How much caste? What's the population?
They actually integrate that much shit, hey? I wonder how they get that much.
I'm very skeptical about how this Western, institutions can just ball into India and just right down to that. You're gonna be talking iColor next as well, man.
No, they break it down by. So this is a missionary organization where they they target like populations that haven't received the good news. So they they have a lot of stuff on Pakistan. So just read the stuff. They have it all.
What though? Think about it like this though. If we talk to anyone that's like local, you could literally just ask them about certain villages and just be like, "Who's there?" And they'll just tell you.
These statistics are available publicly. Like if you do the footwork, you can get it. So like in India, they do the census. They have the voting because in India the voter turnout is very high.
But they do the censuses in places like India and Pakistan every 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah. But
so how do these? I don't understand how these guys can go in there and
they look
break it down to that.
Yeah, no, they look at the voter registration rules. So in India, the voter registration.
Yeah, but the voter again, you can tell nothing of the voter.
Yeah,
the Raindrop, the amount of fake votes and dead votes and this and that. You cannot rely on that.
Yeah, TY, I'm telling you, you could look at Joshua Project yourself. You could research.
I'm gonna have a look at it. I'm just thinking how shocked
Pakistan because they have a lot of detail about Pakistan as well, which is interesting. So now, just going based on the Joshua Project, okay? If you look at Punjab right now, let's say there's a Khalistan. The current Punjab, you would have to reduce it in half because those Hindus are not going to join a separate Khalistan. They were going to be siding with the India. So now you have 58% and 18 million Sikhs. Now, out of this 18 million Sikhs...
Who dominates Punjab financially and politically? The Sikhs or the Hindus?
The Sikhs.
The Sikhs. Then the Hindus can be bought.
And who dominates Punjab militaristically, though, as well?
Yeah. The Sikhs again.
The Sikhs, the Sikh regiment.
If they dominate Punjab, if the money men are the Sikhs the infrastructure and they control all the major positions, then the Hindus, even if they're 30-40%, the Hindus can come on side. They will naturally just
Yeah,
fall
as
into,
long as the independent Punjab is a Punjab independent, not So that's why you need it to not be based on religion.
Yeah.
Going to Khalistan.
Because
That's
don't forget, look, you can look at the numbers in comparison to the rest of India, but within that vacuum, within that little powerful little, it's like a princely type of state, isn't it? Really, powerful business, this, that. Yeah, within that.
Yeah, you make a good point because I'm getting there. So if you look at so in Punjab, you had landowners, okay? Like my family was massive landowners. And then in the 1950s...
Jagidar.
Yeah, Jagadar and Vaderas, okay?
Yeah, Vadere.
They lost massive amounts of land because the Indian government was socialist. They nationalized Nehru. He nationalized all the land in India.
That was one of the best moves they did.
Yeah, it was a good move. So, but the thing is, the people who support the Khalistan, especially in India, they traditionally came from the landowning elite. So you had the Jats are like farmers. They're like the middle. They're like lower class, middle half, lower middle class. Then the low caste Sikhs are like the Mazhabi. They call it the Mazhabi Sikhs. They outnumber the Jats. So if you look at the caste breakdown in the Joshua Project, you have 9 million who are Jats. Okay, out of those 9 million, half of the Jats don't support the Indian movement because they are the poor, the peasantry, the people who work the land. The people who work the land, they got that land because the Indian government nationalized it. So like in my family, we lost like, I would say half of our landholdings because the Nehru government nationalized all the land. So if you look at the current chief minister, his name is Amrinder Singh, the Captain Amrinder. He was actually a royal family. He's from the royal family, but he lost all his landholding.
So how did all these Jagirdars? I'll define the Jagirdars like Azad Kashmir and Pakistan. How did they come to acquire the lands in the first place? The government took it off them.
Yeah, so before in India, you had the concept of the princely state. So they had the Patiala, the princely state of Patiala, the princely state of, they have different little groups. Yeah. And the same thing you had in Pakistan as well.
Yeah.
But what happened was that because Nehru, India was a social...
No, how did the Jagirdar, their roots in regards to acquiring and accumulating all this mass land, how did they get that?
That's
was that linked directly to what I'm saying is, was that directly linked to the British Raj and being the sidemen of the British Raj?
No. So what happened is that
was it through business? And the third element is this. In 1947, when the partition happened, majority of the Vadere and the Jagirdars on both sides, Muslims on this side, Sikhs and Hindus on that side. When the partition and the separation happened, all they did was take over the other people's land. So in your village, if I was in Pakistan, I was a Muslim, if there was a Sardarji that was Tagda next to me, when they split, the Sardarji left. That land, if I did a qabza on it, it was mine. So the powerful ones that were there at that time, they took over. So the initial acquirement of these lands...
TYO, I actually know about this because my family had to go through this, so I actually know quite detail.
Yeah, no, I know. In Azad Kashmir, the biggest Jagir is my friends. That's the biggest Jagir on record.
It's different because with Azad Kashmir, you had a lot of...
It was the same thing. The land they covered belonged to the Hindus and Sikhs.
Yeah, let me explain what happened.
Because they were educated. They knew the system. They worked with the British. Do you understand where I'm coming from? They were there.
But I'm telling you, it's not completely right. So this land...
No, I'm just giving you an example of our side, innit? I'm giving you an example of our side.
Let me just explain fully the Indian and why this Khalistan would never work out in reality or even in theory. So if you have 80 million Sikhs who are, let's say, who have to do the referendum, you lose those other 12 million who are going to be pro-India. Then you have the 18 million. And out of this 18 million, 9 million are Jats because the Jats are the only ones who are really pro-Khalistani. The other groups like the Mazhabi Sikhs and the other caste groups.
Yeah, but the lower caste follow orders though, don't they as well though? Come on, Raindrop. They follow in line.
No, so within the caste they have different subgroups. So if you look at it, so you have Jat landowner and Jat workers. The Jat workers, the peasantry, are against any separate Khalistan state because they know that they would have no power.
Is that cross board with all Jats?
Yeah. It's common. So in the Indian army, if you look at the Indian army, okay, it mostly has Jat and Mazhabi Sikhs. So we have the Sikh regiments. All of them are Mazhabi and Jat Sikhs. The people in those army were usually people who come from middle-class families. They're not landowners, because if you're a landowner, you don't really send your kids to the army. You know, you're a landowner, your kids are going to be rich. So the people...
No, not necessarily. They do, though. The landowners are like pretty...
India is very different from Pakistan in this sense, that if you, I don't know how it works in Pakistan, but since you guys, you didn't abolish the Jagadar system. So right now in Pakistan, you have these huge landowners who
No, there's only a handful. It's now with Imran Khan coming in, it's getting, you know, they're putting their foot down.
They didn't nationalize. So India, what they did was, I kind of support that. That's why I favor India. They nationalized all the land.
It was one of the best moves that they made. Because don't forget, you got to remember, you know, all that land, it was ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, I mean, so
they were ill-gotten gains. All them big jagirs, literally, and it was in India as well. Because what you got to remember, look, massive. Just imagine this, Raindrop. Hey, Raindrop, 1 second. Raindrop, 1 second. Let me just run with this. Raindrop, one thing. Just imagine a full city getting emptied when it's 98% Muslims and they've had to leave. Same with Indians and Hindus. Just imagine, and then you'll have tagre bande, that people with power.
You're not letting me speak, bro. I'm trying to finish. Listen, so what you're talking about is the population transfer. So actually, my family, they actually came from Pakistan to Indian side of Punjab. What happened was that there were 300,000 units of land that was left over by the Muslims, and similarly, the Pakistan side, there was like, I think 200,000-300,000 units of land that was left over by the Sikhs and the Hindus. What the Indian government under Nehru did is, when he nationalized the land, he nationalized those 300,000 units. So there were around 400,000 refugees in the state of Kurukshetra. In Kurukshetra, okay, they built like a 10 cities. So you can look this up. It's historical fact. So what they did was all the migrants that came over from the Pakistan, the Sikhs from Pakistan, they then got parcels of land allotted to them in the Indian state of Punjab. These little plots of land was now not in the control over the Jagirdars. They now became under the control of the Indian government. And then the Indian government assigned little units, like certain acres per family. So now what happened is that from that time onwards, that's why you have these little...
To be fair, in Pakistan, the only movement, the only landed people, the people that literally landed there were the Mahajir in Kashmir and Karachi, really. All the others literally just stayed where they were. Everyone just stayed as is. Because the mass movement really came from over there. And it was the people that moved from here. So where we are in Pakistan, not many people. Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll talk about it. On the Indian side of Punjab, I don't know how they did it. So I heard some criticisms from people like Hassan Nisar, and he criticizes, there's a video where he criticizes that Pakistan didn't nationalize all the land.
Yeah.
They still have this Jagadar.
I believe that right as well. I believe so.
Yeah. So I mean, India, the good thing was in 1954, that Nehru, he nationalized all the landholdings. So before it was like a serfdom. It was like peasantry. Okay, they had peasants, they're working for the landowner. The landowner controlled all the power.
Would take certain crops and take certain amount of stuff.
Take the votes as well. So to do that, they made that, the Indian government made that illegal all across the country, and they nationalized all the landholding. So now, if you look at a supposed Khalistan today, you're only dealing maximum of maybe 4 million people in the state of Punjab, Indian Punjab, who would even think about voting for like a separate country. Now, here's the proof that Khalistan would never be, even through a referendum. So the Indian government, each time you vote, there's an option called NOTA, none of the above. So if you're not happy with the government that you're with,
you mentioned this before.
On that NOTA. So if you look at the voter registration rules and you look at the population that voted, the last time I think voted 100,000 people clicked NOTA in a state of 30.
Yeah, but Raindrop, can I say something? I don't like when people say it would never happen. Nothing. It could happen.
You can never say that.
Look, can I say something? I'm not. You could say it's most likely not going to happen. I agree with you. Like at the end of the day, I would accept. For me, I would even accept, at the bare minimum, an autonomous Punjab. The way that Kashmir was, where it can regulate itself and get most of its Bani back as well, because they're taking like 75% of the water out of Punjab, and like.
That's one of the bad side effects. So what happened was that the water control, was under the ownership of the Vaderas and the people who owned massive amounts of land. But when the government nationalized it, So you have to understand, this is socialism. This is basically almost communist. Okay, they had the Marxist parties. They had mad
So
communist parties.
they actually literally take swathes of land off these guys and do
Yeah. Dude, they
undo
became
their qabza. Like they have qabza impact. Like
yeah,
Pakistan
the
being
government
qabza.
took. Yes. If you look at, I'll put in a documentary where they had these massive kings who became like homeless the next day. So like the Maharaja Patiala, he only had.
Amrinder Singh, the chief minister, are you saying that he's not as wealthy as I might think? Because obviously, when you hear that,
Look, Amrinder, he owned Patiala. All of Patiala was underneath his control. He now, when India became, when they nationalized all the land.
Listen, what about them two Sikh brothers, man? Them proper multi-billionaires.
Amrinder is saying he only owns the mansion. So the Indian government,
Reliance.
Oh, so that means that Badal must be like crushing him in kind of influence then, because Badal is one of the richest people in India.
Yeah. So now this is what you call the industrial era. So what happened in the 1960s, the industrial revolution kind of took off in India, and they had huge, massive help from the Soviet Union. So understand, India was very heavily communist and socialist. They're very left-leaning. Like the policies in India were very, very socialist. Like there was a time in India, like there was 2 decades, where it's basically the communists were running things. Okay, they're like very far left. And like that era stopped in the 80s when Rajiv Gandhi took over and he tried moderating it. But those policies are very unpopular, and then he got elected out of power. But like what I'm trying to tell you is that
I'm going to try and
you guys should research it, but if you look at like on the ground, if you ask people, do you hate the country? Do you want, now if you ask a Sikh who has settled in America or Canada or UK, then yes, this kind of thing, even when I was young, we used to attend the Khalsa camps and they used to have all this stuff. But practically, when you go to India and you talk to, your family members and you talk to people in the village and stuff and just, deal with them, they think it's a joke. Like they just think it's like hilarious.
Say something. Say Raindrop. Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Yeah, because I'm gonna go to India hopefully in February or March.
Please, I beg you.
But the thing is, I'm not gonna be going. Like obviously, I'll probably try and go Ludhiana, but my main thing is to go Amritsar and then because they're doing direct flights from Stansted now.
Ludhiana, Amritsar, Ludhiana are pretty far, but yeah, go to Amritsar. But what I would say is go if you want the cheapest flight, you go to Delhi, and then from Delhi.
No. It's not about cheap; it's about convenience. Because before you'd have to go from here. I think it stopped off in Dubai or something. Then it would go over to Delhi. Then you could get since last month. There's been a direct flight from Stansted, which is an hour away from me, straight to Amritsar Airport.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean that's good. That's a good option.
So I'm going to try.
You should go to Ludhiana, bro.
Yeah, but I will go to Ludhiana as well if I'm going to go. But also I want to try and go to the Kartarpur corridor from there. But what do you think about the Kartarpur? I was saying earlier, I think the Indian government is trying to sabotage a lot of stuff down there because have that misinformation they've given out on the registration, the passport, the visa, and all this kind of bullshit on the Indian.
With the Indians, like I would say, it's mostly local politics. So you have the Congress government and you have Badal. So the Congress is the one who's running the show in Punjab. And then with Badal, like they're just trying to screw each other. So like just trying to, do a one-upmanship because Badal is out of power now and he wants to come back. So what they will do is they'll do this thing about, it's a lot of messy politics. Now on the national side, the Indian government, do they think it's a good idea? I don't really think they care. Actually, like they might think that might be a bad idea for the Sikhs to go and do, but that the intelligence agencies are pretty good at handling. Like understand the highest time, right? And after 1984, so I'm talking about 1988, 1990s. That was the time where there was the greatest amount of militancy and like terrorism that was happening. Like that was the time that you can get the highest support, and it didn't happen then. Like even like a lot of the Sikhs were actually involved in crushing the Khalistani movement in Punjab itself, and that was the time that India was the weakest. Like India didn't have in the 1989 when the Soviet Union fell, India was basically bankrupt because the Soviet Union was the one that was kind of giving them all the money. When the Soviets fell, they had no cash. Like that was the time where Punjab could have really separated from India and made up its own country, and Indians couldn't do shit. And that was time the army was also weak. but like some of the units, they started defecting. Like especially in 1984, they started defecting because they were all pissed off that what the hell the Indian Army did in Amritsar. But if it didn't happen,
how many regiments
that just shows
deserted?
that anything's possible at any time, Raindrop. That's the thing.
All right, so
having gone through this phase, right? The Punjabi people, they like my family, we know that they've seen this on the ground, they've experienced it. Having gone through all that, and now compared to the peace and the quality of life that they're enjoying now, like what would happen to make that type of thing would be another attack on the Golden Temple. Then you would really piss people off to that extent.
Yeah,
But
I think that.
Let me just say one thing. All I know is that within a couple of days, there some of the top Sikh businessmen from all over the globe met Thingy Bahari, Imran Khan's advisor in London, and they've basically put together £500 million for the restoration of 400 temples, or for the restoration of all temples around the world.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's no one.
What they need. I'll tell you what would.
That's not pledge. They're saying that's not pledge.
You know what they should do next year? What they should do next is make it easier to get to Nanaksar.
Yeah, they should have an internal within Punjab, or with the Sikh areas. They should have an internal route where an ordinary person can wake up in the morning. Your average Sikh can think, today, I want to go there, and they can catch the bus and they can be home by the night or the day after or something like that.
Yeah,
they were saying, look,
I want to interrupt you guys for a sec. I'm sorry, man. I know we've been talking about this for a little bit. I just wanted to ask Raindrop, when you guys are done, I guess, Raindrop, I want you to tell me about your opinions on this impeachment shit when we're done. But you guys can get back into your shit.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to happen, bro. They're just making Trump stronger. Like, the Democrats.
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen. But I meant, like, what are your opinions about what you've been seeing in the hearings?
Have you seen Baba Fez?
He's the odds come on the other day, and he just annoyed. I don't hate odds. Yeah.
No, forget Baba Fez.
He's always trying to manipulate. Oh, Rod, don't go on this. Like, tell him to shut his mouth. When he stops drinking, then he can talk to me.
He isn't. He's
no, I don't.
I've seen it myself. It
doesn't matter. It's only a week. It's not like a year. Let him see. Let's see.
All I'm saying is right now, he's behaving, man. I can see he's behaving. That's I'm not going to say.
Yeah, but he just takes one drink and he becomes a cunt overnight. Yeah, there's no point. Like with him, he can be a nice guy when he's sober.
No, he's all right. He's a nice guy.
This thing, a lot of people started drinking instead of smoking.
Yeah,
listen, Raj, I'm gonna go over to Baba Fez's. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Yeah,
check the inboxes. Yeah, send me them videos.
So the thing is,
take it easy, Hassan.
Yeah. So the thing, the problem with odds is this year. I've known a lot of people that drink over the years. Now, what happens when people drink here? Most people, they drink, but their personality doesn't change drastically. They normally stay within. They could be quite jolly or whatever. He's one person when he's sober, because I've met him lots of times when he's sober, and when he's drunk, he's like I'd see him as two separate people, and I don't know when he's going to switch between the two, because I don't know when he's going to drink. And those type of people are too unpredictable for me, so I'd rather just not deal with the guy until he stops drinking.
My opinion, I just feel bad, bro. I just ask him not to get on panels. He doesn't really care, but
What have you been up to? I was in Birmingham. Birmingham, M-Stacks and them lot were saying, you can't go Birmingham, we'll run you out.
Like in the war zone, in the ghetto.
And when I went to this is the problem about people. Yeah, let me tell you something, Raindrop. Everyone says to me, Raj, the Sikhs hate you, yeah?
Ard is not even a Punjabi. The guys from Sindh.
Kaan, let me just finish one thing. So they always say to me, Raj, the Sikhs hate you. Every Sikh I meet, they hate you. Do you know when I went to the Gurdwara? Yeah, I was there for 2 days. Do you know how many negativity I got, Raindrop? Guess how much?
None.
Zero. Do you know how many people to me say, big up Raj, yeah, we see your thing, we like your videos, rah, rah, rah. How many?
I haven't met any Sikh, like in Canada.
So this is the problem I have here. Either the people that don't like me are trying, so if someone comes up to them like TYO and he goes, oh, what do you think of this Sikh guy? And they're not going to say to him, oh, we kind of agree with him. They'll be polite and say, oh, he's an idiot, yeah? But let me tell you something now. I still haven't met a Sikh that has come up to me and bun fire on me outside of the park.
Yeah, but right, in Gurdwara, I show your videos to some of the kids that I know. They all love you.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I was in the thingy on the thing. I'm going back to Birmingham, and I even missed the Sing. I went to the Gurdwara in Soho Road. I went to another Gurdwara. I went to this Gurdwara. I went to Spark Hill. Nothing. Zero. Yeah, I have to admit, some people do look in my direction. You know, when someone looks at you like they recognize you, but they're too shook to come over. Yeah, so they look at me like, oh.
At least in the US, I haven't met any person that I've showed the video to who's like, oh, Raj shouldn't know. They're like, yeah, he's right.
No, let me say something. I'm not saying everybody likes me. I'm not saying everybody agrees with me. I'm not saying there aren't people that really dislike me. What I'm saying,
I don't know about England.
What I am saying is this: the Sikhs that dislike me, that you think dislike me, haven't got the guts to come over to me, and the ones that do like me come over to me and show me love. So until people start coming over to me and start going over, into my face, not on the internet, not internet gangbangers, Princess Dominique, not internet gangbangers. I'm talking about to my face. Because I guarantee you when I was in Birmingham, Mr. Singh saw me, but he didn't come over to me. This is the problem with the internet. These guys are just internet gangsters. Until I see
he doesn't come anymore.
Yeah, I know, he's gone, isn't he? So this is the problem I have over there. Like, you know, I had so many people saying, big up Raj, and all this kind of. I'm like, dude, every time I've gone anywhere in a Sikh event, I've had nothing but either positivity or nothing.
You see the tattoo? Someone tattooed the khanda that you made on their back.
Never tattoo for a design. I don't want to say who, but the problem is I want to try and get into tattoo designs, but it's very different technique to doing a normal design. So I need to go to a tattoo parlor and just have a check on how they do it and see whether it's thingy. Yeah, so
that's off the hook, bro.
Yeah, I've got another exhibit. I don't want to say nothing.
Yeah, with your like OCD and shit, I think you'd be pretty good at that.
I don't know if I got
a tattoo artist and stuff.
Yeah, I mean the problem when it comes.
You don't think he does? I think he does a little bit. No.
No.
What I do have, I don't want to touch anyone. Like the one thing that's putting me off.
Then you ain't gonna be a tattooist.
Anyway.
But think about it, the rank, like this kind of big. Imagine a big fat, like hairy monster turns up, and you're gonna have to sit there for weeks. Like amoralized, yeah. Now, if it was a beautiful woman, like that's a different thing. Like you'd be enjoying it. But imagine some nasty individual turns up. Yeah, what I might do is to do designs and then let people put it on there. And just do that kind of way. Oh, look who's there. Baba Faz is here, Sir Faz. Raindrop.
Oh, Baba Faz, man.
From Amritsar.
He's good.
Baba Faz, he's got a new school in Amritsar called the Baba Faz of Misinformation.
Baba Faz Academy.
Baba Faz Academy.
Yo, big up Faz, man. I don't. You guys talk shit, but he's.
No, I can't.
He's been good.
Let me tell you something. I can't hate Faz. Faz is one of the very few people that has talked so much shit to me, but I can't hate him. I don't know what it is. I just find him hilarious. Faz could be the probably one of the biggest comedians ever, like a stand-up comedian or something. He needs to get his own show, I think, Faz.
Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to his channel now. Baba Faz. Oh man. Oh, that shit was so funny, dude. He's hilarious.
Yeah. I want to try and get Dan to get the video of when he jumped on. And midway, and like me, Gay Dunya, and Land of Celts are cracking up for like, I think it was like 30 minutes of just like, he just made me laugh so much, man. My head was actually, you know, when he was laughing, my head was hurting. Like literally, you know, when you can feel the pain in your kind of like forehead and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's how much I was laughing in Land of Celts and them lot. It was the first time like me, Land of Celts, and Grey Dunya were all like united in their laughter, like oh my god! Because normally we're always arguing and stuff. Yeah, Queen J, go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. Always crying, Queen J. Whatever's going on. Oh, what you been up to then, Raindrop?
Nothing much. Have family stuff to take care of. Work stuff just came up, and oh man, there's so much. Like I think I tried logging and hearing what's happening. You know, a couple of days ago. This shit is like Game of Thrones, bro. Like,
I'll be honest with you, I didn't come onto a stream.
Are you talking about all the stuff on Raspect's channel? That's what you're talking about, Raindrop?
No, like I have no idea what's happening with Zubaydah. Like, I just tuned it out. Like, it's just too hard for me.
Yeah, I mean, this what happened to me. I took 4 days out and I hardly listened to anything. Yeah, because I had to go to Birmingham and I didn't have an internet signal that was reliable, blah, blah,
You're
blah.
not in the loop. Like, I'm not in the
And
loop.
so I wasn't in the loop. So what happened is I come back here, but I did tune in for like 10 minutes onto Reels. And from an outside perspective, when people are arguing it, it looks insane if you've not been in there, for a long time. From the outside, it looks mad if you've not seen it for a while. All I could hear was swearing about Prophet Muhammad, them not saying about Zubida and all that kind of. And I just tuned out. I was like, I don't want to hear this shit. So when I come back, I was totally at the loop, and I don't know what was going on, but I kind of got involved in something, and I didn't really understand the full story because in 4 days, so much has changed that, I thought certain people still got on, but in 4 days, they're freaking enemies now. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, this was like, where's Kaan? I thought Kaan was but then he got into a fight, I think. It's just confusing, bro. I'm like,
Kaan said the most reckless thing to Hassan, though. I'm not going to lie. He said, I'm more Muslim than Kaan. Think about that.
Oh, he said Raj is more Muslim.
No, he said that Raj is more Muslim than I am, right?
Yeah. Then you.
But the thing is, Raj is more Muslim than Arj. Baba Faiz, he's got better manners than them. He's more Muslim. Raj's got more chance of going to heaven.
Hold on. This is what who said?
Did you hear
Hold on, this is what you said, Ali Khan? Or
yeah,
that's
what Ali Khan said. I got more chance of going to Jannah than
Arj. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about Khan. Forget that. I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now.
Raj is probably, when I last season, he's going to forgive him. He says, no, he's Raj. He's a Punjabi. He's going to be the top part of Jannah. He's going to be the top part of Jannah.
Ali Khan's trying to get, I think Ali Khan's trying to get himself, killed, I think.
I mean, I sometimes, like, if I listen to something, sometimes some stuff Raj says, sometimes some stuff that Raindrop says, it's not. I don't think that it's necessarily bad to agree when you guys are saying something valid, but just sometimes when there's specific topics that I disagree with.
All right, so can I say something, Hassan? Can I say something, Hassan? I don't hate you. I think you are a nice guy. I think you're very naive, and when I see naive people, I kind of like, oh my god, what's wrong with you? Because the thing is, like, when I see you defending some of these people, and I know they are just like talking shit about Reza.
Ali Khan, Ali Khan's a troll. Ali Khan clocks you. I know who you are now.
Ali Khan said, I'm going to be forgiven by God over you.
Maybe the biggest troll was Muhammad bin Sufyan.
You're Mr. Amos. You dickhead. Don't run away now. Don't run away. Don't run away. Stay here.
Mr. Amar's account was
Don't run away. You dickhead.
Hold on. Ali Khan. Ali Khan.
Who killed Imam?
Ali Khan.
Don't change the subject. He's gonna run. Look, he's gonna run now.
Oh my God, Ali Khan. That account, that Mr. Amar's account, was that you?
He knows him. We clocked him, man.
There was two.
Ali Khan. If it was you, just say yeah, I was.
Bro, we got evidence, man. You said the same thing that Mr.
Because I know for sure that one of them was Afghan.
Nah, it's him. It's Ali Khan.
Bro, I remember TYO literally said, "Ring me."
Ali Khan is in cahoots with Afghan conduct, man. Them two are together, man.
No way, bro.
They're together, man. I know this, man.
You should make a news, like you should make a Speaker's Corner news channel.
Yeah, I need to do. Oh, do you know what happened? Do you know when I went to the Gurdwara? Guess what they had at the Gurdwara for Guru Nanak Dev Ji's birthday? A cake. I filmed it. It was great.
Oh, do you see that?
All I could think about was Amaranth and the cake, yeah, and we was like doing the cake, yeah, and all I could this is how Speaker's Corners messed my brain up, because instead of just thinking about the whole scenario, I just kept on thinking about Amaranth and the cake and the Maulid thing.
Yeah, dude, I have to agree with the Salafis on this, that like the cake stuff, I mean, celebrating the birthday, that's an Indian thing. The Hindus will celebrate the birthday.
No, bro. Don't agree with the Salafis on this. It makes no sense. Please.
It doesn't make sense, man.
I have to be fair, because like I'm just looking from an outsider perspective that I don't know how it can be associated with Islam, because in India, this is common in India, so they have like the different demigods, the birth.
That's right.
In our own Sikh religion, we celebrate the birthday of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So I can understand it being like a dharmic. So even the Buddha, when he appeared, like, this is like a dharmic idea. I mean, maybe Abrahamic as well, because Christians celebrate the birth of Christ, right? So I don't know. I'm agnostic on this, but I don't know. Like sometimes when the Salafis say this is a bid'ah, which means innovation, I don't know. Like I have to keep an open mind. Like if you follow
because I'm being honest,
eating birthday cakes, When
I saw it, because I haven't really seen the birthday cake thing that very often in Gurdwara. It's one of the first times. But
me neither. I haven't seen the birthday
when I saw it, and I was trying to think, all right, seeing a Muslim do the same thing, it would look weird. I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen Muslims do it. But if they did, I could understand why people would think, all right, this is a bit of an odd thing for a Muslim to do. It's more of a kind of like what you might say Christian or.
You gotta think about like this, Raj and Raindrop. We would consider the Prophet Muhammad to be a gift or a blessing upon humanity from Allah. So if we're praising the gift from Allah, then the logic is that you're praising Allah.
No necessarily.
And to be clear as well, further, if depending on what kind of celebrations they do, sometimes the celebrations are just bad, period, whether they're within Mawlid or out of Mawlid. Sometimes they're just bad, so they shouldn't be done regardless. So that's not even a good argument.
Can I clarify
but like
something?
to do prayers, or to do this kind of stuff, we should do this anyways.
Can I clarify something with you, Hassan? I actually don't have an issue with people doing it, but I'm talking about if I was to look at it from a Muslim, I'm saying if I'm looking from a Muslim perspective, I'm not talking about whether it's right or wrong. I don't care. I don't think there's an issue with it. But if I'm looking at it from a Muslim, I can't imagine Muslims like doing what the situation like in a. Do you understand? I just couldn't because I was
cut out there for a second. Say that again, Raj.
I'm saying when I look, because I've got a video, but I might not put it up because it's quite like I don't want to have people say something. But when I saw the cake and I saw people, everyone, even I was like, all right, that's something I can't imagine being done in a mosque or something like that. I just can't imagine it. It just seems kind of out of the fold of business.
The video with the longest cake. You made the longest cake.
I'm not saying.
Do you guys know that there's a ceremony when a baby is born as well, where they have like a feast and food and stuff like that? Did you know that?
No, Hassan. The point is, look, I have
like within Islam, you know that, right?
I think it's good that Muslims celebrating the birth of the Prophet, whatever. I mean, that's not my like.
They're actually celebrating the death of the Prophet. On that day is when he died, so they're celebrating his death most likely.
Yeah, no,
bro,
I'm just
you know very clearly that what they're actually celebrating. Mstack, don't say that, bro. Like that's such a mischaracterization, bro. You know very clearly that no one celebrates the death of the Prophet, bro. Please, man.
He died in that day.
You're a liar. You're a proven liar. You're doing the Qiyah now. Continue to school. I'll open up your book.
No IQ guy, man. He died.
All right. So on a serious note, look, whether it's right or wrong, is there kind of like with Islamic doctrine that it is wrong to do it? Because if it doesn't say you can't do it, then if someone does it, what's the big deal?
Yeah. These guys say that as long it's just because it says you can't innovate. That means you can't introduce anything new. This means that
not anything in your life. We never said that. This guy is mischaracterizing. We never said that. He's making
introduce anything new in the religion.
Okay.
Then it's not allowed. Period.
All right. So what is birthdays new?
So hold on, Raj. I'll give you an example of things that scholars have. Because I'm going to give you an example of things that scholars consider to be innovations in the religion. Are you ready? Using a microphone at the mosque.
Why are you speaking to Raj? Why do you speak to me? Like I don't understand.
Because you're not genuine, bro. When you have
why are you hiding behind Raj?
So I'm gonna you're here. You can answer if you want. So I'll give you the first example. First example was a microphone in the mosque. The other example was coffee. They consider coffee to be.
All right.
Listen, this guy don't want answers. He just wants to hide behind Raj, man. That's all he is, man.
Yeah, let me hear then, because I want to hear what he's. I want to hear because I'm not the Mufti and the Baba Faz is not the Baba, so we've kind of done a trade-off. I'm now your.
Yeah, so of things that people considered under this innovation thing, they considered a microphone in the masjid, in the mosques, to be a bid'ah. They considered coffee to be a bid'ah. There was even scholars that considered mathematics to be a bid'ah. Do you understand?
To be fair to MSAX, according to what I understand about bid'ah, is introducing something like innovating something new in the worship of like Allah and like
those, man. Come on.
Yeah. So if you like
Salafi Raindrop.
Let me give example. So let's say if some Muslims say, you know what, because the Prophet split the moon during that day, we're gonna jump on one foot. So that's innovation. You're doing something that was not done by like that was not like, because with the problem, look, with the Muslims, you guys have to go by the book. I could see the difficulty, but
that's not a problem. That's a problem for you, but it's not a problem for us. But
all right, so can I just say something? Like,
let me make my point though. Let me make my point because I'm trying to speak.
1 minute. Now, the problem you have, Hassan, like with your argument, I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm actually going to back up M-Stacks on this.
Try. Go ahead.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with M-Stacks on this.
No, you're giving examples of stuff that are new inventions almost. So you're looking at a microphone. There was no way they knew about a microphone 1400 years ago. But everyone
I
has
know,
known
but what
about
I'm trying to tell you, though, Raj, the point of me wait, hold on. The point of me saying that was to give you an idea that it wasn't just things that had to
Let
do
me
with
just
worship.
finish.
Do you
Let me just
understand?
finish. Let me just finish. Birthday.
Can't they celebrate other days then?
1 minute. Birthdays have been around for as long as mankind. So they would have known about birthdays then. Yeah. They wouldn't have known about certain things that have come about in the future. So they might, you know, they can say that. But they must have had birthdays then. And if they've kind of outlawed it at that particular time or said that it's not appropriate to do it, then you can't say they're innovating. I mean, do you understand? If you're adding it after, then you
So ask MStax if it was forbidden.
What's forbidden? Yeah, birthday is forbidden in the Sunnah of the Prophet.
Oh, really?
There's no way.
Let me ask a question.
It's forbidden. Without doubt, there's no two ways about it.
Can you show me that?
Let me ask.
I will show you.
So let's MStack. So there are other important times in the Prophet's life, right? Like his marriage, or his like anniversary. So it's not like Muslims are not allowed to celebrate his anniversary, right? Like he has an anniversary with Aisha or other wives.
We don't celebrate that. No.
Yeah, so you don't celebrate. So that's a bid'ah.
No, he would say that's a bid'ah.
Yeah, so if celebrating the anniversary is bid'ah, then what isn't celebrating the birthday also bid'ah?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what the logic I'm using, like just to think.
Yeah. Raindrop, listen to my logic.
The argument, Raindrop. Go ahead.
I'm going to prove the fourth rule of bid'ah now. Watch this.
People celebrating the Prophet's birthday, I have no problem with it. I'm trying to look at it from the side of Salafi view, in which they
it's not even a Salafi view. Yeah, the problem is not Salafi.
Let's apply your Salafi view now. Listen, let's apply your Salafi view now.
This guy, low IQ guy. Listen, let me say something. Can I make a point? I haven't said nothing since I came here. I haven't said nothing since I came here. I haven't said nothing yet. Let me just make my point.
So the Shafi school the bid'ah then, isn't it? The Shafi school the bid'ah.
What's the Shafi school?
how much? I'm going to go now.
I want to have some more fun, Raj. This is hilarious.
I can't say what you're saying.
The Shafi school the bid'ah. The four schools are bid'ah.
No, it's not.
Of course they are.
Prove it.
The four schools are bid'ah.
Prove it.
Prove it. Did
are you nuts? No, hold on, Ali Khan. Hold on, wait.
Prove it.
Hold on, wait. No, the proof doesn't rest on Ali Khan. The proof rests on you to show that it's a bid'ah.
Bro, I'm not making the claim.
For you to show that it's not a bid'ah. Because otherwise, everything according to you guys is bid'ah. Do you understand?
Are you stupid? He's making the claim that is on the burden of the proof is on the claimant.
He's saying it is a bid'ah.
Prove it.
The argument when you say it's not a bid'ah is you have to show proof that it isn't.
So the guy who's saying it's bid'ah, he has to show.
Bro, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Everything is by default bid'ah unless there is examples of it from the Sunnah.
Listen,
so can you show me?
The Shafi'i school is not the Shafi'i, Hanafi, Maliki school. They're not bid'ah. Simply
because tell us how.
Once again, let me tell you why. Let me speak. Let me speak. Yeah.
I've never seen such an argument about a cake.
None of the four schools.
Raj, I can't believe I'm defending MStax here. Listen,
let me make my point.
The schools, you can't use that as a bid'ah because there are schools that are trying to study the Quran.
Once again, no. Let me make my point.
Because it contradicts the
Quran. You don't understand. That's not how it works, bro.
Oh.
Yo, what's wrong with this guy, Ali Khan? Why are you so erratic? Calm down, man. Mute your mic, calm down, bro. The four school of thought, they attempt to look at the Salaf. They're all saying, let's go back to the Salaf. Imam Malik was from the Salaf himself. Imam Shafi'i was the Salaf himself. Imam Malik was from the Salaf himself. Imam Abu Hanifa was born 80 years after the death of the Prophet ﷺ. So they're all the Salaf. They all are incorporated between the Sahaba, Tabi'een, and the Atbu Tabi'een. The three generations that the Prophet said, go back to if you want to learn the religion of. So how the hell are you going to tell us bid'ah is the Salaf itself when we're telling you follow the Salaf, which include the four madhabs themselves? So that's the first point. Second point, them four school of madhab, they do not call to any blind following. Imam Abu Hanifa said, if you don't know my opinion, where I got it from, where I derive my opinion from, throw it away. Imam Shafi'i says the same thing. If you hear my opinion and it goes against the Quran and Sunnah, throw it in the bin. They're all called to Quran and the Sunnah, which is what we are calling to. But what you're calling to is 600 years after scholars who were the Fatimids, who came about and said, yo, listen, today we're going to celebrate. The first person who wrote a book about the Mawlid, what he did say was, let's celebrate the birthday of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Let's celebrate the birthday of Imam Ali. Let's celebrate the birthday of Fatima Zahra radiallahu anha. Let's celebrate the birthday of Imam Hassan, Imam Hussein. And guess what the sixth one was? Let's celebrate the birthday of myself as well. Put me in there as well. That's the first guy who actually wrote a book about Mawlid. This is the nature of where the derivation of Mawlid came from. It came from a deviant Shia Rafidi who tries to cause.
I love this question. This answer. Hold on. This answer has literally nothing to do with what we were talking about.
1 second.
You're talking about who started it. Go ahead, buddy.
Let me ask one question before I go. I need to go here. One question. But this doesn't take you out the fold of Islam, though, does it? If you celebrate the birthday, or does
If you
it?
say it's part of Islam, if you're saying it gives you.
LOL. These guys think it takes you to the hellfire, bro.
It does.
All right. I'll see you lot there. I'll see you lot there then.
The Prophet said, "وَكُلُّ بِدْعَةٍ ضَلَالَةٍ وَكُلُّ ضَلَالَةٍ فِي النَّارِ."
It's the cake gonna be red in the hell.
Every innovation leads to misguidance, and every misguidance leads to the hellfire. The Prophet said it. So you're mocking the Prophet.
Pick up the Shia though.
Simple.
Yeah, big up the Shias. Big up the Shias. The real Muslims.
The Shias are in direct contradiction to the Quran and Sunnah.
Anyone who introduces a good practice into into Islam.
Everything we do comes from Imam Bukhari. Everything, all our practices come from Imam Muslim. Imam Muslim's name was Abu Hassan, Abu Hussein. His name was Hussein.
Yes,
Imam Muslim's name was Hussein.
There's no problem with that. What's wrong with that?
No, but guys, Hassan, wait, I'm sorry. My logic is this: if you don't celebrate the anniversaries or like the different events, like when he split the moon or other things, right? Then isn't celebrating the birthday also in that category? So this is where, because look, in Islam, you're not supposed to innovate. That's one of the big rules. Like you're not supposed to introduce anything new. So if I follow that train of logic, if the Muslims before never celebrated the wedding anniversary of the Prophet, they never celebrated his splitting of the moon, then celebrating the birthday would also be considered as a form of bid'ah. Using that logic. Now, having said that, I don't care. I think celebrating the birthday of the Prophet is okay. That's fine. You're just celebrating something good happened in the world. So I have no argument against that. I'm just saying if you use the logic of bid'ah, then you can make that conclusion. Be like, you know what, this is if you don't celebrate.
Let me ask you a question, Raindrop. Let me ask you a question. Yeah, there's a verse in the Quran that says, "Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum," right? Wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakum al-islam dinan. That today I have perfected your religion, right? Allah says, "This is the time I have perfected your religion. It's no more. Nothing's coming after."
Yeah, no. So I'm just using that logic of that.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Yeah, you're cutting off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said that there's a verse in the Quran which says, "Today I have perfected your religion for you." So after this, there's no more stuff that can be added on, taken away, subtracted, retracted, added on, substituted. There's nothing can be done. The Quran is still saying to you, it's perfect. So if a person comes today and says, "Yo, there's something missing today. We have to add the Mawlid. Let's add a few other stuff." Are you going against the Quranic verse? Are you trying to say, "Yo, the Quran and Islam is not perfect anymore. There's something that we need to add to make it more perfect"? Either you're saying that, or you're saying the Prophet did not complete his mission. He has not completed his deen. He has not completed the perfection of Islam. So basically, you're insulting the Prophet ﷺ in essence if you're practicing Mawlid. So
Raindrop, ask him where the Quran. Ask him where the Quran was.
Can you just, Hassan, at least address the points I'm making? Why you always digress?
I am. Ask him where the book of the Quran was. Where was the book?
What do you think of what I just said? Is it true what I'm saying? What do you think? The verse you say.
Hassan, just based on what I understand, right, is people like MSTAX or anyone, they're going strictly by the book, right? They're going strict. They're not putting their own
They're not using reason whatsoever. Yeah.
No. Let me look. There's pluses and minuses. There's pluses and minuses for each thing. But if I'm fair and I have to judge it, be like, okay, this is what the Quran and this is what the Prophet had said. Then if things like, forget about the birthday, let's say if people started celebrating the anniversary of his marriage with one of his wives, or people started celebrating the time when he cut the moon in half, or people started celebrating different important events, then you can logically say that these things are bid'ah, that these things are innovation.
But we do. we celebrate the night journey.
But listen, why don't you celebrate the birthday of Jesus? Why don't you celebrate the birthday of Jesus? Why don't you celebrate the birthday of Abraham? Celebrate the birthday of Adam. Celebrate the birthday. Where's the ending? Where do we stop here? Why don't we celebrate why are you only singling out one prophet, alayhi salatu wasalam? Why don't you celebrate the birthday of Isa? Why don't you celebrate all them other prophits? Why are you just...
Yeah, so let me tell you something, guys. Because even Christmas, right? The birthday of Christ. So what happens that when Christianity, when it spread, no one really celebrated the birthday of Christ. What happened was that because they started getting into pagan countries, make it more palatable, right? To make it more Christianity more palatable for the population, they started celebrating the birthday of Christ. So you could say that celebration is also kind of like a bid'ah, because the whole, the Ulitude, the Christmas tree, these were Germanic pagan traditions. It was never like even the Sol Invictus, the worship of the sun. It was worship of the sun god that the Romans used to do, right, before Christianity. So when Christianity started spreading, then they started incorporating local pagan elements in to make it more palatable for the people. So I mean, if I go based on the strict methodology, then I have to agree that, okay, what MSAX is saying kind of makes sense. But if I go based on the spiritual vision, then I have to agree with the Hassan. Like, okay, you're just celebrating. I mean, I don't see the big problem with it. But like that's just what
So Raindrop, you know where the argument really rests on, bro? The whole argument rests on their understanding of the word bid'ah and this concept of innovation. That's where the argument rests on. So for example, Raindrop, I could give you like 3 different examples within the Prophet, peace be upon him's time, where people did something new in terms of worship, and the Prophet did not scold them, did not get upset, he praised them.
Because he got there. Listen, Hassan, you're not making sense here. Let me tell you why. If something is done at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, either he approves of it or he declines it. So when we hear his approbation of certain stuff,
I understand what you're saying,
But when something comes after the death of the Prophet ﷺ, there's no way of verifying if this actually the Prophet would have verified.
Okay, hold on, M-Stacks. Hold on, Ali Kaan. Hold on. M-Stacks, I'm going to explain one thing, okay? The way you're learning from the Prophet's example, peace be upon him, is you're saying, if he said something is okay, then it's okay. I'm trying to say you can also learn from the Sunnah the way the Prophet treated things that were introduced. What you're saying is, I'm not going to learn from that. I'm only going to learn from the specific thing. Do you understand the difference?
No, I don't understand the difference. Repeat that again.
So for example, if I show you, let's say, 3 different examples of someone doing something brand new that was never seen before, and the Prophet reacted a certain way, what you take from this is, okay, those 3 things are okay. I'm trying to tell you, you can also learn from the Sunnah the way the Prophet looked at these things overall. Do you understand?
No. Because what you're doing is you're singling out certain events and not looking at the picture holistically. There's a narration where Aisha radiallahu anha narrated from the Prophet, anything that's added onto the religion will not be accepted from you. There's also a narration where the people, when you go to Judgment Day and people are drinking from the river, the people will be coming and the Prophet ﷺ will say, drink. And the angel Jibreel will say, go away. And the Prophet will ask, why are you telling my ummah to go away? He will say, you do not know what they did after you came. They added new stuff to the religion. So there's a direct emphasis throughout the whole scripture. You can't just single out certain parts. You have to look at the bigger
I actually agree with you, bro. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
So you agree if people add stuff, that we shouldn't add stuff to religion. No one should be adding Mawlid and all of these kind of stuff.
No, because you're saying add stuff to the religion. I'm saying that your understanding of this concept is just much too limited. You see it as black and white unless it works in your favor, bro.
Adding stuff is adding stuff. It's simple English. Adding stuff, you add stuff.
Exactly. So you're saying exactly, it's simple English. You're saying it's black and white. It's very clear. So then the example that I gave Raindrop, for example, was, okay, they didn't have a compiled Quran as a book.
That's not bid'ah. No, at the time
bro,
of the Prophet,
hold on. You don't understand. This doesn't exist.
Bro, the basis of Mawlid is not there. The basis of the Quran was there at the time of the Prophet. Every single verse.
It was an oral recitation.
No, it was written as well.
And yes, it was written down in pieces and bits, but it wasn't as a compiled book. Do you agree with me, M-Stacks?
One second.
Do you agree? Hold on. Do you agree?
What do I need to agree about?
That it wasn't a compiled book. Do you agree with that? Hold on. Do you agree with that, M-Stacks?
Do you believe the Quran at the Quran?
Ali Kaan, can you hold on? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, Zen was speaking.
I'm asking you, M-Stacks. Do you agree with that?
Do I agree that the Quran
that it wasn't a compiled book?
Not in the
during
way
the Prophet's time.
Not in the way Abu Bakr.
Exactly.
Not in the way Abu Umar.
So is that something new?
That's not. Listen, you're missing the point here. You're missing the point.
Exactly. So what you're trying to do now is you're trying to say what you think is acceptable bid'ah. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Bid'ah.
You just proved it.
No, it's not. I never proved nothing. You're not letting me speak. That's the problem. All right. So the Quran itself was there at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. There was parchments where the Sahaba, the Atbu Tabi'in, they wrote it down themselves. They wrote the verses. They had the full Quran.
And I agreed with this already. I don't know if you heard that.
So when you say compiling it, what do you mean compiling it? They just got the papers and put it together. How is that a bid'ah? It's already there. If you have a few papers on the floor and you just grab it and put it in one piece, how the hell can that be bid'ah?
Did the Prophet, peace be upon him, guide them and tell them to put it together as a book?
So are they gonna leave it in there? Was it
did he?
One piece there on the floor? You're not making sense.
Why don't you answer the question? Did he? Did he or not? Did he or not?
You're not making
exactly.
Sense.
What you're doing right now is you're picking and choosing what you think is okay in the religion.
And he did as well. He did.
Oh, he did.
Yes.
So hold on. So you're telling me he did, but it took 3 caliphs before they did it.
I'll prove it to you.
Are you serious?
I'll prove that to you as well.
Yeah, bro. Please, man. This is actually sad, Mo. This is what I meant about discussing stuff with you, bro. You gotta discuss it genuinely, bro. You're not.
You're just speaking over people. Just how you have to win an argument.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Calm down. Your view of innovation is totally wrong, and it has never been found in the Quranic literature. You're just making stuff up. And firstly, Ahmed is asking you, find the quotation that you said Ibn Taymiyyah did not know maths or something like that. So you are known to make up statements which are unfounded, unsubstantiated, and you need to provide the evidence of Ibn Taymiyyah, the slander that you did on Ibn Taymiyyah. So prove that
If
slander.
I provide you guys with sources from academic sources, you guys will say, "Oh, this is bullshit. You can't look at academic sources." Are you guys kidding me?
Your academic sources are Harvard University and so forth. We don't
Oh
take them
yeah,
serious.
that's terrible. Exactly.
We don't take them serious.
Exactly.
Sorry,
That's why I don't waste my time. If I show you guys stuff and you guys go like this, you guys say, "Oh, for Harvard University is bullshit."
Stop trying to erase our history.
Are you guys dumb?
You're trying to erase
If I show you proof and you guys are like, no, this is stupid. This is not what we agree with. So this is not good.
No. You're trying to erase our history. There's a certain way where
erase your history.
Actually,
what?
Yes, you're trying to erase 1,400 years of history.
How? How does that make any sense, bro?
Yes, it does. You're trying to go to Harvard University. We don't take you as authority. We don't take Harvard University as authority. Put that in your head. We don't take them as authority. End of story.
Exactly.
Man.
So when you're asking me for proof, if I show you proof, what you do is the same thing that the right wingers in America do. They'll just say fake news. They'll just say, "Oh, yo, we don't accept this as evidence." That's all you'll do. So there's no.
Verify a news from a fasiq. Harvard University is a fasiq.
I had a question. So during Arabia at that time, was it common among Arabs? No, just 1 second. Was it common to celebrate birthdays during that time, during the time that he lived? The Arabs there, did they ever celebrate like days of birth? Because if they didn't celebrate birthdays, right? Then
there's a thing called Akika.
Why didn't Abu Bakr celebrate it? Why didn't Ali radiallahu anhu, why didn't he stand there and say, "Yo, let's celebrate the birth of Mawlid"? Why didn't he do it? Are you saying you're better than Ali? Why couldn't Ali come up with something that you came up today? Are you abusing Ali that he never had the intellect that you had?
M-Stex, can you explain to me if you're praising the Prophet, peace be upon him, and let's say it's not on his birthday, is that okay?
Listen, praising the Prophet ﷺ is within the Quran and Sunnah. If you follow the Sunnah, you're praising the Prophet.
Okay.
If you're
so just the fact that it's on its fixed day that's the problem.
One second.
intention of doing it for his birthday.
Exactly, that's the point. Even Saladin knows, man.
You're Khawarij anyway. I'm sorry, you support the Khawarij.
Yo, don't do that, Ali Khan. Please, man. There's literally. I've been trying to talk to Saladin about this, and then you do stuff to make it way more difficult. Whenever I try to make I try to improve things, bro. Don't do that, man. Even Saladin, I seen Saladin say some stuff that I don't agree with, and I tell him too. But bro, like, it doesn't do any benefit, bro. Like to people like M-Stacks, that's one thing, but Saladin's not necessarily like M-Stacks, bro.
See,
I'm not doing that to try to separate you guys either. But M-Stacks, you do act like you don't necessarily carry yourself well, bro.
So do you. Like, why are you trying to put yourself on a moral high ground, on a pedestal where you can criticize certain people and no one can criticize you, man? Like
bro, you literally trash people all the time when they're not even the topic of conversation. You'll start trashing them. Do you understand that?
I don't know about that one, but yeah, man.
What do you mean? How many times do I just pipe up and say, "Oh, making fun of Shias again"? Literally, no one's even talking about Shias, and you just make fun of them.
Bro, Ammar's making fun of me. I believe Ammar is a Shia.
Ammar, no, you don't, bro. You know very clearly that Ammar's a Sufi. So why are you doing that?
Sufis and Shias are direct.
Yeah, exactly.
Direct inspiration of each other, man.
Like I said, bro, I hope one day you actually practice Islam instead of just talking about it, bro.
No, but look, there's a video, I watched on YouTube where understand, Hassan, so you have to understand the history of this, and I really looked into this kind of stuff in the last couple of weeks. So there's a video on YouTube where a Muslim from India, right, he goes to the Kaaba, and then when he walks, right, he walks not showing his back towards the Kaaba. So then another Muslim came and started asking, "Why are you walking backwards?" Now look, understand. So this is common. Like in India, a lot of the Hindus, even the Sikhs. So when we go to our Guru Granth Sahib, we don't show our back towards the Guru Granth Sahib. Similarly, the Hindus, when they go to the temple, they don't show their back towards the deities. Now let me ask this to M-Stacks. With Muslims, when you guys circle the Kaaba, do you is it against the rules for having your back towards the Kaaba? Or that's like a bid'ah?
Again, that's a made up exaggeration.
Yeah, so this is the thing. So what happened was that the Saudi guy was asking the Indian Muslim, "How come you're walking backwards and you're avoiding showing your back towards the Kaaba?" And he's like, "No, that's out of respect." So then the Saudi guy was like, "Where it is written, you're creating something that is not written in the book." So then that kind of reminded me, because in India, I've seen this. Even the Sikh Gurdwara in the Sikh temples, Hindu temples, they do this. They don't show their back towards anything that's holy. And I thought Muslims did the same thing. But when I looked into it, there's nothing really there showing that you cannot show your back towards the Kaaba. But most of the Indians who will come to do Hajj, they will always avoid showing their back towards the Kaaba. So Indians, the Indian Muslims or Pakistani Muslims.
Cultural. It's cultural.
Yeah, a lot of it has been influenced by Hinduism. A lot of the
Raindrop. There were scholars in history. There were scholars in the Middle Ages, at least, that had different types of bid'ah, or that had things that they would say would be good introductions or good practices that were brought into the faith. But the way that yeah, so they would say bid'ah hasanat, something like that. There were scholars that made like 5 different separations. And to be completely honest with you, I believe that there are 16 countries right now, 16 Islamic countries that have Mawlid as a holiday, and it was widely accepted during. It was widely accepted during at least the Middle Ages, that the majority of scholars deemed it to be acceptable.
It started what time? How long ago did it start? After the death of the Prophet? Okay, Hassan, can you enlighten us?
It started like 400, 500 years after?
More. A bit more than that. 600 years after it started.
Sure.
All right. So what were the people doing 600
bro,
years
to
before?
me, this doesn't make it.
So what were they doing 600 years
if you're gonna get upset at me for cutting you off, bro, please try to maintain the same application to yourself. But like I said, what I was trying to explain to Raindrop is that sometimes there are things that are introduced into Islam that some scholars would have deemed.
Big up to the crew. Big up to watching. This stream is gonna end. I'm gonna start a new one in about 20 minutes or so. Mods, if you could help me post out the link, I'll be posting it up shortly, and we'll try and get everyone over to the new stream. Probably in about 15-20 minutes, something like that. Big up.
Yeah, so Raindrop, I'll ask you a question. Raindrop, wait, hold on, Raindrop, wait, let me ask you a question, Raindrop.
Raindrop is ending.
Raindrop, do you know who compiled Raindrop? Do you know who compiled the Mus'haf of the Quran that we have today?
Was it Bukhari? I don't know.
No, the Quran.
Oh, it was Uthman, right? Uthman.
Good, alhamdulillah, good. Uthman. So he compiled as a book into the Quran, right?
And then he burned some other ones too.
Yeah. But let's just back up here. Let's just stay on this for 1 second. So the Quran, yes, it was in pieces, whatever, and then they compiled into a book. Okay, great. So were they able to make a book? They were, right?
Yeah, but that's not a new form of worship.
Hold on. I'm not done, Raindrop. Hold on a second. So they were able to make a book. We can agree that they could have written a book and made it a compiled book, right, at that time. Okay, good. So the question I'm going to ask you, is at that time, if they were able to compile into books, why did they not compile the hadith collections into books?
This was, so I don't know the exact history of the hadiths. I think the earliest hadith was like 200 years after it was written down.
No. The earliest hadiths were like right at the time of the Prophet. But that's the question is the hadith books compiled and used as guidance in the faith. So if they could compile the Quran into a Mus'haf, why couldn't they compile the hadith?
Let me tell you what, do you want to answer?
Please, I'd love for an answer.
All right. The reason why the Quran was compiled earlier than the hadith literature is when there was a battle, many of the Quran reciters died. Many of the Quran reciters passed away. So they were saying, many of our reciters who have memorized the Quran in abundance are dying now. So we need to write this. We need to write these verses down. But for the hadiths, everyone had it memorized. People were sitting down, they had it memorized. That's the answer I can give you right now. But what you're saying, 200 years after, 200 years after, was not the first time.
Later doesn't really, it's not a really innovation.
Yo, hold on, Raindrop. Did you hear what he said?
Exactly my point.
Wait, Raindrop. Did you hear what he said right now?
Later does not make. It's not a point here.
I'll let him finish and then I'll explain to you.
Right.
Are you done, Imsek?
What I'm trying to say is, look, writing something down. So if let's say I took all the Quran and the hadith.
Hold on, Raindrop. Wait, Raindrop. I don't want to get too far here. Hold on. You know what he just said? He just said that they had memorized the hadiths. Do you know how many hadiths, for example, are in Bukhari?
6,000, 7,000.
So hold on, and Raindrop, do you know
7,000? I said again, 7,000.
Do you know how many hadiths Bukhari went through when he compiled the Quran? When he compiled the Bukhari hadith collection.
You laughed when I said 7,000. Why are you laughing?
Because I'm telling you why right now. I'm telling you why right now. Why I was laughing.
Okay.
So because you said they memorized them. So hold on a second.
Right.
Do you know how many hadiths he went through to get it down, to narrow it down to 7,000?
A few hundred thousand.
Yeah. So according to MStax, the people there had memorized a few 100,000 hadiths.
No. Calm down now.
If you say without big collection of hadiths, it's got over
the Bukhari
250,000 hadith collections in Abu Dhabi.
Shut up, man. Look at this guy, man. The Bukhari collection with a lot of hadiths. There's a lot of hadiths. There's a lot of hadiths which are repeated. So The 100,000 you're talking about is actually 7,000 in its essence. If it's not repeated, if you actually take all the repeated ones and put it in one, and do it again and again, it actually comes to about 6,000 to 7,000. So the Quran itself is about that much. So it wouldn't be a stretch to believe that people memorize 6,000 to 7,000 hadiths. So you're laughing there actually shows you're ignorant of the actual matter. That's
The
beside the
people
point.
memorize 6,000 to 7,000 hadiths.
Imam Ahmed was reported
Are
to
you
have
serious?
memorized. Imam Ahmed memorized 1,000,000 hadiths. It was reported Imam Ahmed himself. Imam Malik said, and
Alright.
Allah. Listen. Let me speak.
So
man.
Raindrop,
Let me
let that
speak.
sink in for a second.
Let me speak. It's not, why are you making it look like this is hard to believe? Man? It's not hard to believe. People memorize the Quran in literally 2 months, 7,000 verses. We don't even know the religion, so you're not even make sense here. It's not hard for us to memorize stuff. Remember that. It's not hard for us to memorize.
I think we're losing the main point. The point is bid'ah means something that you create new, innovate in the form of worship, right? When you're worshiping God or Allah, you can't just introduce like a new thing, right? So based on that understanding, if I take the Quran, let's say type it up on the computer, that's not a bid'ah because that has always existed and I'm just typing it down. That's not like a new form of worshiping. But if you celebrate, if you celebrate a birthday, but if you celebrate a birthday, now that is it's similar to celebrate the anniversary. Why not just celebrate the anniversary? Why not celebrate the other important points?
Why not celebrate the other prophets?
So Raindrop, you do know that they consider the Quran and Sunnah now, they consider the Quran and Sunnah both as equally revelation. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
So if they were sending the Quran around as a compiled book, why not the Sunnah?
It was done. But you're missing it. The first actually hadith collection book in its totality was actually not 200 years. It was a few decades, maybe 40 to 30 years. I forgot the name. Safina, I think it's called. Imam Abu Hanifa came at 80 years. He compiled his own book. Imam Ali came before Imam Bukhari. So this myth that Bukhari was the first hadith collection is actually a lie. At least
I didn't say that he was.
That's
not what I was even saying.
Wait.
We're
not gonna wait. You come to the conversation, so calm down. You just
yeah, big up ZJ, welcome, bro.
Calm down. You just came in the
Big up
conversation.
DJ, my boy, in the house, GG.
What are you saying? The first book of Hadith is called Boat.
Low IQ people, man.
Safina means boat.
Hold on. What did you say, ZJ? What did you say?
Literally, he just said the word. He just said Safina. Yeah. I asked him, is the first Hadith book called Boat? Because that's what Safina translates.
Bro, I just told you. I'm saying it. Is that what you came before? Is that what you came before? Is that what you came in for? You want me to give you the actual name? It starts with. It actually goes along the line with Safina. Something like that.
Safina means boat, fam.
Okay, I'll give you the first.
Wasn't that the wife of the Holy
And
Prophet?
Raindrop. Some people would consider, for example, how the Prophet, peace be upon him, fasted on Mondays as his day of his because that was the day he was born, as a representation of celebration of his birth.
It's called Sahifa. It's called Sahifa.
Guys,
so you have to
hold on. I'll tell you something in Sikhism. I'll tell you something in Sikhism. I'll tell you something in Sikhism that there's it's kind of contentious, okay? But it is maybe similar, but I have to ask your opinion. So in our religion, we have the Guru Granth Sahib, which is the main holy book. Then we have a supplementary text called the Dasam Granth. So, but all the Sikhs, they agree that the Dasam Granth is a supplementary, but the Sikhs will disagree on whether it was written by Guru Gobind Singh Ji or it was not, or it was changed. So that's where, let's say the conflict comes in. I mean, not much of a conflict, but a disagreement. But everyone agrees that the Guru Granth Sahib is the main book. I think with you guys, it's problematic because the hadiths. It gets sticky because, according to my understanding, that if the hadiths are sunnah, that means if they're valid, they can abrogate parts of the Quran.
Yep.
The Quran itself says that. The Quran itself says.
No,
it makes sense.
Verse in the Quran abrogates the Quranic verses. What makes you
believe
that?
Because it's all
Stop it. Hold on.
Look at this guy, man. Gets excited and jumps in conversation.
No problem.
That's why I can understand.
Relax.
Good. We should get excited when people.
Let me give you the verse. Let me expose Hassan now.
Yo, you lot should be seeing the link for the new stream. Let's try and get a couple people over, and I beg mods just get called out, man. We don't need them. A bit political, but yeah. Let's try and get people over to the new stream if possible. Big up to the new viewers. Welcome, subscribe, and like if you haven't already done so. We're going to keep this conversation going. Trying to get at least sort of 10 people over there before I switch off the thing. Make sure people know. So yeah, head over to the news stream. The news stream link is being spammed by me now. Big up to Haywan. Big up to Jenn Wallis. Big up Super Clown. Big up to ML Reggie. Yeah, man. Big up. All right.
Why are you mourning over the Quran for?
Bro, you said
stupid, fam.
hadith. You
He's
said
stupid,
hadith.
fam.
It's irrelevant to the
He's stupid,
argument.
fam.
Yeah, we were talking about hadith abrogating the Quran, bro.
saying
Not the Quran
hadith
abrogating
can
Quran.
abrogate- You're saying
No,
hadith can abrogate the
no.
Quran.
Hassan, don't play a game.
You can't prove that. The
Look at this
hadith
Hassan guy trying to
abrogates the
slide
Quran
in now.
from
Let me
within the
speak.
Quran.
Let me speak.
What? You're the one who tried to slip, bro. We were literally, and Raindrop
Oh,
used
shut
the
up, man. I'm
example
speaking now. Why you cut me
specifically
off,
of
man?
saying hadith and
Why you keep
Quran,
cutting me
and you know
off
what you're doing? You're
What's
reading
wrong with
a
this
book.
That's silly.
And you're telling us we slipped in something.
No, but Hassan,
Let me
issue
speak.
comes.
One
Sorry,
second,
go
let me
ahead.
speak. What I did say was when Raindrop said, yo, the thing that is wrong here, you lot believe hadith abrogates the Quran. What I did say to him was the Quranic verses, there are verses in the Quran which abrogate other verses in the Quran. So what would make a far-stretched interpretation to believe that the hadith can abrogate the Quran when we believe the hadith is also revelation? That's what I just said.
I agree with M-Stacks on this point.
Wait.
One second.
Watch this.
Let me
Yeah, I
prove
agree
let me
with
read the verse.
I agree with
Let me
M-Stacks on this point.
Wait, watch this.
Let me read the verse. Let me read the verse. I'm not finished though.
You've
I
just
never
read
finished.
it. You've just read it.
I never read it. I never read it.
The argument that
I'm
you're
gonna
making.
speak over you. I'm gonna speak over you. I'm not gonna let you speak. 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 I'm not
Are
gonna
you
let you
making
speak.
argument by
I will
qiyas?
answer that question after.
Are you making argument by interpretation?
I will answer that question. Let me speak. I will answer that question. Okay, so
You're done, fam. You're done.
Okay, let me speak.
Oh, I just clicked on what you're saying,
Nah,
ZJ.
another person's laughing.
No, but guys,
He's making
listen, I can
arguments by
explain.
his aql, which he doesn't take.
You're a liar. You're a liar. Once, let me speak. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Yeah.
Raindrop, they're supposed to use only their
I understand what
parents,
M-Stacks
right?
is saying. I understand what M-Stacks
You're a
is saying.
liar as well.
Because
You're both
two sides of the
liars.
same coin, Raindrop.
No, guys,
Ziryab is a liar.
Let M-Stacks speak. Let M-Stacks speak because I understand what he's saying. He's saying that if the hadith is sunnah, that means it's sunnah. That means it's sahih,
Alright,
and
big
it's
up
like
people.
you
We're
know
gonna
that it's
lock off the
valid.
stream.
Then naturally that's basically.
Yep, we are locking off the stream. Big up to the people. We'll be picking it up in about a minute. Just one sec. Click the link. Mods direct people over. Yeah, big up to the viewers.
Simple though.
Ziryab, you're rude.